In the 36th year of Konoha, the Second Ninja World War had recently subsided, granting a fleeting semblance of peace to the ninja realm. Yet, the ninja community was acutely aware that this tranquility was but a temporary fad. The Second War left numerous unresolved issues, and the Third War loomed ominously on the horizon a matter of time. Rather than possibility that it would erupt within 2 to 6 years, with only a spark needed to ignite the flames of conflict once again. This year marked an unprecedented zenith for Konoha since the demise of the second Hokage. The legendary ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was in the prime of his life, his decisive and vigorous style unmatched in the ninja world. His mastery of all 5 elemental ninjutsu rendered him nearly invincible. His 3 core disciples had matured and, during the Second War, had united to confront Hanzo, a figure reputed to wield demigod-like prowess, thus earning the title of the 3 legendary ninjas and securing their place among the established titans of the realm. Among them was the illustrious Hatake Tsukumo, whose mastery of the Hatake blade technique resonated throughout the ninja world, with rumors suggesting his strength rivaled that of the 3 legendary ninjas, standing shoulder to shoulder with the third Hokage. Coupled with the enigmatic Danzo Shimura lurking in the shadows, Konoha boasted a formidable roster of 6 elite ninja. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, along with other bloodline families, also produced exceptional jonin at this moment. Konoha's might could withstand the combined forces of the remaining 4 great ninja villages. Despite its flourishing state, Konoha was not immune to the specter of death. Missions invariably carried the weight of mortality. In a secluded courtyard within the village, a 6-year-old boy with short black hair sat in a daze. Before him, the water of a pond rhythmically struck a bamboo tube, producing a steady, thumping sound. This was the residence of the Youngju clan, home to the remnants of its members. The boy, Imo Fong, was likely one of the last surviving descendants, perhaps even the sole survivor. At that moment, he gazed at the scrolls and a brush beside him, lost in contemplation, an unsettling maturity evident in his young eyes. Is this the world of the Hokage? It truly is perilous, he mused, recalling the events of an hour prior. Imo Fong, your father, young Hualang, has died on a mission. These are his belongings, a stoic Umbu had stated before placing down the items and vanishing without a trace, leaving Imo Fong in a state of shock. Overcome with grief, he cried out, collapsing into unconsciousness. When he awoke, a different soul inhabited his body as soul from the present world that in his past life. He had been an ordinary student with no exceptional skills aside from 20 years of painting experience. Little did he expect to be reborn in this world. Such is fate, he chuckled softly, dispelling the lingering sorrow from his heart. The Youngju clan specialized in techniques that utilized art, with their ancestral ninjutsu, super beast imitation drawing, enabling them to manifest even fabricated creations through the infusion of will and chakra. Isn't this technique reminiscent of the one wielded by the future root ninja named Sai? Could he perhaps be a member of the Youngju clan? Imo Fong pondered aloud, yet found no answers. In the recesses of his memory, he had no remaining family. His only father had perished on a mission. Truly alone, he sighed, regaining his focus as he picked up the scroll left by his father. Unfurling, it revealed a meticulously crafted image, its delicate strokes unmistakably the work of a master. What is this? A deity? The inked figure on the scroll appeared vivid and imposing, exuding a sense of monumental power that felt almost tangible. At that moment, a lotus blossom unfurled at the edge of the scroll, spilling forth ink that coalesced into written words. Imo Fong marveled at the phenomenon, quickly comprehending its origin. This was a message from his deceased father. Child, when you read this letter, I shall have departed from this world forever. Do not grieve for me, this is the fate of a ninja. I knew this day would come. Though this world is fraught with pain, do not forsake your life. Remember, only by becoming strong can you protect all that you hold dear. That I failed to safeguard your mother, and it has haunted me throughout my life. I hope you can cherish all that is precious to you. As he finished reading, the ink dissipated, leaving no trace behind. What a remarkable father, yet. Imo Fong sighed, preparing to rise. Just then, the vanished ink began to coalesce once more, slowly revealing two characters. Painting studio? After a brief moment, the ink vanished again. Furrowing his brow, Mo Feng retrieved the brush and made his way to the second floor, where the painting studio was located. This was where Youngju Hualang often rested and had once taught him the art of painting. Gently pushing open the door, he found a room meticulously organized, starkly contrasting the chaotic nature of an artist's workspace. On the left stood a bookshelf, its 5 tiers densely packed with volumes, while the right side was adorned with paintings. One depicted a young, beautiful woman with a radiant smile as mother. Mo Feng paid his respects to the painting, acknowledging the body he now inhabited. "Why did he direct me to the studio? Is there something here?" he murmured, his gaze falling upon an easel. On it rested an unfinished painting. This piece. Mo Feng felt a peculiar sensation as he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed the ink, it responded, animatedly shifting to form a box shape. In an instant, the box materialized from the canvas and landed before him. "This is akin to the legendary brush of Ma Liang," he exclaimed in awe, opening the ink-formed box to reveal a scroll. The cover bore the words Youngju. Clearly, this pertains to the Youngju clan's ninjutsu. Mo Feng mused, unfolding the scroll. It was filled with dense text, with illustrations scattered throughout the conclusion. The Youngju clan employs art as ninjutsu, known as ink release. The opening line was clear, and he whispered, "Ink release, how fitting." Suppressing his thoughts, he continued, "Ink release utilizes ink as a medium, with chakra as its essence, summoning formless entities for one's own use. Beyond the commonly known elements of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, there also exists yin and yang. Ink release derives its power from water chakra as its lifeblood and yang chakra as its essence, forming its unique nature." Water and yang chakra? It seems ink release indeed qualifies as a bloodline limit. Bloodline limits are typically a fusion of two types of chakra, giving rise to unique techniques such as ice release, wood release, and others. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. A subtle smile graced Mo Feng's lips, signaling the commencement of an extraordinary journey ahead. The Yunju Scroll has unveiled new realms for Mo Feng. It meticulously chronicles the origins of the Yunju clan's ink escape techniques, along with the secrets of ink escape. An hour later, Mo Feng closed the scroll, pondering the intriguing prospects of this life in the world of Naruto. He silently committed the scroll's contents to memory, and upon ensuring no errors lingered, he set it ablaze. Only through incineration could its essence be revealed. Subsequently, Mo Feng seated himself in a cross-legged position. Chakra, the amalgamation of bodily energy derived from human cells and spiritual energy, forms the foundation of all ninjutsu and is a pivotal determinant of a ninja's strength. With a whisper, Mo Feng closed his eyes, his hands forming hand seals as he attuned himself to the transformations within his body. From the scroll, he had gleaned the method of chakra extraction, and now it was time to put it to the test. Anyone familiar with Naruto would undoubtedly yearn for the wonders of chakra. As moments ticked by, Mo Feng gradually sensed a warmth emanating from his lower abdomen, followed by a surge of blue energy rising like a flickering flame. "Is this chakra?" Mo Feng murmured, suddenly feeling a tightness in his spirit. As all his consciousness converged upon his abdomen, a golden light flickered at his core, and a black and white brush emerged, hovering before him, ethereal and elusive. Mo Feng gazed in astonishment at the brush, perplexed as to its presence. Driven by curiosity, he extended his right hand to gently touch it. The translucent brush shimmered like rippling water, visible yet intangible. What could this peculiar entity be? Mo Feng understood that the brush had emerged from within him, yet the reason for such an occurrence eluded him. Could it be a consequence of chakra? Contemplating this, Mo Feng directed the chakra he had just extracted to the tip of his right index finger and reached out once more toward the brush. This time, instead of vanishing like a mirage, the brush settled firmly upon his fingertip. In that moment, it felt as though the brush had become an integral part of Mo Feng's being. He could even sense a gentle warmth emanating from it. How marvelous! What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Mo Feng's mind. The Yunju brush, using blood as ink, can manifest the abilities of the bloodline user. A simple introduction, yet it concealed profoundly alarming implications. The Yunju brush? Does it have ties to the Yunju clan? Although Mo Feng was unaware of the brush's origins, The newly acquired knowledge sent a jolt of exhilaration through him. The ability to manifest the powers of one's bloodline. Could it be a means to replicate someone? A thrill coursed through him. If this were true, the value of this brush would be immeasurable. Just as Mo Feng was eager to explore this further, a sudden void resonated within him. Chakra depleted. With a swift motion, the Yunju brush darted back into Mo Feng's body, vanishing from sight. Mo Feng felt an overwhelming exhaustion, akin to having just completed a grueling 1,000-meter run. How could this be? Was the consumption of this divine brush so immense? A wave of shock washed over him. Merely a few seconds had led to such significant depletion. Without formidable chakra and mental fortitude, one could hardly sustain the brush's demands. With a resigned smile, Mo Feng murmured, "It seems this is indeed not as simple as I had imagined. Yet, this marks a promising beginning." Having acquired the Cloud Residence secret technique and the enigmatic Cloud Residence brush, Mo Feng's entry into the world of Naruto appeared rather auspicious. Although he was merely a 6-year-old child at this moment, with only a scant amount of nascent chakra within him, the days ahead were plentiful, and countless opportunities awaited him. To survive in this world, he must enhance his strength. He did not wish to perish in this foreign realm. Silently, he vowed to himself. This world he had longed for in his previous life. What emotions would it evoke within him? Meanwhile, elsewhere, he was also being discussed. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was listening to a report from the Umbu. Lord Hokage, the relics of Cloud Residence's painter have been entrusted to his son, Mo Feng. However, his emotional state is quite unstable. The third Hokage sighed upon hearing this. It was understandable. After all, Mo Feng was still a mere child, and with the loss of his only kin, how could he readily accept such a reality? The Umbu remained silent, akin to a heartless statue. Aside from Mo Feng, does the Cloud Residence clan have any surviving members? The third Hokage suddenly inquired. According to records, the painter had a nephew, but his whereabouts are unknown. If alive, he should be around 15 years of age. In other words, is Mo Feng the last known member of the Cloud Residence clan? Yes, Lord. The third Hokage sighed once more. Since the establishment of Konoha, although it remained strong, the two shinobi world wars had cost many lives. Small clans like the Cloud Residence had been decimated. This was not good news for Konoha. Very well, I understand. You may leave, he instructed. The Umbu vanished with a soft thud. The third Hokage rose and gazed out the window at the distant Hokage rock. First Hokage, second Hokage, I have not failed your expectations, but the cost has been steep. Rest assured, I shall not easily abandon any clan. As he spoke, the third Hokage retrieved a piece of paper from a nearby stack. On it were inscribed several prominent characters. Ninja School registration form. At that moment, the door to the Hokage office was gently pushed open. The third Hokage snapped back to attention and turned to see a 6-year-old boy, his face marked by a timid expression. Upon seeing him, the third Hokage's lips curled into a faint smile. Shinju, my dear, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than the third Hokage's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinju. Father, tomorrow is the registration day for the ninja school. Will you accompany me? Upon speaking, Shinju gazed at the third Hokage with eager anticipation, his eyes filled with longing. The third Hokage paused, a wave of guilt washing over him. Preoccupied with duties, he regretted that he had little time to spend with his child. At 6 years of age, Shino had reached the age for schooling. Yet he had forgotten this important milestone. Approaching Shino, the third Hokage gently ruffled the boy's hair, his expression one of warmth and kindness. Indeed, tomorrow I shall take you to school. Really? That would be wonderful. Shino exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, brimming with joy. Observing Shino's exuberance, the third Hokage felt a deeper pang of sorrow in his heart. Alas, it has always been difficult to balance public and private life. As Mofeng left the studio, he noticed the day had grown late and prepared to return to his quarters for rest. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Mofeng, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting at such an hour. To his recollection, he and his father had few close friends. Dismissing his thoughts, he approached the door and peered through the peephole, catching sight of the figure outside. Adorned in a red and white long robe, wearing a hat resembling a conical straw hat, inscribed with the character for fire, Mofeng's heart raced. Could it be the third Hokage? What could bring him here? Mofeng, are you there? The third Hokage's voice broke through Mofeng's reverie. Why, yes, he quickly replied, opening the door. The third Hokage stood before him, a gentle smile gracing his face. A pipe in hand, though unlit. Lord Third, what brings you here? Moffing asked respectfully, feeling a twinge of anxiety in the presence of such a formidable figure, fearing that any sign of weakness might reveal too much. The third Hokage, however, paid no mind to Moffing's unease. He understood that a young man recently bereaved of his father might exhibit such behavior, and it was merely a sign of his distress. "Ah, Moffing, I came to see how you were faring. Will you not invite me in for a moment?" he inquired with a smile. "Please, come in," Moffing said, stepping aside to welcome the third Hokage inside. As the third Hokage entered, he surveyed the modest surroundings, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. Once, the Unkyo clan had been renowned, and now they resided in such a dilapidated abode. Was joining Konoha truly a blessing for them? This question flitted through the third Hokage's mind. "Moffing, I am deeply sorry that Konoha could not safeguard your father. He was a brave man, fighting until the very last moment." At these words, an overwhelming sense of melancholy surged within Moffing, a reflex born from the essence of his former self. "Lord Third, please do not say such things. My father was a hero, and I am proud of him," he replied, tears inexplicably welling in his eyes. The third Hokage sighed upon witnessing Moffing's sorrow. He often felt an unjust burden of guilt during such moments. He had consoled countless orphans like Moffing and understood their feelings all too well. "Moffing, what are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Moffing's thoughts raced. "My father was a hero of Konoha, and I wish to follow in his footsteps, to grow stronger and protect Konoha." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Good boy." Moffing understood that making the third Hokage pleased at this moment would undoubtedly lead to a more favorable future for him. Leaving a good impression is far superior to a bad one. However, one cannot deny that the third Hokage's methods of winning hearts are truly remarkable. Any orphan would feel immense gratitude when such a prominent figure as the Hokage personally inquires about their well-being. Regardless of whether the third Hokage's intentions are genuine or feigned, he has undeniably excelled in his role. With outstanding achievements and the people's loyalty, it is no wonder that even the ambitious Danzo finds himself overshadowed, only daring to make his moves after the Hokage's demise. While Moffing was deep in thought, the third Hokage produced a ninja school registration form and handed it to him. "Moffing, you have reached the age for schooling. This is the registration form for the Ninja Academy. If you wish to attend, bring it with you to the school tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord Third," Moffing replied, smiling. "Ah, Moffing, there's no need to be so formal. I held you in my arms when you were born," the third Hokage chuckled. "Perform well tomorrow. I believe you will pass the assessment and become a student of the Ninja Academy. I will not disappoint you, Lord Third," Moffing declared confidently. "Very well. It's getting late. Rest early, and remember to report to the ninja school by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will have to wait until next year." "Understood." After the third Hokage departed from the Unkyo clan's residence, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. Once he had seen the third Hokage off, Moffing took a shower and lay down on his bed. He gradually began to acclimate to this unfamiliar body. He never expected the third Hokage would come personally. It seemed he held the Unkyo clan in high regard. Reflecting on the day's events, Moffing found certain aspects rather strange. Oh, if the original owner's father left behind a will and secret techniques, did he foresee his own death? Was it an accident or a premeditated act? Contemplating this, Moffing's expression darkened. If it was indeed a conspiracy, it would imply that someone harbored enmity against Unkyo Hwalang. If that were the case, would they spare him? He could only hope he was overthinking it. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome. Moffing shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. At this moment, his strength was still weak, and dwelling on such matters would be of no benefit. Even if someone intended to harm him, as long as he remained within the village, that person would have no means to do so. After all, he had never heard of anyone being killed within the village. The key now was to enhance his strength. With power comes the ability to protect oneself. Moffing silently vowed, then reached for the scroll he had placed beside him. This scroll was the relic previously entrusted to him by the Umbu. Having seen the Unkyo secret techniques, Moffing understood that the divine entity within the scroll was the formidable super divine pseudo-paint, which held immense destructive power. Unkyo Hwalang had sealed his chakra within the scroll, and as long as Moffing infused a small amount of chakra, he could activate this super divine pseudo-paint. This was the last means of self-defense that Unkyo Hwalang had bequeathed to Moffing. With the formidable strength of the cloud's esteemed shinobi, this full-powered technique is sufficient to inflict severe injury or even death upon an ordinary jonin. The depth of paternal affection is self-evident, requiring no further elaboration. Feng quietly contemplated the intricacies of the Naruto world, organizing the myriad thoughts and narratives within. Soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Thus, he experienced his inaugural night in the realm of Naruto. As dawn broke, Feng opened his eyes to greet the arrival of a new day. It was time to attend the Ninja Academy. After donning his attire and grasping the registration form beside him, he made his way to the academy. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, today marked the annual assessment day, where nearly all eligible children, accompanied by their parents, gathered. Among them was the third Hokage. Xiong, brimming with excitement, clasped the hand of the third Hokage as they strolled towards the academy, receiving greetings from passers-by. To which the Hokage responded with a warm smile. Xiong's heart swelled with pride. Upon reaching the school entrance, however, the third Hokage paused. "Father, what is wrong?" Xiong inquired. "Shall we wait for someone here?" "Who?" Just as the words left his mouth, Feng approached from a distance. Upon seeing Feng, the third Hokage revealed a satisfied smile. Curiosity piqued, Xiong followed his father's gaze, spotting a child of similar age. Feng, you've arrived. Your punctuality is commendable, the third Hokage remarked. Feng was taken aback. Was the third Hokage truly waiting for him? Such a gesture seemed overly generous. "Who are you?" Xiong puffed up his cheeks, appearing somewhat irked. The jealousy stirred within him towards this boy who seemingly enjoyed his father's favor was palpable. As Xiong spoke, Feng finally noticed the child beside the third Hokage. There was a resemblance between them. With a quick mental shift, Feng deduced the identity of this young boy. He was astonished to find that they would be entering the academy together in the same year. "Xiong, don't be so rude." The third Hokage admonished his son before turning to Feng with a smile. "Feng, this is my son, Xiong. You two will be classmates, so be sure to get along well." Xiong's pout deepened at the remark. "I will, Lord Third," Feng replied. "Now, let us hurry and submit your registration forms," the third Hokage urged, leading Xiong and Feng toward the registration desk. Throughout the journey, Xiong cast hostile glances at Feng. Mature beyond his years, Feng understood the source of Xiong's animosity, feeling a mix of helplessness and bemusement. It was unexpected to provoke the jealousy of a child. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of youthful nature. Any child witnessing their parent showing more regard for a peer of the same age would inevitably feel envious. What puzzled Feng was the third Hokage's unusual attentiveness towards him. Although he was the son of a jonin, his status was not particularly elevated, thus not warranting such special treatment from the third Hokage. Was it due to the Hokage's inherent kindness, or was there another reason? Feng remained uncertain. However, having a fondness is certainly preferable to harboring animosity. Integrating into the ranks of the shinobi, particularly within Konoha, stands as the most prudent choice. "Lord Third, what brings you here in person?" The instructor responsible for registrations, upon noticing the third Hokage's presence, promptly rose to express his surprise. "Inoue, there's no need for such formality. I merely had some free time and decided to accompany these two children for their enrollment," the third Hokage replied with a warm smile, casually handing Nushin's registration form to Inoue before turning to Mukafeng. "And yours?" "Here," Mukafeng replied, producing his registration form from within his clothing and offering it to Inoue. The instructor accepted it eagerly, though curiosity about Mukafeng lingered. While he was well aware of Nushin, being the third Hokage's son, Mukafeng's presence alongside him raised questions. Who was this child capable of registering with Nushin? Inoue, possessing a keen sense of awareness, refrained from probing further. After reviewing the forms and finding no discrepancies, he cheerfully announced, "Your registrations are in order. Please proceed inside and wait. The entrance examination will commence shortly." His demeanor was warm and inviting, reminiscent of a kind-hearted educator. The third Hokage nodded, smiling at Nushin and Mukafeng. "You two should head in and await your assessment. I will remain outside, wishing you both success." "Rest assured, father. I will surely succeed," Nushin declared, his fists clenched in determination. "I will do my best," Mukafeng added earnestly. With that, the two turned and entered the room. The third Hokage observed Mukafeng's silhouette, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Just yesterday, when Yingtong had delivered the relics of Huolong, it was mentioned that Mukafeng lacked even the slightest trace of chakra and had yet to begin training. However, when I visited him yesterday, he exhibited a faint but discernible chakra within him. Tong would not deceive me. Thus, the only explanation is that upon learning of his father's demise, Mukafeng commenced his training and, within mere hours, managed to harness chakra. Such talent. With this realization, the third Hokage felt a surge of optimism. It seems the Yunjia clan has a promising successor. Mukafeng, I hope you can restore the glory of the Yunjia name. Unbeknownst to Mukafeng, the third Hokage had placed such lofty expectations upon him. The last descendant of a clan often bears a tragic burden. In the classroom, Mukafeng surveyed his surroundings and noted that many had already taken their seats. Yet, he did not recognize any familiar faces. It appeared that this cohort lacked any renowned ninja from the future. Or perhaps there was one, Mukafeng thought, glancing towards Nu Shin. As the eldest son of the third Hokage, he would likely become the father of Konoha, thus qualifying as a notable figure. Finding an empty seat, Mukafeng settled down, regardless of the circumstances. Attending the ninja academy was imperative. His understanding of ninjas was far too rudimentary, and the academy represented his sole opportunity to acquire comprehensive knowledge regarding various ninja skills. This encompassed intelligence gathering, analyzing ninjutsu principles, physical training, and weaponry instruction, all of which necessitated formal education. Fortunately, Mukafeng was not averse to learning. If memory serves, in a few years, the Third Great Ninja War may very well erupt. Should one lack sufficient strength at that time, they may well become mere cannon fodder. Progressing methodically through the Ninja Academy, it is likely that by the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Mo Feng may not yet have graduated. Therefore, Mo Feng must conclude his studies at the academy prematurely, joining a task force to accumulate practical experience. Otherwise, should he step onto the stage of the Third War as a novice, he might meet a grim fate. Contemplating this, Mo Feng clenched his fists, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Time was of the essence. Seated beside him, Exanjusho observed his peer intently. Noting the anxiety and even a hint of fear etched upon Mo Feng's face, he found it peculiar. "Hey, are you afraid of the entrance exam?" Exanjusho's inquiry jolted Mo Feng from his reverie, and he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. "A bit. Thank you for your concern." Mo Feng managed to force a smile as he replied. I'm not concerned about you," Exanjusho retorted, though the pride in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. "My father holds you in high regard, and if you fail the assessment, he would be greatly disappointed. I don't want to witness that disappointment, so you better put in some effort." Mo Feng found a certain charm in the boy's spirited demeanor. It was evident that Exanjusho's admiration for the third Hokage ran deep. It was hardly surprising. If he were blessed with such a father, he would likely harbor similar sentiments. "I will. Thank you." Mo Feng reiterated his gratitude, prompting a hint of embarrassment in Exanjusho. Initially harboring some animosity towards Mo Feng, he now felt a twinge of guilt. This fellow seemed rather decent. It was no wonder his father favored him. However, should they vie for his father's attention? He resolved not to concede defeat. "My father encourages us to get along, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Sarutobi Exanjusho, and I shall undoubtedly become a ninja like my father," Exanjusho proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. "Yunju Mo Feng, aspiring to become an exceptional ninja." Mo Feng responded with a light chuckle. "Then we are acquainted," Exanjusho declared, extending his right hand in a rather formal gesture. Mo Feng paused for a moment, taken aback by the boy's swift change in demeanor. Yet, children are often capricious, and such emotional fluctuations are quite natural, especially since there was little animosity between them. In turn, Mo Feng extended his own hand, and their youthful palms clasped together, perhaps sealing a friendship that would last a lifetime. Their brief exchange had drawn them a little closer. At that moment, Teacher Inoue entered the classroom, which had filled with students unbeknownst to them. Without further ado, Inoue addressed the class directly. "The entrance assessment consists of only one task. You must run 2 laps around the playground, totaling 800 meters, within 5 minutes. Those who succeed will gain admission to the Ninja Academy." 5 minutes for 800 meters posed a significant challenge for children around the age of 6. Mo Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the entrance examination for the ninja school was so straightforward. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. At the inception of the Ninja Academy, its purpose was to cater to the needs of commoners wishing to become ninjas. Given their civilian status, it was inconceivable for them to undergo ninja training in advance. If the assessments were overly arduous, the commoners would stand little chance of success. Was it a test of will and physical endurance? Mulafeng mused quietly to himself. All right, everyone follow me, he instructed. On the training ground, the assessments had commenced. Participants were grouped into batches of 20, and the process proved to be monotonous. Approximately 100 individuals were taking part, divided into 5 groups. With Mulafeng fortuitously placed in the last group. Upon surveying his group, he was somewhat taken aback. Aside from himself and jinchūriki, there were several members from prestigious clans among the remaining participants. The Uchiha clan, marked by a pattern akin to a ping-pong ball on their backs, and the Hyuga clan, characterized by their pure white eyes, were both present. After the decline of the Senju clan, it was curious that the 2 most prominent families in Konoha were grouped together. Whether this was mere coincidence or had ulterior motives remained a mystery. However, Mulafeng was indifferent to such matters. To attain superior resources, one must demonstrate commensurate value. I must exhibit exceptional prowess to have a chance at early graduation, Mulafeng contemplated, formulating a plan for the forthcoming challenges. As the 5th group prepared, it soon became their turn to perform. All right, this time, I must secure first place, jinchūriki proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Somewhere within the teaching building, the 3rd Hokage observed the scene on the training ground with quiet contemplation. Beside him stood the pallid figure of Orochimaru. Sarutobi-sensei, what brings you here today to witness the entrance examinations? Orochimaru inquired. Jinchūriki is entering today, so I thought I would take a stroll and see what promising talent the new generation possesses, the 3rd Hokage replied, lighting his pipe and taking a deep breath. Jinchūriki, you say? Orochimaru gazed toward the training ground, recognizing the familiar silhouette of the young boy. Has that fool Jiraiya not yet returned from the land of rain? The 3rd Hokage suddenly asked. Orochimaru scoffed. That simpleton has taken in 3 war orphans and intends to care for them. He is unlikely to return anytime soon. Alas, that boy remains as oblivious to the greater picture as ever. Nevertheless, the ninja world is temporarily at peace, so I shall not concern myself with him. The 3rd Hokage lamented with a tone of resignation. Unperturbed, Orochimaru was well accustomed to Jiraiya's wayward nature. After Jinchūriki graduates, I would like you to be his mentor. I wonder if you would be interested, the 3rd Hokage said softly, regarding Orochimaru. Among his 3 disciples, Orochimaru had always been the one he held in the highest esteem. Both his talent and intellect were exceptional, a rare prodigy of a century. The 3rd Hokage contemplated the possibility of Orochimaru succeeding him. Yet he had sensed a shift in Orochimaru's views in recent years. Thus, he intended to assign him a lower-ranked ninja to help reshape those inclinations. Sensei, it may be too premature to discuss such matters. Jinchūriki's graduation is not imminent, and I have many commitments to attend to. I fear I may not have the time. Orochimaru replied. Ninjas must learn to relax appropriately. Otherwise, one may easily succumb to darkness, the 3rd Hokage cautioned. The 3rd Hokage gazed into Orochimaru's golden pupils, seemingly attempting to see through him. Since you say so, I shall comply, the 3rd Hokage replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's attention shifted to the playground. Lost in his own thoughts. On the playground, Mulafeng's steps grew heavy. The frail body of a 6-year-old child was indeed quite delicate. It felt akin to participating in a physical examination back in school. Years later, experiencing it again stirred deep emotions within him. Inosuke, with exceptional stamina, surged ahead, closely followed by the Uchiha and Hyuga youngsters. Unwilling to lag behind, Mulafeng resolutely kept pace with the trio. His previous incarnation had not undergone any ninja training, resulting in stamina that was merely average. Fortunately, Mulafeng's determination remained steadfast. Even with heavy steps, he persistently swung his legs. Finally, the end was in sight. Mulafeng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. At that moment, a surge of power emanated from his abdomen. Was this chakra? The chakra flowed into Mulafeng's limbs, revitalizing his previously depleted energy and significantly enhancing his speed in an instant. The finish line loomed before him. Inosuke charged ahead with vigor. The Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen were in a fierce competition for the final rankings. Damn it, the first place has been snatched away. I absolutely cannot concede second. Uchiha Haidai exclaimed. Dream on. That belongs to me. Hyuga murmured. The 2 raced neck and neck, unable to separate themselves from one another. Having already crossed the finish line, Inosuke turned back, a radiant smile gracing his face. Mulafeng, keep it up. The two were momentarily stunned as a figure darted between them, crossing the finish line. What? They both gasped in astonishment, not expecting anyone to keep pace with them. Mo leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. Mo, you did it. You actually overtook us at the last moment. Shin Nosuk cheered. Mo managed a weak smile, but sensed two hostile gazes directed at him. Uchiha Haidai and Hyuga. Resigned, he thought to himself. It seemed he had unwittingly attracted some peculiar animosity. In the distance, the third Hokage revealed a satisfied smile. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It appears I've discovered an intriguing little brat." The assessment at the Ninja Academy concluded, and Mo officially enrolled with a commendable second-place finish in his group. Though second place may seem ordinary, it was significant given that this group included the third Hokage's son, a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, and a branch member of the Hyuga clan. The weight of this achievement was unmistakable. Consequently, the name Yunju Mo entered the public consciousness for the first time, albeit within a limited scope. Surely, when Uchiha Haidai returned home with this assessment, he would face a scolding, and Hyuga you could not expect to fare any better. Mo, however, remained indifferent. In fact, this was precisely his intent. Had his rebirth occurred a decade later, he would have opted for a life of subtlety and restraint. Gradually amassing one's strength is essential. However, at this moment, it is not feasible. With the third great ninja war approaching, he must strive to showcase his worth, gain experience, and enhance his abilities. This is undoubtedly the most prudent path to survival in the present circumstances. As a member of the Yunja clan, he could never afford the luxury of living as a mere commoner. Furthermore, in such a tumultuous world, being a civilian often leads to a loss of autonomy. Even within the confines of Konoha, one cannot escape the threat of attacks. Let us not forget how many times the village has been besieged, with instances where it nearly faced total annihilation. In those dire moments, it is the defenseless civilians who suffer the most. Enrolling in the Ninja Academy is merely the first step for Moffing. The second step is to graduate ahead of schedule. However, achieving this ambition is far from simple. According to Moffing's calculations, the Third Great Ninja War is projected to occur in approximately 40 years within the village, leaving him around 4 years to graduate and accumulate the necessary task experience. Thus, he must ensure that his graduation occurs within 2 years. Otherwise, he risks being unprepared. Time, indeed, is of the essence. In the Yunja residence, Moffing sighed softly, feeling a twinge of anxiety regarding his future fate. To acquire the skills necessary for survival on the battlefield within 4 years requires not only talent, but also serendipity. A thought crossed his mind, and he outstretched his right hand, summoning a golden brush once more. Perhaps this is my sole reliance, though I remain uncertain as to when I will be worthy of wielding it. As he gently closed his fingers, the Yunja brush vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, Moffing felt a significant portion of his chakra dissipate. This brush consumes chakra at a considerable rate, and chakra is dependent on both physical energy and mental prowess. In his 2 lifetimes, Moffing's mental energy surpasses that of the average individual. However, his physical energy requires further contemplation. He has already pinpointed his next small objective. Physical training must take precedence, and the secret arts of the Yunja clan can commence as well. Reflecting on the clan's secret techniques stored in his memory, Moffing couldn't help but marvel at the boundless imagination of the Yunja lineage. If he could master all of them, he would be but a step away from becoming an all-encompassing ninja. The Yunja secret arts encompass offensive ninjutsu, defensive techniques, sealing methods, reconnaissance skills, and more, all contained within a single brush. It seems prudent to experiment with it first. Moffing muttered to himself as he picked up the brush that lay nearby. This brush, a relic of the Yunja painter, was among the most cherished possessions of its previous owner. In his past life as an artist, Moffing naturally recognized this exquisite tool, for it is a rare treasure, the purple rabbit hairbrush. Crafted from the fur of the nape of wild rabbits, its hue is a deep purple, hence its name. Compared to the well-known wolf hairbrush, the purple rabbit hairbrush offers greater elasticity, making it more suitable for rapid painting. This particular brush is a pinnacle among its kind, said to be fashioned from the finest 777 hairs selected from over 10,000 wild rabbits. A labor of love by the ancestors of the Yunja clan that spanned several years. Throughout the ages, the leaders of the Yunju clan have carried this treasured item, nurturing it with chakra until the present day. Thus, This purple brush does not require the intricate maintenance that other brushes demand for it. The warmth of chakra serves as the finest care. To the Unkyo clan, it is a familial heirloom, yet to other ninjas, this brush holds no value. Without the bloodline of the Unkyo clan, it possesses no efficacy whatsoever, merely considered a somewhat superior painting tool. Mo could not resist toying with it, filled with delight at such a fine object. With a sigh of admiration, he unfurled a scroll with his left hand, while his right hand grasped the brush, dipping it into the ink. This ink was not ordinary. It was specially formulated, requiring a blend of various materials. A bottle of approximately 100 milliliters of this specialized ink costs around 10,000 taels. Fortunately, the Unkyo Huolong had ample supplies. Otherwise, Mo would have found it quite challenging to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Mo instantly rediscovered the essence of painting. Without further hesitation, chakra surged into the purple brush. The ink flowed. A striking black design abruptly emerged upon the pristine scroll, vividly alive with a blend of black and white. Sharp teeth and claws, fierce eyes. The image was complete. The brush paused. It seemed my painting skills have not diminished. Mo smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased with his creation. Upon closer inspection, the scroll depicted a young pup, no more than 30 centimeters in length. Anyone who beheld it would surely exclaim at the lifelike representation of a husky puppy. With a gentle flick of his right hand, Mo tossed the purple brush into its holder. He brought his left index and middle fingers together and called out, "Ninjutsu, super beast pseudo-painting." With a soft thud accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the husky leapt from the scroll as if alive. Woof woof. It barked twice, exuding an air of endearment. Its previously fierce gaze transformed into an expression of innocence. Mo was taken aback. Something was amiss. It was not as he had painted. Woof woof. The pup barked again, approaching Mo and rubbing against his right leg. This creature possessed a certain charm. Mo chuckled softly, his previously heavy heart lifting considerably. However, he felt a wave of exhaustion within. Having just recently learned the super beast pseudo-painting technique, even though he had only drawn a husky, his chakra was already nearly depleted. Based on his chakra perception, this pup should remain intact for 3 days, provided it does not encounter any attacks. Mo murmured to himself, gently patting the pup's small head, its texture nearly indistinguishable from that of a living creature. This was indeed a fascinating ninjutsu. If the effects of the purple brush were so astonishing, how remarkable would the Unkyo brush be? Mo began to anticipate the day he could wield the Unkyo brush. Attention, dear students, the opening ceremony is about to commence, so please gather promptly on the playground. Before long, the area was teeming with people, with Thufeng estimating the crowd to number in the hundreds. The group he observed yesterday was merely a fraction, and the total number of participants remains unknown. Each year, approximately 300 students graduate from the ninja school, embarking on various missions, though many are inevitably eliminated along the way. The 4 great ninja villages collectively house around 80,000 inhabitants, averaging nearly 20,000 per village. If several hundred ninjas did not graduate annually, there would hardly be enough personnel for the 4 wars. Of course, the training of roots and dark divisions is an entirely different matter. Moafeng and Shinjuju found themselves positioned towards the front. As the top 2 members of the same examination group, they were naturally assigned to the same class. These children, around 6 years of age, are to be the incoming students of the Ninja Academy this year. In a few years, they will step onto the battlefield, where some will dazzle in the chaos of war, while others will perish unnoticed. For now, they are merely a group of inexperienced youngsters. Once everyone had assembled, the third Hokage slowly took the stage. Upon witnessing this, Shinjuju immediately straightened his posture, his face radiating pride. The third Hokage's gaze lingered momentarily on Shinjuju before shifting elsewhere. Although Shinjuju felt a twinge of loss, he maintained his composure. Behind him, Moafeng could even sense his nervousness. He couldn't help but smile, recognizing this as perhaps a child's innate admiration for and yearning for their father's approval. After all, he too once harbored such sentiments in his youth. The third Hokage delivered a warm and affable speech, leaving a compassionate impression upon the crowd. Fostering loyalty to Konoha is a lesson that must begin from a young age. Moafeng found himself admiring the third Hokage's approachability. The speech was brief, lasting about 10 minutes, as the Hokage understood the limited attention span of young children. Lengthy addresses would serve little purpose. Moafeng was somewhat surprised, as such speeches typically tend to be prolonged. It seems the world of ninjas indeed possesses many unique characteristics. Yan Feishin, Zhuzhu, Yunju Mo Feng, Yuzhibo Huadao, Rushengyu, and others were assigned to Class 1, Section 7. With the announcement from the homeroom teacher, Mo Feng officially entered the ninja school. Mo Feng, we are now classmates. How serendipitous. Xin Zhuzhu exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, I look forward to learning together, Mo Feng replied. Yes, yes. Observing Xin Zhuzhu's enthusiasm, Mo Feng found him to be even more genuine than he had anticipated. Their bond had strengthened considerably due to their previous interaction. Regarding the class arrangement, after hearing the recently announced names, Wolfug did not believe this was a matter of mere chance. The class was filled with the offspring of prominent families from Konoha, while the remaining students were also among the top performers from other examination groups. It was evident that this class was a gathering of the elite from the entrance examination. The quality of instruction would likely reflect this preference. Such outcomes were within Mo Feng's expectations. After all, in any world, elite classes are bound to exist. Indeed, this represents a form of injustice, yet it also embodies a peculiar fairness. The disparities among individuals, aside from their familial backgrounds, often hinge critically on innate intelligence. Education frequently tailors its approach to accommodate these variances in intellectual aptitude. Otherwise, the concept of elite institutions would not exist. One cannot alter this reality. The only course is to elevate oneself to the echelon of the elite. This pursuit of self-improvement is one of the reasons behind Mo Feng's relentless efforts. In the classroom, Mo Feng gazed thoughtfully at the schedule that had been distributed. It appeared that the primary focus of the first academic year would be on theoretical knowledge and physical training. Throughout the morning, he absorbed the teacher's discourse on the cultivation of chakra. Mastery of chakra involves more than mere extraction. It necessitates an understanding of its application, particularly its precise use. Naturally, this intricate topic remains unexplored by the current instructors at the Ninja Academy. Firstly, the students are still in the phase of chakra storage, rendering precise application premature. Secondly, such control demands a degree of mental strength that most of these children have yet to attain. Mo Feng. The next class is on shuriken techniques. I excel at this. Would you like me to teach you? During the break, Xian Jishu excitedly approached Mo Feng, a hint of pride evident in his words. Shuriken techniques? Mo Feng's mind conjured images of what he had previously observed. Almost every ninja resorts to throwing shuriken to gauge their opponent's strength before engaging in combat. Mastery of shuriken is fundamental for every ninja. Yet only the Uchiha clan can truly wield them with artistry. On the playground, the instructor announced, "Classmates, today we will focus on shuriken techniques. This is essential for ninjas, and I expect your utmost attention. Now, I shall demonstrate." The target was positioned approximately 10 meters away. With a flick of his wrist, the teacher released 3 shuriken that flew through the air with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was followed by the thud of the shuriken embedding themselves in the target's center. Wow! The teacher is incredible. Cheers erupted, momentarily satisfying the teacher's vanity. Whoosh! The same sound echoed as another target was struck by 3 shuriken. Uchiha Huadao stood before the target, exuding an air of cool detachment. Wow! Huadao is amazing. His cold demeanor, striking looks, and formidable prowess likely made him a heartthrob for many girls at the academy. The instructor felt a twinge of embarrassment. The display was almost too swift. Uchiha Huadao disregarded the applause, casting a challenging glance at Xian Jishu before shifting his gaze toward Hinata Yu and Mo Feng. Hey, this kid is getting bold. Mo Feng, watch how I teach him a lesson. Provoked by Huadao, Xian Jishu retaliated without hesitation, launching 3 shuriken at the target, all hitting their mark. Hinata Yu also joined in, matching his precision. Wow, Xian Jishu, and you are impressive too. Heh, this is hardly difficult. I mastered it long ago. Xian Jishu declared, basking in his triumph. For these 3, all with notable familial backgrounds, such feats were indeed child's play. The instructor nodded silently in acknowledgement. The scion of the family is indeed extraordinary. Huadao's expression soured. He initially believed he could regain some semblance of dignity, but now his plans had crumbled. He cast a furtive glance at Mo Feng, inwardly thinking, this lad lacks any notable background. I refuse to believe he possesses the skill of shuriken throwing. When Mo Feng noticed Huadao's gaze upon him, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Must this provocation be so overt? Yet, He was also curious to discover just how challenging this shuriken technique might be. Taking a deep breath, Feng grasped 3 shurikens, recalling the movements demonstrated by teacher Inoue moments earlier. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the 3 shurikens were released. Thud! 2 of them struck the target, albeit merely grazing its edge. Even more embarrassingly, they were not aimed at the intended target. Feng, it would be wise to practice with 1 shuriken at a time. Otherwise, it could be perilous, Teacher Inoue said, tears welling in his eyes. Feng quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Inoue. I didn't mean to. To his dismay, the 3rd shuriken found its mark, piercing the inner thigh of Teacher Inoue, mere inches from a sensitive area. Mastering the shuriken technique is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. It requires prolonged practice. Although the offensive capability of the shuriken is modest, it can yield unexpected results. More importantly, practicing with shurikens enhances the dexterity of the fingers and wrists, which is crucial for forming hand seals. The faster the seals are made, the swifter the execution of ninjutsu. Although the ink release technique employed by Feng requires only a single seal, rapid execution still demands improved finger and wrist agility. Thus, honing the shuriken skill is undoubtedly beneficial. Feng's initial foray into shuriken practice was evidently not smooth. However, he did not anticipate achieving perfection in one go. That would not be training, but rather akin to cheating. He is indeed nothing more than a waste. Huadao scoffed, his disdain for Feng palpable. What did you say? Feng had yet to become angry, but Shinjiro was already fuming. Feng quickly restrained Shinjiro. What are you holding me back for? I need to teach this brat a lesson. I've tolerated him for far too long. Huadao's derogatory remarks about Feng had clearly crossed Shinjiro's threshold of tolerance. Observing Shinjiro's fervor, Feng felt a swell of gratitude. It was rare to find someone valuing their bond so deeply after merely 2 days of friendship. At that moment, Teacher Inoue removed the shuriken embedded in his thigh, miraculously without a single drop of blood, and hurried over to intervene. All right. We are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility. A few less words from each of you, and let us commence practice. Teacher Inoue had witnessed many conflicts among elementary students and knew that swiftly separating them was the most effective solution. After all, children rarely hold grudges for long. With a disdainful huff, Huadao retreated to practice alone. Feng, why are you stopping me? That fellow is insufferable. Shinjiro grumbled, feeling frustrated. Shinjiro, we are all classmates. There is no need to take it so seriously. I'm fine, Feng reassured him. At merely 20 years of age, Feng's intellect would not be ruffled by a mere taunt from Huadao. Such a reaction would indeed befit the likes of a dog. Yet he dared to insult you. His words are his own to wield. Furthermore, I must admit that my shuriken technique leaves much to be desired. Feng remarked with a self-deprecating smile. That is simply because you have not practiced. Nu Jisho exclaimed, a hint of indignation adorning his features, which rendered him somewhat endearing. That is indeed a skill of theirs. Engaging him in debate now would be futile. I would be better off dedicating my time to honing my shuriken skills. Very well, Feng. Allow me to instruct you in the art of shuriken. You shall surely surpass that arrogant fool in no time. Nu Jisho proclaimed with utmost certainty. All right. Feng willingly accepted Nu Jisho's goodwill, recognizing the vast difference between learning from a mentor and practicing in solitude. By the conclusion of their lesson, Feng managed to strike the edge of the target with his shuriken. Admittedly, he still missed quite often. That night, at the Yunjia residence, Feng diligently massaged his hands, easing the tension in each joint of his fingers. The relentless throwing of shuriken had indeed placed considerable strain on his hands. With a sigh, he realized that he had underestimated the challenges of being a ninja. Merely on the first day, he had already begun to comprehend the arduous nature of the path he had chosen. Compared to the myriad of ninjutsu techniques, the training in physical prowess evidently demanded a greater degree of willpower. Even with Feng's mature resolve, he found himself lamenting the difficulties. Perhaps it is precisely through such rigorous training that ninjas become mightier than ordinary folk. Meanwhile, Say, the canine companion, trotted around Feng, displaying a surprising semblance of understanding. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was not particularly rigorous. Rather, it was quite lenient, presumably designed for younger students whose minds were not yet fully developed. However, for Feng, this lack of intensity felt woefully inefficient. In the original narrative, Both Kakashi and Itachi graduated from the academy in less than a year, indicating that for true geniuses, the academy offered only a limited scope of knowledge. Unlike them, Mo Feng lacked a formidable father to guide him in the ways of the ninja. Consequently, his avenues for acquiring knowledge were somewhat lacking. Perhaps there were opportunities in the past, but now they had vanished. If he did not devise a plan, he would be forced to endure the full 6 years at the academy. Contemplating this, Mo Feng furrowed his brow. I must find a way to swiftly acquire the theoretical knowledge of the academy and depart from this place. He muttered to himself as he made his way to the art studio in his home. As the leader of the Yunjia clan, Yunjia Huailong possessed a wealth of books. Previously unnoticed by Mo Feng, he now realized the significance of this critical resource. Within the art studio lay several rows of bookshelves, housing volumes akin to those on ninjutsu. Mo Feng casually selected a few, discovering a substantial number dedicated to the fundamentals of ninja training. He sat down on the floor and began to read with great attention. His memory was quite sharp. After reading through each book twice, he was able to retain and assimilate the content effectively. The dark-hued husky remained faithfully by Mo Feng's side until he succumbed to slumber. For several consecutive months, Mo Feng meticulously divided his time, diligently augmenting his reservoir of ninja knowledge. He even devoted his class hours to perusing ninja literature. Initially apprehensive of being discovered by his teachers, Mo Feng's consistent attainment of top theoretical scores left them without a word of reproach. The physical training class was particularly dear to him, for he understood his physical frailty necessitated a scientifically sound regimen. After school, he alternated between extracting chakra and practicing physical techniques, often toiling until the early hours before surrendering to sleep. This rigorous routine persisted for an entire year. As dawn broke, bathing the world in golden light, Mo Feng slowly opened his eyes. The contrast of black and white in his gaze was now more vibrant than before. After a year, he had absorbed all the knowledge the Ninja Academy had to offer. His physical techniques had taken shape, and his chakra had made significant advances, rendering his efforts worthwhile. Observing his physique, he noted the transformation from the time of his arrival. He had acquired a distinctly angular form. Though lacking exaggerated musculature, he possessed considerable latent power. Rising, he donned a black short coat, fastening a purple brush and a small vial of special ink to his left belt. Tucked in the ninja tool pouch at his back was a white scroll. Throughout the year, whenever he had a moment, Mo Feng practiced his sketching skills, achieving notable improvement. What once took him around 5 minutes to depict a beast now required only 30 seconds. Yet, he recognized that this was still far from sufficient. He aimed to reduce this time to 3 seconds to qualify as a true combat technique. After a year of conscious study, he had completed a rigorous theoretical education in ninja knowledge. With the theoretical foundation established, there remained little else to learn within the confines of the school. Today was a holiday, an opportune occasion to forego school. Mo Feng had long since devised a plan to venture beyond the village and gather materials. Although there was still a considerable supply of special ink at home, he yearned to experiment with making his own. After all, should he one day find himself without ink and lacking the skills to produce it, it would indeed be a dire predicament. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to embark on this excursion. As Mo Feng was not yet a ninja, he did not require permission to leave the village. He confidently strolled through the village gates. The guard stationed at the gates of Konoha noticed him but did not impede his passage. Having spent all his time in Konoha, Mo Feng was finally set to witness the world beyond. Surrounding Konoha were lush forests, brimming with verdant vitality. He inhaled deeply, marveling at the quality of the air. With a basket slung over his back, he ventured into the woods. As twilight descended and the moon hung high in the sky, Mo Feng placed his basket on the ground, filled with an assortment of materials, fruits of his labor throughout the day. In his hand, he held 3 shurikens, poised for whatever lay ahead. 20 meters away stood the target meticulously crafted by Mo Feng. He exhaled a deep breath, then with a sudden flick of his right hand, 3 shurikens were propelled forth simultaneously. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as all 3 shurikens found their mark at the center of the target, striking with remarkable accuracy, piercing deeply. Mo Feng did not cease his performance there. He deftly retrieved 3 kunai, which nestled between his fingers. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, aimed precisely at the previously struck target's center. Clink! The 3 kunai struck the very center of the prior shurikens, pinning them firmly to the target. This execution was nothing short of exquisite. After a year of diligent practice, Mo Feng's mastery of the art of throwing had reached a commendable level. Fortunately, his fingers were naturally nimble, allowing him to attain such proficiency in a relatively short span of time. This past year had been immensely fulfilling for Mo Feng, as the world of ninjas had unveiled a new realm before him. Having honed his shuriken techniques to this extent, he had achieved enough for an ordinary person. Yet, to attain a level of extraordinary success, much more was required. It was the Uchiha clan's mastery of shuriken techniques that reigned supreme in this domain. In essence, the technique itself is not overly complex, but executing it flawlessly proves exceedingly challenging. The ability to alter the trajectory of shurikens upon collision demands acute judgment and keen eyesight, a skill that eludes many. The Uchiha clan's prowess in this regard is attributed to their Sharingan, a feat that remains arduous for others. Mo Feng did not press himself. Such challenges were beyond his current capabilities. The difficulty of realization far outweighed the potential rewards, and thus he decided to set this aside for the moment. Beneath the moonlight, Mo Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned against a sturdy tree, settling down. After gathering materials, he engaged in an additional hour of training, feeling fatigued. The night was drawing near, and a brief respite was in order before he prepared to return. Exhausted, he inadvertently dozed off against the tree. Suddenly, a soft thud jolted him awake from his light slumber. What was that? Startled, Mo Feng quickly rose to his feet. Looking up, he noticed a faint plume of dust rising in the distance. Is someone there? Confusion washed over him as he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This was the outskirts of Konoha, very close to the village. There should not be any conflict here. Yet, that tremor had piqued his concern. Resolute, he retrieved his ink brush. With his left hand, he grasped a scroll, unfurling it in an instant. The brush danced with fluidity. Soon, a black crow took form with remarkable swiftness. Ninja art. Super Beast Imitation. As the words left his lips, the ink-black crow soared from the scroll, heading towards the source of the disturbance. Though curiosity stirred within him, self-preservation took precedence. Sending the ink crow to scout the situation was the most prudent course of action. The crow, being black and cloaked in the night, would go unnoticed if one were not vigilant, rendering it an effective tool for a ninja. Mo Feng's unease deepened. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Once again, he grasped the brush and began to sketch a pattern upon the scroll. This time, it was a black serpent. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. The ink serpent surged towards the trembling ground. With both hands poised, he prepared for a myriad of choices. Having completed this, Mo Feng hurried back to Konoha, aware that the signs of battle rendered the area perilously unsafe. Given his meager strength, he felt ill-suited to entangle himself in such complex affairs. However, after only a brief distance, a flash of insight struck him. Was the ink crow shattered? It appeared the adversary was quite astute. Yet, he remained uncertain about the ink serpent's fate. Startled by the swiftness of events, Mo Feng felt a stirring within, sharpening his mental control over the ink serpent. It seemed prudent to maintain distance while tracking, as the foe appeared to be on the move. His mastery of ink ninjutsu had yet to reach its zenith. Otherwise, he could have seen through the eyes of his creation to discern the situation. For now, he could only vaguely sense something unusual, a particularly potent chakra. Mo Feng murmured to himself. The essence of that chakra was terrifyingly formidable. How could one possessing such chakra be vanquished? In the final moments of the inked crow's perception, that wielder of exceptional chakra had succumbed, taken away by others. Curiosity piqued. Mo Feng felt the ink serpent detect that several individuals had departed, prompting him to cautiously advance. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the scene of the incident. Indeed, there were unmistakable signs of a struggle. The traces were fresh, likely left by those he had just encountered. Mo Feng furrowed his brow. The footprints were chaotic. However, he could roughly gauge the number of individuals based on the size and style of the shoes. The imprints were disordered, yet the variations in size and depth revealed significant differences. If his deductions were correct, there should be 4 individuals. One set of prints was notably smaller than the others, either a child or a girl. The remaining 3 were likely adult males, one slightly portly, one lean. With considerable disparity in the depth of their tracks, with a year's worth of theoretical study, combined with prior life experience, Mo Feng swiftly deduced the origins of the footprints. While his conclusions might not be entirely accurate, they were certainly close. The assailants had departed in haste, leaving little time for lingering. Their direction of escape did not lead back to Konoha. Mo Feng mumbled to himself, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. Someone had been abducted at the border of Konoha. Should he intervene or remain passive? He found himself in a quandary. An abduction occurring outside Konoha could only point to the involvement of Konoha's ninjas. As a villager witnessing the capture of a comrade so near, ignorance would have sufficed. But now that he was aware, failing to act felt morally indefensible. Yet, to attempt a rescue with his limited abilities seemed utterly foolhardy. While he retained confidence in his own strength, he feared it could lead to his undoing. It appeared that his only recourse was to return to the village and report the incident. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his choice. Relying solely on his strength would not yield success. His best course of action was to notify the village to take action. With this thought in mind, Mo Feng resolved to hasten back. At that moment, a beam of yellow light descended from the heavens, gently alighting beside Mo Feng. Startled, Mo Feng swiftly drew his kunai, adopting a stance as if confronting a formidable foe. Could it be that the enemy had not yet departed? This was the initial thought that crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The individual before him bore the leaf emblem of Konoha. More fortuitously, the face was somewhat familiar. The newcomer, appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, had a cascade of golden hair and striking blue eyes, with a countenance as delicate as that of a girl, albeit now marred by a serious expression. It was none other than Namikaze Minato. Though his features were still youthful, Mo Feng readily recognized the boy before him. The future Fourth Hokage of Konoha. Apologies for startling you. I am not an enemy. I am Namikaze Minato, a genin of Konoha. Might you have seen a girl with red hair? Minato inquired, his eyes brimming with concern. A girl with red hair? Mo Feng paused, quickly recalling the narrative surrounding the so-called red-haired girl and the situation at hand. You know her? Upon observing the astonished expression on Mo Feng's face, Minato felt a surge of hope. The Namikaze residence was not far from the Uzumaki household, and he often caught glimpses of Kushina returning home. However, tonight, the lights in the Uzumaki home had remained dark well into the night, and an unsettling intuition urged him that something was amiss. Thus, he had ventured out in search of Kushina, only to find no sign of her in the usual places she frequented. The only remaining option was to search outside the village, where he fortuitously encountered Mo Feng. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems something untoward has occurred here. Upon hearing this, Minato finally took notice of the surroundings. The ground was marred, dirt scattered around, and the chaotic footprints suggested signs of a struggle. What transpired here? Minato questioned, puzzled. I was gathering materials in the vicinity when I heard commotion, so I came to investigate. Based on my deductions, it appears that a battle involving 4 individuals recently took place here, a 1 versus 3 confrontation. The defeated individual was subsequently taken away. I cannot ascertain if it is the red-haired girl you mentioned. Mo Feng explained the situation, while Minato surveyed the area, reaching a similar conclusion. He could not help but regard Mo Feng with newfound respect. The ability to deduce such information from these signs demonstrated remarkable observational skills and judgment. I was just about to return to Konoha to report to Lord Third, as I suspect that the person who was taken might belong to our village. Minato remained silent as he focused on a nearby footprint. This footprint. Minato knelt down, gently brushing his fingers over the smallest print. It was unmistakably Kushina's. Given his constant attention to Kushina, Minato was well aware of the size of her footprints. The pattern of the shoe print clearly matched the shoes she wore today. Kushina has been abducted. The thought sent a wave of urgency through Minato's heart. Do you know which direction Kushina was taken? Do not rush. I have been stealthily following those individuals using my ninjutsu, remaining undetected. They display no hesitation, seemingly resolute in their journey toward their destination. If I am not mistaken, that direction leads to the border. Mo Feng slowly articulated his deduction, bolstered by his knowledge of past events. The border? Who are those people? Minato murmured, sensing the complexity of the situation, yet now was not the time for contemplation. They could strike at Kushina at any moment. The best course of action was to rescue her swiftly. You mentioned following them with your ninjutsu. Can you take me with you? You intend to rescue her alone? Indeed. However, I believe it would be prudent to return and inform Lord Third first. Do not worry. I have a plan. Minato declared, forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, an identical Minato appeared before Mo Feng. The shadow clone nodded at Minato and vanished in an instant. My shadow clone will notify Lord Third. We must set off immediately. Seeing Minato employ the shadow clone technique, Mo Feng hesitated momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Minato was now 12 years old. Although still a genin, his prowess likely rivaled that of a jounin. In the original narrative, he single-handedly rescued Kushina, so there should be no cause for concern. Given this, it would be wise to accompany Minato and perhaps forge a good connection. With this thought, Mo Feng ceased his hesitation. "All right, I will take you with me," Mo Feng declared, but instead of departing immediately, he retrieved his ink brush once more. The scroll unfurled. The ink brush began to dance across the scroll, this time depicting a dark eagle. As Minato observed in confusion, Mo Feng called out, "Ninjutsu! Super Beast Imitation!" The ink eagle sprang to life, materializing before them. "Hop on. We will traverse the skies, allowing us to reach our destination more swiftly. While my ink serpent remains undetected by them, we must shorten the distance as much as possible." Understood. Despite his astonishment, Minato did not hesitate, leaping onto the back of the ink eagle alongside Mo Feng. The ink eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Mo Feng sat cross-legged upon the eagle's back, quietly replenishing his chakra. With his current chakra reserves, having executed the ink technique 3 times, he was nearing his limit. Thus, he needed to recover swiftly. Otherwise, the ink eagle would not endure for long. Minato, noticing this, refrained from interrupting. It was normal for chakra to be insufficient when employing such ninjutsu. If Mo Feng appeared unperturbed, that would indeed be a testament to his abundant chakra. This young boy, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, likely still a student at the Ninja Academy, had already mastered such extraordinary techniques. Truly impressive, Minato thought, though his gaze shifted forward. "Kushina, please be safe. Will I ever return to Konoha?" In the woods near the border, a red-haired Kushina found herself bound and in a state of disarray, surrounded by 3 ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Cloud Village. Her visage bore an expression of despair and distraction, with particles of dust smudging her face. Left unattended, she was bewildered as to why she had attracted the attention of these cloud ninjas, ambushed without warning. Despite her attempts to resist, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and she found herself unable to wield the power of the 9 tails with any degree of control. As she gazed into the distance, a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. This was a place she had traversed 6 years prior when summoned to Konoha to succeed the previous 9 tails jinchūriki, Minato Namikaze. This forest lay just before the border, and beyond it lay the territory of the Lightning Country. Were they intending to transport her to the Land of Lightning? Kushina pondered bleakly. Though the ninja world had momentarily settled into peace, tensions still simmered beneath the surface. As a denizen of Konoha venturing into the Cloud Village, her fate was all too predictable. Moreover, the presence of the 9 tails within her would inevitably be uncovered. No village would overlook such a formidable weapon. Would someone come to rescue me? Kushina found herself clinging to this hope, her bound hands tugging at her own hair, strands drifting softly into the air before settling quietly to the ground, unnoticed by her captors. If someone from the village were to come, they would surely be able to trace me through the hair I left behind, as its vibrant hue was both striking and unmistakable. A self-deprecating smile flickered across her lips at this thought. Her once celebrated crimson locks, which had subjected her to relentless ridicule, now represented her last thread of survival, a rather ironic twist of fate. Upon her arrival in Konoha, she had inherited the power of the 9 tails. Yet this knowledge remained confined to the 3rd Hokage, with very few others aware of her status. Even the legendary Sannin were oblivious to the identity of the new jinchūriki following the previous host's demise. Thus, Kushina had not faced discrimination due to her role as the 9 tails vessel. Nevertheless, her experience at the Ninja Academy was far from pleasant, largely attributed to her distinctive red hair and impulsive nature. Those who had bullied her found themselves on the receiving end of her wrath, earning her the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper. Such a moniker was hardly flattering for a girl, and thus, over the years, she had grown to despise her fiery locks. 3 days had passed since her abduction, and as the night approached, she resigned herself to the grim reality that she may never return to Konoha. Perhaps her life was destined to be so fleeting. With a silent sigh, she seemed to accept her fate. Having witnessed the destruction of the land of whirlpools in her youth, she had encountered the harsh realities of life and death, believing she had come to terms with it all. Yet, when the specter of her own mortality loomed, she could not suppress her lament. Life and death, after all, were not so easily understood. Meanwhile, just outside the woods, Moku and Minato descended upon the scene aboard the Black Hawk. 3 days have passed, and my ink serpent chakra has been completely depleted. The last known location is right here. Is there no way to continue tracking them? Mikazuki shook his head. Their pace was already swift, yet the adversary was equally agile. Particularly within the enemy's territory, the three cloud ninjas pressed on, wary of any delays. Minato furrowed his brow, gazing at the expansive forest before him. This forest is so vast that even knowing the enemy's intent to leave the borders, it remains uncertain which path they have taken. Should we fail to rescue Kushina tonight, once they cross the borders of the Land of Fire, the complexities will multiply, and the difficulty of the rescue mission will escalate significantly. At that point, it would not be a task he could accomplish alone. What to do? Minato felt a surge of urgency within, yet maintained his composure. With a steady gaze, he diligently sought out clues. These cloud ninjas were no fools, despite their haste. They had left no discernible traces. Just then, a spark of realization ignited in Minato's mind. He sprinted forward in a blur, appearing beside a rock. Mikazuki quickly followed suit. "What is it, Minato?" Mikazuki inquired curiously. A smile graced Minato's lips, radiating confidence. "Look, Mikazuki." Upon hearing this, Mikazuki turned to see Minato holding a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, it was an exceptionally rare shade of red. The red strands danced in the air, and had Minato not grasped them, Mikazuki would have overlooked them entirely. Such remarkable powers of observation. Mikazuki could not help but marvel. In such an environment, to discern such subtle clues with such acuity is indeed impressive. This is Kushina's hair. Though she may appear carefree, her thoughts are intricate. She must have left this clue while the others were distracted. If there is one strand, there will surely be another. If we can locate the position indicated by this red hair, we will undoubtedly find her. Excellent. With the discovery of the clue, swift action is imperative. Minato wasted no time, executing the body flicker technique with full force, transforming into a streak of light as he surged forward. Such astonishing speed. Is this the true velocity of Minato? Mikazuki was left in awe, truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash bestowed upon him by future generations. At this moment, although Minato had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, he had already perfected the body flicker technique to an exceptional degree. In a few years, it is likely that few in the ninja world will be able to match Minato's speed. After a moment of admiration, Mikazuki hurriedly followed, though the distance between them continued to widen. Just then, Minato suddenly halted. This was a fork in the path. He surveyed the surroundings, and once again, a flash of red caught his eye. This way. Minato determined the direction and prepared to set off again, but suddenly recalled something, glancing back. At this moment, Mikazuki finally caught up, albeit late. "Are you all right, Mikazuki?" Minato knew that Mikazuki could not match his speed, hence his inquiry. At this point, the use of the ink eagle for travel was no longer feasible. The proficiency of Mo Fong in the art of the super beast imitation was still lacking, and the altitude at which Moing soared was rather modest. At such a close proximity, it was all too easy for enemies to detect them. Should they be discovered, not only would the rescue mission become exceedingly challenging, but the life of Kushina would also be placed in jeopardy. Mo Fong inhaled deeply, suppressing the weariness that enveloped him, and declared, "Brother Minato, do not concern yourself with me. Go save her first. I will catch up." Understood. Minato did not hesitate. In this critical moment, where speed was of the essence, there was no time for delay. He was not a man prone to indecision. No sooner had he spoken than Minato transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing forward. The Cloud Shinobi's kidnapping of Kushina had already left a mark. Regardless of the circumstances, now that this event had transpired, the third great ninja war was imminent. I must hasten my pace, otherwise. Mo Fong clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. In the past 3 days spent alongside Minato, he had come to comprehend the vast chasm that lay between himself and a genius. With Minato's extraordinary prowess, he was certain to shine brilliantly in the forthcoming conflicts. Although he may not rival Minato, he resolutely refused to play the role of cannon fodder. Upon returning, he would apply for early graduation. After a brief respite, Mo Fong prepared to set forth once more, only to suddenly feel the hairs on his neck stand on end, as a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. "Who goes there?" Mo Fong swiftly turned, his voice rising in anger. His body stiffened slightly, a sensation named fear creeping over him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shadowy figures materialized upon the branches before him, clad in black garb and donning white animal masks. Beneath those masks, cold, unfeeling eyes glinted with malice. The Konoha Umbu, standing at a height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, dressed in black, with an ink brush and ink pouch at their waist, they matched the intel description. You are Mo Foam of the Cloud Residence? The leader of the Umbu scrutinized Mo Foam, slowly articulating his features. And you are? Mo Feng's brow furrowed. Though he surmised that the visitors were indeed from the Konoha Umbu, a sense of vigilance was still warranted. Beneath the mask, the leader of the Umbu raised an eyebrow. Seemingly intrigued by Mo Foam, he was acutely aware of the intensity of the murderous intent he had just released. Under such a palpable aura, this young boy still had the audacity to speak and question him. Such fortitude was not commonplace. The Konoha Umbu, dispatched by the Third Hokage, had come to assist Minato in rescuing Uzumaki Kushina. Inform us of the whereabouts of Minato and Kushina, the leader of the Umbu stated, retracting the murderous aura. With their identities confirmed, there was no need to exert pressure on a fellow villager. They were Umbu, not Root. As the menacing aura dissipated, Mo Foam exhaled in relief. Brother Minato has discovered Kushina's location and has already set off to rescue her. He is just ahead. The leader of the Umbu glanced towards the direction indicated by Mo Foam, uttering no further words before vanishing in an instant. The other two followed suit. Mo Foam was not at all surprised by the arrival of the Umbu. After all, Kushina was the Nine-Tails jinchūriki, and upon learning this news, the Third Hokage was likely in a state of great urgency. Relying solely on Minato, the Third Hokage would undoubtedly feel apprehensive and would certainly send additional Umbu for support. As they journeyed forth, the water gate left its marks, enabling them to follow along. The murderous intent of the dark faction was indeed formidable. Mo Foam whispered and then set off once more. With the dark faction having arrived, the situation was rendered even more secure. Meanwhile, as Mo Foam encountered the dark faction, Watergate had already located Kushina. The adversaries were 3 cloud ninjas, yet they were utterly inconsequential in Watergate's eyes. In a mere moment, the 3 cloud ninjas were subdued by Watergate, leaving Kushina completely unaware of the unfolding events. Watergate gently descended before Kushina, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. You aren't hurt, are you? He spoke softly, brimming with tenderness. Kushina slowly raised her gaze, and upon seeing Watergate, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. I have come to rescue you. His gentle smile was the warmest she had ever encountered. As the white clouds obscured the moonlight, the tension within Kushina dissipated, and her weary body lost all strength. Her legs buckled, and she fell straight down. Watergate rushed forward, catching Kushina in his embrace. It's all right now, he said with a smile, one arm around her waist, the other supporting her legs. Wait, hold on. Before Kushina could protest, Watergate ascended into the sky, cradling her. Beneath the moonlight, their silhouettes were exquisitely beautiful. Not far off, Mo Foam had arrived. The scene under the moonlight was etched into his memory. The moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the distinguished couple. Have they succeeded? Mo Foam murmured, glancing at the 3 dark faction members perched on a nearby tree, silently observing. The leader of the dark faction did not interfere with Watergate and Kushina, but instead gestured to the others behind him. The remaining 2 dark members rushed to the side of the cloud ninjas defeated by Watergate, commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. The leader turned to Mo Foam, offering no words. A chill ran through Mo Foam's heart, yet he averted his gaze. The icy stare of the leader weighed heavily upon him. Perched atop a grand tree, Watergate gently settled down with Kushina. They whispered softly to one another, their words unknown. Watergate's face radiated warmth, while a faint blush adorned Kushina's cheeks. There was no need to eavesdrop. Mo Foam understood their sentiments. In such a moment, to remain silent would be a disservice to the beauty of the occasion. Beneath the moonlight, a pair of lovers had emerged. Meanwhile, 2 solitary figures were left to handle the aftermath, mere spectators to the unfolding romance. The red-haired girl's locks danced in the breeze, while the boy with golden hair swayed alongside. Kushina, the girl, was hopelessly in love with Watergate, the boy, who had long been enamored with her crimson tresses. This is what love is, perhaps the greatest fortune. The one you love has already loved you for a long time. Thus, their sweetness endured, through old age, through life and death, into the next life. After a while, Watergate, still holding Kushina, leapt once more, landing beside Mo Foam. Mo Foam, thank you once again, Watergate said as he began to untie the ropes binding Kushina. Moafeng smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's quite all right. We are all from the village, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. This must be Sister Kushina, correct? Brother Minato has been quite worried about you on this journey." Upon hearing his words, the blush that had just faded on Kushina's cheeks surged back. "Really? Is that true?" Minato displayed a hint of shyness. "Of course it is." Moafeng replied playfully, "Sister Kushina, you must be Minato's girlfriend. No wonder he is so concerned." A mischievous delight stirred within Moafeng as he couldn't resist teasing the two. Kushina's face turned crimson, and in her flustered state, she found herself at a loss for words. Minato gently ruffled Moafeng's hair and chuckled softly, "Moafeng, you are talking too much. Let us hurry back. This place isn't particularly safe." Acknowledging the hint, Moafeng nodded in understanding. Nevertheless, the exchange had undeniably brought the three closer together. As for the three Umbu, neither Ng nor Minato paid them any mind. At their level, they were not yet ready to engage with the Umbu. It would be more prudent to relay this information to the third Hokage. The Umbu remained focused on their duties, disregarding the trio. 3 days later, at the Hokage building. "Hokage-sama, the situation is as follows," the leading Umbu reported on the previous mission. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. "It is good that the person was rescued. But I never imagined that the Cloud Shinobi would infiltrate the Land of Fire to abduct Kushina. Such audacity is truly disconcerting." The third Hokage's brow furrowed with concern. This was no ordinary provocation. The ninja world resembled water heated to 99 degrees, ready to boil with just a spark. Yet, the third Hokage wished to delay that spark. If war erupted once more, the recently restored economy of Konoha would inevitably suffer again, a scenario he was keen to avert. Perhaps it is best to maintain peace." The third Hokage sighed heavily. No one truly understood the weight of those words. The legendary ninjas of the past were gradually transforming into a figure dedicated to peace and conflict resolution, a benevolent leader. Whether this was a blessing or a curse would be left for future generations to judge. "Ingtong, what is your perspective on Minato and Moafeng during this rescue mission for Kushina?" Minato Namikaze possesses remarkable talent. Though young, his strength is astonishing. The three Cloud Shinobi were all Chunin or above, with one even being a Jonin, yet they could not withstand a single round against him. After a few years of honing his skills, he will undoubtedly rival his master, Jiraiya-sama. Ingtong spoke, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Over the years, as an aide to the third Hokage, he had witnessed countless prodigies. Even the legendary three had grown under his watchful gaze. Yet, in comparison to Minato's innate talent, even the legendary three seemed somewhat lacking. The third Hokage nodded, expressing his high regard for this disciple. Minato was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a most agreeable personality. Orochimaru was cunning, Jiraiya was carefree, and Tsunade was strong-willed. Each of these traits was somewhat lacking in a Hokage. However, Minato appeared to possess an innate charisma. This was an exemplary quality for a Hokage. Thus, in the eyes of the third Hokage, Minato was not merely a genius. He was destined to be a Hokage. If Orochimaru remains unchanged, perhaps the grown Minato would be more fitting. And what of Moafeng? The young Moafeng from Yunjia has indeed left me quite astonished. Despite his tender age of 7, he exhibited remarkable judgment during this operation. Furthermore, when faced with the murderous intent I unleashed, he astonishingly maintained his composure, demonstrating a heart as steadfast as a mountain. His family's ninjutsu, the Super Beast Imitation Technique, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, is now at his disposal, showcasing his innate talent as a ninja. While he may not rival the likes of Namikaze Minato, he is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "Oh, I did not expect you to hold Moafeng in such high regard," the third Hokage remarked with a light chuckle. "Indeed, compared to our first encounter a year ago, Yunjia Moafeng has greatly surprised me. To have advanced so significantly within a year is a testament to his unwavering dedication. Yes, he is indeed both gifted and industrious." The third Hokage continued, recalling how Shino had frequently spoken of Moafeng during their time at home, his words brimming with admiration. The third Hokage had not neglected to investigate Moafeng's background. For 24 hours a day, excluding the 7 hours spent sleeping, Moafeng devotes himself almost entirely to self-improvement, whether through reading or training. Such discipline is remarkable, not only for a 7-year-old but even for an adult. Rising from his seat, the third Hokage moved to the window. "The ninja world is in turmoil. I fear that conflict is imminent." With a deep sigh, he furrowed his brow. Ing Tong remained silent. Yet beneath his mask lay a serious expression. Ing Tong, take a look at this, the third Hokage said, handing a piece of paper to Ing Tong. Upon receiving it, a flicker of surprise crossed Ing Tong's eyes. An application for early graduation? The third Hokage nodded, saying, indeed. This is the application Moffing submitted to the school today, which I have just received. Do you know why he would choose to apply for early graduation at this moment? Ing Tong shook his head. I suspect that the recent incident involving Kushina's abduction has profoundly impacted Moffing. His subsequent thoughts could lead to two possibilities. First, a realization of his own inadequacy. Although he assisted Minato significantly, he played no part in the actual combat. Second, given that Kushina was captured outside of Konoha, he may have begun to doubt the safety of our village. Hokage-sama, are you suggesting? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. This is merely my conjecture. Moffing likely senses the unrest among the Cloud Shinobi and the instability within the ninja world, prompting a desperate desire to strengthen himself. Given his current theoretical knowledge and abilities, remaining in the Ninja Academy serves no further purpose. Is it truly something a 7-year-old could conceive? Ing Tong remarked, unable to conceal his astonishment. The third Hokage chuckled softly, easing his serious demeanor, and said, as I mentioned, this is merely my speculation. However, ever since my interactions with Moffing a year ago, I have perceived a notable maturity in him. His actions over the past year further suggest an urgent desire to grow stronger. Perhaps the death of Yunjia Hualang has instilled in him a sense of the fragility of life, compelling him to seek strength. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression shifted several times. The desire to grow stronger due to the death of one's father? The third Hokage reminisced about his esteemed disciple, Orochimaru. If that were indeed the case, he could not allow Mokufeng to continue unchecked. The third Hokage tapped his fingers on the table, silently contemplating. With war looming, if Mokufeng could truly mature, it would indeed be a boon for Konoha. The third Hokage had always possessed unwavering confidence in his judgment. Every youth he valued had become a pillar of strength for the village. Talents are rare gems. With this thought, the third Hokage waved his hand decisively and signed the application form. Let me see how far you can go. At that moment, Mokufeng was unaware that his actions had caught the attention of the third Hokage. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would be so leisurely and occasionally keep an eye on him. The reasons for the third Hokage's interest in Mokufeng were threefold: a child of the Cloud clan, a friend of his eldest son, and an exceptional talent. These factors combined granted Mokufeng a small place in the third Hokage's heart. Ninja Academy. What? Mokufeng, you applied for graduation? No way. We've only been in school for a year. Shinsuke exclaimed, astonished at Mokufeng's decision. After not seeing Mokufeng for 6 days, Shinsuke had intended to inquire about his absence, only to be met with this shocking revelation. Shinsuke's outburst attracted the attention of the entire class. Mokufeng rubbed his forehead, swiftly pulling Shinsuke out of the classroom. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as a spectacle. Once outside, the classroom erupted in chatter. Did you hear? Shinsuke said Mokufeng is applying for graduation. Yes, but isn't that a bit extreme? We're only in the 2nd grade. I wonder. However, Mokufeng's grades are consistently among the top. Perhaps he could actually pass. That's true. Uchiha Hida and Hyuga Yu exchanged astonished glances as they watched the two depart. This lad intends to graduate early? A sense of unwillingness stirred within them. No. I must apply too. Outside the classroom, Shinsuke questioned, Mokufeng, what are you thinking? Why would you want to graduate early? Isn't everything fine at school? I feel the curriculum is no longer sufficient for me. I must engage in missions as soon as possible to accelerate my growth. So urgent? Indeed. Witnessing Mokufeng's resolute demeanor, a flash of determination crossed Shinsuke's eyes. All right, I will go home and tell my father I want to graduate early too. At the 7th training ground, the sound of shurikens whistling through the air filled the atmosphere, striking the target with precision. Mokufeng, your shuriken technique is becoming increasingly impressive. Mokufeng smiled and replied, thanks to your guidance. Without you, my progress in shuriken and taijutsu would not have been so remarkable over the past year. Shinsuke touched his nose and chuckled. I hadn't realized you were working so hard. After a year of camaraderie, the two had become close friends. As the son of the Hokage, Shinsuke had access to unparalleled educational resources. Outside of the academy, there are also distinguished teachers specifically assigned to guide him, much like how Konohamaru received specialized mentorship from Ebisu during his childhood. Nevertheless, Shin No-suk could sense that the gap between him and Mofeng was steadily narrowing. During this period, Shin No-suk made significant progress as well. When they first met, Mofeng was no match for Shin No-suk. However, as time passed and their sparring sessions increased, the two became nearly equal in terms of physical prowess. Of course, this was not without Shin No-suk's guidance to Mofeng. Their relationship was one of both mentor and friend. Shin No-suk held great admiration for Mofeng's dedication, as he questioned his own ability to maintain such discipline. This mutual respect brought them closer together. Mofeng, in turn, appreciated Shin No-suk's candidness. Such honesty and straightforwardness are qualities that make for a worthy friend in any realm. Mofeng, I have informed my father that I wish to graduate early, and he has agreed, Shin No-suk suddenly declared during their break. Mofeng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had assumed that the third Hokage would not consent to such a request. After all, as the son of the Hokage, every action would set an example for others. If everyone graduated early, chaos would ensue. Who knows? We might even end up in the same squad, Shin No-suk said with a sense of pride. Shin No-suk, do you truly wish to graduate early? For me, it does not make much difference. Under teacher Nara's guidance, I have already mastered the school curriculum. Remaining in school has merely become an experience. I initially intended to spend these 6 years of school life steadily before becoming a ninja, but now that the only friend I acknowledge is leaving, it feels meaningless to stay behind. So, I might as well leave with you, Shin No-suk remarked nonchalantly. Though the underlying sentiment of friendship towards Mofeng was quite moving. On the surface, Shin No-suk seemed exceedingly kind. Yet a year of companionship had revealed to Mofeng that Shin No-suk harbored his own pride. He could be superficial friends with anyone, but thus far, the only person he truly considered a friend was Mofeng. This reflects a certain aloofness in his character, as well as a stubbornness towards friendship. Interestingly, their personalities were not alike, yet their friendship was a matter of fate. Well, let us both strive diligently. The ninja world is far from peaceful. One can never predict when war may ignite once more. At that time, I aspire to become a legendary figure like Orochimaru and the others, Shin No-suk said, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. As the son of the third Hokage, Shin No-suk's desire for fame was far more intense than that of the average person. Beneath the glow of his father's legacy, he initially felt pride, which soon transformed into a sense of constraint. The current Shin No-suk no longer merely idolized his father. He harbored aspirations to surpass him. Mofeng nodded with a smile. I believe we can achieve that. That is a certainty. Come on, Mokufeng. Before we take the graduation exam, let us engage in one more battle, exclaimed Shinjiro, rising with an eager expression. Isn't that unwise? What if I inadvertently injure you, rendering you unable to participate in the graduation exam? Mokufeng jested. How dare you underestimate me, Mokufeng? Prepare yourself. With that, Shinjiro launched a punch. No larger than a tennis ball, yet it sliced through the air with a fierce gust. Mokufeng remained unperturbed, propping himself on the ground and springing upwards like a coiled spring, gracefully landing a distance away. Very well, let us proceed. Over the past year, they had engaged in numerous such sparring sessions. Ultimately, their duel concluded in a stalemate. Of course, this was merely a contest of physical prowess. As for their offensive ninjutsu, neither had yet mastered it to a level of safety, and employing it would inevitably pose risks. Within the confines of Yunjizai, Mokufeng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes firmly shut. Chakra flowed within him, proliferating and gradually enveloping his entire being. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, his black and white pupils gleaming with newfound brilliance. The growth of his chakra over the past year had surpassed his expectations. With formidable mental fortitude and rigorous physical training, Mokufeng's chakra was now significantly more potent than before. Although there is no precise unit for measuring chakra, it is evident that Mokufeng possessed a far greater quantity compared to his peers. In fact, his chakra surpassed that of Shinjiro by a considerable margin. Having amassed a sufficient quantity of chakra, he pondered the possibility of attempting that technique. Extending his right hand, he opened his palm. With a mere thought, a transparent brush materialized above it, its hue markedly more vibrant than before. The increase in chakra indeed facilitated a smoother utilization of the Yunjibin. With my current chakra levels, I should be able to complete a painting. As he spoke, Mokufeng grasped the Yunjibin firmly. Can I replicate the abilities of the Blood Master using my own blood? He mused, realizing there was no suitable blood available. Oh, but I am one. Upon this revelation, Mokufeng seized a nearby kunai and made a shallow cut across his left hand. A slight sting furrowed his brow as he allowed his blood to drip onto the yunjibin. The brush absorbed the blood eagerly, radiating a brilliant golden light. The sight before him left Mo Qufeng in awe. A surge of intent emanated from the yunjibin, compelling him to act. The brush, seemingly endowed with its own consciousness, danced in the air, each stroke consuming Mo Qufeng's abundant chakra at an astonishing rate. The speed of this consumption astonished him. At this rate, he feared he would be drained completely. Clenching his teeth, he resolved, I refuse to believe that my current chakra cannot finish this painting. With renewed determination, Mo Qufeng accelerated his efforts. The outlines began to take form, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The limbs aligned. His complexion grew pale. Finished. The figure emerges. In a moment of utter exhaustion, Mo Feng collapsed onto the ground. He inhaled deeply, and the Yunju brush shattered, re-entering his body. Mo Feng was astounded by the sight before him. It was a perfect replica of himself. The sensation was akin to gazing into a mirror. This was not a mere shadow clone. It felt as if it possessed flesh and blood. Astonished, Mo Feng slowly rose to his feet, his right hand brushing against the face of the doppelganger. It was warm, far from the typical coldness of a clone. As their eyes met, Mo Feng experienced a profound connection, as if their souls were intertwined. Was there a sharing of vision? Mo Feng was bewildered. With a mere thought, he discovered he could perceive the world behind him through the clone's eyes. Remarkable. The vision-sharing ability of the reincarnation I was nothing compared to this. This clone was unlike any ordinary shadow clone. It resembled an organ within his own body. The blood-ink clone, created from the user's blood, could wield all the powers and independent consciousness of the original. The sudden influx of such knowledge left Mo Feng momentarily speechless. What an astonishing capability. Did this mean he effectively possessed two selves? At that moment, the Yunju brush transmitted further information. In its initial stage, it utilized blood as ink, manifesting the full potential of the blood user. The strength of the clone was determined by the user's chakra intensity and ink-based abilities. It possessed independent consciousness, capable of autonomous action, yet remained utterly loyal to its creator. Its existence was contingent upon the user's will, but if chakra was depleted or it suffered fatal injury, it would vanish. Reading this description, Mo Feng felt a surge of delight. Such capabilities at the initial stage, what might it evolve into later? A newfound confidence regarding the future blossomed within him. This blood ink clone had consumed nearly all his chakra, a true trade-off. He realized it wouldn't be useful in immediate combat. The first use of the Yunju brush had profoundly impressed him. Mo Feng placed his right hand upon the head of the blood ink clone, and in an instant, it transformed into a stream of light, merging back into Mo Feng's body. His chakra, once nearly depleted, rejuvenated remarkably. This was intriguing. The clone's disappearance marked a complete fusion with the original, creating an illusion that nothing had transpired, save for a slight depletion of chakra and blood. The remaining chakra from the clone could still be reclaimed, which was advantageous. Mo Feng assessed his body, finding no peculiarities. The practicality of the initial stage was not particularly high, yet he sensed that greater applications awaited in the future. With the unique attributes of the Yunju brush, he had an inkling that he might ultimately achieve the realm where ink could manifest reality. However, he shook his head. He was still far from that level. Having merely scratched the surface of the Yunju brush's potential, Mo Feng felt a flutter of excitement. Yet, with the graduation assessment looming the next day, he had to temper his enthusiasm and turn to sleep. The following morning, at the Hokage building, the third Hokage gazed upon the new Shinsuke and moffing before him, casting a glance at the graduation application form resting on the table, and a benevolent smile graced his lips. It seems you are both prepared to graduate ahead of schedule. Indeed, Lord Third, Moffing replied respectfully. Moffing, having been enrolled for merely a year, why do you wish to graduate early? The third Hokage inquired, his eyes fixed on Moffing. After a moment of contemplation, Moffing responded, Lord Third, I have already mastered the theoretical knowledge of the 6 years at the Ninja Academy, and I have learned basic jutsu such as the body flicker technique, along with a certain level of proficiency in shuriken jutsu. I have also attended the 6th grade classes, which provide little benefit to me. Is it that you can no longer learn anything at school? Yes, Lord Hokage. My father once told me that a ninja is forged in the crucible of life and death. If I remain in the Ninja Academy, I will not experience any growth. Thus, I aspire to challenge myself and join a mission team to continue my development. At this, Mofing raised his gaze to the third Hokage and continued. I wish to become a true ninja. Do you yearn for power? The third Hokage asked, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Mofing felt a shiver run through him, but quickly affirmed, yes. I desire strength to protect. My father confided in me that his greatest regret in life was not being able to safeguard my mother. I do not wish to face a similar fate. Mofing's words resonated with conviction, and by the end, a slight tremor laced his voice. The third Hokage was moved, and Shinsuke gazed at Mofing in astonishment. Having never witnessed such a side of him before, Mofing had always presented a confident and composed demeanor in his presence. Mofing's declaration seemed to stir something within the third Hokage. He sighed and said, I understand now. In that case, you may proceed to take the graduation assessment. This evaluation has been specially designed for you. Approach it earnestly. I have faith in you both. Thank you, Lord Third. Off you go. As the two departed, the third Hokage reclined in his chair, lost in thought, then retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his drawer. Grasping a nearby pen, he inscribed the names Mofing and Shinsuke upon them. Mofing, do not let me down. In the Death Forest, Inoue regarded his 2 promising students with a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that within just a year, someone would be ready to graduate from his tutelage? Mofing, Shinsuke, the teacher is well aware of your accomplishments. You have mastered the body flicker technique, and your theoretical knowledge is solid. You are indeed equipped with the prowess of a genin. However, to graduate, you must pass the test. At this, both students turned their attention toward Inoue. Do you see the Death Forest behind me? Mofing and Shinsuke looked towards the ominous expanse of trees. The Death Forest, what a daunting name, Shinsuke remarked. Within that forest reside various beasts with formidable combat capabilities. Your trial will be to survive in this Death Forest for 3 days. Survival in the wild? Mofing murmured. Do not perceive this as an ordinary survival exercise. If one is careless in dealing with the beasts within, even a ninja of Chunin rank may find themselves devoured. This assessment will draw upon all the knowledge you have acquired during your 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Thus, only upon passing this examination will you be deemed a competent genin. The symbol of a Konoha ninja, the forehead protector, will be bestowed upon you. As teacher Inoue spoke, he retrieved 2 forehead protectors from his robe. The forehead protector stands as a symbol of a ninja's identity, an item granted to all who successfully complete the academy's examination. Are you all prepared? I have long been ready, Teacher Inoue, exclaimed Shino. Of course, murmured Mofing. Excellent. Go forth. You are all my prideful students. Take your first step on the path of a ninja. As Inoue's words echoed, the gates of the Death Forest swung open with a thunderous crash. The assessment begins. The Death Forest, a realm of solitude and desolation. Mofing and Shino stepped inside, the gates sealing shut behind them. Mofing glanced back and whispered, It appears the trial has commenced. This challenge doesn't seem overly daunting. We should be able to pass it with ease, Shino remarked. Yet Mofing shook his head, replying, I beg to differ. Differ? Why is that? I have perused the descriptions of the Death Forest in my readings. Originally designated as Training Ground Number 44, it is encircled by 44 locked entrances, featuring rivers and woodlands, with a tower at its center. The distance from the tower to the gate is approximately 10 kilometers, and it is home to numerous beasts, venomous insects, and toxic plants. Mofing, your reading material is quite chaotic. But why is it called the Death Forest? Shino inquired curiously. Rather than responding to Shino's jest, Mofing chose to address the inquiry. This place is frequently used for Chunin assessments, and there are indeed occasions when fatalities occur within its confines. The venue for Chunin examinations? Surely our genin assessment cannot be so extreme. Shino exclaimed in astonishment. It is merely the location. The true peril in Chunin assessments lies with the adversaries. Here, aside from us, the only threats are the beasts and venomous insects. Thus the difficulty is considerably reduced. That is indeed true. Let us proceed. Mofing surveyed their surroundings and said, Since this is a survival trial, we must seek a suitable location to endure. We possess no provisions or extra clothing. First, we must identify a place conducive for rest during the night. For the cold will be harsh, and we may struggle to endure. Next, we must search for suitable food. Agreed. Let us do just that. The two of them struck an accord and dashed deeper into the forest. Mofing cast a glance over his shoulder, sensing an unseen gaze upon them. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Hokage Tower. The third Hokage gazed intently at the crystal ball upon his desk, which revealed Mofing and Shino within the Death Forest. Ninja technique, telescope technique. As long as he could sense the chakra signatures of others, he could locate them regardless of distance. It is a highly practical, yet extremely challenging ninjutsu. Of course, this technique does have its limitations. Firstly, the consumption of mental energy is not something an ordinary person can endure. The greater the distance, the more mental energy is expended. Moreover, if the opponent possesses sufficient acuity, such probing may be detected. They could even forcibly sever such surveillance using their own chakra, resulting in a backlash against the practitioner. Thus, the third Hokage refrained from employing this technique to spy on individuals of Jonin rank. Intrusion, after all, is not a commendable act. Nevertheless, this ninjutsu has indeed played a significant role in maintaining the village's security. Upon witnessing Mo Fong glance back within the crystal ball, the third Hokage exhibited a look of surprise. Such keen perception, to have sensed my surveillance? Logically, a chunin like Mo Fong should not have been able to detect the telescope technique. However, Mo Feng's recent action clearly indicated an awareness of something amiss. It appears my understanding of you is still insufficient, Mo Fong, the third Hokage murmured, as a plume of smoke wafted from the pipe held between his lips. Reflecting on Mo Feng's response earlier that day, the third Hokage felt reassured. With a wave of his hand, the image within the crystal ball vanished, and he resumed attending to his affairs. As Hokage, he had little time to linger on such matters. Naturally, there were individuals overseeing the chunin exams of Mo Fong and Shino, and he merely needed to await the report from the supervisors. In the depths of the Death Forest, beside a cave, a small fire blazed vigorously, upon which 2 fish were being roasted. Meanwhile, Mo Fong and Shino each held a roasted fish, addressing their lunch predicament. It has been ages since I've tasted your roasted fish. It remains as delectable as ever, Shino exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. The craving for food is indeed one of humanity's most primal desires. Mo Fong chuckled and replied, living alone for an extended period necessitates finding solutions to culinary needs. Over time, one's skills naturally improve. With your talent, you might even qualify as a culinary ninja, Shino remarked. Culinary ninja? That is but a dying profession. Mo Fong responded dismissively. Why do you say that? I have heard several villages have already employed such ninjas, Shino said between bites. Ninjas are inherently a scarce resource. One cannot afford to squander them on trivialities. If danger arises during a mission, having to protect a culinary ninja of lesser strength would undoubtedly diminish the success rate of the operation. That is a valid point. However, culinary ninjas do enhance the treatment of ninjas. After all, those military rations are exceedingly unpalatable. Ninjas do not exist for mere enjoyment. Sacrificing mission success rates for the sake of indulgence, even risking one's life, is simply not worth it. War is no child's play, Mo Fong lamented, expressing his disapproval of the existence of culinary ninjas. Shino suddenly realized that Mo Feng's understanding of ninjas was far more profound than his own. Perhaps it was due to the loss of his parents at an early age that Mo Fong had matured so quickly. In contrast, Shino's parents were still alive, and he had a 3-year-old younger brother. With a happy family, he could hardly comprehend the environment in which Mo Fong had grown up. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Shino held deep admiration for Mo Fong. As the 2 individuals savored their grilled fish, a sudden rustling sound emerged from nearby. Something was approaching. Mo Fong uttered a low warning, plunging the skewered fish into the ground. Xian Jisho also rose to his feet, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. A thunderous roar echoed as a towering black bear, approximately 3 meters in height, charged towards them. Its massive frame and sharp claws were formidable, and drool dripped continuously from its mouth. This was a ravenous black bear, evidently lured by the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. In the heart of this forest, it was generally advised to avoid creating smoke and enticing scents, as they easily attracted wild beasts. However, for Mo Fong and Xian Jisho, they had no intention of concealing themselves for 3 days. Their so-called survival training was not about stealth. It was about possessing the ability to thrive in any wilderness, which included the skill of hunting. The enticing aroma served as bait, a clever tactic employed by Mo Fong and Xian Jisho to lure their prey. Ah, what a splendid specimen. It seems we shall have a delightful dinner tonight. I've heard that bear paws are quite delectable. Mo Fong, do you know how to prepare it? It is a rare delicacy that I have yet to try, but tonight seems like an opportune moment, Xian Jisho remarked with a gleeful chuckle. Indeed, tonight, your culinary prowess shall be put to the test, he continued. as he deftly grasped 2 kunai in his hands. Mo Feng, in turn, readied 3 shuriken. "Allow me to take the lead," Xian Jisho declared, dashing forward with unwavering determination. Mo Feng, seeing this, did not intervene. Instead, he released the shuriken in a formation aimed directly at the bear. The bear let out a ferocious roar, swiping its massive paw with alarming speed. The sound of clinking metal echoed as the shuriken were effortlessly batted away, careening towards a nearby tree. Mo Feng was momentarily taken aback by the bear's swift reaction. This was his first attempt at targeting a living creature with shuriken, and the outcome was far from satisfactory. In that fleeting moment, he resolved that practical experience was indeed the fastest route to enhancing one's skills. A ninja emerging from the academy, untested by the crucible of battle, would merely become fodder on the battlefield. Everything transpired in a flash. As the bear swatted away Mo Feng's shuriken, Xian Jisho had already reached the beast's side. With no hesitation, he plunged his kunai into the bear's flesh. The blades embedded themselves to a depth of half a centimeter before meeting resistance. The bear, though not gravely injured, let out another thunderous roar in response to the pain. Its massive paws descended upon Xian Jisho with alarming force. The wind from the impending strike rushed past him before the paw even made contact. Should it strike true, Xian Jisho would surely be left gasping for breath. In that critical moment, his reflexes, honed through rigorous training, kicked in. He bent low and narrowly evaded the blow, using the momentum to execute a swift kick against the bear's side, propelling himself back to Mo Feng's side. "The bear's hide is incredibly thick. My kunai barely penetrated," Xian Jisho whispered. "Indeed, it appears that the creatures of this deathly forest are no ordinary beasts. We must exert all our strength. Otherwise, with merely our current might, breaching this bear's defenses will be a daunting challenge," Mo Feng replied. Both boys, though merely 7 years of age and trained as ninjas, found their strength insufficient to fell the formidable black bear with their kunai alone. At this moment, the only recourse available was ninjutsu. Their combat prowess was lacking, after all. They were merely second-year students, with little to no practical experience to rely upon. Strictly speaking, this was their inaugural battle, their first confrontation where life and death hung in the balance. Mo Feng's expression shifted to one of gravity. From this moment forth, they were no longer playing at being ninjas, but rather true ninjas poised to shed blood. "So let the battle commence." Roar. The black bear emitted a furious growl, its minor wounds inflicted by shurikens igniting its ferocity. It struck its chest with both paws and charged toward the two with reckless abandon. The ground trembled beneath its massive form. "Shin no Su, cover me," Mo Feng called out lightly, tossing a scroll with his left hand, unfurling it, while swiftly retrieving a purple brush with his right. Shin no Su silently positioned himself in front of Mo Feng, forming hand seals. Earth style? Earth flow wall. A stone wall, approximately 1 square meter in size, suddenly rose before Shin no Su, perfectly blocking the rampaging black bear's path. Roar. The black bear bellowed repeatedly, raising its right paw to deliver a mighty strike. Bang. The 20-centimeter thick stone wall was shattered by the bear's blow, creating a gaping hole. What? Shin no Su's pupils constricted, clearly astonished by the black bear's overwhelming destructive power. Meanwhile, Mo Feng had completed his preparation. This time, he required merely 5 seconds. "Shin no Su, move aside." Upon hearing this, Shin no Su did not hesitate. Trusting in Mo Feng, he swiftly stepped aside. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. Whoosh. A dark-hued tiger sprang forth from the painting, leaping through the hole created by the black bear. Roar. The fierce tiger roared, sending tremors through the forest. Even the black bear took a step back, overwhelmed by its imposing presence. The stone wall crumbled into pieces, vanishing in an instant. The ink tiger lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the black bear, neither side willing to relent. The black bear struck, landing a blow to the tiger's forehead. Ink splattered from the tiger's mouth. Yet, the ink tiger did not retreat. Instead, it valiantly slashed with its right paw, inflicting a deep, 3-centimeter gash across the bear's neck. Blood gushed forth. Such astonishing destructive force. Shin no Su marveled, casting a glance at Mo Feng. This was the first time he had witnessed Mo Feng conjure such a ferocious beast, and he never anticipated its power would surpass that of an ordinary tiger. Notably, the earlier drawing of the husky had been rather adorable. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Shin no Su did not pause in his actions. Once more, he formed hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. His right hand cupped like a trumpet at his mouth, a breath of chakra transforming into a colossal fireball in an instant. The searing heat was palpable, even to Mo Fong nearby. The target of the fireball was the black bear, entangled with the ink tiger. Several fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, engulfed the black bear along with the ink tiger in an instant. The ink tiger dissolved into ink, scattering on the ground. Meanwhile, the black bear was relentlessly scorched by the fireballs, howling in agony. Mo Fong waved his hand, and a sharp sword flew from the scroll, heading straight for the bear's neck. The blade pierced directly into the black bear's skull through a 3-centimeter gash on its neck. With a feeble howl, the bear instantly exhaled its last breath, not even uttering a sound as the flames scorched its body. The black bear was dead, and at that moment, the flames dissipated without a trace. Surprised by the bear's tenacity, Shin no Suk observed the lifeless creature lying on the ground and softly remarked that this black bear, having lived in the death forest for an extended period, was indeed stronger than an ordinary one. Mo Qufeng, while speaking, formed hand seals, causing the ink scattered on the ground to return to the bottle at his waist, albeit in significantly lesser quantity than before. Adhering to his principle of waste not, he retrieved it while it still contained his chakra. This bear is so robust, its meat should be quite delectable, right? Shin no Suk exclaimed, eagerly approaching the black bear and contemplating how to prepare this sizable creature for dinner. Mo Qufeng cast a meaningful glance towards the distance, sensing that someone seemed to be observing the entire scene. However, he soon shifted his focus back to the black bear, pondering whether it would be braised or steamed. In the Hokage building, Orochimaru pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi-sensei, you summoned me? The third Hokage looked up, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Orochimaru. Ah, you have arrived, Orochimaru. Please, take a seat. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Orochimaru, though puzzled, concealed his thoughts and quietly sat down. Shin no Suk has already begun his graduation assessment, so the matters we discussed earlier can be set into motion, the third Hokage stated. Such haste? Orochimaru expressed surprise. After all, Shin no Suk was merely in his second year and had already applied for graduation. Indeed intriguing, yet merely intriguing, he mused. It appears Shin no Suk cannot bear the silence. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Well, early growth could be beneficial for him. However, it is not the time for the graduation division of the Ninja Academy. Thus, reorganizing a small team will require additional arrangements. By the way, Jiraiya has yet to return, so there is someone else who will need your supervision. Are you referring to Minato? By the riverside, Mo Qufeng was diligently sketching the surrounding scenery with his drawing board. Having studied painting for 20 years in his past life, his skills were quite commendable, particularly in landscape painting, as exemplified by the piece before him. Though rendered solely in ink, it exuded a unique charm. Shin no Suk watched in awe, exclaiming, Mo Qufeng, your painting technique is indeed rare. Mo Qufeng smiled and replied, it is merely a method of ink wash. Though the colors may not be vibrant, they possess an unexpected beauty. Unable to restrain his admiration, Shin no Suk praised him. Haha, Mo Qufeng chuckled lightly, saying nothing further as he neatly stored the painting. The paper, having absorbed the ink, dried as a breeze swept through, and Mo Qufeng meticulously placed it into his ninja tool pouch. Why have you stopped painting? Shin no Suk inquired. Half a day remains until the assessment concludes. Mo Fong whispered softly, his gaze fixed upon the distant white tower. Over these 2 days, they had not merely lingered in place. After their battle with the black bear, both individuals realized the inadequacy of their practical combat experience. Thus, they had been steadily advancing toward the white tower. As they drew nearer, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Through numerous skirmishes over the past 2 days, both had made significant strides in their combat experience. Although they still lacked the prowess required to contend with ninjas, this was nonetheless a form of combat experience. They could both sense their progress. Mo Fong, through practical engagement, had remarkably reduced the time required to execute his ninjutsu to within 5 seconds. With a stroke of his brush upon the scroll, the ferocious beasts would emerge. The artistic skills he had honed in his previous life seamlessly merged with his ninjutsu at that moment. However, both bore the marks of battle, their bodies wrapped in bandages from injuries sustained. Just yesterday, while confronting a pack of wild wolves, they had both been clawed, leaving them with wounds. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Is there something on your mind? Mo Feng inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. After a year together, they had developed a mutual understanding. His words hinted at new intentions. Mo Feng smiled. You know me well. Since we have ventured into the Death Forest, why not explore the Central Tower? Perhaps we shall encounter even more intriguing wonders along the way. Are you not concerned that this might jeopardize our assessment? If we fear such obstacles, how shall we ever have the courage to undertake S-rank missions in the future? Very well. Xian Ji responded with a smile. I shall accompany you. They should be returning soon. Who? Xian Ji queried, puzzled. No sooner had he spoken than a flock of jet-black crows descended from the sky. What is this? Xian Ji exclaimed in astonishment. The scene resembled Mo Feng's Super Beast pseudo-painting, but when had he released them? The black crows alighted upon Mo Feng's shoulders, enveloping him in a swirling mass of feathers. Mo Feng, Xian Ji called out, unable to suppress his concern. Yet, with a resounding thud, all the crows vanished into thin air simultaneously. The remnants of ink swirled into the ink bottle at Mo Feng's waist. With his eyes closed, Mo Feng appeared to be processing something. Mo Feng, Xian Ji called again, prompting Mo Feng to finally open his eyes. I am fine, do not worry. These crows were summoned to scout the forest ahead. Is that so? I thought the creations you conjured were solely for combat. Xian Ji expressed his surprise. Mo Feng chuckled. Of course, they serve more functions than that. Each entity I depict carries a fragment of my spiritual energy, allowing me to observe through their perspective. However, my current strength is insufficient. My ninjutsu is not yet perfected. I can only faintly sense what they encounter. It is only when they return to me that I can fully comprehend their experiences. Even so, that is a remarkable form of reconnaissance. Xian Ji praised. Quite satisfactory. Mo Feng replied. This exploration technique was conceived by Moku after the previous mission to rescue Kushina. That incident provided Moku with a profound understanding of his ink release abilities. Drawing upon the characteristics exhibited by this technique, he deliberately chose the form of a crow for reconnaissance. Firstly, crows are easy to depict and require minimal chakra expenditure. Secondly, crows possess a broad aerial perspective, allowing for extensive surveying. Lastly, as crows are inherently black, their appearance closely resembles that of ink, thus avoiding suspicion. Moku's current prowess is insufficient to conjure colorful beasts. He named this reconnaissance art the ink crow technique, which proves to be quite convenient for scouting routes. Naturally, there are limitations to its range, not exceeding 5 kilometers from his original form. Beyond this distance, the fragment of mental energy entrusted to the ink crow would falter. What have you discovered ahead? Shinobu inquired. A plethora of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts await. However, based on our combat experiences over the last 2 days, we should not encounter significant issues. What are we waiting for? Let us go. That fiery chicken we had yesterday was delightful. Let us catch one today to celebrate our promotion to Chunin. Moku sighed at his companion's persistent thoughts of food. Nevertheless, the taste was indeed exquisite. All right, let's proceed. If the third Hokage were to learn that these two regarded the Forest of Death as a picnic site, he would surely be taken aback. Even more audaciously, they intended to take some leftovers with them. After 2 days of rigorous trials, both of them exuded a hint of ferocity, their mastery of various techniques becoming increasingly adept. Their coordination had also reached a level of seamless harmony. If they were to face their past selves from 2 days prior, they could undoubtedly defeat them in under a minute. This illustrates the disparity brought about by practical experience. At the White Tower, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood at the pinnacle, surveying the entirety of the Forest of Death. Their demeanors were starkly contrasting. One exuded a sinister aura while the other radiated warmth. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Minato. Orochimaru-sama, may I inquire what brought you to this place? Minato asked respectfully. He held a deep reverence for the friend of his master. Ah, Minato-kun, I was quite surprised when Jiraiya chose you as a disciple. That fellow appears rather carefree, almost foolish, yet he possesses discernment. You are the first individual he has taken under his wing, which has drawn my attention to you. Indeed, you have not disappointed Jiraiya. Orochimaru did not directly address Minato's question, but instead regarded him with a cryptic smile. It is an honor to be chosen as a disciple by Master Jiraiya. As for his class, it seems you are the sole remaining member, Minato replied, his bright eyes dimming at the mention of his past. The memories of Jiraiya's class were among his fondest recollections after becoming a genin. 3 years prior, 10-year-old Minato graduated alongside 12-year-old fresh graduates. He was fortunate to have caught Jiraiya's attention even before graduation, leading to his appointment as Minato's guiding instructor. The distinction between a mentor student and a direct disciple is indeed palpable. For instance, while Kakashi and Sakura share a mentor-student relationship, the bond Kakashi has with Sasuke transcends that, placing him in the realm of a direct disciple. Similarly, Naruto stands as a direct disciple to Jiraiya. A direct disciple embodies more than mere instruction in ninjutsu. It encompasses the inheritance of beliefs and aspirations, alongside the importation of unique techniques, such as Jiraiya's summoning jutsu and Kakashi's Chidori. 3 years prior, the shinobi world was still recovering from the ravages of war, and numerous missions awaited completion. The members of Jiraiya's team were far from weak, thus the challenges they faced were significant. During wartime, talent abounded, for the pressures of conflict induced rapid growth in every gifted individual. The price of stagnation was often death, a harrowing chapter marked by bloodshed and sorrow. Yet, this tumultuous period also forged invaluable friendships and accelerated strength for Minato. The 3 members of Jiraiya's team were capable of entrusting their backs to one another. However, war invariably brings with it the specter of death. In the final battle, the other 2 members of Jiraiya's team perished. And it was then that Minato first experienced the profound sorrow of losing comrades. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya deployed to the Land of Rain and has yet to return to Konoha. Minato was left to navigate his grief alone. Fortunately, his inherently warm disposition prevented him from succumbing to darkness, though the experience left him with a wound, one that, despite having scarred over, still throbs faintly. The mere mention of Orochimaru reignites that discomfort within him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. During this past year, I hear you have been undertaking missions alone? Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. The team under Jiraiya has not been re-established, and with my mentor still absent, the ninja administration has not assigned me a new squad. Thus, I am currently executing C and D rank missions solo. Minato spoke candidly, leaving no detail concealed, as there was nothing shameful in his circumstances. With Jiraiya occupied with duties in the Land of Rain, his return remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Minato was taken aback by the unexpected arrangement made by the Third Hokage. It was clear now why Orochimaru, who had maintained a distant relationship with him, sought him out. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Orochimaru. And what of the other 2 new members? Ah, you shall soon meet the remaining 2 members, Orochimaru replied, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on a particular spot in the forest. They are arriving. Here? Minato questioned, puzzled, for this location appeared ill-suited for the assembly of a genin team. Indeed, they are quite intriguing little ones, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, his long tongue involuntarily licking his lips in anticipation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted not far from the central tower, followed by a cloud of black smoke. Minato turned to investigate. Is that fire release? He murmured. Indeed, it seems Sarutobi-sensei's son possesses considerable skill, Orochimaru chuckled. The son of the Third Hokage? Watergate felt a stirring in his heart, and he comprehended the situation. This Shinizuke must be one of his teammates. Graduating at the tender age of 7? Truly astonishing. But who might the other individual be? The earlier confusion regarding why Orochimaru had taken over Jiraiya's class was resolved in that moment. Yet, a new uncertainty arose. From Watergate's perspective, the Third Hokage was paving the way for Shinizuke, or rather, nurturing him. Initially, Shinizuke would receive guidance from Orochimaru, and then return to Jiraiya's class, thereby establishing a mentor-student bond with 2 of the legendary Sannin. In this world, such a bond is the cornerstone of political alliances. If Shinizuke proves himself in Konoha, his status would certainly rise. This was Watergate's contemplation, a reflection of his political insight. One must acknowledge Watergate's brilliance, as he had deduced much of the situation. However, the remaining nuances were known solely to the Third Hokage himself. As Hokage, the Third was exceedingly busy, especially in recent years marked by rampant warfare, leaving him with an overwhelming array of official duties. Consequently, he could not afford the luxury of dedicating ample time to educate his son. As a father, he yearned to guide his child well, and as the leader of the Sarutobi clan, he aspired to cultivate a worthy successor. If Shinizuke proved exceptional, he might even become the next Hokage. This required Shinizuke's growth, which in turn necessitated a capable teacher. At that moment, the most trustworthy choice for the Third Hokage was undoubtedly his own pupil, Orochimaru. With formidable strength and a philosophy imparted by the Hokage himself, it was a fitting match. Among the Sannin, Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Kato, had perished in the final battle, his insides obliterated, drenched in blood. Coupled with the prior loss of Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, who had similarly died in a bloody manner, the cumulative trauma led Tsunade to develop hemophobia, prompting her to leave Konoha in solitude, vanishing without a trace. Jiraiya remained in the land of rain, yet to return. Thus, only Orochimaru remained. The third Hokage held Orochimaru in high regard, and naturally, he was willing to entrust his son to him. However, complete reliance on Orochimaru was ill-advised, for the latter had grown somewhat devious, a trait the third Hokage did not wish to see reflected in his son. Watergate served to mediate this aspect. When Jiraiya returned, Shinizuke would seamlessly transition back under Jiraiya's tutelage, aimed at mitigating any sinister influences gleaned from Orochimaru, fostering a more wholesome character. Each arrangement reflected the third Hokage's nurturing of his son without abusing his authority. The plight of parents everywhere is indeed poignant. As for Mufang, the third Hokage valued his bloodline abilities and innate talent, as well as the bond he shared with Shinizuke. If handled properly, Mufang might become a pillar of support for Konoha in the future. Watergate shared a similar sentiment. Through his connection with Shinizuke, Mufang could further deepen his affection for Konoha. The third Hokage had faith in his judgment. Under their watchful gazes, Mufang and Shinizuke emerged from the forest, clasping their noses. "Ah, Ji, I have already told you not to set fire. The flowers will emit a foul odor when exposed to flames." Zinzasuke awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Isn't it too late for you to say that? I've already completed my seal, and if I do not release the fire, it will backfire on me." Mo Feng fell silent. Whoosh! Two figures descended from the sky, landing before the two. Instantly alert, they were taken aback upon recognizing the arrivals. "Uncle Orochimaru? Senior Watergate?" Zinzasuke and Mo Feng exclaimed in unison, astonished by the unexpected presence of the two. Especially Mo Feng, who could hardly fathom that Orochimaru and Watergate would appear together. Such a combination felt inherently discordant. Watergate, too, was surprised to see Mo Feng as the third individual. While he acknowledged Mo Feng's capabilities, unlike Zinzasuke, Mo Feng was merely the last scion of a once prestigious bloodline, with early graduation posing a greater risk of clan extinction. In an instant, Watergate's thoughts raced, contemplating the implications. Could it be that war was on the horizon once more? Reflecting on the earlier incident involving Kushina's capture by the Cloud Ninja, Watergate's suspicions grew stronger. The impending conflict likely prompted the third Hokage to allow Mo Feng to graduate early. Even the third Hokage would not wish to see the last heir of a bloodline turned into cannon fodder. The only way to avoid such a fate was to grow stronger swiftly. Observing the composition of this team, it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of talent in Konoha. 3 genius students and 1 elite teacher. "Congratulations, you have passed the Genin examination," Zinzasuke-kun, Mo Feng-kun, Orochimaru remarked, his elongated eyes gliding between the two, lingering a moment longer on Mo Feng. A sense of unease gripped Mo Feng. He felt inexplicably anxious. Holding on to the impression of Orochimaru from the original narrative, Mo Feng had always wished to avoid dealings with such a perilous individual, fearing he might inadvertently become a subject of experimentation. In response to Mo Feng's greeting, Watergate merely smiled and nodded, feeling a weight in his heart as he contemplated the looming war. "Uncle Orochimaru, are you our examiner for the assessment? Is Teacher Inoue not coming?" Zinzasuke inquired curiously. "Inoue has departed. I shall be the one to hand over your items," Orochimaru replied, producing 2 forehead protectors from his cloak. The deep blue fabric and the iron plates adorned with the Konoha emblem symbolized their identity as ninjas. Orochimaru casually tossed the protectors to the two. Mo Feng and Zinzasuke hurriedly caught them. "Hee, we finally did it," Zinzasuke exclaimed, fastening the protector onto his forehead. Mo Feng gazed at the forehead protector in his hands, momentarily lost in thought. Being a ninja, once he donned this protector, he would embark on the true path of a ninja. Taking a deep breath, Mo Feng also placed the protector on his head. In that moment, he truly became a genin of Konoha. "Uncle Orochimaru, you wouldn't be my instructor, would you?" Suddenly, Shino realized something and looked at Orochimaru with uncontainable joy. However, upon hearing this, Mofing was taken aback. Orochimaru is the guiding instructor? This was indeed a matter of mixed feelings for Mofing. There was no doubt about Orochimaru's teaching abilities, Although he could not quite match the legendary Jiraiya, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Within a mere 3 years, Sasuke had achieved a level of power comparable to that of a Kage, a feat that could not solely be attributed to his personal talent. The significance of Orochimaru's role in this was evident. Yet, at the same time, Orochimaru's perilous personality left Mofing feeling uneasy. Huh, Uncle Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Shino inquired, puzzled. Teacher Sarutobi has assigned both of you to Jiraiya's class. Uncle Jiraiya? As Shino spoke, he glanced at Minato, who was nearby. Though he was not well acquainted with Minato, he recalled having seen him alongside Jiraiya on a previous occasion. It dawned on him that this blond youth was indeed a disciple of Uncle Jiraiya. Upon noticing Shino's gaze, Minato offered a gentle smile. Ah, I remember now. You are indeed Uncle Jiraiya's disciple. But hasn't Uncle Jiraiya been away from the village on a mission for a year? Why are we still assigned to his class? So, until Jiraiya returns, I will temporarily take over his class. Mofing was even more astonished upon hearing this. He had been assigned to Jiraiya's class, and now Orochimaru was taking over? Mofing couldn't help but glance at Shino beside him. He truly was fortunate this time. Such treatment was likely reserved for the third Hokage's son alone. Why is it so complicated, Uncle Orochimaru? Why not just lead a class of your own? Shino asked. Compared to Jiraiya, Shino actually preferred Orochimaru. This was not to say Jiraiya was inadequate, but Shino was more drawn to the cool, composed genius that Orochimaru represented. Jiraiya's occasional foolishness left Shino feeling somewhat exasperated, not to mention his peculiar hobbies. In Shino's eyes, ninjas should embody qualities like those of Orochimaru, calm, decisive, and immensely powerful. Jiraiya, after all, fell just a tad short. Of course, Shino's relationship with Jiraiya was by no means poor. Hehe, Shino-kun. I don't have much time to manage the lower ninjas, Orochimaru replied with a cold smile, his gaze fixed on Shino, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, Orochimaru had not always shied away from instructing lower ninjas. That had been years ago. At Tsunade's request, and the arrangement of the third Hokage, Orochimaru had taken charge of the class that featured Tsunade's younger brother, the recently graduated Senju Rope. At that time, Orochimaru was not averse to mentoring lower ninjas. However, it was not long before Rope's entire class perished on the battlefield, and the bond of teacher and student was shattered in an instant. Orochimaru was once again reminded of the fragility of life. From that moment on, he gradually entertained the notion of immortality. His current endeavors revolved around seeking the path to eternal life, though he had yet to delve into human experimentation. Though his demeanor was chilling, it had yet to reach the depths of foreboding it would later embody. Had it not been for the persistent entreaties of the third Hokage, Orochimaru might have been reluctant to acquiesce. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. Orochimaru harbored no desire to rekindle the bonds of mentorship, at least for the present. Taking over Jiraiya's class was a concession Orochimaru had made after retreating a step back. Naturally, this was all part of the third Hokage's grand design. The two shared an unspoken understanding, resulting in an immediate agreement devoid of superfluous dialogue. Really, Uncle Orochimaru, you always have so many matters to attend to. You never wanted to play with me when we were children, complained Shino. Mokufeng was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the apparent camaraderie between Shino and Orochimaru. Minato approached Shino with a smile, extending his hand as he said, Mokufeng, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Thank you for last time. Mokufeng reciprocated the gesture with a grin, replying, I didn't anticipate it either. It is truly delightful to become companions with you, Brother Minato. Huh. When did you two become acquainted? Shino inquired, puzzled. The matter I mentioned last time was done alongside Brother Minato, Mokufeng clarified. Ah, I see now. Shino exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. After some light conversation, the three had established a preliminary acquaintance. Well, it seems we have exchanged enough pleasantries. Let us commence with the first lesson. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from him. Fear, coldness, the intent to kill. That suffocating sensation gripped Mokufeng's heart. The once rustling forest fell into an eerie silence. The Death Forest now seemed to truly embody its ominous name. Mokufeng and Shino froze in place, paralyzed by the oppressive aura, as though a colossal hand had seized their throats. Minato felt a weight settle upon him, yet with a gentle movement, he rid himself of the chilling presence. Having witnessed the horrors of war and having surpassed the rank of Jonin, Orochimaru's killing intent did not overwhelm him. Orochimaru was taken aback by Minato's swift liberation from his oppressive aura. This apprentice of Jiraiya appeared to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a power rivaling that of the Hokage. With Minato having broken free from his killing intent, Orochimaru turned his attention to Mokufeng and Shino. Mokufeng found himself ensnared in a vision of a sea of corpses, as figures fell before him incessantly. Blood painted the skies, and bodies piled high like mountains, while the agonized cries of dying ninjas echoed in his ears. Cold sweat quickly drenched his garments. Minato observed from the sidelines, growing increasingly concerned. Both were merely freshly graduated genin. How could they withstand such a formidable killing intent from Orochimaru? This aura was akin to a B-rank jinjutsu in its potency. Orochimaru grinned, clearly pleased with their reactions. Most ordinary genin would have crumbled under such pressure, yet both had managed to remain standing, a remarkable feat in itself. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused softly, his malevolent aura intensifying further. In the towering edifice of the Hokage, the third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball before him, beset by a profound headache. Orochimaru's antics had spiraled into chaos. The murderous intent intensified, and the scene before Mofing grew increasingly grotesque. Each dying ninja lunged at him like a vengeful specter, their anguished voices echoing in his ears. "I do not wish to die. Spare me. I will slay you." The harrowing cries of desperation resonated incessantly. Mofing's visage turned ashen, cold sweat cascading from his brow. His fists clenched tightly, his jaw set in a grimace of determination. "No," Mofing bellowed, unleashing a surge of chakra that erupted throughout his being. A vibrant blue aura enveloped him, connecting his internal chakra to every meridian, causing the haunting illusions to vanish. Exhausted, he sank to one knee, gasping for breath. "Mofing, are you all right?" Minato inquired with concern, standing nearby. Mofing shook his head, managing a faint smile. "I am fine." Orochimaru observed Mofing with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. The ability to dispel one's own murderous intent through sheer willpower was indeed a rare and commendable trait. Meanwhile, Shino had reached his limit as well. His right hand trembled as he raised a kunai, then, with a sudden burst of resolve, plunged it into his own thigh. Blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain jolted Shino out of the suffocating aura of death. Both Minato and Orochimaru were taken aback by his decisive action. Such a resolute measure. Though Shino lacked Mofing's strength of will to extricate himself, he had employed an alternate means to escape Orochimaru's oppressive aura. Pain can awaken clarity, once awakened. The terror evoked by this so-called murderous intent dissipates instantaneously. Despite his tender years, Shino displayed a remarkable tenacity. A person capable of inflicting such hardship upon themselves would likely show no mercy to their foes, a quality intrinsic to a true ninja. Orochimaru, satisfied, licked his lips and reined in his own murderous intent. The two young boys before him had exceeded his expectations, setting aside their prowess. Their will and character alone were astonishing, attributes that many ninjas develop over the long course of their careers, often at the cost of bloodshed. Clapping his hands lightly, Orochimaru chuckled. "You both are quite impressive. Uncle Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this?" Shino panted, bewildered. One moment, Orochimaru had been speaking amiably, and the next, he had unleashed his murderous intent. "Ah, Shino-kun, it is merely a small game." "You both are commendable," Orochimaru remarked, his excitement evident as he licked his lips. Mofing inwardly sighed. Orochimaru's manner of conducting affairs was quite intolerable. "Now, for the sake of our future collaboration, I must ascertain your strengths. You have 10 minutes to devise a strategy. Afterward, we shall engage in combat. Do not hold back, give it your all. If you manage to hurt me, I shall provide you with a most extraordinary surprise," Orochimaru declared, gradually sinking into the ground and vanishing from sight. "Uncle Orochimaru," Shino called out, yet Orochimaru did not reappear. Honestly, Uncle Orochimaru remains as he always was. Shino couldn't help but complain. "Lord Orochimaru has his own methods. Let us devise a strategy," Minato remarked, retrieving bandages from his ninja pouch. "Allow me to tend to your wounds." Shino was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Thank you, Minato." Minato appeared quite adept at bandaging, swiftly wrapping Shino's injury. Under the pressure of the bandages, the pain diminished significantly. As long as there was no vigorous activity, it would not have a substantial impact. Afterward, they could visit the Konoha hospital for healing with the healing technique, and he would soon return to normal. "Minato, How are we to confront Lord Orochimaru? With the three of us, we could hardly inflict any harm upon him, Mothing whispered. The gap between us and Lord Orochimaru is vast. Inflicting harm upon him is nearly impossible. We need only demonstrate our capabilities, Minato replied. I don't care. I must prove my strength to Uncle Orochimaru. He must see what I can do. Orochimaru was, in Shino's eyes, the ideal mentor. Now that Orochimaru had become his instructor, he was determined to seize the opportunity to become his disciple. Mothing mused. Orochimaru likely had not yet ventured into human experimentation, thus the danger level remained low. If he could receive guidance from him, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. Waiting for Jiraiya's return would likely be too late, as he recalled that Jiraiya was still in the land of rain, instructing Nagato and the others. It was only due to the outbreak of war that he was urgently summoned back by the third Hokage. By the time Jiraiya returned to take over Team Jiraiya, it would undoubtedly be too late. Thus, the current course of action was to showcase their worth, hoping that Orochimaru might impart some knowledge. What ninjutsu do you excel in? Let us formulate our battle plan, Minato suggested quietly. Sarutobi Shino excels in earth release and fire release. Yunju Mothing specializes in super beast imitation. Namikaze Minato is skilled in body flicker technique and wind release. The three presented their respective specialties as an initial understanding. Being the eldest, Minato naturally assumed the role of team leader. As he listened to their introductions, Minato furrowed his brow, contemplating the upcoming battle plan. He had executed such plans many times before, making him quite proficient. Mothing harbored deep trust in Minato. Whether as a friend or mentor, he was deserving of confidence. As Jiraiya's disciple, Shino also felt an inexplicable trust in him. Atop the White Tower, Orochimaru observed the three below with quiet interest. He did not eavesdrop on their so-called battle strategy. As one of the legendary Sannin, he deemed such actions beneath him. The son of Sarutobi, the foolish disciple of Jiraiya, and a scion of the Yunju clan, what an intriguing combination. I wonder what surprises you may bring. As the wind gently caressed the surroundings, Orochimaru delicately twirled a strand of hair. An elusive glimmer radiated from his golden pupils. Is that about right? Minato's azure eyes surveyed the two, awaiting their response. Moku and Shino exchanged glances, astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. Having just learned of Shino's abilities, Minato had swiftly devised a battle strategy by integrating their strengths within this brief time frame. Such intellect and combat experience were truly formidable. In that instant, Shino grasped the extent of Minato's prowess. Setting aside all else, this level of acumen was not something an ordinary ninja could attain. Understood. The two replied in unison. Minato smiled gently and declared, then it is settled. As the 10-minute mark approached, Orochimaru reappeared. Judging by your expressions, it seems you have reached a consensus. Let us commence, but maintain a mindset of genuine combat. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's lips, and without waiting for the trio's response, he struck first. Ninja art. Shadow serpent hand. A brown serpent erupted from Orochimaru's sleeve, charging towards the three. They were taken aback and hastily retreated several steps. Uncle Orochimaru, at the very least. Wait until we are prepared before beginning. After dodging the attack, Shino couldn't help but voice his frustration. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. In the heat of battle, do you think your adversary will wait for you to be ready before they strike? A ninja must always maintain vigilance. Orochimaru's icy words pierced Shino's ears, rendering him speechless. Minato barked, proceed as planned. Moku nodded, swiftly retrieving a scroll with his left hand while gripping a brush in his right. Ninja art. Super beast imitation. Tiger. The ferocious tiger leapt forth from the canvas. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, as if a bloody wind spewed from its maw. The ink tiger sprang into action, its speed dramatically increasing, reaching Orochimaru's side in an instant. Super beast imitation, indeed a nostalgic ninjutsu. He murmured softly, clenching his right fist and giving a gentle wave. What? Orochimaru's right fist struck the tiger's forehead with precision. With a resounding thud, the once formidable tiger was instantly reduced to a puddle of ink, splattering to the ground. Such astonishing destructive power. Though aware that the ink tiger stood no chance against Orochimaru, Moku could not fathom that a mere punch could obliterate it so effortlessly. The sheer magnitude of this force was astounding. While Orochimaru did not excel in brute physical prowess, the might of his punch was still formidable. One could only imagine the terror of Tsunade's monstrous strength. At that moment, Moku felt the chilling reality of a shadow-level powerhouse. This level of super beast imitation was still far from sufficient. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy, yet he refrained from launching another assault. For the next moment, Minato burst forth from the side, the black kunai in his hand glimmering with a white edge, emitting a sizzling sound. When to tribute chakra? Such incredible speed, Orochimaru thought to himself. Yet his movements did not falter. With a swift motion, the left hand grasped the kunai, which, once a deep black, now appeared to be tinged with a shade of yellow. Clang! The kunai, imbued with wind chakra, collided against Orochimaru's kunai. That yellow hue was none other than earth chakra. While wind chakra enhanced sharpness, earth chakra fortified defensive capabilities. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru pushed backward, his right leg unexpectedly lifted, delivering a kick towards Minato. Minato, with his left arm bent, attempted to block, but was sent flying by Orochimaru's kick. At that instant, Shinsuke's assault arrived. Fire style. Great fireball technique. An even larger fireball erupted from Shinsuke's mouth. The searing heat, accompanied by a fierce wind, surged toward Orochimaru. Unperturbed, Orochimaru casually released the kunai from his right hand. The kunai, infused with earth chakra, pierced through the massive fireball like an arrow. Whoosh! The fireball split in two, creating a path in the middle. Shinsuke was taken aback, astonished that his most adept technique was so easily neutralized. Truly, Uncle Orochimaru is formidable, he murmured, gaining a deeper understanding of Orochimaru. But is that all? Orochimaru spoke softly. From the beginning until now, aside from using the hidden shadow snake hand as a warning, he had yet to employ any other ninja techniques. Yet he had rendered all three of their attacks ineffective, hardly shifting his position. His overwhelming power was truly astonishing. A heavy weight settled upon the hearts of Mofing and Shinsuke. Minato, however, remained relatively composed, having Jiraiya as a benchmark. He could somewhat grasp Orochimaru's strength. Though Orochimaru was powerful, he had not exceeded Minato's expectations. I would be quite disappointed otherwise. Orochimaru's cold gaze swept over the trio, his intuition suggesting that their strength was not merely superficial. Mofing steadied his mind, aligning the index and middle fingers of his right hand. He summoned both mental energy and chakra. To his astonishment, the spilled ink from the shattered ink tiger appeared to come alive once more. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, as if realizing something. Ninja art. Ink flow. The scattered ink coalesced into three streams, rushing toward Orochimaru in the center. Intriguing. A slight smile graced Orochimaru's lips, and with a subtle movement, his nearly 6-foot frame contorted at an unusual angle, narrowly evading the three streams of ink. Mofing was not surprised. It was a technique unique to Orochimaru's soft-bodied modification. With a change of hand gestures, he declared, "Ninja art. Ink mist technique." As soon as the words left his lips, the three streams of ink dispersed again, transforming into an inky curtain enveloping Orochimaru from all sides. Vision obscured. The dark curtain of ink shrouded Orochimaru's sight, plunging him into darkness. At that moment, Orochimaru sensed a wave of intense heat. Fire style? But this intensity. Orochimaru's expression turned to one of surprise as he formed hand seals. Wind style? Great breakthrough. The formidable winds swiftly dispelled the inky clouds. As they parted, the searing blaze gradually emerged. Orochimaru felt a sudden warmth at his back and turned to behold a colossal fireball, magnified several times its original size, rolling toward him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Wind style. Violent wind palm. A combination of ninjutsu. Great fireball technique. Shin Nosuke initiated the fire style technique, followed closely by Minato, who seized the moment to unleash the wind style technique. The combination ninjutsu required the collaboration of two distinct techniques to be executed, yielding a potency far exceeding mere addition. However, the complexity of execution was equally high, necessitating significant synergy between the practitioners. The rapport between Minato and Shin Nosuke was well established, almost instinctual. The critical factor enabling the combination ninjutsu was Minato's adept coordination. With Shin Nosuke's fire style technique already launched, his task was accomplished. Minato, timing his wind style technique to complement the great fireball technique, capitalized on the moment to unleash the wind. Thus, the combination ninjutsu was successfully executed. Furthermore, both techniques were classified as C rank, indicating a manageable level for Minato's control. The combined force rivaled that of A rank ninjutsu. as Minato's wind style was infused with a substantial amount of finely tuned wind chakra. Such a technique warranted serious consideration, even from Orochimaru. Combination ninjutsu? Orochimaru murmured, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Confronted by the immense flames looming near, his hands transformed into fleeting shadows. Earth style? Earth wall technique. Soil erupted suddenly beneath Orochimaru's feet, gradually taking shape like a towering wall, several meters high. The massive fireball collided with the stone wall, leaving behind a charred, gaping crater. Orochimaru stood atop the wall, resembling an unrivaled dark king, surveying all with disdain. His piercing gaze instilled dread in numerous ninjas. Yet, that overwhelming presence did not deter Mo Phone from his actions. Ninja art. Super Beast Imitation. Ink hounds. Bang, bang. The sound of two light impacts resonated from beneath Orochimaru. What is this? His pupils contracted as he witnessed two ink-colored hounds erupting from the ground, their gaping maws clamping down on his arms. Had they been lurking underground all along? Orochimaru pondered, just as a cold kunai pressed against his back. The golden strands of hair shimmered with a radiant glow. An astonishing speed. First, Mo Feng's Super Beast Imitation attack diverted my attention, anticipating a physical counter, thus leaving ink in my vicinity. Next came Minato's thrust, instantly shifting my focus to the wind-infused kunai. Minato retreated, both from my counter and his own withdrawal. That strike, though Minato encountered Orochimaru's kick, bore little impact. Yet the distance he retreated was considerable. Orochimaru sensed something was amiss at that moment. Immediately following, Shinonasuke launched a fire-release offensive as a feint, while in truth, Moffing adeptly maneuvered the ink beside me, solidifying it into an ink stream for a surprise attack. The ink stream's assault faltered, swiftly transforming into a misty ink haze, obscuring my vision. Meanwhile, the already prepared Shinonasuke and Minato executed a combined ninjutsu, creating an assault of the utmost magnitude. Orochimaru chuckled softly, expressing his admiration. Such a level of assault would compel even me to employ ninjutsu for defense. Given the current environment, utilizing Earth Release was the most prudent approach. Coincidentally, Earth Release was also one of my most proficient techniques. At this juncture, Orochimaru could not help but regard Minato with newfound respect for his strategic planning. The ability to predict what type of ninjutsu the opponent would employ under specific circumstances exemplifies the power of intelligence. Furthermore, the capacity to devise strategies based on situational awareness is the terrifying aspect of combat intellect. As I initiated my Earth Release, Moffing had already maneuvered the ink hounds underground. Waiting for the moment, I relaxed while receiving the combined ninjutsu, at which point they would be summoned forth to ensnare me. Minato, however, erupted forth with nearly double the speed from before, pressing a kunai against the nape of my neck. The synergy among them was indeed subtle and skillful. Were it not for my knowledge of their recent acquaintance, I would suspect they were seasoned comrades. The trio presented an ever-increasing array of surprises for Orochimaru today. Though Moffing's Super Beast Imitation technique lacked formidable power, his control had reached a level of ease, indicating his remarkable mental prowess, one that certainly surpassed that of a mere genin. Minato had fully mastered the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra and was also exceedingly adept with the body flicker technique. If Orochimaru was not mistaken, Minato had adapted the body flicker technique to suit his own style, thereby elevating it to a level beyond that of ordinary practitioners. In terms of speed, Orochimaru and the current Minato were nearly evenly matched. Lastly, Shinonasuke's fire release was also beyond the capabilities of an average genin. The continuous execution of the great fireball technique without pause demonstrated not only ample chakra reserves, but also exceptional efficiency. Minato, was this combat strategy devised solely by you? I inquired. I merely presented a rough concept. The specific details are thanks to Moffing and Shinonasuke's adjustments. After all, only they are truly aware of their own capabilities, replied Minato, still holding the kunai firmly. At that moment, Moffing and Shinonasuke leaped forward. Hee, Uncle Orochimaru, we've subdued you. Aren't we impressive? Shinonasuke exclaimed with excitement, never imagining they could overpower Orochimaru. Yet, at that instant, Minato lowered his kunai, his expression one of resignation. Moffing's countenance shifted, as if he understood something. Suddenly, a light applause echoed. The three turned in surprise towards the source of the sound. Orochimaru had appeared at a distance unbeknownst to them. Meanwhile, The Orochimaru before Minato instantaneously transformed into soil, merging with the earth. What? It was merely a earth clone? Shinonasuke exclaimed in astonishment. The moment the ink hound appeared, Orochimaru had already replaced his physical form. The swiftness of his actions rendered the three present oblivious to the change. It was only moments later that Moffing and Minato recognized that what they faced was merely a clay clone. Orochimaru was not so easily subdued. Hehe, Shino-kun, you truly are endearing, he remarked. Shino felt a pang of discouragement, having anticipated a different outcome. Minato and Moffing were not surprised. They were well aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength. Such power, rivaling that of the Hokage, was beyond the capacity of the three of them to challenge. Their recent performance had already spoken volumes about their abilities, each showcasing their unique traits. Moffing's ink techniques were diverse, Minato's speed was unparalleled, and Shino's innate talent for ninjutsu was impressive. They had exerted themselves fully. Even a second attempt might not yield better results. Thus, a failure held little weight in their minds. Azu, Orochimaru-sama is renowned as one of the legendary Sannin. How could we, mere freshly graduated genin, hope to harm him? Moffing remarked with resignation. Shino, coming to his senses, acknowledged his momentary arrogance. After all, Orochimaru was his idol. He could not be so easily defeated. Hehe. I have gleaned some understanding of your strengths. Shino-kun, if my memory serves me correctly, you, like Sarutobi-sensei, possess all 5 elemental affinities. Indeed, Uncle Orochimaru, he replied. Although you can utilize fire and earth techniques, your mastery of their nature transformation is not yet complete. You must delve deeper into your studies to achieve perfection, and the learning of the remaining 3 affinities should be prioritized as well. Once you have mastered all 5 transformations, you will be able to learn Sarutobi-sensei's unique ninjutsu, the 5 elemental great bomb technique. The potential for greatness lies ahead. Shino's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. Uncle Orochimaru. Moffing, hearing this, gazed at Shino in astonishment, not expecting him to possess all 5 elemental affinities. He recalled that in the original story, apart from the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths and other exceptional clans, only the 3rd Hokage and Kakashi had such a constitution. Although Orochimaru also had it, he had likely acquired it through repeated use of the impure world reincarnation, resulting in a significantly diminished effect. The 3rd Hokage's 5 elemental great bomb technique was no less formidable than the tailed beast bomb, its power not to be underestimated. While Moffing pondered this, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward him. Moffing-kun, your ink techniques are rudimentary, yet their power is lacking. Do you recall the Youngju clan's super beast imitation? Have you learned it? I still lack sufficient chakra, thus I am unable to master the super beast imitation, Moffing replied. Indeed, Orochimaru acknowledged. The super beast imitation is a B-rank technique, while the super divine imitation is an A-rank technique. It requires not only a profound understanding of ninjutsu techniques, but also a robust chakra reserve. How could a 7-year-old boy possibly possess such chakra? Orochimaru then produced a thin piece of paper from his robe and handed it to Moffing. Orochimaru-sama, what is this? Moffing inquired. It is chakra testing paper. Your super beast imitation is intriguing, but its execution is too slow in battle, putting you at a disadvantage in the early stages. Mastering various ninjutsu will significantly enhance your combat prowess. Remember, while a ninja may possess a signature technique, relying solely on a single ninjutsu is perilous. Should an adversary uncover your weakness, your demise is inevitable. The allure of ninjutsu lies in its boundless variety, Orochimaru remarked, unable to suppress a lick of his lips, his expression brimming with fervor for the art of ninjutsu. Moffing nodded, accepting the chakra test paper. By channeling chakra into this paper, different elemental reactions would occur. If it were of the earth element, the paper would shatter. For water, it would become drenched. Lightning would cause it to crinkle. Wind would slice it, and fire would ignite it. The elements are categorized into 7 types: wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, and yang. Typically, a ninja would only engage with one of the first 5 elements. Orochimaru chose not to elaborate further, deeming it premature for Moffing and his companions. Furthermore, the chakra test paper cannot discern yin and yang attributes. Within a human body, there typically exists 2 or 3 elemental affinities. However, nearly all individuals predominantly exhibit one element, which is reflected in the chakra test paper. A standard ninja would often specialize in this primary attribute. Only upon reaching the Jonin level, having perfected this primary affinity, would they venture to develop a secondary or even tertiary element. Yet, there exists a category of individuals known as geniuses, who inherently possess two primary attributes and can cultivate them simultaneously, such as Sasuke. Then there are those who are prodigiously gifted, endowed with 5 primary attributes and capable of developing them concurrently, like the third Hokage, Kakashi, and the present Jinchūriki. Many bloodline limits are formed through the fusion of 2 innate primary attributes, while the amalgamation of 3 primary attributes leads to bloodline elimination. Such capabilities are not merely the envy of the common folk. Of course, possessing 2 innate attributes does not automatically grant one the ability to create a bloodline limit. It requires luck, theoretical knowledge, and bloodline factors, among other elements, none of which can be casually acquired. Mo Feng's ability to wield Wudong stems from his possession of Yang chakra and water chakra, a realization he acknowledges. However, he is also curious whether he might be endowed with dual or even triple innate attributes. With this thought in mind, he infused chakra into the test paper. The previously dry chakra paper became moist. Water attribute. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Was it truly just one attribute? Aware that Voidun is a bloodline limit, Orochimaru had initially presumed it would be a fusion of 2 elements, yet he did not anticipate that Uffing possessed only one. Could the other be an aspect of the yin and yang attributes? Orochimaru pondered, though he kept his thoughts concealed. This was also a significant reason for testing Mo Feng's chakra attributes. Haha, Mo Feng, it appears you are outmatched. I possess 5, which is quite impressive. Jinchūriki declared with a hint of pride, then took the already damp chakra test paper from Mo Feng and infused it with his chakra. In an instant, the paper was divided into 4 sections. 1 section burned, 1 shattered, 1 soaked, and 1 crinkled. It is indeed the effect of the convergence of the 5 innate attributes. Mo Feng smiled helplessly. Well, it seems that this loss is rather severe. However, Mo Feng remained indifferent, for the trajectories of their development were fundamentally different. The art of Mo Dun embodies both offense and defense, and in comparison to the 5 attributes, it holds its own. Moreover, while ninjutsu may vary in strength, the ultimate outcome still hinges upon the ninja's capabilities. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Mo Feng. This is the foundational technique of water release. You may take it back to study. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Orochimaru was not the type to provide hands-on guidance to his students. His teaching method was to throw materials for self-study, encouraging inquiries only when confusion arose. Thus, he possessed little desire to instruct the dim-witted. If Mo Feng were unable to comprehend even this basic technique, Orochimaru might reconsider his attitude towards him. Though he would not voice this, his actions would speak otherwise. The scroll was heavy, causing Mo Feng's hands to sink momentarily before he steadied it. He wondered why Orochimaru had such a weighty item in his pouch. Orochimaru turned his attention to Minato. Minato-kun, your strength has reached the level of a typical jonin. The body flicker technique, wind release. You have chosen the path of an agile attacker, have you not? Agile attackers face a significantly greater challenge than ordinary ninjas. They strive for swift victories, necessitating exceptionally quick reflexes. This is a form of innate talent. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, Minato acknowledged, not denying that this was the path he sought. The body flicker technique has been perfected to its current zenith under your guidance. Achieving a breakthrough in speed has become increasingly arduous. I have reached the pinnacle of this technique. As Minato considered Orochimaru's words, he felt a tinge of melancholy. If even someone as knowledgeable as Orochimaru expressed such sentiments, it was likely that a significant breakthrough was indeed elusive. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Minato's spirits lifted as he eagerly awaited what Orochimaru would say next. Do you know who currently holds the title of the fastest in the ninja world, Minato-kun? The fastest in the ninja world? Minato murmured, then replied, is it the third Hokage? Lord Orochimaru, are you referring to lightning release techniques? Indeed, Minato-kun, you are quite astute. Lightning release can stimulate the body, enhancing muscle contraction capabilities and significantly increasing speed. It also fortifies physical defense. If I am not mistaken, you are naturally endowed with both wind and lightning attributes, correct? That fool Jiraiya likely does not understand lightning release himself, and thus wouldn't teach you. Minato chuckled awkwardly, for this was indeed the case. During wartime, Jiraiya naturally focused on teaching Minato the techniques that piqued his interest and could most effectively enhance his combat prowess. Lacking expertise in lightning release, Jiraiya was understandably less familiar with it, making instruction a cumbersome affair, one best avoided during times of war. Orochimaru then produced another scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Minato. This is the method for cultivating lightning affinity, which you may explore on your own. Minato took over and said, "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." The remarkable speed of the third Hokage is primarily attributed to his unique secret technique, the lightning release armor. Without mastering this ninjutsu, the enhancement of lightning affinity remains limited. That said, Konoha does possess techniques that surpass the lightning release armor in speed, as Orochimaru cryptically remarked. Techniques faster than the lightning release armor? Uncle Orochimaru, what might those be? Shinsuke inquired with curiosity. However, Mufang understood precisely what Orochimaru was alluding to. The title of the fastest shinobi in the ninja world was not held by the Hokage. Orochimaru scoffed, his disdain for the Hokage evident in his tone. The title of the fastest shinobi in the ninja world sounded somewhat familiar to Shinsuke. He scratched his head, struggling to recall. Yet, Minato quietly interjected, the second Hokage. Given Minato's focus on speed, he was certainly aware of the legendary title of the fastest shinobi. Since you are aware of the second Hokage's name, do you know what earned him the title of the fastest shinobi in the ninja world? Minato shook his head. The era of the second Hokage felt too distant for him to grasp. The legends of the past had long faded away. It was a space-time ninjutsu called the Flying Thunder God. Space-time ninjutsu. This is the first time I've heard that term, Minato replied, unaware that this concept would profoundly alter the course of his life. The technique of the Flying Thunder God is documented in the Book of Seals. Aside from the Hokage of each generation, only those ninjas who have rendered great service may examine it with the Hokage's permission. Minato, if you ever have the opportunity to review the Book of Seals, you should pay close attention to this ninjutsu. I understand. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Oh, your development is quite intriguing. I am genuinely curious about how far you will grow, Orochimaru remarked casually, not truly believing that Minato would master the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru shared his insights regarding the development of the three. The wisdom imparted by a shadow-level powerhouse is invariably piercingly insightful. Each of the three garnered valuable knowledge, sufficient for months of contemplation. Minato, my time is limited. You shall be responsible for the chakra control training of Shinsuke and Mufang. I expect them to fully grasp it within a week. After that, I will arrange new tasks. Once Orochimaru concluded his words, he sank into the earth, vanishing without a trace in an instant, leaving the three bewildered in the wind. That was exceedingly swift. Shinsuke exclaimed in discontent, yet in the desolate death forest, no one responded to him. Orochimaru indeed possesses a unique style, Mufang mused inwardly. The day's gains were undeniably substantial. By honing the water release ninjutsu in his hands, his combat capability would surely see a significant enhancement. Shinsuke turned to Minato and asked, Minato, what exactly did Uncle Orochimaru mean by chakra control training? It comprises tree climbing training and water walking training. Tree climbing? Water walking? What are those? Shinsuke inquired, perplexed. However, Mufang had already come to understand. Unexpectedly, this course has arrived so swiftly. However, upon reflection, it is only natural that they, having attained the rank of Genin, would commence their chakra training. Watch closely, Minato declared, channeling chakra into his feet, and then, with an air of nonchalance, he gracefully approached a nearby tree. A wondrous sight unfolded. Minato appeared to defy gravity, walking effortlessly upon the straight trunk, as if traversing solid ground. Shin Nose showed a look of astonishment. Though he had received specialized tutoring, he had never engaged in such training, as the moment had not yet come. Mufang clenched his fists, brimming with determination. The crux of the matter lay in the precise distribution of chakra beneath one's feet to create an attractive force. Insufficient chakra would lead to a lack of adhesion, resulting in a fall. Conversely, excessive chakra would cause the surface of the trunk to shatter, leading to the same fate. This was what was referred to as tree climbing training. Standing tall upon the trunk, Minato spoke calmly. Exchanging glances, Shin Nosed and Mufang recognized the shared resolve in each other's eyes. Having just passed the Genin examination, you must be quite fatigued. Perhaps we should take our leave, Minato suggested. But before he could finish his sentence, both boys sprinted towards the towering tree. In a matter of moments, they had ascended halfway. With a sudden crack, Their chakra surged too forcefully, and they plummeted. Ouch! That hurt, Shin Nosed exclaimed, rubbing his head, while Moffing gingerly touched his backside, relieved not to have fallen into a disarray of limbs. Minato-sensei, I'm not tired at all. This training is exhilarating. I've decided I won't leave until I've mastered it. Moffing smiled slightly, dashing toward the tree once more. Indeed, Minato-sensei, I feel the same way, Shin Nosed proclaimed, eager not to lag behind. Minato was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. It seemed his two companions were undeniably spirited individuals. Producing the scroll that Orochimaru had handed him, Minato turned his attention to it, disregarding the boys as they continued their pursuits. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon the trio, as the young men tirelessly endeavored to surpass their former selves. In the forest of death, above the flowing river, two boys stood bare-chested, quietly balancing upon the surface of the water, which flowed beneath their feet as if it were solid ground. With their eyes closed, they focused intently on sensing the current. Chakra continuously emanated from their feet, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Time passed, minute by minute. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes elapsed without either boy falling into the water. Moffing opened his eyes in astonishment. We did it. After countless attempts, they had finally mastered walking on water. At that moment, Moffing felt a profound enhancement in his control over chakra. Indeed, this sensation is simply exquisite. Shin Nosed inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated, as the hardships of the past 7 days dissipated in an instant. Come for a meal, Minato called out, waving his hand from the riverbank. All right, Moffing replied, making his way over slowly, with Shin Nosed following closely behind. Observing the two, it was evident that they had successfully mastered the art of walking upon water. Watergate, with a smile, remarked as he watched them approach with an air of nonchalance. Hee, it comes naturally. Such a simple feat is merely child's play for me, Shin Nosuk proudly declared, patting his chest. This is all thanks to your guidance over the past 7 days, Watergate. Without it, we could not have grasped it so swiftly. Moffing expressed his gratitude. The credit belongs solely to your own diligence. I have merely offered a few words. Watergate marveled at the two youths before him. Their tenacity was indeed remarkable. Over the past week, apart from the 7 hours spent sleeping and eating, they had scarcely paused. Particularly Moffing, who, even when exhausted and in need of rest, refrained from lying down and instead delved into the water release scroll provided by Orochimaru. This level of perseverance was something Watergate had never witnessed among his peers, especially from a mere 7-year-old boy. Yet, it was precisely this tenacity that illuminated for Watergate why Moffing had achieved such proficiency at such a tender age. Given that Moffing did not possess the same exceptional cultivation resources as Shin Nosuk. Wow, Watergate's culinary skills have truly improved. This grilled fish is delectable, Shin Nosuk exclaimed, having already seized a piece of the fish and indulging heartily. Being an orphan himself, Watergate had long since honed his cooking skills. Their camaraderie had blossomed over the past few days, and few would feel uneasy in the presence of someone with Watergate's disposition. Even Shin Nosuk, with his lofty standards, quickly embraced Watergate's friendship. You're stealing food again, Moffing exclaimed, rushing over to snatch a grilled fish from him. Shin Nosuk was quite the glutton. Had he not acted swiftly, he would have been left with nothing but fish bones. Don't be so stingy. Watergate hasn't said a word, Shin Nosuk retorted, taking large bites of the fish. His manner of eating was far from befitting the son of the Sarutobi clan. In contrast, Moffing displayed a more refined demeanor while eating. You have both completed your training in tree climbing and water treading. Today marks the final day. After lunch, we must depart from here. You two have yet to complete your ninja registration. This task is imperative before undertaking any missions. I completely forgot about that. Father will surely scold me for this, Shin Nosuk lamented, placing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. The three had been training in the Forest of Death, and the third Hokage was undoubtedly aware of their activities. However, his lack of intervention implied tacit approval. Yet, having lingered in the perilous forest for so long, they were still liable to reprimand. Watergate, how are you progressing with the lightning release? Moffing inquired, curious as he had not witnessed Watergate employing the technique in the original narrative. Watergate smiled faintly and replied, I have grasped the basics. It is not particularly difficult. Perhaps my complete mastery of wind affinity has facilitated my understanding of related elements. As he spoke, a faint arc of electricity flickered between his fingers, a clear indication of his initial mastery of the lightning element. Watergate is truly remarkable. I perused my water attribute scroll, yet I still found many aspects puzzling. Mo Feng awkwardly scratched his head, implicitly seeking the secrets of cultivation. The practice of each elemental attribute varies greatly. If one can discern the nuances, progress will be swift. Mo Feng, should you uncover the key to this knowledge, your endeavors in mastering any ninjutsu henceforth will yield greater results with lesser effort. So, strive diligently. Watergate gently patted Mo Feng on the shoulder, swallowing the words of inquiry he wished to express. It was not that Watergate was unwilling to instruct Mo Feng in water release, but rather that it was unnecessary. A master may lead one to the threshold, yet the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. This scroll serves as a guiding beacon. Contained within are teachings that, provided Mo Feng possesses the knowledge of a genin, he will gradually comprehend. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the essence of this technique. If the answers were simply handed to him, he would merely understand a formula, knowledge attainable by anyone. This is the realm of the learner. However, Orochimaru's expectations of them are that of creators. This is precisely why Orochimaru only provided the scroll. Creation may still be a distant goal for them. Yet the ability to comprehend is far more vital than merely acquiring methods. True strength lies in creativity, not in being a mere learner. Of course, the notion of creation is still premature for Mo Feng, yet mastering foundational ninjutsu is an essential rite of passage. The original work depicted Jiraiya teaching Naruto the Rasengan with similar aspirations. Watergate understood this, thus declining Mo Feng's query. Mo Feng seemed to grasp this sentiment and nodded slightly. In the Hokage building, chaos reigned. What nonsense is this? Why were you lingering in the Death Forest? And you, Orochimaru, allowing such recklessness? The third Hokage unleashed a tirade upon the three, with most of his ire directed at Shinji, his own son. After all, reprimanding his son was entirely justified. Father, I was wrong. Shinji readily admitted his fault, recalling past experiences. Indeed, upon his acknowledgement of wrongdoing, the third Hokage's anger diminished significantly. Very well, I shall say no more. You two proceed to complete your ninja registration. Watergate, you stay behind. The third Hokage resumed his seat, speaking softly. Yes. Mo Feng and Shinji responded in unison and quickly departed. At the ninja registration office, a click echoed as the camera flashed, capturing Mo Feng's ninja photograph. The deep blue forehead protector was neatly tied upon his brow, and a faint smile adorned his fair face. Soon, the ninja registration form was ready. Young ninja, your registration form is complete. It has been quite some time since I have seen such a youthful genin, the clerk remarked. Thank you. Mo Feng replied softly as he accepted the form, turning to examine it, where he saw the inscription. Name, Unkyo Moffing Ninja ID, 7777 Affiliation, Unkyo Clan Birthday, July 7th Height, 121, 9 centimeters Weight, 30 kilograms Blood Type, a graduation age, 7 Mission Experience, 0 Orochimaru. Must you hastily take them on a C-rank mission? The third Hokage gazed in astonishment at Orochimaru within the confines of the Hokage building. Sarutobi-sensei. Is this not an entertaining endeavor? Nonsense. I do not oppose Minato. He possesses ample experience and could manage a C-rank mission independently. However, Shinobu and Moffing have just graduated and lack any experience. It is far too perilous to send them on a C-rank mission. Danger is an inherent aspect of a ninja's life. If they cannot even complete a C-rank mission, perhaps they should reconsider their path as ninjas altogether. Orochimaru licked his lips, a cold sneer gracing his features. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Sarutobi-sensei, flowers in a greenhouse cannot thrive. Moreover, they are now my subordinates. No longer mere students of the academy. I possess the judgment to discern their capability to accomplish this task, Orochimaru replied coolly. The third Hokage found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Orochimaru's words held merit. With a leader comparable to a Hokage, a chunin of considerable prowess, and 2 exceptional genin, opposing their undertaking of a C-rank mission seemed unwarranted. Yet, the fact that both genin had never undertaken a mission before, especially one as demanding as a C-rank, caused the third Hokage to harbor concerns, particularly since one of them was his own son. Gazing at the mission scroll, the third Hokage hesitated, ultimately signing his name. The third great ninja war loomed, and a methodical approach might not yield significant improvement in strength. Reflecting on his own past, he too had traversed life and death crises. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. Orochimaru. It's merely a C-rank mission. You must ensure their safe return, every one of them. That may not be guaranteed, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru clutched the mission scroll and turned to depart. The third Hokage, however, wore an expression of resignation, the final words echoing an unsettling lack of assurance. At the seventh training ground, Minato and why hasn't Uncle Orochimaru arrived yet? Shinobu paced anxiously. Do not fret, Azu. There is still a minute until the appointed time. Only a minute left, and we have yet to see any sign of Uncle Orochimaru. Minato chuckled helplessly, noting Shinobu's apparent impatience. Meanwhile, Moffing remained detached from their conversation, absorbed in the scroll in his hands. He had perused its contents, but found himself struggling to comprehend much of it. Thus, he seized the opportunity to delve deeper into his studies. The nature of water transformation entails greater density and swiftness. How, then, could these attributes manifest in the manipulation of water? Moffing furrowed his brow, his mind awash with uncertainty. The technique of water release can inflict harm through the sheer force of powerful water currents, which can be interpreted as greater weight. The heavier the water, the more formidable the impact. Yet, it can also be understood as an increase in velocity. With speed comes greater force. Are both aspects merely indicative of impact? How should one cultivate this skill? Mo Feng found himself in a quandary. If only he possessed the wind attribute. He could utilize his understanding of the original work to practice directly with leaves as his medium. Unfortunately, he lacked such an attribute. Mo Feng extended his right hand and rubbed his temples. Mo Feng, are you still perusing that scroll? Xing asked, unable to contain his curiosity at Mo Feng's perplexed expression. Yes, Mo Feng replied absent-mindedly. Uncle Orochimaru is the same. He doesn't teach you directly, but merely presents you with these scrolls. Xing-kun, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. A chilling voice interjected, startling Xing. Uncle Orochimaru, don't just appear out of nowhere. You frightened me. Orochimaru glanced at the three of them and said, you have half an hour to gather your belongings. Afterwards, meet at the village gate. Gather our belongings? The three were taken aback. Are we leaving the village? Typically, D-rank missions do not require exiting the village. Lord Orochimaru, are we to leave the village to undertake a mission? Indeed, remember, you have only 30 minutes. With that, Orochimaru vanished once more, leaving the trio in a state of confusion. They were gradually becoming accustomed to Orochimaru's sudden appearances and disappearances. Yay, we can leave the village. I've never left before. Xing exclaimed excitedly. However, Watergate harbored doubts. The mission's rank was not trivial. Why would their small team be selected for such a task? Mo Feng felt similarly perplexed but considered the team members and found no apparent issues. 30 minutes later, the four gathered at the gate of Konoha. Let us set off. Orochimaru commanded, and the three followed closely behind. They filed out of the village, progressing through the forest beyond Konoha. Xing watched the trees whiz by, his excitement swelling. Mo Feng, trailing behind, continued to ponder the intricacies of water release training. Uncle Orochimaru, what is the mission this time? Xing asked eagerly. 30 miles south lies a village known as Iri Village. A merchant there has hired us to protect him for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xing's enthusiasm waned considerably. Protect a merchant? How dull. I thought it would be some princess we were guarding. If it were truly a princess, I fear neither of us would be qualified to protect her, Mo Feng chuckled. Come on, I'm quite formidable. Xing retorted. Xing-kun, confidence is commendable. However, one must also act within their means. Otherwise, not only could you harm yourself, but you might also endanger your comrades. I have witnessed too many reckless genin striving to prove themselves, only to fall to their enemies. Such was the fate of Rope Tree in the past, Orochimaru remarked with a cold smile. In a fervent bid to demonstrate his prowess, he raced forward, eager to vanquish his foes swiftly. However, he fell prey to the enemy's trap, meeting his demise on the spot. At that moment, Orochimaru stood not far away. Shino, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. We must hurry. We need to arrive before dawn, Orochimaru urged, quickening his pace. The trio hastily followed suit. Mokufeng, do you sense that Orochimaru seems to be pondering something? He appears more somber, Shino murmured quietly to Mokufeng. Mokufeng nodded in agreement, remarking, having been a ninja for so many years, Orochimaru has undoubtedly witnessed the cycle of life and death. Perhaps he is reminded of someone. The loss of a comrade must indeed weigh heavily on one's heart, Shino mused, his voice suddenly tinged with melancholy. Gazing at his companions, he could scarcely fathom the sorrow that would accompany their absence. Mokufeng placed a reassuring hand on Shino's shoulder, offering a confident smile. Fear not. We will not succumb so easily. Iri village, though modest in size, holds significant importance within the Land of Fire. It serves as a vital thoroughfare, attracting a myriad of goods. One could liken it to a bustling marketplace. The prosperous economy has fostered the village's growth, and despite its classification as a village, its scale rivals that of a small town. Wow, this village is so vibrant, even more impressive than Konoha, Shino exclaimed, marveling at the scene before him. Mokufeng's gaze wandered, noting the village's increasingly modern ambience, evoking a sense of nostalgia. While Konoha boasts modern amenities, it pales in comparison to the charm of Iri. Here we are, Orochimaru stated quietly, as the trio turned their attention to the edifice ahead. It resembled an inn, known as the Wayfarer's Lodge. Traveling merchants often sought refuge in such establishments. Unlike ordinary inns, the rates here were considerably higher, not solely for superior service, but also for the assurance of safety. In essence, those who stayed here could rest easy, free from the fear of untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. For merchants, safety is paramount while traveling. The wealthy seldom flaunt their riches. Merchants arriving in Iri village are typically affluent. In the past, these merchants frequently fell victim to roving ninjas and wandering samurai. However, they have since wised up, often hiring ninjas or samurai for protection, though the latter remains the more popular choice due to their more affordable rates. Let us enter, Orochimaru commanded, leading the trio into the Wayfarer's Lodge. The first floor housed a dining hall, bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. As the four entered, numerous gazes turned in their direction. An adult accompanied by 3 youths was a sight that captured attention. Yet, upon noticing the forehead protectors adorning the four, the onlookers averted their eyes, some even with a hint of trepidation. Ninjas, to the average person, are a source of great dread, particularly in the lingering shadow of World War II, which amplifies their fears. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, seemingly unfazed. His golden eyes swept through the crowd before he approached a solitary table occupied by a middle-aged man. With a square face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and beady eyes, he appeared rather peculiar. Ito Kinsuke. Orochimaru's rasping voice slowly articulated the name. The man grinned widely, an inexplicable oddity. Oh, yes, you must be the ninjas from Konoha. Quite impressive speed. Ito Kinsuke glanced at the 3 individuals accompanying Orochimaru, his expression turning sour. Why are there 3 little brats tagging along? Nu Shinsuke felt a surge of anger and was about to confront Kinsuke. However, Mofeng quickly restrained him, shaking his head. Mr. Ito, the remuneration for the C-rank task you provided is only sufficient to hire the genin of Konoha. This arrangement is already a considerable favor. Orochimaru's cold smile did not waver, his golden gaze emanating a subtle chill. Kinsuke felt a shiver run down his spine, and the dissatisfaction that had just arisen dissipated instantly. What you say is true, esteemed ninja. I understand. The previously arrogant Kinsuke now appeared as submissive as a dog. Mr. Ito, this place is rather crowded and noisy. Perhaps we should discuss matters elsewhere. Yes, please lead the way, esteemed ninja. Cold sweat trickled down Kinsuke's forehead as he hastily rose, guiding the 4 to his room. Mofeng, how did this guy change his demeanor so swiftly? Nu Shinsuke whispered in Mofeng's ear. Asho, the aura radiating from Lord Orochimaru is not something an ordinary person can withstand. If he were to unleash his killing intent, I fear Mr. Ito might contemplate self-destruction. Uncle Orochimaru is truly formidable. Nu Shinsuke could not help but exclaim. Yet, Mofeng sensed that Orochimaru's malevolence was intensifying. His demeanor was increasingly reminiscent of the person he would later become. It was likely that Orochimaru would ultimately tread the same path as before. Inside the room, Orochimaru and Ito Kinsuke sat facing each other, while Mofeng and the other 2 stood behind him. Esteemed ninja, the situation is as follows. A while ago, I traveled from Kitami town to sell a batch of goods in Iraguchi village. The merchandise was quite good, and I made a considerable profit. This should have been a fortuitous event. However, on my return journey, my companion, Sito, became greedy and attempted to kill me to seize all the money. Fortunately, I remained vigilant and escaped while he was attempting to poison my meal. I returned to Iriguchi village and took refuge in this establishment to preserve my life. Oh, how intriguing, Orochimaru remarked with a light laugh, his eyes glimmering with deeper significance. Watergate and Moffing exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes. Kinsuke, oblivious to their expressions, continued, however, I cannot remain hidden in Iriguchi village indefinitely. Therefore, I wish to have the three of you protect me back to Kitami Town. Once there, I can expose Sito's misdeeds and ensure my safety. If possible, I would like to depart immediately. Mr. Ito, as the evening descends, venturing out at night is rather unwise. Tomorrow morning, I shall have the three of them escort you home. The three of them? Ito Kinzo exclaimed, visibly anxious. Indeed, they are all genin from Konoha, quite capable of handling the C-rank mission you have assigned. But they are merely 3 youths. Is that sufficient? Mr. Ito, rest assured. The C-rank mission does not involve any combat. For the task of an ordinary person, they will manage perfectly well. Yet, esteemed ninja, will you not join us on our journey? Haha, Mr. Ito, the remuneration you provided does not dictate my actions. Do you understand? Orochimaru cast a cold gaze at Ito, who felt a surge of panic and quickly replied, Yes, I understand, esteemed ninja. Very well then, Mr. Ito. I shall bid you good night until tomorrow morning. With that, Orochimaru departed with Moffing and the others. Ito Kinzo finally exhaled in relief. Phew! Who exactly is this figure sent from Konoha? I was nearly frightened to death. How infuriating. Just 3 youngsters. I wonder if they're up to the task. Ito Kinzo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he realized there was no better alternative at present. Alas, I must take a gamble. His expression shifted continuously, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Within the unfrequented by travelers, the 4 gathered together. Tomorrow, you 3 shall go forth to protect Ito Kinzo. I shall not make my presence known. Uncle Orochimaru, rest assured, we shall certainly accomplish the mission, Nishinasuke declared confidently. However, Moffing appeared hesitant, as if he had something to say. Haha, Moffing-kun, do you have a query? Orochimaru inquired, having noticed Moffing's demeanor. Esteemed Lord Orochimaru, I sense that our client may be questionable. Questionable? In what way? Nishinasuke asked, perplexed, while a smile flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. How intriguing. Minato nodded in agreement, stating, I too find Mr. Ito's words riddled with inconsistencies. Is that so? Moffing-kun, Minato-kun, could you elucidate the inconsistencies you perceive? Orochimaru regarded the two, speaking softly. Moffing and Minato exchanged glances, and Moffing began. The distance between Kitami Town and Iri village is considerable, approximately a 3-day journey. And there are no places to rest and replenish supplies, only forests and wastelands. Mr. Ito and his companions would not be returning on foot. They must have employed a carriage or some form of transportation. Furthermore, if they came to sell goods, such a distance with cargo would certainly preclude traveling on foot. Therefore, we can ascertain that if Mr. Ito's claims hold any truth, they must have at least 1 carriage, or perhaps a convoy, when departing from Kitami Town. What does that imply? Nishinasuke questioned, puzzled. Minato continued from Moffing's point, explaining, if there is a carriage or convoy, they must return it to their original town. For to my knowledge, there are no rental carriage services between Kitami Town and Iri village. Nishinasuke remained bewildered, asking, and what of it? Due to the turmoil of years past, the transportation system is currently quite inconvenient, leading merchants to refrain from engaging in single transactions. The cost of travel is substantial, and hiring a cart for the journey incurs a considerable expense. Typically, when goods are brought from Kitami Town to Ili village for sale, merchants would return with the local treasures to sell again in Kitami Town, thus maximizing their profits and making efficient use of the cart on the return journey. However, it is conceivable that they might struggle to find suitable goods or that they simply hired a cart, thereby reducing costs, suggested Shinosuke. This possibility is not entirely implausible, yet it raises several questions, murmured Mophone. Are there further doubts? Shinosuke felt overwhelmed. If they did hire a caravan, they would inevitably need to employ someone to drive the cart. 2 individuals alone would certainly prove insufficient. This implies the presence of at least a third party. Should such a person exist, it would complicate matters for Mr. Ito's companion, Sito, making any attempt to act quite troublesome and necessitating the elimination of more individuals. The price for conspiring with such individuals to murder Mr. Ito would be steep, rendering the act of killing unprofitable. Moreover, as Mr. Ito did not mention anyone else, this possibility can be temporarily dismissed. Now, Assuming there was only one cart, it would mean only the two of them. With two men driving a cart, they would likely take turns when one grew weary. In such a scenario, the opportunity to strike would be abundant. A swift stab from within the cart would be straightforward, eliminating the need for poisoning the food. Lastly, both scenarios present a common point of contention. A 3-day journey is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Would two grown men opt to cook in the forest or merely carry some provisions to suffice? If they chose provisions, why would Mr. Ito claim that poison was introduced into the food? Upon discovering Sito's treachery, Mr. Ito hurried back. Did they have a falling out nearer to Ili village? Did he run back or return by cart? If by cart, why wouldn't he drive directly back to Kitami town? Sito, without a cart, could not possibly keep pace. Conversely, if he was not in a cart, how could he outpace Sito, who had won? In that moment, Shin Nosuke found himself at a loss for words in response to Mofong. So many questions had arisen from such a brief exchange. He had not considered a single one. Then, Mizumoto added, moreover, Mr. Ito is tall and robust, likely possessing considerable combat skills among ordinary individuals. Why then would he fear a common person to such an extent? He even summoned a ninja for protection. It is worth noting that the reward for C-class missions is substantial, sufficient to cover the expenses of an ordinary person for about 6 months. A merchant would not make such sacrifices unless absolutely necessary. Oh dear, listening to you, my head is spinning. Are you suggesting that Mr. Ito has not spoken a single truth? Shin Nosuke exclaimed in frustration. Mofong and Mizumoto silently nodded in agreement. This was also the confusion that had arisen after they heard Mr. Ito's words. A client whose words are steeped in deceit. What could his intentions truly be? The nature of this task is far from the simplicity it appears to possess. Mofong Jin Anskeman Jin, your perceptiveness is indeed commendable. Orochimaru chuckled softly, an appreciative glint flickering in his eyes. Such discrepancies are hardly lost on one as seasoned as Orochimaru. However, the ability of these two youths to discern them speaks volumes of their keen observational skills. A ninja equipped with acute awareness can avert numerous calamities. Orochimaru-san, have you noticed as well? Shino asked. If everyone else recognizes the truth, yet one remains oblivious, how embarrassing it would be. Orochimaru chose to disregard Shino's inquiry, instead stating, these issues are certainly present, yet the mission itself is very real. Our objective is to ensure that Itu returns to Kitami town, and that is unequivocal. We need only to fulfill this task. The other concerns are of little consequence. Nevertheless, this opens the door to numerous unpredictable variables, Mofong murmured. As ninjas, we are perpetually confronted with uncertainties. You must learn to navigate these variables. Remember, a ninja may abandon a mission only under 2 circumstances: when the task exceeds the difficulty level of the commission, or in the face of death. In that moment, Mofong felt a profound sense of being ensnared within the realm of ninjas. This Mr. Itu, with his mouth full of lies, will likely cause significant alterations to the mission, Stimon remarked. Regardless of the changes, we shall successfully complete our task, Shino declared, unconcerned with the client's character. As he was solely focused on proving himself through the accomplishment of the mission, Orochimaru turned to Stimon, saying, Stimon-jin, being the eldest, you shall lead the team tomorrow. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, came the response. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face, his golden pupils glinting with a hint of mockery. The following day, in Iri village, where is the esteemed figure from yesterday? Itu Kinzo inquired, a sycophantic expression plastered across his face as he regarded Mofong and his companions. Lord Orochimaru has other matters to attend to. Your safety is now our responsibility, someone replied gently. What? Itu Kinzo's countenance shifted, a complex array of emotions flitting across his features. Do not worry, Mr. Itu. We shall ensure your safety, someone reassured him with a smile. Itu Kinzo's expression fluctuated before he finally muttered, I understand, let us depart then. Very well, Mr. Itu. Suimon forged ahead, clearing the path, while Itu Kinzo followed closely behind. Mofong and Shino trailed at the rear. Shino, visibly displeased, murmured, Mofong, it seems this fellow still harbors doubts about us. Mofong, furrowing his brow, replied, I don't believe that's the case. What do you mean? Shino asked. Orochimaru-san already mentioned he would not escort him. He should be prepared for that. Yet, his astonished expression was rather exaggerated, Mofong mused softly. Who knows what this fellow thinks? Regardless, we shall proceed with our mission, Shino shrugged nonchalantly. Mofong nodded. secretly pondering. Could it be that his astonishment was not due to Orochimaru's absence as a protector? Outside Iri village, a carriage sped away, carrying Ito Kinzo. Moafung and Shinnezuke dispersed to the sides, diligently safeguarding the carriage that housed Ito. They remained vigilant, while Minato drove the carriage. As it was their inaugural mission, both men exerted their utmost effort. Approaching noon, the four of them finally came to a halt. Mr. Ito, it is relatively safe here for the moment. You've endured quite the jostle. Let us take a brief respite, Minato declared, bringing the carriage to a stop. Moafung and Shinnezuke, who had been darting between the trees, also ceased their movements. Ito emerged from the carriage, saying, "Very well. Thank you, esteemed ninjas. It is now midday. Let us partake in some sustenance." As he spoke, Ito retrieved a large flatbread from a nearby luggage compartment to offer to Minato. "No need, Mr. Ito. As ninjas on a mission, we only consume soldier pills," Minato replied, producing a small black pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Soldier pills, composed of various concentrated ingredients, provided all the necessary nutrients in a diminutive form. Ito smiled awkwardly, saying, "Then I shall set it aside." He returned the flatbread to the luggage. Minato's gaze flickered, sensing something amiss. "Mr. Ito, why do you not eat?" "Me? Huh. I am not hungry. I had quite a bit to eat this morning, and I have yet to fully digest it." Ito laughed lightly, offering no further explanation. "Oh, I see. Then, Mr. Ito, please eat later. We shall rest for 10 minutes before departing once more." "Understood, esteemed ninja," Ito replied, lowering the curtain and retreating into the carriage. This scene did not escape Wofeng's watchful eye, heightening his wariness. This man, indeed, harbored ulterior motives. Minato and Wofeng exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts. It seemed likely that trouble would soon ensue. Within the span of 10 minutes, they resumed their journey. Shortly after their departure, several figures appeared at the site. "Boss, shall we take action? Let us wait a moment longer." I never anticipated that Ito would enlist the help of Konoha ninjas. He truly spares no expense. Are we to simply allow them to depart? Humph. It is not that simple. They are merely a few youngsters, at best, low-ranking ninjas. We will follow them from a distance and strike under the cover of night. Agreed. The figures vanished once more. Inside the carriage, Ito's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that these low-ranking ninjas possessed some skill, opting for the unpalatable soldier pills instead of regular food. Nevertheless, he dismissed them as mere underlings, believing they posed little threat. What he had not foreseen was that the individual he encountered yesterday was, in fact, Orochimaru. Upon hearing Minato mention Orochimaru's name, Ito nearly succumbed to terror. He had initially thought that individual was formidable, yet he never imagined he would be one of the legendary Sannin. Such a fearsome presence was far beyond Ito's capacity to confront. With the arrow drawn, there was no turning back. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not follow them. Otherwise, the mere thought sent a chill down Ito's spine. From this moment forth, it would be prudent to remain a silent fisherman. "Sito, I am keen to observe your courage. Dare you stand against the Leaf Village?" The journey continued uneventfully as twilight descended. Minato remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings until darkness enveloped the land, at which point he suggested they halt. "Mr. Ito, traveling at night can be quite challenging. This location is suitable for setting up camp. Shall we rest here? Let us proceed as the esteemed ninja suggests." The area was well protected, flanked by a mountain wall, dense woods on either side, and a serene lake. Indeed, an ideal spot for nocturnal repose. Minato nodded and addressed Moafung and Shinnezuke. "We shall rest here for the night. First, let us assess our surroundings and establish some defensive measures. We will take turns keeping watch." Moafung and Shinnezuke readily agreed, each attending to their tasks. Shinnezuke took the first watch, and all remained peaceful until it was Moafung's turn. "Hey Moafung, I'm heading to sleep now. Be careful," Shinnezuke cautioned. "Understood," Moafung replied. He seated himself beside the lake, splashing his face with water to dispel the remnants of drowsiness. The night was tranquil, filled only with the sounds of cicadas and frogs. "This environment is rather pleasant," Moafung mused as he retrieved a scroll from his waist. Although the art of ink ninjutsu suited him well, it lacked the astonishing power he aspired to wield. Reflecting on the cataclysmic feats of the later stages, it was evident that his current ink techniques were insufficient. Nonetheless, he resolved to reach at least Sasuke's level. Moafung muttered to himself, swiftly sketching an owl on the scroll. "Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation." The ink-colored owl sprang forth from the scroll, perching on a nearby branch, its large, bell-like eyes diligently scanning the surroundings. Mofing gazed quietly at the lake, when suddenly, a thought struck him. The highest virtue resembles water. Water benefits all things yet does not contend, dwelling in places that others disdain. Hence, it nears the way. He pondered whether Laozi's words had any connection to water-style chakra. As he contemplated, the sounds of cicadas and frogs abruptly vanished. Mofing's heart raced, and he sprang to his feet. Water-style, water chaos wave. With a swift incantation, the lake erupted with tumultuous waves, surging toward Mofing like a towering wall of water. Staring at the colossal wave before him, Mofing was momentarily speechless. Was this truly the might of water ninjutsu? It was astonishing, akin to a natural disaster. In that instant, he found himself paralyzed by the spectacle. This was where the importance of real combat experience became evident. After all, Mofing was merely an ordinary painter in the contemporary world, having taken up the mantle of a ninja only a year prior. His determination was unwavering, yet his psychological resilience was another matter entirely. How many could remain composed in the face of such a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of a flood? Fortunately, psychological endurance can be cultivated over time, the crucial factor being the chance to survive long enough to cultivate it. Be cautious. As Mofeng found himself momentarily dazed, a golden figure darted from behind, grasping him with one hand and flinging him backward with astonishing speed, leaving Mofeng scarcely able to react. With a thunderous crash, a colossal wave descended, completely submerging the camp. Shin no Su, whose arrival was unbeknownst to Mofeng, leaped from the tent, clutching the disproportionately sized Ito, landing beside him. Regaining his senses, Mofeng steadied himself and finally perceived the unfolding scene before him. For figures stood as targets. Before him, for individuals had inexplicably materialized. Mofeng's pupils constricted as he noticed the leader, who was conjuring a massive water sphere, within which lay Namikaze Minato. Water release. Water prison technique. The towering man bellowed, a frigid smile gracing his face. Truly worthy of being the elder brother, he dispatched one with a single strike. A shorter man beside him offered his praise. Humph, merely a child, sneered the leader. Minato. Mofeng gasped in horror at the sight of Minato ensnared within the water prison. He understood that had it not been for Minato's intervention moments ago, he would have been directly struck by that immense wave, resulting in inevitable injury. Furthermore, he would have been imprisoned within the water prison by the concealed ninja lurking beneath. It was Minato who had switched places with him at the critical moment. Minato remained utterly still within the water prison, unable to struggle. Under normal circumstances, this technique would not have been able to restrain him. However, in his desperate attempt to save Mofeng, he had exerted himself too forcefully, expending his old strength without new reserves, while being enveloped by the water flow, rendering him incapable of resisting the water prison technique. Thus, he fell victim to its grip. Anxiety consumed Minato. It felt as though he were trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself no matter how hard he fought. Save your energy. Even a jonin could not escape my water prison technique, the towering man taunted, dismissing Minato's struggles with disdain. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Ito. Ito, did you truly believe that hiring a leaf ninja would allow you to flee? Sito, you still refuse to let me go. Ito cried out, his voice strained. The leading man was indeed Sito, the very name Ito had mentioned before. Humph, release you? You think you deserve such mercy? You wish to run after your misdeeds? Today marks your demise. The exchange between the two had lost Mofeng's interest. Shin no Su, too, was anxious upon witnessing Minato's entrapment in the water prison. Judging by the scale of the ninjutsu just displayed, it was evident that Sito was a formidable ninja, at least of the Chunin rank. Alongside Sito were three others, their strength unknown, yet each wielding a large blade, suggesting they were not to be underestimated. Facing such adversaries, the mission's difficulty level had undoubtedly escalated to at least AB rank. Indeed, Ito had grossly misrepresented the situation. However, there was no time for such discussions now. A battle was imminent. Brother, stop wasting time with him. There are only 2 kids left. Let's charge forward and cut them down. Then we can capture Ito and have our fun with him. Good idea. Those 2 brats are yours to handle. As for this blonde-haired child, just 3 more minutes will suffice to drown him within that water prison. Rest assured, my brother, 3 minutes will suffice. We shall undoubtedly eliminate these 2 young rascals. Very well, proceed. The trio, obeying the command, immediately ceased their hesitation and launched their assault towards Mofeng and Xing now. Mo Feng. I shall take on the two. Find a way to rescue brother Shui Min. Xing now declared as he set down Ito and willingly absorbed the onslaught from the two adversaries. Mo Feng nodded, swiftly unfurling a scroll from his waist. The violet brush already in hand. Brother Shui Min, I will surely save you. Guilt surged within him, and Mo Feng felt a profound shame for his earlier actions. He recognized his failure to embody the true spirit of a ninja. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. Break Cage. Fierce Tiger. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ink tiger erupted from the scroll. The short man was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a ninjutsu before. Sito was equally astonished. This technique is quite extraordinary. Could it be a bloodline limit? The thought darkened Sito's expression. Bloodline limits are synonymous with immense power. However, considering Mo Feng's youth, Sito found a measure of comfort. How formidable could one so young truly be? A tiger? Huh. I have slain countless. The short man initially froze, then sneered derisively. Gripping his oversized blade, he struck fiercely at the ink tiger. The blade glimmered in the air, colliding with the roaring beast. Boom. The sword struck, and the tiger's jaws clamped down. A stalemate ensued. Yet, Mo Feng did not relent. His right hand danced with fervor. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. Ink Eagle. An ink eagle soared forth from the scroll, darting towards Sito and Shui Min. The eagle's speed was remarkable, its sharp beak akin to a razor. Sito scoffed and remarked, merely a trifling skill. Drawing a kunai infused with chakra in his left hand, he effortlessly sliced. In an instant, the menacing ink eagle was cleaved in two, dissolving into ink that fell to the ground. Mo Feng's expression shifted. So powerful. That single kunai not only shattered the eagle, but also eradicated its chakra, rendering the ink powerless under Mo Feng's command. Meanwhile, the ink tiger was likewise vanquished by the short man. Such a mere tiger is no match. The short man laughed contemptuously, swinging his blade towards Mo Feng. The latter hastily retreated, once more brandishing the violet brush. Too slow. But before the beast could take form, the blade was already upon him. Mo Feng's countenance changed. He could not complete his drawing and was forced to retreat in disarray. The short man, however, showed no signs of halting, relentlessly hacking with his sword, each strike accompanied by a fierce slicing sound. The sheer force was evident. Mo Feng, feeling cornered, slowed his scroll and drew a kunai with his other hand. Clang! The ebony kunai met the massive blade in a clash. The tremendous force sent shockwaves through Mo Feng's grip. The short man grinned. Little brat, do you think you can easily withstand a samurai's blade? So the short man was a samurai. No wonder his close combat prowess was so formidable. Mo Feng found himself overwhelmed, struggling to catch his breath. The speed was severely suppressed, rendering the super beast mimicry technique utterly unusable. In that moment, Mo Feng comprehended why Orochimaru lamented the shortcomings of his ninjutsu in the initial stages. Faced with such an adversary, there was simply no opportunity to execute the intricate techniques. What to do? Mo Feng cast his gaze towards the nearby water prison. Inside the prison, Minato wore a grave expression. The surrounding waters relentlessly pressed against him, and the oxygen remaining in his lungs could not sustain him for long. 2 minutes. That was the limit of what Minato could endure. His limbs began to lose strength. Yet he refused to surrender. Every ninjutsu possesses its own vulnerabilities. If one can identify these weaknesses, there lies a chance for breakthrough. His azure eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking any flaw within the water prison. However, Minato had so far found nothing. The most significant weakness of the water prison technique was that the caster's hands could not leave the water, otherwise, the prison would disintegrate instantly. This meant that external attacks were the easiest means of dismantling it. Minato was aware of this, and so was Mo Feng. Observing the foe before him, Mo Feng felt a surge of urgency. If he could not rid himself of this diminutive warrior, he would never be able to approach Sito. What to do? Panic surged within Mo Feng as he recalled Naruto's strategies from the original text. However, he lacked the skill to perform the shadow clone technique, rendering such strategies unattainable. With little time left, what else could he do? A fleeting glance fell upon the side, where Shin Nosuke was ensnared. His two opponents were not as formidable as the short warrior, yet together they managed to restrain him. It seemed unlikely that he would extricate himself in the short term. Orochimaru's whereabouts were unknown, and his intentions unclear. For now, he could only rely on himself. All this contemplation transpired in the blink of an eye, as the diminutive warrior swung his massive blade once more. The colossal weapon, imbued with tremendous force, descended upon Mo Feng with ferocity. With his palms still aching, Mo Feng dared not confront its edge directly and retreated instead. You cannot escape. With your speed, you stand no chance of executing ninjutsu before me. The short warrior grinned menacingly, his blade dancing in his hands. The weapon, larger than his own body, seemed to possess a life of its own, moving without any hindrance. Mo Feng's expression hardened. The warrior was indeed correct. His speed paled in comparison. At this rate, merely defending against the short warrior's onslaught would exhaust him, making it impossible to rescue Minato. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan. Yet the short warrior's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what he could withstand. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, an idea sparked within Mo Feng's mind. With another fierce slash, Mo Feng propelled himself backward, his toes barely touching the ground. As he retreated, his hands dove into his ninja tool pouch, and when he emerged, he wielded a handful of shuriken and kunai. His feet landed with decisive precision, and without hesitation, he unleashed the array of kunai and shuriken, sending them soaring through the air, devoid of any aim, simply hurled forth in a reckless barrage. Before the diminutive ninja stood an adversary whose precision was of no consequence. Even the most errant projectiles could only be deflected. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken and kunai clashed incessantly with the formidable blade, sending sparks flying in every direction. At that moment, Mo Feng's right hand once again grasped the purple brush. Humph! Such foolish aspirations. The short warrior scoffed, slicing forward with his blade, sending the shuriken and kunai spiraling away. Without a hint of hesitation, he aimed his mighty sword directly at Mo Feng, who was engrossed in his drawing. Mo Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but showed no sign of faltering. Several ink snakes were taking shape on the scroll. Perish! Yet it was too late. In an instant, the warrior's sword struck Mo Feng, severing the scroll and inflicting a grievous wound upon his chest. Mo Feng, not far away, Shino, engaged with two other foes, gasped in shock. Ito's face darkened with dismay. I knew these youngsters were unreliable. Only Sito's brow furrowed in concern as he cried out, "Be careful," just as the short warrior reveled in his triumph. He heard Sito's warning, momentarily perplexed. The next moment, the Mo Feng who had been struck erupted into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a wooden stump behind. What? A substitution technique. The short warrior was astonished, utterly unaware of when Mo Feng had executed such a maneuver. Meanwhile, the ink snakes on Mo Feng's scroll had fully materialized. Ninja art. Super beast pseudo painting. Ink snake binding. 5 ink snakes slithered from 5 directions, swiftly encircling the short warrior. At that moment, the warrior was just beginning to comprehend the substitution technique. Oh no! Alarmed, he hastily swung his great blade. But it was far too late. The ink snakes, slender and swift, had already ensnared his right wrist before he could complete his strike. With a sharp bite, the warrior felt a jolt of pain, his hand going numb. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ink snakes had fully coiled around him. One snake wrapped around his neck, while others bound his limbs, each appendage ensnared. Damn it! The short warrior attempted to exert his strength, but the ink snakes were impossibly supple, rendering his efforts to escape futile. Ink snake binding. Limbs confined. Yet this was not the conclusion. The tails of the 5 ink snakes intertwined at the warrior's heart, forming an unbreakable bond. In that moment, it appeared as though he were ensnared by black chains, utterly immobile. If brute force fails, then let softness prevail. Mo Feng felt a slight relief, yet the battle was far from over. Only 30 seconds remained. The expression on Minato's face grew increasingly grim. With a swift stroke of his brush, ninja art, super gear pseudo painting. Suddenly, an object resembling a chimney emerged from the scroll. What is this? Sito stared in bewilderment at the chimney-like object, utterly perplexed. If a modern individual were present, they would immediately recognize its true nature. It was a cannon. Mo Feng's right hand struck the cannon's base, channeling chakra into it with fervor. The inky cannonball coalesced at the mouth of the cannon. Both Minato and Shino wore expressions of astonishment. The power of this inky cannonball appeared formidable indeed. With a sudden pallor, Mo Feng's face betrayed the signs of excessive chakra exhaustion. Now was the moment. He sharply commanded, thrusting his right hand forward with force. Bang! A jet-black projectile erupted swiftly from the cannon's mouth, producing a deafening roar. Sito was startled, witnessing the ominous projectile hurtling towards him. What on earth is that? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Sito felt a creeping dread as he gazed upon the menacing black orb. What kind of power could such a force wield? Instinctively, Sito concluded that he must avoid being struck by this ominous artillery. In the blink of an eye, the projectile was nearly upon him. Damn it, Sito cursed. Realizing it was aimed directly at his right arm, the very limb controlling his water prison technique, leaving him with no choice but to release it. Otherwise, his arm would surely be rendered useless. A flicker of determination crossed Sito's eyes. To hell with it. He shifted slightly, withdrawing from the imminent danger. In the next moment, the formidable black projectile crashed into the water prison. Watergate was hanging by a thread. The projectile struck true, and the prison exploded instantaneously. Ha! Look at the little leaf brat. Your companion will be shattered to pieces because of your ninjutsu. Sito laughed maniacally, reveling in his handiwork. Yet, in the following instant, his smile froze upon his face. Mo Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he murmured, "Is that so? You should thank me for relinquishing it." The water prison shattered, but that was all it did. The resulting splashes were akin to a stone dropped into a serene lake. Watergate landed safely. The suffocating sensation of the water dissipating, holding the black projectile in his hands, as if awakening from a dream. The power of the black projectile was less than that of a mere stone. Watergate gazed in astonishment at the projectile he held, soon donning a bewildered smile. What is happening? How could this thing possess such feeble strength? Sito was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom that the imposing black projectile held no real power. Aside from splashing the water, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. At that moment, the black projectile dispersed, sinking into the earth. Mo Feng knelt, gasping for breath. He chuckled. I did it. The super artifact false painting was Mo Feng's application of ink ninjutsu to materialize objects. In truth, it bore a striking resemblance to the super beast imitation. Perhaps even simpler. Creating objects was far less complex than depicting animals. This canon was merely one of Mo Feng's conceptualizations, not yet fully realized. Using ink as a medium and chakra as a catalyst, the projectile aimed to inflict damage. However, as the ninjutsu had not been completed, it remained an empty facade. The earlier thunderous sound was, in fact, a deliberate ruse by Mo Feng, designed to instill fear in Sito, compelling him to avoid a direct confrontation. Furthermore, with Mo Feng having just restrained the diminutive warrior, Sito naturally perceived Mo Feng as a formidable opponent, heightening his vigilance. Consequently, he dared not confront the black projectile head-on, opting instead to withdraw. And this withdrawal was precisely Mo Feng's intention. The inky cannon was merely a facade, yet the chakra recently expended by Mo Feng was undeniably real. That pale complexion was not merely a tactic to lure the enemy. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Sito exclaimed in a fit of rage, launching a punch at Mo Feng. Startled, Mo Feng instinctively attempted to retreat, but his previous exertion left him momentarily weakened. This is bad, he thought to himself, just as a kunai shot forth with alarming speed. Sito's gaze flickered, and he quickly retracted his fist, stepping back. Mo Feng, well done. I shall take it from here. Like a golden flash, Minato appeared before Mo Feng, his presence exuding an overwhelming sense of security despite his modest stature. With a soft chuckle, Mo Feng gradually rose to his feet. Minato, you underestimate me. The battle has only just begun. I am not so easily defeated. Thank you for your assistance earlier. There is no need for gratitude among comrades, especially since you saved me as well, Minato replied, his sunlit smile warming Mo Feng's heart. Indeed, Mo Feng affirmed, standing alongside Minato to confront Sito. You must be Sito, as mentioned by Mr. Ito? Minato inquired, not rushing into combat. Humph, Sito scoffed. And the two fighters previously engaged with Shin Nosuk retreated to his side. Observing this, Shin Nosuk joined Minato and Mo Feng. Minato, Mo Feng, are you both unharmed? No harm done. Sito's gaze lingered on the trapped short warrior before he remarked, I never expected that Ito would mention me to you. He seems to possess a modicum of courage. Ninja Master, stop wasting time with them. Eliminate them at once. They are lunatics. Ito, sensing the tide turning, called out eagerly. Ito, is this all you are capable of? Sito retorted with a cold smile. Minato furrowed his brow and addressed Ito. Mr. Ito, it seems you were already aware of the current circumstances. Ito fell silent for a moment. Mr. Sito's strength is at least that of a chunin. With such an adversary, this mission cannot be rated as C level. It is at least B level, possibly even A level. by misrepresenting the information. My Leaf Village has the right to reject the mission on the spot and may even blacklist you. A ninja's execution of a mission heavily relies on accurate intelligence. If the information is erroneous, it could lead to significant casualties. Ito's actions had undoubtedly crossed a critical line for ninjas. Encountering a ninja in a foul mood could even result in the loss of his life. Ninja Master, I was wrong. I know nothing about this ninja business. If you help me deal with that ungrateful scoundrel Sito, I am willing to make up the remaining payment. Any amount. Ito pleaded desperately. Bah, Ito, you are utterly shameless. Return my money at once. Otherwise, not even the ninjas of Leaf will protect you. Ito cursed vehemently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Trembling in fear, Ito cowered in a corner. If any of you wish to survive, get out of my way. Sito shouted furiously at Mo Fong and the others, his murderous intent palpable. Mr. Sito, there is no need for such impulsiveness. We can still engage in dialogue, Mizumoto suggested. Dialogue? Nonsense. You three brats think you are worthy of negotiating with me? You were merely fortunate before, but now, perish. As he spoke, Sito formed hand seals with lightning speed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Harnessing the power of the lake. Sito's water technique surged in might. The previous chaotic waves were impressive, but the water dragon bullet was even more formidable. A menacing dragon emerged from the depths of the lake, its crimson eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure. The ferocity of the water release was unmistakable. Is this the true power of water release? Mo Fong pondered, his desire to master Mizumoto growing ever stronger. If he could learn such ninjutsu, his strength would undoubtedly increase immensely. Just think, the previous battle would not have been so arduous. As this thought crossed his mind, the water dragon charged forth. Scatter! Mizumoto commanded, prompting both Mo Fong and Shin no Suk to leap aside. Boom! The water dragon struck the ground, creating a colossal water crater. It seems negotiation is no longer an option. We must take action, Mizumoto murmured, his azure eyes locking onto Sito. In an instant, he appeared before Sito. Quite the nimble one, Sito exclaimed in surprise. The cold kunai was already in motion, aimed at Sito's shoulder. Clang! A long sword emerged from behind Sito, deflecting Mizumoto's kunai. It was one of Sito's companions. Kid, your speed is impressive, but I won't allow you to harm my boss, the longsword-wielding warrior declared, exerting more force into his blade. Mizumoto had no choice but to retreat. Such reflexes from that warrior? Mo Fong marveled from a distance. Matching Mizumoto's speed was truly astonishing. Ninja brat, not bad at all. But how do you compare to my swift blade? The fast sword warrior sneered, engaging Mizumoto in combat. Under the pressure of the water prison, Mizumoto's body had yet to fully recover. His speed could not be entirely unleashed, and for the moment, he found himself entangled in a struggle with the fast sword warrior. However, given a little time, Mizumoto would regain his normal state, and at that point, the fast sword warrior would no longer be his match. The fast sword warrior, sensing the hunt, seemed to have inexplicably enhanced his strength, far beyond what it had been moments ago. Had he exhibited such power earlier, Shin no Suk would have been defeated by now. Mo Fong, there's still that warrior whose strength appears average. You've expended quite a bit of chakra. Hold him off for now. I'll manage this ninja until Mizumoto regains his strength, and victory will be ours. Shin no Suk whispered to Mo Fong. Yet, Mo Fong shook his head. No, I wish to engage with the ninja utilizing water release. His gaze was fixed on Sito, filled with the spirit of battle. If Sito were not a water release ninja, Mo Fong would have little interest in Shin no Suk's suggestion. Yet, he happened to be a master of water release. At this moment, Mo Fong was fervently eager to engage with the water release ninja, seeking to acquire intelligence on the technique. Only through such a confrontation could he potentially achieve a breakthrough in his research on water release. Xing glanced at Mo Fong, recognizing that familiar expression. Though Mo Fong appeared affable, he was, in fact, quite obstinate. Once he set his mind on something, he seldom wavered. It was clear that his resolve would not change in this instance. With a resigned smile, Xing advised him to exercise caution. Mo Fong felt warmth in his heart. Having such a friend was indeed a blessing in life. Xing took on the last samurai, and the battle intensified. His movements became even more fierce than before. Ultimately, Mo Fong's opponent was a chunin, and he had already expended considerable chakra. While he might manage for a short while, prolonged engagement could spell disaster. Thus, Xing needed to defeat his adversary swiftly to assist Mo Feng. This was akin to a strategic maneuver reminiscent of Tianji's horse racing. Both Watergate and Xing were evidently superior to their opponents, and vanquishing them was merely a matter of time. However, this strategy hinged on Mo Feng's ability to withstand Sito's assaults. Otherwise, it would be a foolish gambit. Sito regarded Mo Feng with a cold sneer. You, a mere genin from Konoha, possess such confidence to face me alone. What do you have to fear? Huh, truly foolish. You have already depleted a significant portion of your chakra in the previous battle. For a genin, I dare say you have exhausted nearly all your reserves. In such a state, you dare confront a chunin? How arrogant. Indeed, at present, Mo Feng appeared to have little chance of victory, yet he could at least delay Sito momentarily. He raised his kunai, assuming a combat stance. It seems you intend to stall until your teammates defeat my subordinates. A clever calculation. However, by the time they manage to best my men, you shall already lie defeated by my hand. You will soon comprehend the folly of your current actions. Sito continued to sneer, yet he ceased to engage in further banter with Mo Feng. Two kunai slipped from his grasp, hurtling toward Mo Feng. With narrowed eyes, Mo Feng swung his kunai in response. Clang. Sparks flew. Pain shot through his right hand as he nearly lost his grip. This opponent's kunai possessed considerable force. Mo Feng was inwardly astonished, gaining a glimpse into the power of a chunin. Ultimately, he was still quite young. Despite his remarkable talent, his body had yet to fully mature. Naturally, he could not match the strength of adult ninjas. This was evident with both the large sword earlier and the kunai now. Are you still distracted? Sito's icy voice suddenly pierced through Mo Feng's focus. In a blink, he had closed the distance. Mo Feng's pupils constricted as he saw Sito's right foot strike the ground, his left leg launching a fierce kick. A gust of wind erupted from the force of his leg. Mo Feng swiftly crossed his arms over his chest to brace against the incoming strike. Bang! The immense force of Sito's kick struck Mo Feng's arms directly. The impact was overwhelming, sending Mo Feng flying through the air, with excruciating pain coursing through his hands. Mo Feng felt a numbing sensation that nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, no fractures had occurred. How formidable! Mo Feng silently acknowledged, realizing the significant gap between himself and the chunin. Mo Feng. Both Minato and Shinjiro gasped in shock, knowing that if this continued, Mo Feng would undoubtedly perish. Do not attempt to intervene. Yet, the adversary before them offered no opportunity for assistance. As Mo Feng landed, his breath became erratic. How does that kick feel? Merely a triviality. Mo Feng's expression remained stoic, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. However, Sito regarded him with disdain. Humph. You shinobi from the great villages are all alike. Arrogant and self-important. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Advancing swiftly, he clenched his right fist. Mo Feng, maintaining his composure, thrust his right fist forward. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Mo Feng was sent flying once more, crashing into a nearby tree. Oh, you can still endure? It seems you possess some skill. Very well, I have had my fun. Now perish. Sito sneered, forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Once again, it was water release. Although Sito's water dragon bullet technique was not in its complete form, its power was not to be underestimated. The terrifying water dragon surged forth from the lake, its claws bared. Mo Feng was alarmed. This technique was no jest. Sito thrust his hands forward, coldly commanding, Die! You little brat from Konoha. The water dragon unleashed a fearsome roar, charging towards Mo Feng with astonishing momentum. This is bad, Mo Feng thought, sensing the imminent threat of death. As his thoughts raced, a dark-colored owl that had been observing from the sidelines suddenly swooped in, positioning itself before Mo Feng. The owl's form rapidly dissolved, transforming into a shield. Ink shield. Bang! The water dragon pierced through the ink shield, hesitating for just a moment before relentlessly continuing its assault on Mo Feng. Boom! The water dragon howled. Mo Feng! Shinjiro exclaimed in alarm, preparing to rush forward. But a warrior obstructed him. Stand back. Enraged, Shinjiro hastened his hand seals to their utmost speed. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball materialized, startling the warrior. At such close range, there was no chance of defense. Ah! A scream echoed as the warrior was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Minato furrowed his brow, his body having regained much of its strength. In a flash, he moved, his speed more than doubled. What? The quick blade warrior's eyes widened in fear as a gash appeared on his neck. A golden light surged toward the water dragon. The water dragon collided with Mo foam, encasing him in a torrent. The water, initially gentle, now felt like a multitude of sharp blades piercing into his body. No wounds, only the sensation of pain. Is this the destructive force of the water's pressure? Mo foam murmured, the sensation oddly familiar. Upon closer examination, he could even sense the chakra swirling within the water. This sensation, amidst the flowing water, the arrangement of chakra appeared before Mo Feng's eyes like a crystal-clear mirror. The contents observed within the water escape scroll came alive at this very moment. It was as if Mo Feng had previously grasped the formula but lacked the means to apply it. At this moment, Sito vividly demonstrated the application for Mo Feng to witness. Is this the essence of water release? Mo Feng closed his eyes, seemingly banishing all pain from his consciousness. The allure of water chakra ceaselessly emerged within his mind. The water seemed to permeate Mo Feng's body, merging with his very blood. Yet, its power appeared limited, merely stinging the skin without penetrating deeper. Water, seemingly gentle, possesses terrifying destructive force when it surges wildly. Firstly, the impact of water, should the force be sufficient. It could strike like a massive boulder, capable of shattering internal organs, as exemplified by the water dragon bullet technique. Secondly, the sealing nature of water, enveloping the body. It deprives one of oxygen, leading to suffocation and death, akin to the water prison technique. Thirdly, the permeation of water. If it finds the crevices of the human body, it can continuously infiltrate, ultimately leading to one's demise from within, beyond the aid of even divine beings. These three thoughts raced through Mo Feng's mind. He now comprehended how to cultivate water attribute chakra. His eyes flew open. Mo Feng remained within the water dragon. The pain in his body persisted. Yet, a smile spread across his face. He understood. This suffering was not in vain. The recent confrontation with Sito had been to experience the might of water release. What better way to grasp such sensations than to immerse oneself within the technique? Clearly, there was none. Of course, this method was fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to death. However, Mo Feng never undertook endeavors without assurance. The owl he had previously drawn for reconnaissance had just transformed into an ink shield, adeptly countering the initial assault of the water dragon. Although it did not completely neutralize the force, it diminished its potency by 30%. As for the remaining force, Mo Feng formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Blood ink clone. Release." A crimson aura manifested around his body, and a figure resembling him detached itself. All pain vanished in that moment. This was none other than the blood ink clone previously conjured by Yunjibi. Mo Feng had long since integrated it into his being, forming a protective net. By separating it now, he could mitigate the majority of the damage. Naturally, the depletion of chakra was substantial. With a resounding crash, the blood ink clone shattered, leaving an emptiness in Mo Feng's chakra reserves. Yet the sensation of pain had completely dissipated. Seizing the moment, he once again moved his hands, drawing upon the scant chakra remaining within him. Water release. Water barrier. As he altered his hand seals, the chakra within him shifted, adhering to an extraordinary rhythm. The water currents that had once harmed Mo Feng now appeared as allies. They not only relinquished all destructive force, but also formed a protective wall around him, akin to a water barrier. Water dragon scatter. The four water barriers enveloped Mo Feng. He landed, kneeling upon the ground. Sweat cascaded down his face, dripping onto the earth below. Though his face bore the pallor of fatigue, it radiated a certain joy. At that moment, Shino and Minato arrived simultaneously. "Mo Qufeng, are you all right?" Shino inquired hastily, almost paralyzed with fear upon witnessing Mo Qufeng being swept away by the water vortex. What transpired within that watery embrace was known only to Mo Qufeng. He shook his head and replied with a smile, "I am unharmed. On the contrary, I have gained much." Shino paused in surprise and retorted, "You wouldn't have done this on purpose, would you? It's a mixed bag, but fortunately, it was worth it. I have gleaned some insights into the mysteries of water manipulation. My future training will have a clearer direction." "You reckless fool. What if something had gone awry? Would you still be alive?" Shino exclaimed angrily. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Mo Qufeng chuckled. "What limits? Your approach to training is utterly reckless." Shino whispered fiercely, though his concern was unmistakable. "As long as you're fine. The mission isn't over yet. We shall discuss this later," Minato interjected, reminding them of their unfinished task. Only then did Shino cease his reproach and refocus on Mokufeng. Seeing Mokufeng unscathed, Sito was taken aback. The power of that water manipulation was formidable. Even a direct hit would have left him severely injured. How could this young lad emerge with merely a hint of weakness and no visible wounds? He then glanced at his two subordinates, now lifeless. With the last one bound and utterly unreliable. What had once been a favorable 4-3 situation had now devolved into a dire 3-1. Sito's expression darkened. The unfolding events felt decidedly off. Not only was this black-haired boy suspicious, but how had the other two lower-ranked ninjas suddenly unleashed such overwhelming power to eliminate his subordinates? Were these truly mere lower ninjas? Could there be such a stark disparity between wandering ninjas and those from prominent ninja villages? Sito began to question his very existence. Meanwhile, Ito, observing the scene, was filled with exhilaration. This is splendid. I never anticipated such a favorable turn of events. Sito, let us see how you handle this now, he thought, envisioning Sito's impending demise. Minato glanced at Sito and quietly asked Mokufeng, "How much chakra do you have remaining?" Mokufeng hesitated before responding, "Not much left." "Can you still perform the ink snake binding technique?" "Barely enough." "Good. Let us first capture Sito. Then we shall investigate the true nature of this mission." "Understood." Minato's energy had returned. A character like Sito was no longer worthy of his concern. Had it not been for the minor injury he sustained while rescuing Mokufeng, the battle would have concluded long ago. With a swift motion, Minato activated the body flicker technique, appearing behind Sito in an instant. "What?" Sito gasped, utterly unprepared for Minato's extraordinary speed. Minato delivered a powerful kick to Sito's lower back before he could react, sending him careening off balance. On the scroll, 5 ink snakes had been summoned. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation Art, Ink Snake Binding. 5 dark serpents shot forth, ensnaring Sito. He drew a kunai, intent on severing their grasp. Yet, in a flash of cold light, Watergate's kunai struck his down, sending Sito's weapon flying. To his disbelief, the 5 serpents had bound him securely. The serpents had ensnared him. Capture successful. Behave yourself, or I shall strike you again. Shin Nosuke pulled the bound Sito aside, placing him next to the short warrior. Molfug and Watergate approached as well. Sito's face contorted with rage. He could hardly fathom being outmatched by these youngsters. Especially the blond boy, appearing no older than 13 or 14, wielded such formidable power. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he seemed a match for Sito. Had he not been subdued first, the battle would surely have ended swiftly. How had Ito managed to employ such 3 skilled genin? Could it be that the average level of genin in Konoha had reached such heights? How utterly preposterous. With the crisis averted, aside from the severe chakra depletion of Lofeng, both Watergate and Shin Nosuke bore no injuries. Splendid, splendid. We have finally subdued this fellow. Ito gazed at the captured Sito with great excitement. Thank you, esteemed ninja. Had it not been for you, I might have met a dire fate. Ito expressed his gratitude fervently. Mr. Ito, you are too kind. Since we have accepted the mission, we shall undoubtedly ensure your safety, Watergate replied. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed exceptional. They live up to their reputation as the foremost ninja village. Ito timely offered flattery. Indeed, we from Konoha are the strongest. Shin Nosuke felt a surge of pride at these words. The esteemed status of Konoha was beyond question in his heart. Yes, indeed. Just then, as Ito was expressing thanks, he suddenly called out towards the trio's rear. The 3 turned in astonishment, glancing back, including Sito, who looked on in confusion. A glint of malice flashed in Ito's eyes as he drew a dagger and thrust it forcefully towards Sito's throat. This strike, if successful, would surely claim Sito's life. Victory. Once Sito is dead, my safety is assured, and the riches shall be mine. With this thought, Ito's heart burned with fervor. Success is at hand. Perish, he thought maliciously. Sito sensed the impending threat of death. Turning his head, he beheld the sinister visage of Ito. Ito was taken aback, never expecting such treachery at this moment. Clang. What? Ito's eyes widened in shock. The dagger aimed for his throat had not pierced. A mass of ink had obstructed its lethal intent. Mr. Ito, your true aim was indeed to slay Sito, Molfeng murmured, his earlier suspicions confirmed in that instant. Watergate and Shin Nosuke also turned, their expressions grave. Ito forced a sheepish smile, retracting his dagger, and said, Esteemed ninja, Sito has long sought my life. If I do not eliminate him, I fear that upon your departure, my life will be forfeit. Bah! You shameless scoundrel. Ungrateful wretch. You seek to monopolize my assets. How blind I was to have believed your deceitful words. Sito erupted in a torrent of invective, his words laden with significant implications. Ito's expression shifted, betraying a moment of awkwardness. Mr. Ito, your relationship with Sito does not appear to be as you claim. The two of you hardly seem like business partners, at least not in the manner of merchants. Mo Feng spoke softly, his gaze flitting between the two. A chunin, accompanied by 3 warriors, wandering aimlessly. Clearly, they were no strangers to violence. In such tumultuous times, their potential actions were unpredictable. Ito, on the other hand, presented himself as an ordinary man devoid of chakra, a commoner entangled with 4 formidable individuals, seemingly fraught with animosity. This scenario hinted at significant complications. A merchant, you say? That boy was nearly starving to death. I saved him out of sheer cleverness, only to have him remain by my side as my strategist. He possesses some talent. With his shrewdness, he helped me amass considerable wealth in just a year. Yet, to my shock, he set a trap for me a few days ago and absconded with my money. Sito seethed, divulging the entirety of their relationship. Ito's countenance darkened further. Do not heed his fabrications, esteemed ninja. The trio exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the truth behind Sito's words. This was evidently a case of infighting within a criminal syndicate. They had not anticipated such a task. With this newfound knowledge, what course of action should they take? Brother Minato, what should we do now? Neither of these men seemed virtuous. Shino turned to Minato for guidance. Among the 3, Minato was the eldest and had been a ninja for 3 years, endowed with greater experience. Minato scratched his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. The situation was indeed awkward. Ito's expression fluctuated incessantly. Without the assistance of the ninjas before him, his fate was sealed. Mr. Ito, if we accept your mission, we shall escort you to Kitami Town. As for what follows, we shall have no further involvement. How does that sound? After a moment of contemplation, Minato proposed. Excellent. This arrangement is satisfactory, esteemed ninja, Ito exclaimed with delight. As a ninja, one does not always choose the recipients of their missions. What matters is the completion of the task at hand. Not every mission issuer is benevolent. The identity of a ninja cannot be confined to one of virtue. Brother Minato, what shall we do with this fellow? Shino pointed towards Sito and the short warrior, both of whom wore expressions of dread. Let them accompany us. We shall decide their fate upon Lord Orochimaru's return. Minato replied quietly. Very well, Shino said, somewhat disappointed, having expected a more immediate resolution for the two. Sito and the short warrior breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have preserved their lives. Yet, a glint of malice flickered in Ito's eyes. Upon arriving in Kitami Town, the 2 ruffians were dealt with. Moafeng silently observed the unfolding events, refraining from uttering any opinions. On one hand, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. On the other, he was gradually acclimatizing to his identity as a ninja, particularly to the act of killing. Both Mizumoto and Shino had previously taken the lives of 2 samurai without a trace of discomfort. However, as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies, Moafeng's reflections were perhaps known only to him. Indeed, it was a world where human life was as inconsequential as grass. These 2 had perished here, and no one would seek justice on their behalf. Naturally, they were not virtuous souls either. Sito and that short samurai were likely to become the next victims of their hands. Such is the nature of this world. The strong possess the power to determine life and death. My abilities are still insufficient, Wolfeng pondered, his eyes brimming with longing. The battle had once again sounded an alarm within him. War was drawing near. Following the skirmish, their resting place was left ravaged and uninhabitable. It was evident that they could not linger there any longer. The fatigue that had once enveloped them had dissipated in the wake of the fight. Thus, they set off without further delay. Within the carriage, Moafeng, Sito, and the short samurai sat together, recuperating their chakra. Ito was pulled outside the carriage, driving alongside Mizumoto, while Shino perched atop the vehicle. An hour later, dawn broke, and Moafeng opened his eyes, fully restored. Hey, you little Jinin have quite a bit of chakra. Almost rivaling my own, remarked Sito, unable to contain himself upon seeing Moafeng awake, bound hand and foot. Having witnessed Wolfeng's chakra recovery, Sito, also a ninja, could tell it had been a solid hour. He had to admit that Wolfeng's chakra was remarkably abundant for his age. Considering Wolfeng's combat prowess, Sito realized he was indeed a prodigy. Noticing Sito's casual demeanor, Wolfeng smiled and replied, You seem quite at ease. What is there to be troubled about? Sito scoffed, displaying indifference. Ito has clearly secured protection at the task location in Kitami, and he is undoubtedly stronger than you. Once we arrive, even if we were to release you, he would not let you off so easily. Sito's expression shifted at this revelation. Regrettably, your little brother has probably already found his next benefactor. Damn, that ungrateful scoundrel. Sito growled. Big brother, that Ito fellow is a jerk. We should never have taken him in, the short samurai interjected. What use is there in lamenting now? Sito shot the short samurai a glare, his own mood equally murky. Unbeknownst to the two, Wolfeng had yet to share a crucial piece of information with them. Ito had likely intended to use a C-rank mission to assemble a team of lower-ranked ninjas. If they could defeat Sito and his companions, it would be ideal. If not, the blame would fall squarely upon Sito's shoulders. Thus, Sito would find himself under the scrutiny of Konoha, leading to a most arduous existence. It was likely that Ito had also resorted to underhanded tactics to ensnare Mizumoto. Evidently, Ito was more eager to witness the outcome of Sito being pursued by Konoha, should they consume the tainted rice cakes and subsequently lose to Sito. It is likely that Ito possesses means to evade the scene, just as he previously escaped from Sito's side. Of course, these speculations are merely Wolfeng-esque conjectures, yet they are likely true. However, given Ito's propensity for mischief, they could not simply eliminate him on the spot, for the rationale would be too convoluted. The reputation of a ninja slaying their employer is far too unsavory. Even if Konoha were to believe them, those outside would remain skeptical, and they would inevitably face retribution. Wolfeng had no desire to let such matters hinder his training. Naturally, Konoha is no pushover. They possess specialized ninjas to handle employers who falsely report mission ranks. Such employers often meet a grim fate. Wolfeng ceased his idle chatter with the others, disembarked from the carriage, and leapt onto the roof. Wolfeng, have you recovered? Yes, my chakra is nearly restored, he replied, unfurling a scroll and depicting an ink hawk. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation Picture. The ink hawk soared from the illustration, circling above. What are you doing? Shinosuke inquired, puzzled. Better safe than sorry. You truly are cautious. However, your creativity in this battle is quite impressive. I never anticipated that your artwork could be utilized in such a manner. Reflecting on Wolfeng's previous combat, Shinosuke marveled at the thought of enduring similar attacks himself. It was merely improvisation. I believe we still lack practical experience. Indeed, he concurred. Yet, there is little we can do, as we have only just graduated. Our ability to undertake a C-rank mission was largely thanks to Uncle Orochimaru's arrangements. Otherwise, we might have had to begin accumulating experience from those tedious D-rank tasks. I hope for another opportunity to engage in real combat, Wolfeng murmured. I share your sentiment. I didn't get to fully showcase my abilities this time. Yet you have already clashed with the Chunin. How did it feel? Shinosuke asked curiously. Wolfeng chuckled wryly and replied, What can I say? You saw it for yourself. I had no means of defense. Were it not for your timely arrival with Kakashi, I would have perished. Chunin are indeed formidable. Nevertheless, I am confident that given 2 or 3 years, I will surpass them. Shinosuke declared with conviction, and Wolfeng harbored no doubts. The two exchanged idle banter until they swiftly arrived at Kitami town. Ito was delivered safely, while Sito and the diminutive warrior were confined to prison. As for the remaining matters, they were indifferent. After all, neither Ito nor Sito were virtuous individuals. Thus, the mission was deemed complete. Shinosuke stretched lazily and sighed in relief. Their first mission, albeit a C rank, had concluded satisfactorily. I wonder where Lord Orochimaru has gone. What shall we do now? Wolfeng inquired. Huh, Wolfeng, Kuin, you seem quite concerned. A voice chimed from behind them. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru had appeared silently. Uncle Orochimaru, what brings you here? Were you not attending to other matters? Oh, I just happened to finish up, he replied with a smirk. Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as if he had discovered an excellent specimen for experimentation. Well done, everyone. Let us return to the village. 3 days later, in Konoha, at the 10th training ground, Wolfeng gazed at the lake before him and inhaled deeply. The essence of water release chakra begins with harnessing the flow of water found in nature, manipulating the tangible water. Wolfeng murmured softly, then formed hand seals. Water style, water surge. Water release chakra gathered in his hands, an inexplicable force exerting itself upon the lake's surface. With a resounding crash, a torrent of water erupted from the lake. Crashing towards a nearby tree, the water splashed everywhere, yet caused minimal damage to the tree. Mo Feng furrowed his brow. Still insufficient. The power is too weak. My control over water remains inadequate. Due to the limitations of his chakra, Mo Feng could not execute powerful water release techniques in the absence of water. Thus, he was compelled to practice the manipulation of water. Clearly, his perception and control over the element needed refinement. I must devise a solution, he muttered, approaching the edge of the lake. The lake reflected his youthful visage. Water, Mo Feng whispered, then propelled himself forward, leaping into the lake. In an instant, he was enveloped by the water. Chakra gradually flowed from his body, merging with the currents. This is the sensation. Mo Feng's eyes widened. Forming hand seals, he exclaimed, water style. Water surge. With a tremendous roar, a colossal column of water shot skyward, reaching several meters in height. Mo Feng stood atop the water column, a look of sheer delight illuminating his face. I did it. As a newly appointed genin, the tasks were not overly burdensome. Orochimaru was not a particularly diligent mentor. Missions typically occurred only once a month, each lasting about 7 days, with not a single D-rank task among them. Over 2 years, Volafug and his companions had executed 20 C-rank missions and 6 B-rank missions, neither an insignificant nor a remarkable tally. However, it was likely that no other genin possessed such a record. Mo Feng and his team continuously engaged in combat with ninjas and samurai, while Orochimaru observed from the shadows, refraining from participating in their missions. On the surface, Minato was a teammate, yet in reality, he assumed the role of captain. Mulafug and Shinojo gained strength and mission experience, while Minato honed his leadership skills. At Hataki Mountain, water style, water Fong bullet. A massive torrent of water formed a conical shape and surged towards a ninja. Before the adversary could react, he was pierced through, meeting his demise instantaneously. Ah, Mo Feng, you've stolen my kill again, Shinojo exclaimed, rushing over in indignation to chastise Mo Feng for his actions. Mo Feng responded with a calm smile. You were simply too slow. My enemy was dealt with long before you arrived. What a bother. I was merely intrigued by his jutsu and wished to practice a bit more, Shinojo retorted. You ought to be grateful Minato didn't intervene, otherwise. Neither of us would have claimed a kill, Mo Feng replied with a grin. Shinojo pouted in response. Indeed, the speed of Minato's lethal strikes is nothing short of monstrous. Whether one is a Genin or a Chunin, it often transpires in the blink of an eye. Shino even harbors doubts that in a few years, facing a Jonin, Minato might similarly dispatch his adversary in an instant. Just contemplating such a scene evokes a sense of terror. Do not portray it so ominously, he said. In a flash, Minato appeared beside the two. Brother Minato, your body flicker technique has indeed become increasingly swift, Mo Feng remarked with admiration. Minato smiled gently and replied, All right. It is time for us to return. Lord Orochimaru is still awaiting us. Very well. In the Hokage building of Konoha, the third Hokage gazed gravely at the report before him. Orochimaru stood nearby. Damn it. The third Hokage slammed the report onto his desk, akin to an enraged lion. Orochimaru, taken aback, inquired, What troubles you, Sensei Sarutobi? Take a look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru picked up the report and, after a glance, furrowed his brow. The third Kazekage is missing? Indeed. Moreover, he vanished at the border. Now, Sunagakure suspects Konoha's involvement and demands an explanation. How amusing. Their Kazekage has gone missing. Yet they dare to be so arrogant. To think that the so-called strongest Kazekage could simply disappear is truly laughable. A glint of coldness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, his expression one of disdain. Sunagakure? They are merely the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Their environment has always been harsh, and they have long been eager for conflict. It appears they are seeking yet another pretext to ignite war. The third Hokage sighed, harboring a pessimistic outlook on the looming situation. With the third Kazekage missing, it is likely that Chiyo, that old hag, will take charge in Sunagakure. Her son and daughter-in-law perished at the hands of Shikomo, and her thirst for vengeance is palpable. That is indeed a matter of concern. I fear she will not rest until her vengeance is fulfilled. If she wishes to come, let her. Sunagakure is hardly a concern, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. However, if Sunagakure stirs, the other 3 villages will not remain idle. The ensuing chain reaction could very well reignite warfare across the shinobi world. Sensei Sarutobi, that is beyond our control. Moreover, in these past 2 years, each village has been restlessly preparing. War is merely a matter of time. The village has nearly recovered. and a new generation of exceptional shinobi has emerged. We are indeed capable of waging war. Orochimaru's lips curled in anticipation of the impending conflict. Sigh. The vitality we have just regained may be lost due to this war. Sensei Sarutobi, now is not the time for such discussions. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. As he watched the swirling white haze, he murmured, Orochimaru, summon Jiraiya and Tsunade back immediately. A glimmer of determination shone in Orochimaru's eyes as he replied softly, Yes, Sensei Sarutobi. Two shinobi eagles soared from Konoha, seeking the return of the two legendary figures who had vanished from the village for 3 long years. On the streets of Konoha, how dreadfully boring. Mofang, what shall we do today? If you find yourself so idle, why not join me in my training? Zinzhusho remarked, rolling his eyes at Mofang, who was becoming increasingly tiresome to him. Mofang, you truly are dull, perpetually consumed by the notion of training. Why not to indulge in relaxation from time to time, especially when there is nothing pressing to attend to? Mofang shrugged nonchalantly, it's of no consequence. By the way, where has Watergate gone? With no missions today, he must be seeking out Sister Kushina, I suppose. Honestly, how could Watergate possibly be with that hot-tempered Kushina? It seems utterly mismatched. I can only imagine him being the one under duress. Zinzhusho expressed his dismal outlook on Watergate's future. You fail to comprehend. Sister Kushina is quite gentle with Watergate. Mofang countered. Is that so? It's hard to envision Sister Kushina in such a tender light. Zinzhusho mused, a shiver of disbelief coursing through him. As they strolled and conversed, they suddenly spotted a throng of parents escorting their children to the ninja academy. Is today the day the academy opens? So many people. Zinzhusho inquired, curiosity piqued. It seems so. Today appears to be the entrance examination, Mofang replied. How swiftly time passes. It has already been 3 years since we graduated. Zinzhusho remarked, a rare moment of reflection gracing his thoughts. Mofang nodded in agreement, equally contemplating the passage of time. Hey Mofang, look, that's Senior Shimo. Zinzhusho exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the entrance of the school. Senior Shimo? Mofang paused, momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Konoha's White Fang? His renown surpasses even that of the legendary 3 ninjas. Upon Zinzhusho's mention, Mofang recalled with clarity, Konoha's White Fang, a legendary ninja said to have outmatched the legendary 3, and also the father of Kakashi Hatake. Mofang observed a man with silver hair, appearing to be in his 30s, whose face bore an indescribable weariness, yet his lips curled into a warm smile, a restrained brilliance. He was evidently not a cold individual. Beside him stood a small boy, around 5 years old, with silver hair, a mask covering his face, and an air of pride emanating from his eyes. A striking presence. If he were to hazard a guess, this child must be Kakashi Hatake, Senior Shimo. Zinzhusho waved his right hand enthusiastically, calling out. His admiration for Shimo was profound, yearning for the courage and prowess that allowed one to single-handedly repel foes. As Shimo prepared to lead Kakashi into the academy, he heard a voice calling his name. Turning, he spotted 2 youths. One was unfamiliar, but the one who waved seemed somewhat recognizable. Upon further reflection, Shimo recalled where he had encountered this boy. It was Sarutobi Zinzhusho, the eldest son of the third Hokage. He had seen this boy during a visit to the third Hokage's residence. A prodigy, it seemed. As Shimo turned, Kakashi also glanced over, encountering 2 strangers. Kakashi felt little interest. Zinzhusho jogged over, standing before Shimo, and said, Senior Shimo, it's been quite a while. It is Shino. I did not expect him to have grown so much. Shikumo's face bore a kind and gentle smile. I am surprised that Shikumo-senpai still remembers me. Is this Kakashi? Shino turned to Kakashi, whom he had seen a few years prior. Back then, Kakashi was but an infant. Indeed, yes. Kakashi, this is your older brother Shino, son of the third Hokage. Hello, Kakashi murmured, his tone somewhat aloof. He was not naturally a warm person. Shino took no offense. Shikumo-senpai, are you taking Kakashi to school? So early? I recall Kakashi is only 5 years old, right? Shino inquired with curiosity. Kakashi is remarkably talented and has a keen interest in becoming a ninja. He wished to come, so I brought him along. I see. As their conversation unfolded, Mofang gradually approached them. He had been observing this tragic hero from the original work, never imagining he would have the opportunity to witness him up close. Although Shikumo stood silently, Mofang felt a palpable aura of strength emanating from him, even more formidable than that of Orochimaru. Good day, Shikumo-senpai. Moffing pondered internally while softly speaking. This is, Shikumo regarded Moffing with a look of puzzlement. Shikumo-senpai. This is my teammate, Yunju Moffing. He is quite formidable as well, Shino quickly introduced. Yunju? Shikumo paused, scrutinizing Moffing earnestly. Noticing the scroll and pin hanging from Moffing's waist, he seemed to confirm something, letting out a gentle sigh. I did not expect there would still be heirs of the Yunju clan. So, you are Yunju Moffing? Shikumo regarded him with a hint of elder-like warmth in his eyes. Moffing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Yes, Shikumo-senpai. It seems you are acquainted with my family? Shikumo smiled and replied, I once had a teammate from the Yunju clan. Your family's bloodline is quite fascinating. Thank you for your kind words, Shikumo-sama. The small paths cannot compare to the famed Konoha blade technique. Upon hearing this, Kakashi glanced at Moffing, silently acknowledging his discernment. However, it is merely an unrefined sword technique. Yet you seem to possess an extraordinary power. Shikumo gazed deeply into Moffing's eyes, as if seeking to see through him. Their gazes locked, and Moffing's eyes reflected in Shikumo's own. Quite intriguing. Shikumo chuckled lightly, seemingly quite pleased with Moffing. Dingling. The bell of the Ninja Academy rang at that moment. Time is drawing near, Shino, Moffing. I must take Kakashi inside now. Do come to the Hitaki residence when you have the chance. Very well, Shikumo-senpai. Watching as Shikumo and Kakashi departed, Shino sighed. I did not expect Shikumo-senpai to be so gentle. I previously thought him to be a cold individual. The last time I saw him, he had a rather stern expression. Indeed, who would have thought that the renowned Konoha white fan could possess such a kindly demeanor? Moffing, I have made a decision. I wish to train alongside you. Huh. Moffing was startled by Shino's sudden change of heart. With diligent practice, I shall surely catch up to Uncle Orochimaru and Senior Shimo. At that time, I too shall make a name for myself in the world of ninjas. What moniker do you think I should adopt? Konoha boy, what do you think of that nickname? Upon hearing this, Moffing was left speechless, shaking his head as he departed unceremoniously. Hey, Moffing, why are you running away? Is that nickname unpleasant? Should I think of another one? Moffing deemed the individual's taste to be rather lacking and preferred to avoid further conversation. At the Ninja Academy, Kakashi observed his father, Shimo, with curiosity. Father, you seem quite interested in that Yunju Moffing. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to a former teammate of mine. Is he formidable? Are you referring to my teammate? No, I mean Moffing. He appears to possess strength akin to that of a chunin, which is commendable for his age. A chunin? That doesn't sound overly impressive. Haha, Kakashi, people are not all the same. Some shine like meteors, brilliant yet fleeting. Their initial brilliance may fade into obscurity. Others, however, resemble sculptures, becoming more exquisite with each refinement. Are you implying that Moffing is a sculpture? I cannot say for certain. I merely find his gaze intriguing, filled with a desire for power, yet tempered with warmth. What is rare is that his eyes reflect little confusion. If he can maintain this clarity, he will undoubtedly secure a place in the future of Konoha. And what of me, father? Kakashi gazed at Shimo with anticipation. Shimo paused, looking at Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi, your talent is impressive, but how you wield that talent rests solely on you. Remember, the path of a ninja is shrouded in mist. Even ninjas can find themselves ensnared in confusion, unable to extricate themselves. At such times, no matter how great the talent, it may wither away. What should one do in such circumstances? Those lost in confusion must either find their way out alone or rely on the strength of others. Otherwise, they may find it exceedingly difficult to escape for a lifetime. Kakashi, if the day comes when you too find yourself in confusion, perhaps you could seek Moffing for a heartfelt conversation. Seek him out. Kakashi questioned, puzzled. Yes, indeed. Though we have only met once, I sense he is a person of conviction. His gaze speaks volumes. Kakashi silently committed this to memory, also etching the name Yunju Moffing into his thoughts. What kind of being could this person, so praised by his father, become? Father, I shall remember. At the edge of the land of rain, Jiraiya, with his head of white hair, had a ninja hawk perched on his right arm. After retrieving a letter, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Is it to come again? He glanced back at his three disciples and sighed. The moment of parting has finally arrived. On the road, Shino suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot. Today is also the day that Asuma, that little brat, starts school. What a disaster. I didn't send him off, and who knows how he will torment me upon return. I must hurry. Wolfong, we shall discuss the matter of cultivation another day. With that, Shinazuk hurriedly departed, leaving Mo Feng without the chance to utter a single word. Truly, this fellow, having been a ninja for 3 years, still could not rid himself of his impulsive nature. Mo Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought, and proceeded towards the training ground. Suddenly, from a side path, a figure dashed forth, colliding directly with Mo Feng and sending him sprawling to the ground. The individual was not spared either, tumbling down alongside him. Various ingredients scattered across the floor. As Mo Feng regained his composure, he turned to face the newcomer, only to find a young girl with striking red hair. Kushina? Mo Feng was taken aback. The person before him was none other than Kushina. Ever since he had aided Minato in rescuing her 2 years ago, the three of them had grown close. Over the past 2 years, they had frequently gathered together, resulting in a familiarity between Mo Feng and Kushina. "Ah, it's you. I thought it was some careless fool," Kushina exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside and unable to contain her complaints. Mo Feng chuckled helplessly and replied, "Kushina, you came rushing out from the side path, and at such speed. You knocked over my ingredients. Quickly help me pick them up." Kushina seemed disinclined to debate the matter of blame, focusing instead on gathering her scattered ingredients with a pained expression. Noticing her distress, Mo Feng ceased to pursue the topic and began assisting her. "Kushina, what are you doing with these ingredients? You've never been one to cook." Mo Feng inquired curiously. Her face flushed. Kushina quickly responded, "I just bought them to try." "Is that so?" Mo Feng asked, a look of skepticism on his face. "Why not? Is it a problem?" Observing Mo Feng's inquisitive demeanor, Kushina instantly transformed into a fierce look. All right, of course, it's fine." Mo Feng offered a sheepish smile, refraining from further questioning. Kushina was not one to be trifled with. Over the past 2 years, he had certainly felt the sting of her iron fist. Humph. Kushina tossed her hair and prepared to leave, but suddenly halted, recalling something. She turned back to Mo Feng, her face brightening with a smile. "What is it, Kushina?" Mo Feng felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. "Mo Feng, you don't have any missions today, do you?" "No, not really. But I need to practice." A gleam flickered in Kushina's eyes as she declared, "There's no rush with training. You can take your time. I have a favor to ask of you, and you must certainly have some free time, right?" Before Mo Feng could utter a denial, he sensed the cold glint in Kushina's eyes and quickly altered his response. "Of course I can help." "Excellent. Your kindness shall be remembered, and someday I shall teach you a splendid water technique in return. Now come with me." With that, Kushina seized Mo Feng by one hand and clutched her ingredients in the other. Racing towards her home, Mo Feng, bewildered, felt the ominous premonition intensify. With a loud bang, Kushina hurled him into the room and slammed the door shut behind them. "Kushina, what do you intend to do with me? I'm still young. Please don't do this." "Fear not, dear brother, for your sister harbors no ill intentions. Just sit quietly here for a moment, and in 10 minutes, I shall treat you to something delightful," Kushina declared, striding toward the kitchen. Mo Feng swallowed nervously and stammered. "Sister Kushina, you wouldn't make me a guinea pig, would you?" "A guinea pig? This is an honor bestowed upon you, making you the first connoisseur of my culinary prowess." Sister Kushina, might I decline this honor? What do you think?" "I was merely jesting, Sister Kushina. I would be delighted." Under the powerful urge to survive, Mo Feng chose to swallow his refusal. Although it was his first time, perhaps it would be delicious? Mo Feng consoled himself with this thought. Yet, if memory served correctly, in the original tale, after Minato and Kushina wed, it was Minato who consistently prepared their meals. Given the demands of being Hokage, it was evident that Kushina's culinary skills were questionable. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, contemplating escape. But aware of Kushina's capabilities, he remained seated obediently. Patience in the face of adversity often yields peace. A moment of endurance would surely pass. Mo Feng reassured himself once more. 10 minutes later, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, presenting a plate of food before Mo Feng. "Mo Feng, do give this a try," she urged with eager anticipation. Mo Feng found himself in a perplexing situation. Before him lay a dark, amorphous mound, the contents indiscernible. Sister Kushina, may I ask what this dish is called?" "Tempura, of course. Can you not tell? It's so obvious." "Obvious, indeed," Mo Feng silently scoffed. "Enough chatter. Savor the flavor and offer your critique." "All right," Mo Feng replied, his eyes glistening with trepidation as he grasped a pair of chopsticks. "Great sage of the 6 paths, grant me the strength to consume this tempura and survive." If I perish, it would be a most unjust fate for a traveler such as I. He picked up a piece of tempura and took a bite, his expression shifting dramatically. How is it? Kushina inquired, her eyes filled with hope. Emofeng took another bite, his face transforming into one of ecstasy. Sister Kushina, although this tempura may not appear appealing, it is utterly delicious. Tender, flavorful, and perfectly savory. I have never tasted such exquisite tempura before. Really? Kushina, observing his exaggerated response, felt a twinge of doubt. Indeed, Sister Kushina, why would I deceive you? Try it yourself. Seeing the sincerity in Emofeng's eyes, Kushina remained skeptical. Gazing at the dark mass on the plate, she felt uncertain. Could it be true that she was a culinary genius? Though unappealing in appearance, the taste might be extraordinary? With this mindset, Kushina grasped a piece and brought it to her lips. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept across Emofeng's face. Simultaneously, he discreetly pointed a finger to his throat and discreetly expelled the morsel he had just consumed. Ugh, what on earth is this? Kushina exclaimed, spitting the food out after just one bite, her expression contorted in agony. It felt akin to biting into charcoal. Ha ha ha, Sister Kushina. Now you truly comprehend how frightening it can be, right? Upon witnessing this, Emofeng burst into laughter. You, Emofeng, dare to play tricks on me. I shall not spare you. Emofeng, having toyed with Kushina, felt a sense of satisfaction. Naturally, he couldn't escape the subsequent consequences of Kushina's retaliation. Although he was no match for her strength, he decided to forego any serious argument. Fortunately, their banter remained lighthearted, and Kushina refrained from being overly harsh. Sister Kushina, what prompted you to suddenly start learning how to cook? Aren't you particularly fond of that newly opened Ichiraku ramen at the street corner? I've heard you've been resolving your dinner dilemmas there every day. Emofeng was aware of this through Watergate's casual conversation. He himself held great interest in the renowned Ichiraku ramen, though he had yet to find the opportunity to savor it. The current owner of Ichiraku must be a rather young fellow, he mused. Hey, how did you know I go to Ichiraku ramen every day? Kushina inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Watergate told me, he replied. A blush crept onto Kushina's cheeks, and with her striking red hair, she appeared rather endearing. Watergate truly cares about me, she remarked. Observing Kushina's lovesick demeanor, Emofeng felt a pang of helplessness. Could she not exhibit such expressions in front of a single man? Suddenly, Kushina adopted a resolute expression, clenching her fists as she declared, I must succeed in creating exquisite dishes to repay Watergate. Emofeng imagined the fervor igniting above her head. A woman in love can indeed be formidable. He shook his head in envy, realizing that only Watergate could transform Kushina from a fierce tigress into a gentle lamb. Ah, the power of love. Emofeng, in a couple of days. It will be the 2-year anniversary of Watergate and me. I want to diligently learn cooking to prepare a dinner for him. However, what you just witnessed is the culmination of my efforts over the past few days, she stated. Emofeng gazed at the dish that resembled charred remnants and worried for Watergate's romantic dinner. Sister Kushina, I believe one need not make things so difficult for oneself. Don't you think? No. Watergate has said that he loves the food I make, so I must prepare a delightful dinner for him. With an indomitable spirit, Kushina's determination radiated. Emofeng internally scoffed. Watergate, one should not give undue praise to untried dishes. This leaves no room for retreat. Do those in love not think before they speak? Even someone as clever as Watergate cannot evade this folly. Emofeng, you shall stay here today and savor my cooking until you give it a positive review. Kushina glared at him fiercely, evidently treating him as her test subject. Sister Kushina, I think you might consider a different approach. As Emofeng braced for a dismal fate, a thought struck him. What approach? I think dishes like tempura are quite complicated and require careful attention to cooking times. We could opt for something simpler yet delicious. Something simple and delicious? What could that be? I know a place that serves fresh salmon, which is absolutely delightful. As long as Sister Kushina slices it thinly with a kunai and adds soy sauce, it transforms into an extraordinarily delectable dish. Sashimi? Might that not be somewhat simplistic? Kushina murmured, yet it was evident that she was tempted. She possessed considerable expertise in the use of kunai, and slicing sashimi was a matter of mere moments. No. Sister Kushina, when it comes to dates, dining is certainly not the focal point. Sashimi is quick to prepare and even quicker to consume. This way, you will have more time to converse under the moonlight with Brother Minato. How delightful that would be. At these words, a spark ignited in Kushina's eyes. Compared to matters of romance, dining was trivial and merely a waste of precious time. You're right, Moffing. Let us hasten to that salmon shop. Absolutely. Follow me. Moffing secretly sighed in relief. He had successfully convinced Kushina. After escorting her to the salmon shop and purchasing the fish, he felt he had navigated the situation adeptly. Moffing, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. However, please do not mention this to Minato. I wish to surprise him. Certainly, certainly. As a token of gratitude, Kushina declared, I have decided to take you to try the recently popular Ichiraku ramen. The young chef, despite being merely in his 20s, possesses remarkable skills. I visit there daily for a hearty meal. Ichiraku ramen? Moffing murmured, nodding in agreement. He too was quite intrigued by this enigmatic ramen establishment. However, previous missions had deprived him of such opportunities. Now, fate had offered a chance to indulge. Ichiraku ramen, located on the bustling commercial street, was owned by a freshly minted 22-year-old chef. Clad in a white chef's uniform, though young, he exuded the aura of a seasoned culinary master. Having recently embarked on his culinary journey in the Hidden Leaf Village, he chose this locale for its stability, being the strongest ninja village compared to others. A chef thrives in a steady environment, and his aspirations were humble. He merely wished to be a good chef running a successful ramen shop. The greatest solace for him would be to receive a thumbs up from every patron who savored his ramen, uttering words of praise. Indeed, he was simply an ordinary chef. Nothing more. Boss, I'll have 2 bowls of miso ramen first. A boisterous female voice echoed within the small ramen shop. The chef did not need to turn to know who had arrived. This patron frequented the establishment with remarkable regularity, establishing herself as his most loyal customer. Kushina, you've come again today. Oh, and you've brought a friend? The chef regarded Moffing with curiosity. He was half a head shorter than Kushina, but appeared quite spirited, adorned with a headband, indicating he too was a ninja. Yes, this is Yunjun Moffing, my friend, and also a teammate of Minato. Is that so? Please wait a moment. Your ramen will be ready shortly. The chef responded with a smile, promptly beginning to prepare the noodles. Ramen is best enjoyed fresh and hot. Moffing, do not be startled when the time comes. This ramen is destined to leave an indelible impression on you. Kushina's face radiated excitement. A dish so highly praised by elder sister Kushina certainly merits a thorough tasting. Moffing chuckled, his gaze flitting continually toward Shouda, who appeared to be merely an ordinary individual. As memories of various speculations regarding Shouda from the online community resurfaced, Moffing shook his head with a smile, pondering how there could be so many concealed masters. 2 bowls of miso ramen are ready. Please enjoy. Shouda soon presented the steaming bowls to Kushina and Moffing. They accepted the bowls and, almost instinctively, took a sip of the broth. Moffing's eyes sparkled as he remarked, "It truly is delectable." Shouda smiled in response, perhaps finding the greatest satisfaction in the delight of his patrons. How peculiar. Why hasn't Uncle Orochimaru arrived yet? Another sunlit day unfolded as the trio awaited Orochimaru's arrival at the 3rd training ground, a routine established for their team. On the 7th of each month, they gathered here to receive their assignments. However, today, Orochimaru appeared to be delayed. Nishinasuke gazed up at the sun and couldn't help but grumble. Moffing, however, remained unfazed, a small stream of water swirling around his right hand. Anyone witnessing this phenomenon would undoubtedly be astonished, for the water danced in circles around his palm. This was one of Moffing's training techniques, enhancing his sensitivity to water flow and amplifying the power of his water-based jutsu. Over the course of 2 years, aside from gradually accumulating experience in ink jutsu, Moffing had also diligently practiced water jutsu. In a certain sense, ink jutsu is akin to fluid dynamics. Mastering the manipulation of water might one day yield unexpected marvels in his mastery of ink jutsu. Moffing eagerly anticipated that day. Minato, I wonder if Kushina invited you to dinner last night. How did it go? With idle curiosity, Moffing couldn't resist gossiping. Minato chuckled and replied, "It was quite nice. I heard it was your suggestion to Kushina, and I enjoyed a delightful sushi feast. Hey, no need to thank me too much. Sister Kushina's culinary skills can be rather intimidating. If it were anything else, I fear your dinner date might turn into a scene of culinary catastrophe." Given Minato's temperament, he would likely consume whatever Kushina prepared. It was uncertain whether it would lead to dire consequences. Minato shook his head in resignation but did not refute Moffing's claim, especially since he had indeed observed remnants of culinary chaos in the kitchen yesterday, an apt description of its violent nature. Suddenly, both Minato and Moffing tensed. their bodies instinctively slipping into a defensive posture. There. Mofing's soft command drew the trio's attention to a singular point. Haha. It seems the young ones of Konoha are quite perceptive, surprising that you could detect my presence. A hearty laugh erupted as a tall figure emerged from the ground. Appearing to be in his 30s, clad in ninja attire, though his face was unfamiliar to them all. Mofing furrowed his brow and exclaimed in a low voice. Who are you? It's an IWA ninja. Shinsuke pointed to the ninja's waist and whispered. Indeed, there was a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of IWA. An IWA ninja? How could this be? This is the heart of Konohagakure, and yet an IWA ninja has infiltrated. Mofeng was astonished. Had the IWA become so audacious? This was inconceivable. Although the current Konoha may not be at the peak of its glory, it still held the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages. How could such a situation arise? Minato observed the IWA ninja before him, remaining silent, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I never anticipated that while gathering intelligence, I would encounter you 3 little brats. I must have been careless. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I shall end your lives, ensuring that no one discovers my presence in Konoha. The IWA ninja smirked coldly, exuding an overwhelming aura. He then stepped forward, instantly erecting a soundproof barrier that enveloped the 3rd training ground. What? The 3 were taken aback, astonished that he could conjure such a soundproof barrier in an instant. Even more astonishing was the sheer intensity of his presence. He was undeniably formidable. At the very least, he was an elite jonin, with such strength. If he were adept in stealth, it was entirely plausible for him to infiltrate Konoha. Damn it! How could we encounter such a powerful foe within the village? Shinsuke muttered under his breath. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Since this individual has infiltrated the village, he must have acquired some intelligence. We cannot allow him to escape easily, Minato asserted sternly. I fear that if we do not fight with all our might, not only will he escape effortlessly, but we may also meet our demise here. I have a feeling he is no weaker than Lord Orochimaru. Mofeng's expression turned grave, unable to recall anyone from Awakens who was this formidable at this time. After all, the original narrative provided scant information regarding IWA. It seems you are prepared. Now let us see if you can make me exert some effort. With that, the IWA ninja's form accelerated rapidly. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, the IWA ninja had positioned himself between the 3. Scatter, Minato commanded, and they all dispersed. Such speed. It was comparable to Minato's. Could he also be a ninja proficient in the body flicker technique? This technique is a skill that even those at the jonin level can master. The exact speed one can achieve depends on individual talent. However, if one possesses great strength, their speed in the body flicker technique will not be lacking. For instance, although Orochimaru does not specialize in the body flicker technique, his speed is on par with Minato's. Minato's speed is remarkable, even rivaling that of the Kage level. Yet he does not yet possess the strength to threaten a Kage. At merely 15 years of age, he remains far from the pinnacle of power. However, among his peers, he faces few rivals. Ninja like Huofeng, who thrive in combat, are most wary of speedsters like Minato, who often subdue opponents before they can even unleash their techniques. He runs quite swiftly. Whom should I target first? The IWA ninja's gaze ultimately settled on Shinsuke. It's you. Upon finishing his words, he charged toward Shinizuke. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A ferocious earthen dragon erupted instantaneously, hurtling towards Shinizuke. Such remarkable speed in execution. Shinizuke was taken aback, retreating swiftly to evade the oncoming threat. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Lightning release. False darkness. A resounding thunderbolt shot forth from Shinizuke's mouth. Boom. A tremendous noise echoed as the thunder struck the dragon's head directly. With a resounding crash, the dragon's cranium was blasted apart. Lightning conquers earth. Yet, the dragon remained undeterred, charging forward with unrelenting momentum. How is this possible? Shinizuke was astonished. Despite employing a countering ninjutsu, he had not completely neutralized his opponent's technique. With the earth dragon closing in, there was no time left for reaction. Ninja art. Super Beast Imitation. Ink Eagle. In an instant, the ink eagle conjured by Mofing appeared before Shinizuke, whisking him away. His prowess exceeds ours by several magnitudes. Even with opposing attributes, complete subjugation is unattainable. Mofing remarked gravely. Damn it. Shinizuke muttered under his breath, yet he remained composed, contemplating a strategy. An intriguing ninjutsu. Indeed rare to encounter. It seems you possess a bloodline limit. Perhaps you will serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. Haha. The rock ninja cast a satisfied glance at Moffing. However, at that moment, a flash of gold streaked past, a kunai pressed against his throat. One must not be careless in battle. Minato, wielding the kunai, spoke icily. Impressive speed, but did you truly believe I was unaware of your presence? The rock ninja chuckled lightly. Then his entire form dissolved into the earth. Earth clone. When did this happen? Even the typically composed Minato exhibited a flicker of surprise. He had been closely monitoring the rock ninja. How could he have transformed into an earth clone? Minato was confident in his speed, believing it to rival that of the rock ninja. But what exactly had transpired? Minato, behind you. Just as Minato was taken aback, a towering figure emerged from behind. A massive hand clenched into a fist, aimed at the back of Minato's head. Thud. A soft sound echoed, and smoke billowed out. Oh, an unexpected shadow clone? The rock ninja expressed surprise, not anticipating that the attack was launched by a shadow clone. Truly, Minato is remarkable. Regardless of the circumstances, he always retains a trump card. Whoosh. Three figures converged. It was Moffing and his companions. In the initial clash, the trio failed to gain an advantage. To be precise, had it not been for the experience and camaraderie cultivated over the past 2 years, they would likely have been completely annihilated. It appears we have 3 slippery little fish. The rock ninja crossed his arms, lightly tapping his left bicep with his right fingers, revealing a peculiar smile. Both Minato and Moffing furrowed their brows. Why does this rock ninja appear so strange? Damn it, are you underestimating us? Seeing the rock ninja's eerie grin, Shinazuke felt a surge of anger building within him. Since becoming a ninja, I have never experienced such a feeling of constraint. Brother Minato, something feels amiss. Feng murmured, his heart already filled with doubts. This individual seems rather lax in other villages, does he not? If it were me, I would undoubtedly opt for a swift resolution and depart immediately. It is even possible that I would not reveal myself at all, simply vanishing. Furthermore, Feng found it hard to believe that someone capable of infiltrating Konoha could have been sensed by him earlier. Was this individual acting deliberately? The questions that plagued Feng were also on Minato's mind. Coupled with Orochimaru's delayed arrival, Minato's suspicions began to solidify. With a slight smirk, Minato quietly stated, Feng. Shino, setting aside other matters for now, our objective is to defeat the enemy before us. Let us execute Plan A. Plan A. Throughout their 2 years of missions, the trio had developed a significant level of synergy, which included several specialized combat strategies tailored to their unique ninjutsu characteristics. For instance, the sudden skirmish they had just encountered was actually the execution of Plan C. Shino would launch a frontal assault. Feng would provide cover during the retreat to draw attention, while Minato would deliver the decisive blow. Though this sounds straightforward, the execution was anything but simple. As for Plan A, Minato brandished a kunai in each hand, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the rock ninja. A direct assault? The rock ninja furrowed his brow. This seemed uncharacteristic of Minato. With little time for contemplation, the rock ninja responded without hesitation, drawing out 2 kunai of his own. Clang! Clang! The 2 kunai met in the air, producing a piercing sound of collision, accompanied by sparks flying. The clash of taijutsu. For a moment, it appeared that neither side held the upper hand. However, the rock ninja, with his imposing stature, managed to gain a slight advantage. At this moment, the rock ninja also cast a glance towards Feng and Shino. Oddly enough, those 2 brats seemed to be hiding. The rock ninja pondered, though he did not dwell on it. The vast disparity in strength rendered these 2 inconsequential in his eyes. Nevertheless, this exchange only served to reinforce Minato's suspicions. Behind a great tree, as he observed the confrontation between Minato and the rock ninja, Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. That rock ninja's taijutsu style resembles that of Brother Minato. Could it be? A realization crept into Feng's mind, and combined with the earlier peculiarities, it dawned on him. So it was him. A surge of joy filled Feng's heart, dispelling the previous sense of crisis. Yet, his heart soon sank again. If it truly was him, then the third shinobi war was just around the corner. Feng's mood inevitably became heavy. Shaking his head, he banished the troubling thoughts from his mind. After all, they were still amidst battle. Clang! Minato's kunai was knocked away. Feng and Shino's eyes brightened simultaneously. Now was the moment. Super Beast Imitation. Breaking the cage, ferocious tiger. Roar. A massive ink tiger emerged from Mo Feng's scroll, landing on the ground. Its imposing figure stood 3 meters tall. Earth release. Earth dragon bomb technique. Meanwhile, a fearsome rock dragon erupted from beneath the feet of the ink tiger, which was positioned directly above the creature's head. The roar of the tiger and the dragon resounded. Watergate deftly pivoted on his right foot, retreating swiftly to land behind the rock dragon. The rock dragon surged forward, occupying Watergate's former position and charged directly at the rock ninja. The rock ninja's pupils constricted, astonished by the impeccable synergy of the trio. Watergate's kunai was sent flying. The withdrawal, the convergence of tiger and dragon. It seemed a lengthy sequence, yet it transpired in a mere instant. The kunai was, in essence, a signal. In the blink of an eye, as Watergate withdrew, the tiger and dragon materialized before him. The dual assault of the tiger and dragon. The rock dragon's eyes glowed crimson as it opened its cavernous maw. Its razor-sharp teeth, composed of solid rock, left no room for doubt regarding their lethal potential. Though it paled in comparison to the Earth Dragon bullet technique recently employed by the rock ninja, it was not to be underestimated. The ink tiger atop the rock dragon epitomized the essence of predatory vigilance. The rock ninja, though startled, remained composed, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. His speed resembling a flurry of afterimages. Earth style? Hell swamp. Boom. The initially formidable rock dragon was ensnared in the mire, rendered immobile. Without a moment's hesitation, the ink tiger leaped from the head of the rock dragon, its sharp foreclaws lunging toward the rock ninja. In response, the rock ninja altered his hand seals and shouted, "Ninja art. Needle earth concealment." No sooner had the words left his lips than his black hair grotesquely elongated, ensnaring the ink tiger with a vice-like grip. The impact of the ink tiger's assault was akin to striking steel. Yet, in a twist of fate, the black hair transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through the ink tiger's body in an instant. With a mournful howl, the ink tiger dissolved into ink, scattering upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dual assault of the tiger and dragon was thwarted. However, the trio of ink, blade, and wind ceased their offensive, shedding any pretense of concealment as they approached the rock ninja directly. It appeared that this battle had reached its conclusion. The previous ninjutsu had unequivocally revealed the identity of the individual before them. Ninja art, needle earth concealment. This technique, both offensive and defensive, is notoriously difficult to master. It is unique to one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. Within the entire ninja world, only Jiraiya possesses the ability to wield it, marking it as his signature technique. The invocation of this technique signaled Jiraiya's acknowledgement of his own identity. Haha, truly remarkable coordination. You 3 youngsters are quite impressive. It seems that Orochimaru still possesses considerable skill. The rock ninja laughed heartily as a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing his true form. The newcomer had a mane of white hair, yet his visage belied age. He appeared strikingly youthful, seemingly in his 20s. The most peculiar aspect of his face was the red markings at the edges of his eyes. Master Jiraiya, Watergate beamed, a warm smile illuminating his face. 3 years had passed, yet Jiraiya remained unchanged. His hearty laughter echoed as before. Watergate, long time no see. Your progress is truly remarkable. In a few years, you will surely surpass me, your teacher. Jiraiya regarded Watergate with satisfaction, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 disciples he had taken under his wing in the Land of Rain. Had Nagato not possessed the Rinnegan, one might fear that his innate talent would pale in comparison to that of Minato, the true child of destiny. Who does it belong to, Minato or Nagato? Jiraiya mused internally, momentarily uncertain. Though Minato hailed from humble origins, his extraordinary talent was unparalleled, and his gentle disposition rendered him most suitable as a leader destined to transform the world. In contrast, while Nagato's ninja abilities may not rival Minato's, he bore the legendary Rinnegan, surpassing Minato in numerous other respects. Yet, his character exhibited a certain fragility and a limited vision, rendering him unfit to bear the immense burden of altering the world. However, should both individuals mature, it is likely that Minato would find himself eclipsed by the potential of Nagato's Rinnegan, unless Minato were to encounter some fortuitous event. After all, in this world, lacking a bloodline limit is akin to an original sin. Unbeknownst to Minato, within the brief span of time, a myriad of thoughts had flitted through Jiraiya's mind. He was simply immersed in the joy of reuniting with his mentor. Lord Jiraiya, Mufing respectfully called out. Upon encountering this legendary figure of the ninja world, Mufing felt a surge of excitement. In his heart, he believed that among the Hokage, Jiraiya epitomized the essence of a ninja, unconcerned with personal gain or loss, solely devoted to the welfare of his homeland and the world. Such a character is worthy of respect, regardless of where one may be. Of course, if he were a bit less lecherous, he would be even more perfect. Yet, what person can claim to be flawless? A blemish does not diminish the brilliance. The legendary Sannin, to outsiders, may seem to embody vices such as gambling and debauchery. However, to Mufing, they were a pure scientist, a dedicated healer, and a true ninja, each possessing their own noble qualities. In this light, the third Hokage, who nurtured these three, truly deserves immense credit. One could even assert that he altered the course of the ninja world for decades to come. Orochimaru's perfected Edo Tensei significantly influenced the dynamics of the Fourth Great Ninja War and indirectly resurrected Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's development of medical ninjutsu spread throughout the land, saving countless lives. Jiraiya, moreover, raised a savior. Reflecting upon this, the greatness of the Sannin becomes fearsome indeed. "Uncle Jiraiya," shouted Shino with familiarity. As the child of the third Hokage, he had crossed paths with the Sannin in his youth and was well acquainted with them. "Shino, I never imagined that after a few years, you would have acquired such strength. Truly remarkable. You are indeed the son of that old man." Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Shino on the shoulder. Then, turning his gaze towards Mufing, he remarked, "You employ the super beast imitation technique, belonging to the Yangju clan? I did not expect to encounter this ninjutsu again. You are quite impressive. It is no wonder the old man holds you in such high regard." "Lord Jiraiya, you flatter me," Mufing replied modestly. "Ha ha ha. I never bestow praise lightly," Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully. In an instant, the atmosphere of the team transformed entirely. Under Orochimaru's command, the three had been obedient subordinates. Yet in Jiraiya's presence, a warmth akin to that of a teacher-student relationship enveloped them. "Uncle Jiraiya, why are you still masquerading as an IWA ninja to tease me? Just moments ago, I was utterly worried, thinking that real IWA ninjas had come to spy on us." "Ha ha ha. I was merely indulging in a moment of mischief. I heard from the old man that my Jiraiya class has been entrusted to that rascal Orochimaru for management. I truly fear he might lead them astray. Thus, I decided to come and assess the results. To my surprise, Orochimaru still possesses considerable skill." "Ha, Jiraiya, you certainly have the audacity to speak so boldly. Did you genuinely believe I would neglect to teach my disciples?" With a cold chuckle, the barrier in the sky vanished in an instant. I saw Orochimaru approaching from a distance, holding a scroll. "Very well. Given that you have taught them reasonably well, I shall refrain from quarreling with you. I shall leave these two students in your care for the time being, but they will ultimately return to me." Jiraiya grinned widely, filled with pride. It seems he has unexpectedly gained an advantage over Orochimaru. "Casual," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, though the glimmer in his eyes suggested he was not as indifferent as he appeared. After 2 years of companionship, how could there be no feelings at all? Orochimaru was not devoid of emotion by nature. "Does this mean we will now be under Uncle Jiraiya's guidance?" Shinosuke exclaimed in astonishment. "It should be so. We originally belonged to Jiraiya's class." The name Jiraiya's class almost slipped Shinosuke's mind, as for the past 2 years, it had been Orochimaru leading them on missions. Although, for the most part, he contributed little labor during these tasks, his guidance and training was minimal and lacked detailed explanations. It must be said that although Orochimaru and the three did not share the formal title of master and disciple, the bond was indeed present. Orochimaru turned to the three and spoke softly. "Jiraiya has returned, and from now on, you shall be under his management. The reason I summoned you today was to announce this matter. Hee, you all have performed admirably. I hope you can survive this upcoming war." With those words, Orochimaru gradually melded into the earth, vanishing from sight. However, his statement left the three in shock. War. The mere mention of the word obliterated the fleeting sense of unease that had just begun to rise among them. "Teacher Jiraiya, does this imply?" Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and replied, "That rascal Orochimaru is truly reckless. How can he speak of such matters here?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, the three understood that the situation was indeed serious. Jiraiya scratched his head and continued, "This matter is not yet certain. However, recently, Tsunagakure has been somewhat restless, and it seems they are planning something. The old man has summoned me back as well. Does this mean war is truly approaching?" Shinnosuke said, excitement bubbling within him. As if a combative spirit lay dormant within. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he whispered, it should not be too far off. However, do not spread this information. To avoid inciting panic prematurely. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Shinnosuke clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with combativeness, while Mothing appeared somewhat concerned. The inevitable had arrived. Would his current strength as a Chunin be sufficient to face what lay ahead? At the entrance of Konoha, a young and beautiful woman was slowly making her way inside, adorned in a green robe emblazoned with a large character for gamble. She had returned. But what could she do now? The woman sighed softly, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, and continued her silent journey. The winds of the Third Great Ninja War had begun to stir. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage observed his three disciples. A look of reassurance dawning in his eyes, alleviating the previously heavy expression. Even amidst the resurgence of war, with the presence of these three, the battlefield would remain secure. Coupled with Shikamaru's support, this was the backbone of Konoha. Even if they were to confront the four great ninja villages alone, each would have a steadfast guardian. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke, and gradually spoke. You are all aware of the situation in Sunagakure. With the disappearance of the third Kazekage, they are likely to attempt to pin the blame squarely on us. That old Coot Chio, still resentful from the last war, will surely seek to exploit this opportunity. Jiraiya grumbled. Heh, war is now inevitable. We should prepare our strategies in advance. Orochimaru sneered. I concur with your assessment, Orochimaru. Sunagakure has long harbored ambitions due to their environmental challenges. They are likely to strike suddenly. If we are unprepared, we shall find ourselves in a most precarious position. Shikamaru spoke softly, affirming his agreement. The third Hokage nodded, sharing the same sentiment. He detested war, yet could not afford to disregard the potential machinations of other villages. His gaze fell upon Tsunade. Tsunade, Sunagakure is adept in the use of puppets, often laced with deadly toxins. Our previous victory against them was largely due to your efforts. This time, you shall oversee all matters concerning the battlefield with Sunagakure. Tsunade trembled slightly, revealing a troubled expression. What is it? With her head bowed, she slowly confessed, Sensei, I suffer from hemophobia. Everyone present was taken aback. Hemophobia? The foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, afflicted by such a fear? How preposterous. The third Hokage's hand trembled, nearly dropping his pipe. Tsunade, what did you just say? Clenching her fists, Tsunade appeared visibly distressed. Ever since witnessing Dan's death before my eyes, I have been unable to dispel that gruesome image from my mind. Now, I am merely a useless coward who fears blood. I'm sorry, Sensei, I cannot assist Konoha. With that, Tsunade turned to leave. Tsunade, wait, Jiraiya called out, hastily pursuing her. Orochimaru murmured softly. I sensed something was amiss with Tsunade during Dan's death. I did not anticipate this transformation. He had witnessed firsthand the extent of Tsunade's emotional turmoil, which far surpassed her reaction to Shorin's death. The third Hokage sighed, taken aback by this revelation. He had thought Tsunade left the village merely to clear her mind, unaware of the grave aftermath she had suffered. Shikamaru, it seems Tsunade will not be able to recover quickly. You will need to handle the situation with Sunagakure for the time being. Take 100 umbu and proceed to the border. Remain vigilant regarding Sunagakure's movements. If they declare war, you must eliminate the initial wave of their invading forces to gain the upper hand. Yes, Hokage-sama. Exercise caution on the road. This is a mobilization order. The third Hokage declared as he cast forth a scroll. Shumo reached out to receive it, nodding in agreement before turning to depart. Alas, it was unforeseen that Tsunade would find herself in such a predicament. Should the four great ninja villages rally against them as they once did, it is likely that one battlefield may suffer from a deficiency in combat strength. Fear not, Teacher Sarutobi, he continued. We are uncertain when Tsunade will overcome her hemophobia. However, as long as she conquers this despair, she can still participate in the battlefield, for there exist places devoid of bloodshed. The third Hokage paused, momentarily perplexed by Orochimaru's words. Those who guard the battlefield require experience, strategy, and strength. Tsunade possesses both experience and strategy. Even if she has yet to conquer her fear of blood, she can still command from the rear provided she regains her confidence. As for direct combat, it could be entrusted to others of formidable strength or to a team, such as Inoshikacho. If that is not feasible, then it must be so. The third Hokage understood this was a lesser strategy. yet it was the only option available. He could only hope Tsunade would not let him down. With a sigh, the third Hokage expressed his evident distress. Tsunade's sudden situation had completely disrupted his original plans. Meanwhile, in the Yunin residence, Mafeng sat cross-legged above a pond in the courtyard, his eyes tightly shut. The pond beneath him was anything but tranquil, rippling outward in concentric circles. As the ripples multiplied, they gradually formed a spiral. After a minute, the pond resembled a vortex, with Mafeng seated at its center, exhaling a breath of murky air. The water's surface slowly calmed, as if nothing had ever transpired. It appeared that Mafeng had nearly perfected the first stage of his water-style chakra training. The first stage, control of water, had consumed the past 2 years of Mafeng's practice. Through lengthy research into water-style chakra, he had delineated the training process into 3 stages, the first being water control, the second water fusion, and the third water transformation. Mafeng had refrained from advancing to the second stage of water training, placing great importance on mastering the first stage of control. To control water is to control not only the water itself, but also chakra. Once he achieves perfection in water control, he would be capable of manipulating all liquids through chakra. For instance, ink. With a mere thought, an ink bottle at his waist released a stream of ink. The ink danced in midair as if it possessed life. Mafeng shifted his hand seals, and the ink formed a circle. Extending his right hand, the ink gathered atop his index finger. Mafeng exhaled, appearing quite tense. His finger moved slowly, yet each motion was executed with exquisite precision, as if he were sketching something. The ink, guided by his fingertip, continued to swirl in the air. Mafeng was painting in the air with his finger as if it were a brush. After a minute, a vividly lifelike ink tiger manifested in the air, the ink coalescing without dispersing, resembling a true tiger. It was complete. As the events unfold, it remains to be seen whether success is within reach. Withdrawing his index finger, Mafeng alters the hand seal once more. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation Picture. Roar. A resounding tiger's roar emanates from the ink tiger. Has it succeeded? Mafeng's eyes glimmer with hope, yet in the next moment, the ink tiger dissolves back into ink, scattering in all directions. The once pristine pond transforms into a sea of ink in an instant. Failure? A look of despair crosses Mafeng's face. How could this be? Logically, the premise should hold true. Mafeng murmurs to himself, grappling with the enigma of where the flaw lies. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in his mind. Could it be due to the unsteady flow of chakra? Gazing at the pool now tainted with ink, he believes his deduction may not be far from the truth. The Super Beast Imitation Picture relies on an instantaneous infusion of chakra into the canvas, creating a soulful chakra attack. However, the previous attempt was marred by sluggishness and interruptions, leading to a misalignment of chakra and ultimately resulting in the failure of the technique. If this is indeed the case, it seems additional time is warranted. Mafeng furrows his brow, feeling a wave of frustration. He had initially believed that perfecting his water manipulation would allow him to attain the pinnacle of using his finger as a brush. Yet now, it appears that a deeper comprehension of the ink release is of utmost importance. Over the past 2 years, Mafeng's understanding of ink release has not stagnated. Rather, it has seen remarkable advancement. If his earlier grasp of ink release was merely superficial, he has now crossed the threshold into the true realm of ink release. Analogous to the training of water-type chakra, Mafeng has delineated 3 major realms in ink release: ink form, ink bone, and ink spirit. Ink form, characterized by the manifestation of ink, represents the initial stage of ink release. The corresponding ninjutsu is the Super Beast Imitation Picture. Although the attacks may appear formidable, they are, in reality, only of B-rank technique caliber. Such abilities may suffice against ordinary ninjas, but they prove challenging when contending with mid-level ninjas and above. Most of the bloodline heirs of the Unkyo clan reside within this realm. The ink form stage is relatively easy to achieve, but exceedingly difficult to transcend. The challenge lies not only in chakra, but also in the limitations of artistic skill. The Unkyo clan is indeed a lineage steeped in poetic elegance. Their strength manifests not solely in chakra and ninjutsu, but also in their profound love for art. Their fervor for painting is what enables the integration of artistry into ninjutsu. Upon surpassing the ink form realm and reaching the ink bone realm, the inheritors of the Unkyo clan's bloodline will experience a tremendous enhancement in power. As the adage goes, it is easy to paint a dragon or a tiger, but challenging to render their bones. The ink bone realm is characterized by an ethereal quality in the brushwork. Once this essence is captured, the potency of ink release will experience a significant amplification, elevating it to the level of A-rank ninjutsu. The advanced realm of the super beast fake painting can be utilized, a domain once mastered by Mo Feng's father, the esteemed Yunju Huailang, a formidable practitioner of this art. This level represents the pinnacle for most of the bloodline inheritors of the Yunju clan. Over the course of centuries, few have managed to transcend the realm of Mo Shun. The prerequisite to attaining Mo Shun lies in the condensation of the Mo heart from Mo bones. A lifetime's essence in the Mo heart can effortlessly unleash the formidable power of Mo Dune, which is precisely the ultimate realm Mo Feng sought to experiment with using his finger as a brush. With the birth of thought, Mo Dune manifests. Currently, Mo Feng has merely crossed into the realm of Mo form and is on the brink of stepping into the threshold of Mo bones. Thus, the aspiration of using his finger as a brush remains a pursuit yet to be realized. It is imperative to attain the realm of Mo bones to fully actualize this potential. Sighing, Mo Feng relinquished his efforts after an arduous day of practice. Stepping away from the pond. With the failure of his experiment using his finger as a brush, Mo Feng recalled another object, the Yunju pen. The Yunju pen had resided within Mo Feng for several years, though he seldom wielded it due to its immense chakra consumption. Its primary utility now lay in the creation of blood ink clones. These blood ink clones are not as simple as they appear. After 2 years of research, Mo Feng has uncovered many intriguing functionalities. Upon activation, the blood ink clone absorbs all of the host's chakra, while simultaneously allowing the clone to fully embody the host. This effect resembles that of a substitute. Thus, if the host sustains significant injury while the blood ink clone is active, the damage can be completely nullified upon dispelling the clone, albeit at the cost of depleting all chakra. This serves as a life-saving technique, akin to the battle with Sito 2 years ago. However, there are limitations. A single blood ink clone can only persist for 3 days before automatically dissipating. To maintain this ability, one must create another clone. Mo Feng harbors a belief that once he thoroughly steps into the realm of Mo bones, the time constraints of the Yunju pen will significantly alleviate. Regrettably, he feels trapped behind an insurmountable barrier. Perhaps this upcoming third battle will present an opportunity for his breakthrough. Mo Feng muttered to himself, momentarily holding on to this hope. Should he fail to achieve a breakthrough during the third battle, he fears he may not survive it. What are you up to, Mo Feng? Suddenly, the voice of Xian Jishu interrupted his thoughts. Mo Feng noticed this fellow had inexplicably leapt onto his own wall, grinning mischievously at him. With a sigh of resignation, Mo Feng replied, "Could you not use the front door? Hey, it's an urgent situation. Come on, let us go." "Go where?" "Uncle Jiraiya has summoned us. There's likely a new mission." Mo Feng felt a jolt of surprise. Such haste. They had previously mentioned an impending war, and now a mission? Could it be that the war had already begun? With this thought, an unexplainable excitement coursed through him. "Are we leaving now?" "Yes, grab your gear." "All right," Mo Feng responded, dashing back into the house to retrieve his long-prepared ninja tool pouch, following Xian Jishu as they departed. The gates of Konoha awaited them. Jiraiya and Minato had already been waiting there. "Apologies for our tardiness," they said. "No need to worry, the timing is just fine." With everyone gathered, they prepared to depart. Jiraiya, however, seemed in no rush to explain, his demeanor urgent as he spoke. Mafeng and Shino followed silently, departing from Konoha together. Soon, the 4 figures navigated through the forest surrounding the village, leaping in varying heights. Mafeng and Shino were filled with questions, uncertain of Jiraiya's intentions. Even if they were undertaking a mission, it would be customary to provide a brief overview, yet they had set off without any clarification. Before long, Shino could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Uncle Jiraiya, where are we headed? What mission are we executing? Could you enlighten us?" Upon hearing Shino's question, Jiraiya's expression shifted from his usual jovial demeanor to a serious one. "Shino, Mafeng, you both hold the rank of Genin, yet possess the strength of Chunin. Minato, having passed the Chunin selection a year ago, has now attained the prowess of a Jonin. Therefore, I chose none other than you to accompany me on this mission." At this juncture, Jiraiya paused, turning to the trio with a smile. "We are embarking on a high-difficulty task that you have yet to undertake. An A-rank mission. An A-rank mission, personally assigned by the Hokage, pertains to matters of national and village significance. The risk level is exceedingly high, with fatalities being a common occurrence. Each year, a significant portion of Chunin, particularly Jonin, meets their demise while executing A-rank missions. Officially, it is stated that only Jonin are permitted to undertake A-rank missions. Yet there are only a handful of Jonin in all of Konoha, no more than 100. The elite Jonin are even scarcer, numbering less than 10. Thus, when embarking on an A-rank mission, it is inevitable that some capable Chunin are included, albeit with a considerable risk of sacrifice. The same principle applies to S-rank missions. The loss of Chunin is a detriment to the village, but one cannot allow the fear of sacrifice to diminish the likelihood of success. Such is the ruthless nature of the shinobi profession. A-rank mission? Hurrah! Uncle Jiraiya, I've never realized you were more dashing than Uncle Orochimaru until now. Returning with an A-rank mission has made me appreciate that my father's South decision to place me in your team was indeed wise. Shino's exuberant remarks faded into the background as Jiraiya basked in the compliment, feeling quite pleased. Ha ha ha, Shino, you truly have an eye for talent. Jiraiya laughed heartily. His spirits lifted. However, Mafeng did not share Shino's optimistic outlook. They had previously undertaken a B-rank mission, which had been the only time Orochimaru had intervened. The danger of that task had been startling enough. What level of difficulty awaited them now with an A-rank mission? Lord Jiraiya, what is the content of our mission this time? Mafeng respectfully inquired. Jiraiya reined in his smile and glanced at Mokufeng, choosing not to answer his question immediately. Instead, he said, Mokufeng, as a member of my class, there is no need to address me as Lord Jiraiya. Simply calling me teacher will suffice. Though I cannot accept you as my direct disciple, I am more than willing to guide you. Mokufeng was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile of joy spread across his face as he eagerly replied, Yes, Teacher Jiraiya. This acknowledgement solidified Mokufeng's position within Jiraiya's class. While he may not be a direct disciple, their bond had undeniably grown closer. The prospect of guidance was not a mere fantasy. It might even pave the way for a deeper relationship. Jiraiya grinned foolishly, and then Nujisuk blinked eagerly, asking, What about me? You are free to do as you wish, Jiraiya replied casually before steering the conversation back to their mission. We are heading to the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Sunagakure is already showing signs of restlessness, and the trend towards war is becoming increasingly apparent. Reports from the border indicate that Awagakure is also stirring. Therefore, we need to investigate the situation. Teacher Jiraiya, do you need to take action personally? Should we delve deeper into the land of earth? Minato whispered. Upon hearing this, Mokufeng's expression tightened at the thought of infiltrating enemy territory. Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, the border between the land of earth and the land of fire does not directly connect. It is separated by the land of rain, the land of waterfalls, and the land of grass. We must traverse through the land of grass to gather intelligence in the land of earth. Thus, we must remain vigilant not only towards the land of earth, but also regarding the situation in the land of grass. At this point, the mission became clear: to infiltrate the land of grass without alarming them, and then proceed into the land of earth to ascertain the enemy's war intentions. It was a covert operation, and failure could very well result in the pursuit by all the ninjas stationed at the border. A force capable of annihilating a team of elite shinobi. My choice of you is not merely because you are members of my class. It is because your abilities are well suited for this task. An infiltration mission requires swift action, leaving no trace behind. In this regard, Minato meets the requirements. While Mokufeng's super beast imitation technique serves as an invaluable tool for intelligence gathering. As for Nujisuk, what about me? What are my strengths? Nujisuk asked, his face filled with anticipation as he looked at Jiraiya. You are here to provide comic relief, Jiraiya quipped. Thud. Nujisuk slipped and bumped into a tree trunk. Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, successfully teasing his teacher's son. You scoundrel. Uncle Jiraiya. Nujisuk fumed, his teeth grinding in irritation. Mokufeng and Minato exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of exasperation. It seemed these two shared an undeniable rapport. The light-hearted banter soon passed, and the four resumed their journey. Mokufeng utilized his super beast imitation to carry the group as they soared towards the border of the land of grass. A day later, they arrived. Jiraiya surveyed the three companions beside him and remarked, the land of grass is a small nation, yet it hosts a ninja village, holding a notable position among smaller countries. As the war between the 5 great nations has not yet commenced, we must refrain from alarming them. Therefore, under the cover of night, we shall swiftly breach their defenses. Remember, while the vigilance of the opposing party may seem lax, there are still formidable beings among them. We must never disclose our whereabouts. Jiraiya, typically amiable, appeared quite grave at this moment. When this man adopts a serious demeanor, an extraordinary charm radiates from him. The three nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Jiraiya bit into his palm, blood oozing forth. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a toad of considerable size materialized before them. Toad Tetsu, scout the area nearby and return before nightfall. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Toad Tetsu replied, bounding away. Seeing this, Moffing inquired, Master Jiraiya, should I also dispatch my ink crows to investigate? That would be prudent, but exercise caution, Jiraiya replied. Understood. With a flourish of his brush, he unfurled a scroll, and soon, dozens of ink crows dispersed into the night. Ink crow reconnaissance technique. Let us rest for a moment. We have nearly an hour until darkness descends. We cannot afford to be fatigued tonight, so let us replenish our energies. Nightfall is when our actions will be most advantageous. Therefore, Jiraiya planned to traverse the land of grass overnight, reaching a place of safety. The three, wary of negligence, promptly took to resting. Moffing also set aside his training in water chakra for the time being. With the mission at hand, it was wise to conserve one's strength. Before long, dusk enveloped the landscape. Toad Tetsu returned, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. Master Jiraiya, there seems to be something peculiar at the border of the land of grass. Peculiar? What do you mean? The number of ninja at the vigilance line has more than doubled. What? Doubled? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. What could have prompted such a drastic adjustment in the vigilance line of the land of grass? Do they no longer require ninjas elsewhere? Or are they anticipating something? Moffing and the others were equally perplexed. At that moment, Moffing's ink crows returned. Jiraiya, regarding the flock, asked, Moffing, what did your crows uncover? Moffing refrained from rushing to explain, instead unfurling a scroll upon the ground. He then formed hand seals and exclaimed, Fall. Before their eyes, a miraculous sight unfolded. Dozens of ink crows crashed into the scroll, and within mere seconds, they transformed into ink. Jiraiya looked bewildered, and then his gaze fell upon the scroll. Astonished once more, the scroll was adorned with a myriad of lines and dots of varying sizes. It resembled a map at first glance. Master Jiraiya, the reconnaissance data from the ink crows has been consolidated onto this scroll. The dots represent the locations of various ninjas. They are categorized into three sizes: large, medium, and small, corresponding to Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin respectively. The larger the dot, the greater the strength. Moffing succinctly explained, and Jiraiya's face lit up with delight. This ninjutsu is indeed practical. Such a method greatly facilitates the gathering of intelligence, Jiraiya marveled. Shino and Minato also displayed expressions of surprise. Though they had witnessed Moffing employ the ink crow reconnaissance technique before, it seemed it had never possessed such functionality. Mokufeng, when did you master this technique? Shinazuke inquired. His expression one of confusion. I made a slight advancement in my training with water chakra, which has enabled me to achieve this, Mokufeng replied. Impressive, Shinazuke thought to himself, marveling at Mokufeng's continuous progress. Jiraiya scrutinized the map drawn by Mokuyura, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is peculiar. From this map, it appears that the defenses of the grass ninja have indeed doubled in strength. Teacher Jiraiya, this information was uncovered by Mokuyura. Some ninjas are so well concealed that they cannot be detected by him, Mokufeng explained. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, it may well be more than just a doubling. From the area we have surveyed, there are at least 100 ninjas present. The entire grass village comprises only around 300 ninjas. Nearly a third of their forces stationed at the border? This is madness. The wars in the world of Naruto are largely not about unification, but rather about resources. The existence of feudal lords is to ensure a continuous flow of resources. This is a consensus among all ninjas and a crucial lesson in the early stages of ninja academies. When it comes to managing production and creating wealth from resources, ninjas cannot compete with the methods of the feudal lords. Ninjas protect resources while feudal lords produce them, forming the fundamental structure of this world. The small nation of the grass country finds itself in a particularly helpless situation, caught in the crevices of larger nations. Their ninja strength is exceedingly weak, leaving them unable to resist the advances of powerful nations. Thus, they can only plead for the larger nations not to ignite warfare on their territory through the offering of resources. Historically, during the Great Ninja Wars, these smaller nations have survived in such a manner. Of course, some nations, like the Rain Country, have faced resource shortages, which led them to become the main battleground for the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries during the Second Great Ninja War, a sight too grim to behold. Had it not been for the emergence of the demigod Hanzo, the Rain Country would likely have faced annihilation. Consequently, the defensive lines of small countries are significantly more about preventing disturbances from other small nations than about warding off invasions from larger ones. However, the exaggerated defensive arrangements now suggest something quite unusual. The Grass Ninja Village has always been adept at maneuvering between great powers. This deviation from the norm is indeed peculiar. Teacher Jiraiya, could it be that the Grass Ninja have caught wind of something, prompting them to heighten their defenses? Minato speculated. I am uncertain. Yet, this formation would only make sense if either the Land of Rivers or the Land of Rain were contemplating an invasion of the Grass Country. I was just in the Land of Rain, and they are still grappling with the shadows of the Second Great Ninja War, leaving them no time for such endeavors. As for the Land of Rivers, they have always favored peace and are situated in a rugged terrain that typically dissuades them from initiating war. Thus, it cannot be them. With this analysis, Jiraiya dismissed the possibility of defending against smaller nations. Therefore, only one possibility remained. They were guarding against Konoha. A glimmer of insight sparked in Jiraiya's eyes, accompanied by a foreboding sensation. Are the Grass Ninja preparing against Konoha because they may have allied with the Rock Ninja? Mokufeng posited. It is difficult to articulate, as it does not align with the principles of the Land of Grass. Nevertheless, we must breach the defenses and ascertain the circumstances. If Mofeng's assertions hold true, we must expeditiously relay this intelligence. Should the Grass Ninja Village and the Rock Hidden Village unite, the distance of their offensive will significantly diminish. Our supply lines and combat zones would suffer tremendous repercussions. Jiraiya murmured. The three nodded in understanding. This perimeter is exceedingly dense. It will be challenging for us to infiltrate silently, Minato remarked, gazing at the map. We must divide our forces, Jiraiya proposed. Divide our forces? Minato inquired, puzzled. Jiraiya turned to Minato and Mofeng, speaking in hushed tones. I will team up with Shino, responsible for creating a distraction to draw the Grass Ninjas in this area. You two will enter the Land of Grass, tasked with investigating whether there is collusion with the Rock Hidden Village. You have 3 days to gather intelligence. Regardless of the outcome, return immediately after. I will be here to assist you. Creating a diversion implies a high likelihood of being pursued by numerous Grass Ninjas, posing significant danger. Thus, Jiraiya deemed it best for him to take charge. However, infiltrating the Land of Grass for reconnaissance is equally perilous, as any misstep could lead to discovery. Uncle Jiraiya, why can't I accompany Mofeng and Minato? Shino protested. Your body flicker technique is the slowest among us, making it inconvenient to bring you along. Moreover, your role in intelligence gathering would be minimal, Jiraiya replied with unyielding candor. Shino fell momentarily silent. Fine. They are simply too swift. You two must exercise caution. If you cannot gather intelligence, do not risk your lives, understood? Jiraiya said earnestly. Yes. Minato and Mofeng nodded in agreement, signaling their comprehension. Then, let us commence. The four split into 2 teams and dispersed. Mofeng nervously brushed his fingers against the purple brush at his waist. Such a task was no less intense than entering the battlefield. Mofeng and Minato concealed themselves beneath a tree, awaiting their moment. A quarter of an hour passed. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, followed by a plume of smoke. Jiraiya and the others had commenced their operation. Under the moonlight, Minato and Mofeng exchanged glances, transforming into streaks of light as they penetrated the defensive zone of the Land of Grass. Ahead of them, a raven surveyed the surroundings incessantly. Quick! There is movement over there. It must be intruders. A Grass Ninja's voice rang out not far away, but it soon faded into the distance. Undeterred, Mofeng and Minato pressed on, akin to 2 sharpened blades piercing the heart of the Land of Grass. Beneath the night sky, 2 silhouettes, one large and one small, converged beneath a great tree. Uncle Jiraiya, I have exhausted my fire technique over there, Shino said, brimming with excitement. Excellent. Coupled with the commotion I caused, it should be sufficient to attract the nearby Grass Ninjas. Shino, utilize the transformation technique. Transformation technique? Transform into what? Shino queried, perplexed. We must engage with these Grass Ninjas to ensure we buy more time for Minato and Mofeng. Combat is inevitable, and we cannot reveal our identities. Transform into wandering ninjas and feign an accidental breach of the grass ninja defenses. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not dispel the transformation technique. Understood. They both formed hand seals simultaneously. Transformation technique. Bang, bang. Amidst the swirling smoke, two middle-aged ninjas emerged. While seasoned ninjas could easily discern the transformation technique at play, as long as their true forms remained concealed, the ruse held. Jiraiya's ears perked up, and he uttered a low exclamation. They're here. No sooner had he spoken than a rustle echoed, as a dozen ninjas encircled the pair. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The leading grass ninja demanded sternly. Shino swallowed hard. The situation was somewhat intimidating. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. Ah, my grass ninja friend. My companion and I were merely out hunting for our dinner this evening and inadvertently made a bit too much noise. Hunting for dinner? The leading grass ninja frowned, scrutinizing Jiraiya and Shino closely. Both appeared as wandering ninjas. Could they genuinely be on a quest for sustenance? While Jiraiya seemed unperturbed, Shino's presence was quickly noted by the seasoned ninja, who realized he had utilized a transformation technique. You. Why employ a transformation technique? Who exactly are you? The leading grass ninja barked at Shino, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Ha ha ha. Dear grass ninja, you misunderstand. My brother is rather unfortunate in looks. Hence he resorts to this technique to mask his true appearance. We are but wandering ninjas, harboring no ill intentions. We shall take our leave at once. Shino's exposure did not catch Jiraiya off guard. Given Shino's Chunin-level transformation skills, deceiving an experienced Jonin was no small feat. This, too, was a part of Jiraiya's design. Unfortunate in looks? The grass ninja's expression shifted, and he muttered, being unattractive is no excuse. Return to your original form immediately. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. My grass ninja friend, therein lies your error. My brother simply seeks to bolster his self-esteem due to his congenital shortcomings. Your demands are exceedingly unreasonable, Jiraiya proclaimed, his performance reaching a zenith of theatricality, vividly portraying a sense of being wronged over his brother's perceived unattractiveness. Shino, overwhelmed, pondered whether Jiraiya was truly mocking him or merely fulfilling the mission's requirements. It must be for the mission. I know I am quite handsome. Enough of this. You are within grass ninja territory, and your actions are far too suspicious. We cannot let you go easily. Should you refuse to surrender, do not expect us to act reasonably. Jiraiya turned to Shino, saying, Brother, perhaps you should revert to your original appearance. Otherwise, these grass ninjas will not let us off the hook. Their eyes met, and Shino immediately grasped the implication. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. The current me is the true me. Shino delivered his lines with profound emotion. Not only Jiraiya but even the grass ninjas were taken aback. Good heavens! Just how unattractive could one be to resist reverting to their original form? Admiration flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. He anticipated that this young man possessed the potential for acting. Perhaps, in the future, when he writes a novel, he might consider casting this lad as the leading man. Disregarding Jiraiya's thoughts for the moment, the leading grass ninja could no longer contain his frustration. You two are mocking me, are you not? Capture them. Upon this command, two grass ninjas lunged forward. Jiraiya's gaze flickered. He swiftly turned and retreated, delivering a precise strike with his hand upon the advancing grass ninja. With a resounding thud, the assailant collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the grass ninja charging towards Shinji immediately halted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Who was this individual? The grass ninja he just witnessed was of Chunin rank. How could he have been so effortlessly subdued? The leading grass ninja's expression darkened considerably. So, this person possesses considerable skill. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. Such prowess from a mere wandering ninja. Who exactly are you? Brothers of the grass, we bear no ill will. If you do not speak the truth, then we shall all engage together. In an instant, over a dozen ninjas surged forward. Jiraiya's countenance grew serious as he mused inwardly. This effect is still lacking. He swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style? Hell swamp. In an instant, the ground beneath the grass ninjas transformed into a quagmire. What is this? The grass ninjas gasped in shock, witnessing their bodies sinking into the mire, panic setting in. What an immense scale of earth style. Observing Jiraiya's formidable technique, Shinji comprehended that Jiraiya had previously held back. It was not only Shinji who was astonished. The leading grass ninja was equally taken aback. This man possesses at least Jonin-level strength. His origins must be extraordinary. This cannot be. We must detain him. The leading grass ninja's mind raced, and he immediately produced a signal flare. With a sharp whistle, the flare pierced the pitch-black night sky, erupting into a cascade of vibrant fireworks. Reinforcements are required there. Everyone, retreat. In an instant, the nearby grass ninjas hastily departed. Jiraiya, seeing the leading grass ninja launch the signal flare, revealed a satisfied smile. It is nearly time to withdraw. Jiraiya glanced at Shinji, who nodded in understanding. The ensuing battle would be one of escape. Meanwhile, the grass ninjas were almost entirely drawn towards Jiraiya and Shinji. The remaining defensive forces were easily evaded by Mofing and Minato. It appeared that Jiraiya and his students were executing their plan with remarkable efficiency. We need not worry about Jiraiya-sensei's strength, Mofing whispered. Rather, it is we who must hasten our pace. Mofing, are you holding up? Mofing chuckled lightly and replied, rest assured. While my speed may not match yours, it is certainly not too slow. That is good. Let us proceed. Minato quickened his pace, his body flicker technique becoming even swifter. Mofing took a deep breath, channeling chakra into his feet. Over the past 2 years, Mofing had mastered the body flicker technique. Though not as adept as Minato, he could use it with relative ease. With chakra coursing through him, Mofing's speed increased, allowing him to barely keep up with Minato. The two navigated unobstructed through the darkness, crossing the border of the land of grass. For the grass ninjas, this night was far from pleasant. What began as a joyous day unexpectedly turned into an encounter with two formidable adversaries. In a place bordering chaos, a tumultuous night was spent in pursuit of two elusive figures. Frustratingly, while numerous were injured, the two remained at large. By dawn, dozens of grass ninjas had lost all trace of their quarry, as if they had been played for fools throughout the night. How infuriating! Who exactly are these two individuals? The leading grass ninja struck a tree in frustration, feeling a deep sense of indignation as he glanced at the 40-odd lower ninjas and a dozen mid-level ninjas behind him. Yet, there was a silver lining. No fatalities had occurred. This suggested that their adversaries bore no malevolent intent. May I never catch sight of you again. The leading grass ninja growled, ultimately resigning to the situation. Not far from there, in a cave, Jiraiya carefully bandaged the arm of Shino, who was leaning against the stone wall. After a night of turmoil, Jiraiya, being formidable, was unscathed. However, Shino was not as fortunate. Surviving a confrontation with so many mid- and lower-level ninjas was already a stroke of luck. I've dressed your wounds. Just rest for the next few days. It's a minor injury, and you'll heal swiftly. Thank you, Uncle Jiraiya, Shino replied gratefully. Not at all. You performed admirably last night, showing some promise. As long as you're not severely injured, I consider it a win, Jiraiya chuckled. Shino smiled proudly, but soon a shadow of concern crossed his face. I wonder how Muko and Brother Minato are faring. They should have infiltrated safely. The next step depends on their skills. We just need to prepare for the support operation in 3 days, Jiraiya reassured him. Right? Shino whispered, lifting his gaze to the cavern's desolate ceiling. Muko, be careful. The land of grass, not particularly prosperous, still saw its share of merchants drawn by unique products that served as the backbone of its economy. In this era, nothing held greater importance than profit. Dressed in new attire, Minato and Muko stealthily entered the realm of grass, reaching Grass City. Brother Minato, why does everyone in this city appear so strange? Muko asked, surveying the surroundings with growing unease. Minato shook his head, responding quietly, I'm not sure. However, according to earlier investigations into Grass City, the citizens were relatively stable. They shouldn't be wearing such long faces. It seemed that trouble had indeed befallen the land of grass. We must tread carefully, Minato advised. Agreed, Muko replied. Disguised as war orphans, the two wandered the streets, temporarily safe amid the multitude of similar unfortunate souls that went largely unnoticed. Muko even spotted a few ragged children huddled in a nearby alley, their clothes tattered and faces marred with dirt. Brother Minato, how shall we conduct our investigation? Muko queried as they huddled in their corner, observing the passers-by. We cannot inquire too freely about the city's situation. It could easily draw unwanted attention. We have 2 days to spare, so let us not rush, Minato advised. As darkness descended, we set out to seek the lair of these vagrants, hoping to gather information from them. Mo Feng nodded in agreement. Although these street children appeared weak and isolated, many of them banded together, aware that survival was nearly impossible on one's own. After observing the surroundings for a while, Both Shui Min and Mo Feng sensed an eerie atmosphere, prompting them to consider departing. Just as they were about to leave, a group of individuals approached them. Oh no! Mo Feng cursed inwardly, realizing they were a band of warriors. Shui Min furrowed his brow and instinctively shielded Mo Feng behind him. What do you intend to do? Shui Min inquired softly, gazing at the warriors before him. Before they could respond, a rotund woman, exuding a sense of opulence, advanced from behind them. She appeared to be in her 30s, standing under 5 feet tall, yet weighing no less than 180 pounds, resembling a sphere in shape. Ah, splendid, splendid. Such a spirited presence. The middle-aged woman cast a satisfied glance at Shui Min before turning her attention to Mo Feng, her smile growing ever more jubilant. This one is quite appealing too, though perhaps a tad small. She scrutinized them as if they were mere commodities, provoking an unsettling feeling in both Mo Feng and Shui Min. Take them both back, clean them up, and later tonight, I shall indulge in their company, she declared, a lewd grin spreading across her face. Yes, Madame Yamamoto. 2 warriors approached, each seizing one of them and leading them away. What do you intend to do? Mo Feng exclaimed defiantly, attempting to resist. However, Shui Min firmly grasped his arm, shaking his head gravely. Realizing the futility of resistance, Mo Feng composed himself. You two are fortunate. Madame Yamamoto has taken a liking to you. You need not wander anymore. You shall enjoy a life of comfort within the Yamamoto estate. One of the warriors remarked. Alarmed, Mo Feng's gaze fell upon the corpulent figure of Madame Yamamoto, recalling her earlier words. A chilling realization washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. Surely, it couldn't be that shocking. He glanced at Shui Min, who appeared equally unsettled, clearly having deduced Madame Yamamoto's intentions. On the bustling street, with no option for rebellion, they were forcibly escorted away by the warriors. The Yamamoto estate, the residence of General Yamamoto of the Land of Grass, was notorious. General Yamamoto had a daughter, Yamamoto Keiko, who was currently known as Madame Yamamoto. Years ago, after the death of her husband, Madame Yamamoto frequently roamed the streets in search of suitable war orphans. Over time, nearly every war orphan with any semblance of attractiveness had been lured into the Yamamoto estate, never to emerge again. Whispers from the estate's servants hinted at the occasional, harrowing screams of youth echoing from within, chilling the bones of all who heard them. In her chamber, the vastness of Madame Yamamoto's form rendered the space somewhat cramped. Those 2 youngsters today were rather impressive. I hope they can provide me with some amusement. In the mirror, the chubby smile reflected was enough to instill a sense of dread. In another room, Morphug and Stamon exchanged wry smiles as they gazed at the bathing tub before them. Brother Stamon, it seems our luck is not on our side, Morphung remarked. However, this presents an opportunity. The distinguished Mrs. Yamamoto is the daughter of General Yamamoto from the Land of Grass. She must possess a wealth of intelligence. Morphung's eyes glimmered as he added, Brother Stamon, you wouldn't be contemplating seducing her, would you? Hey, have you 2 finished washing up? Came the impatient voice of a samurai from outside the door. The 2 exchanged glances and hastily completed their cleansing ritual. It was surprising that, after the considerable effort they had invested before entering the city to get rid of the grime, they now had to cleanse themselves again within a day. At that moment, 2 maids entered without ceremony. My lords, please don these new garments. Wolfgang observed the clean white attire in the maid's hands, reminiscent of a bathrobe. Without hesitation, he donned it. Anskamon followed suit. At 9 years old, Morphug and 15, Somon appeared even more dashing in their new attire. The maids blushed at the sight. Alas, such splendid youths were destined for a grim fate. My lords, please follow us. Mrs. Yamamoto has prepared a lavish dinner for you to replenish your strength. With that, the maids led the way ahead. Brother Stamon, could it be that Mrs. Yamamoto intends to satiate us before draining our vitality? Soimon's expression darkened, and his lips twitched slightly. Morphung, it seems we must gather intelligence tonight and make our escape. Judging by Mrs. Yamamoto's demeanor, if we do not leave tonight, we may never depart. Brother Stamon, your earlier idea of seduction was rather clever. Why not leave that to you? Somon's face turned grim as he replied, Morphung, please don't jest. If Yushinai were to find out, I would be doomed. Fear not, Brother Stamon, I shall certainly keep it from Sister Vishinai. That will not suffice. You must take the lead. But Brother Stamon, I am merely 9 years old. Even if I wished to, my body would not permit it. Morphung had never been grateful for his diminutive stature until this moment. After pondering, someone seemed to concede to this reasoning. We shall remain adaptable and ready to depart at a moment's notice. Agreed. Their voices were low, ensuring they were not overheard. The dinner that awaited them was opulent, one that Wolfgang had never experienced in either of his lives. Grilled leeks, roasted lamb, oysters, sea cucumbers, pig kidneys, beef, abalone, and more adorned the table. While the ingredients were not particularly rare, the sheer variety, with dozens of dishes laid out on a long table, was indeed astonishing. However, the fact that only 2 individuals were to partake made it rather overwhelming. Brother Sthamun, is she feeding pigs? Moafeng stared in shock, utterly bewildered. Soimun could only sigh in resignation. Alas, in this world, orphans suffer greatly under the weight of war, while the nobility indulge in extravagant excess. Moafeng shrugged, feeling no overwhelming sense of lamentation. The stench of wine and meat permeates the wealthy households, while the bones of the frozen dead litter the streets. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Even in modern times, the trivial amusements of the affluent can eclipse a lifetime of labor for the average person, enough to purchase a modest home. The notion of fairness has never been a publicly acknowledged reality. It is far too elusive. During those years of destitution, Moafeng had long since discerned this truth. He bore no resentment towards the wealthy. After all, their fortunes were the result of their own abilities. As Moafeng gazed upon the items on the table, a thought struck him, and he murmured, "Brother Shimomura, these items seem rather familiar." Shimomura paused, inspecting them closely, and realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that they would not be leaving tonight without incident. Indeed, after a thorough cleaning, the 2 young gentlemen are quite handsome, he remarked with a hint of amusement. Just then, Keiko Yamamoto entered, swaying gracefully through the doorway. Her eyes locked onto the 2, radiating a predatory glint as if she intended to devour them whole. Both Shimomura and Moafeng were taken aback, hastily rising to their feet. "There's no need for such alarm, young gentlemen. You must be hungry. Please, indulge yourselves. These delicacies have been prepared especially for you," Keiko said, pushing oysters towards them while casting a flirtatious glance. Moafeng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, nearly causing him to retch. This gesture was truly revealing of character. "Madam Yamamoto, we are exceedingly grateful for your hospitality towards my brother and me," Moafeng stammered, at a loss for words. Just as he struggled to find his footing, Shimomura seized the opportunity to express his gratitude. "Madam Yamamoto, your kindness is deeply appreciated." Keiko turned her gaze towards Shimomura, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. "This young gentleman possesses quite the silver tongue and is undeniably handsome. Yet, you do not appear to be ordinary street urchins." Mid-sentence, her scrutiny of the 2 intensified, causing Moafeng's heart to race. Originally clad in tattered rags and covered in grime, their true appearance had been obscured. Now, having been cleansed, their elegant physiques subtly emerged. Rarely did one encounter a war orphan with such a physique. Shimomura sighed and spoke. "Madam Yamamoto is unaware of our plight. We fled from the land of rain." "The land of rain?" "Indeed, both Moafeng and I hail from there. Our family was relatively well off, and we received some training as warriors from a young age. However, a few years ago, we fell victim to an attack by wandering ninjas. With our parents' protection, we managed to escape, to evade our enemies. We fled the land of rain and entered the land of grass. Thankfully, our training allowed us to survive until now." Shimomura's tale was one of deep sorrow, delivered with such emotional fervor that it seemed he might weep at any moment. Moafeng stood by, utterly astonished. What extraordinary acting was this? When had Shimomura acquired such a talent? Keiko Yamamoto was visibly moved. "You poor children. Alas, these ninjas are truly outrageous, always seeking to create turmoil." Just like the rock ninja this time, both Minato and Moafeng felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing the words. The rock ninja. Indeed. It seemed that there was a certain connection between the grass ninja and the rock ninja. "Madam Yamamoto, what has happened to the rock ninja? We were just about to seek refuge with our relatives in the land of earth. Could it be that they too are in trouble?" Moafeng timely feigned concern, gazing intently at Keiko Yamamoto. That expression bore a hint of adorableness, melting Keiko's heart. "I advise you not to go. It is no longer safe in the land of earth." "Not safe? Why?" Moafeng continued to play the vulnerable role. "Not long ago, the land of earth had already planned to attack the land of fire. Envoys have entered the daimyo's residence in the land of grass, preparing to utilize its borders for a direct assault on the land of fire. At this point, Keiko Yamamoto quickly stifled her words. Such matters should not be carelessly spoken of. Minato and Mofing exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The rock ninja truly could not contain themselves? Unexpectedly, they had involved the grass ninja as well. Do not disclose this to anyone. If Konoha learns of it, the land of grass will be in jeopardy, Keiko warned. Understood. Minato and Mofing replied obediently. They had acquired the intelligence and could retreat, yet the method of retreat posed another dilemma. Now, eat these, and then follow me. I have a delightful experience to share with you, Keiko Yamamoto chuckled, her eyes glinting with a wild desire. Both Minato and Mofing shivered. This was no jest. Just the thought of it made them feel weary. Having inspected the food for poison earlier, they felt reassured and began to eat. Having not consumed proper meals for 2 days. While military rations were adequate, they were far from healthy. After approximately 30 minutes, they finally felt satiated. The appetite of ninjas was indeed quite exaggerated compared to that of ordinary individuals. Keiko paid no mind. It was perfectly normal for 2 war-torn souls to eat heartily. Are you 2 young gentlemen full? Yes, they replied. Then follow me. Keiko led the way, with 2 samurai following closely behind Minato and Mofing. There was no turning back now. The 2 exchanged glances, their long-established rapport allowing them to comprehend each other's thoughts. They entered a large room, which contained an imposing bed. Keiko lay upon it, and Minato and Mofing were unceremoniously pushed inside. With a resounding thud, the door was shut. Minato and Mofing looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. Keiko smiled at them, saying, "Come here, my handsome young gentleman." What is to be done? Minato mustered the courage to inquire. Of course, to guide you in experiencing the joys of life. However, this young brother may not yet be ready. Nonetheless, it is fine. Observing is just as valuable. In a few years, he may prove to be quite adept. A shiver ran down Mofing's spine, feeling he had reached his limit. I cannot. Do not fret. I shall teach you, come here. Yamamoto Keiko chuckled lightly, extending her right hand in a beckoning gesture toward Shueimon. Go on, Shueimon. Mofeng let out a low laugh, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Shueimon, feeling a wave of reluctance, slowly made his way to Yamamoto Keiko's grand bed. Precisely. Come, assist your sister in shedding her garments. Yamamoto Keiko opened her arms, sprawling on the bed with an air of indulgence. In an instant, Shueimon executed a swift motion, delivering a precise strike to Yamamoto Keiko's neck. A faint sound echoed as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shueimon, must it be so swift? Mofeng remarked, just as Shueimon cast a reproachful glance in his direction. I jest. Ha ha ha. Mofeng chuckled awkwardly. Let us cease this chatter and swiftly devise a means of escape. Indeed, we must concoct a plan. The entrance is heavily guarded by numerous samurai. If we attempt to leave directly, we shall undoubtedly be discovered quickly. We must at least delay until dawn, Missouri Feng asserted. Before we entered, I observed the surroundings. If we exit from the rear, the defenses are comparatively weak. With our capabilities, we should be able to depart undetected. Mofeng nodded in agreement, saying, I too have noted this. However, Shueimon, there is a matter you seem to have overlooked. What matter? We were summoned by Madame Yamamoto for a rather specific purpose. If we remain silent all night, do you not think the samurai will grow suspicious? Shueimon furrowed his brow, realizing the validity of this concern. Do you possess a solution? Mofeng grinned mischievously. I do have an idea, albeit it requires a sacrifice from you, Shueimon. Shueimon's expression turned serious. You do not propose something peculiar, do you? It is indeed a tad strange, yet it will not cause you harm, Mofeng reassured him. What is your plan? I recall that you possess the shadow clone technique, do you not? Shueimon nodded, affirming, indeed, I do. You wish for me to use my clones to stand in for us both? Partially correct, Mofeng clarified. Consider this, merely using the shadow clones is insufficient. The strike you delivered to Madame Yamamoto should suffice to keep her in slumber until morning. We cannot rely on her to create any commotion. Therefore, we must depend on your shadow clones. Commotion? Shueimon pondered for a moment before grasping Mofeng's intent. You are suggesting that Mofeng nodded vigorously. Yes, Shueimon. This way we can secure an entire night, ample time for our escape from the grass city. After a moment of contemplation, Shueimon reluctantly acquiesced. It seems we have no other choice. Excellent. Now, hasten and give it a try. Mofeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he anticipated Shueimon's performance. With a hint of exasperation, Shueimon prepared himself. What a peculiar sense of amusement you have. Hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A pair of soft sounds resonated as two figures materialized, one transforming into the likeness of Madame Yamamoto. Very well, it seems we are ready to depart, Shuemin whispered. Splendid. However, Watergate, you must know how to create a stir, right? Watergate's face flushed slightly as he replied, I do. Now, let us hurry along. Watergate. Should we perhaps try first? I wish to see if it works. Watergate cast a curious glance at Mo Fong and said, Do you really understand this? Not at all. Then what are we waiting for? Let us be off. Very well. Mo Fong felt a twinge of regret, but chose not to linger on it. It is best to make our escape for now. Leaving behind two shadow clones, Mo Fong and Watergate slipped out of the back door of the Yamamoto residence. Those samurai and mediocre ninjas would not be able to detain them. Outside the room, two samurai whispered to one another. How do you think the lady will deal with those two youths? It goes without saying, you have witnessed the fate of youths at her hands before. Alas, it is truly a pity. Those boys are quite handsome. What is there to pity? What use is good looks? That is a valid point. Ever since entering the Yamamoto residence, I have begun to appreciate the face my parents gifted me. Otherwise, it would be me inside there. Hee, I feel the same. Grateful for my plain appearance. Suddenly, the room was filled with sultry sounds. Here we go again. Indeed. The two samurai sighed, a chill running down their spines. The lady's voice seems rather peculiar today. Perhaps she is simply too excited? That boy is quite unfortunate. Look how laborious it is for him. You are right. The two expressed their deep sympathy for Watergate and Mo Fong. Meanwhile, Watergate and Mo Fong had already exited Grass City, heading towards the border. A few dozen kilometers from the land of grass, Watergate jolted, recalling the memories of his two shadow clones. His previously gentle expression was now filled with an unusual demeanor. Watergate, what is the matter? Mo Fong inquired, puzzled by Watergate's reaction. The situation at the Yamamoto residence has been discovered. We must accelerate our pace. Wait a moment. Watergate. This matter is of great importance. It is crucial that the intelligence is conveyed swiftly, Mo Fong suddenly stated. Do you have a plan? I do. Mo Fong halted, drawing forth a scroll and a purple brush from his waist. The inky black characters rapidly emerged on the scroll, inscribing the intelligence just acquired. Once finished, he flicked the purple brush lightly, returning it to its sheath at his waist. Mo Fong formed a hand seal and whispered softly, Ninja art. Information bird. The characters on the scroll swiftly contracted, coalescing into a black bird, which then flew directly from the scroll. It circled above the two and then soared into the distance. All done. This black bird is small in size and incredibly swift. It can reach Master Jiraiya's location within an hour. The information bird, modeled after a peregrine falcon, is a ninjutsu specifically designed for the transmission of intelligence within the realm of ink manipulation. Its speed is akin to that of a falcon, capable of reaching up to 100 meters per second. Should it encounter unfamiliar chakra along the way, it will self-destruct. It is undoubtedly one of the best methods for conveying information. Unfortunately, it can only be sustained for 2 hours. An hour? Watergate was somewhat astonished. That speed is indeed remarkable. The astonishment was fleeting, and the two set off once more. On the other side, Lady Yamamoto awoke to find that Mizumin and Moffing had vanished, inciting her great wrath. She promptly issued a citywide manhunt, determined to capture the two. However, the entire Grass City had already lost all trace of them. In the land of grass, at the residence of the daimyo, Wenya, a ninja from the hidden rock village of the Land of Earth, stood at the age of 24, possessing the strength of a jonin and enjoying the favor of the third Tsuchikage. His purpose for visiting the Land of Grass was to forge an alliance and initiate an assault on the Land of Fire. Naturally, the Land of Grass, often regarded as indecisive, initially resisted such an agreement. Yet, under Wenya's considerable pressure, the daimyo had no choice but to acquiesce to the collaboration with the Hidden Rock. The first step involved dispatching scouts to monitor the grass ninja stationed along the border with the Land of Fire. The second step was to establish a direct route for the rock ninjas to reach the Land of Fire, a task that was set to be completed within the next couple of days. Wenya was immensely satisfied with his achievements. This successful endeavor would undoubtedly be a significant highlight in his record. However, early that morning, Wenya was awakened by the sounds of chaos. His instincts as a ninja alerted him that trouble had arisen in the city. From the heights of the daimyo's residence, he gazed down upon the tumultuous cityscape, his face clouded with confusion. What was happening? A nearby rock ninja responded, Lord Wenya, it is as follows. The noblewoman Yamamoto Keiko captured 2 vagrant children last night, and today they managed to escape, prompting a city-wide pursuit. Wenya raised an eyebrow and muttered, 2 vagrants could escape from a noble's estate? Is that truly the case? Absurd. The estate is guarded by dozens of warriors and several ninjas, yet 2 mere children have eluded them? At this point, Wenya sensed something amiss. How had those 2 managed to escape? It was said that they had rendered Yamamoto Keiko unconscious before fleeing under the cover of darkness. Remarkably, no one had noticed throughout the night. Although there were reports of disturbances that persisted until dawn, Yamamoto Keiko claimed she had been unconscious from the very beginning. Wenya's expression darkened. Whoever accomplished such a feat must surely be a ninja, coupled with recent intelligence from the border indicating that someone was stirring up trouble. Wenya reached a grim conclusion. Quick, send word back to the village. Our operation has likely been detected by Konoha, and we must accelerate our pace. The rock ninja, taken aback, responded immediately, yes. Additionally, seal off the borders of the land of grass. No one is to escape. We must intercept those 2. Even if we cannot eliminate them, we must at least delay their progress. Understood. The rock ninja retreated to commence the operation. Wenya, observing the chaotic city, harbored a deep-seated resentment. Truly, this was a case of more trouble than triumph. Now, amidst this turmoil, the secrecy of their operation was surely compromised. At this moment, any wandering ninja within the aristocracy of the Land of Grass was likely affiliated with Konoha, a realization Wenya grasped with clarity. He hoped they would act in time, otherwise, they would lose a significant advantage. A ninja hawk soared from the Land of Grass towards the border, while at that very moment, a dark, peculiar bird appeared before Jiraiya and Shino. Uncle Jiraiya, this is Mokufeng's ninjutsu, Zinzhes exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the peculiar bird before him. Jiraiya approached, observing the strange creature as it landed on the ground, forming a line of text. The Land of Earth, in alliance with the Land of Grass, will soon launch an attack on the Land of Fire. We are still en route, and will reach the border at night. Those few brief words caused Jiraiya's pupils to constrict. Indeed, trouble had arisen. The Land of Earth was truly preparing for war. Zinzhes gasped in astonishment. Jiraiya's expression turned contemplative as he bit his finger and formed a seal, declaring, summoning jutsu. With a bang, a toad taller than a person appeared. Toadyo, take Zinzhes to the Konoha guard station and inform them of the imminent attack by the IWA ninjas, simultaneously. Have them send word to the old man to prepare for the Land of Earth. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. However, Zinzhes interjected, but what about you, Uncle Jiraiya? I will remain here to assist Minato and Mokufeng. Then I want to stay too. No, your task is to notify the Konoha guards. Toadyo will handle it. That's not enough. A Konoha ninja must accompany you. Enough of this. Execute the mission. All right. Though reluctant, Zinzhes had no choice but to follow Toadyo. Watching Zinzhes depart, Jiraiya sighed in relief. He had not anticipated the Land of Earth would act so rashly. Once they amassed a considerable number of ninjas, the situation would likely become quite precarious. With only a few days to spare, he wondered if they would arrive in time. Despite having received intelligence ahead of time, the current circumstances were far from optimistic. The Land of Earth had already begun its maneuvers, and the Land of Wind would likely not remain tranquil either. War could break out at any moment. Even if the odds were against him, he would resist. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He had made his decision. The path back was becoming increasingly arduous. In the forest, Minato and Mokufeng came to an abrupt halt. Their expressions turned gravely serious. Indeed, it is a Konoha ninja. I never expected you to have infiltrated my Land of Grass. One of the grass ninjas, named Baomu, remarked. So quickly discovered? Mokufeng expressed his surprise. They had only escaped from the grass city half a day ago. Could someone have deduced they were from Konoha? This efficiency was rather remarkable. It seemed their opponents were not foolish. This is troublesome, Mokufeng murmured helplessly. The two exchanged hushed words as they faced the 6 ninjas before them, a palpable tension rising. Minato, still unsealed, found himself somewhat strained against such a formidable lineup. Konoha ninjas, since you have come to know what you ought not to, you shall remain here. The speaker, Baomu, was a jonin. Among the remaining 6 ninjas, 2 were jinin and 3 were chunin. This lineup was quite luxurious for the grass ninja village. Does the grass hidden village truly wish to oppose Konoha? Minato spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Baomu's expression wavered. As a jonin, he understood well that this assault on Konoha was not the desire of the grass ninja village itself. However, they had been coerced onto the ship by the rock ninja. leaving the grass ninja with no avenue for retreat. Should they triumph over Konoha, they would earn the favor of the Tsuchikage. Yet, should they falter, the wrath of Konoha would be an unknown fate for the grass village. Thus, they were compelled to stake everything on this singular gamble. The moment the rock ninja set foot on the soil of the land of grass, their power to choose had dissipated. Baomu's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with resignation. As a devoted ninja of the grass-hidden village, he was deeply pained to witness his village reduced to such a state. The circumstances were undeniably stronger than individual will. The negotiations between the grass ninja village and the rock ninja village were utterly futile. A weak village possesses no diplomatic leverage, a truth Baomu understood all too well. If they were willing to align with Konoha, they could join their ranks, Watergate urged once more. It was too late. The rock ninja had already occupied the land of grass. Any betrayal now would lead to their utter annihilation at the hands of these rock ninja. Hence, there was no choice left. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us engage. With Baomu's command, 6 ninjas encircled Watergate and Mofing. Mofing offered a resigned smile, stating, "It appears we have no choice but to fight. 1 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 2 Jinin. Watergate, do you have confidence? Let us give it a try." Your words hardly inspire a sense of security. Watergate chuckled. Safety is something one must strive to secure for oneself. There is truth in that. Here they come. A glint of determination flashed in Watergate's azure eyes as he grasped his kunai. Mofing was equally swift, deftly retrieving his tools. "Watergate, cover me," Mofing called out, then turned his focus to his work, rapidly sketching on the scroll with his purple brush. Meanwhile, the 6 ninjas launched their assault simultaneously. Watergate's attention remained firmly fixed on Baomu, sensing the threat he posed as a fellow Jonin. Grass shadow flow, explosive palm. Almost in unison, the 6 grass ninjas executed the same taijutsu. The force of their right palms unleashed a formidable wave of energy, creating powerful gusts. The wind chakra enveloped Watergate's kunai. Whoosh! Like a whirling top, Watergate transformed into a streak of light, circling around Mofing in a dazzling display of speed. The varying speeds of the grass shadow flow. Explosive palms were effortlessly shattered by Watergate, forcing them to retreat 3 steps. Such speed. Baomu, being a Jonin himself, quickly discerned Watergate's prowess. At that moment, Mofing's ninjutsu was complete. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation Drawing. A black eagle soared into the sky, and Mofing swiftly pulled Watergate along. The two, alongside the eagle, ascended towards the heavens. Initially concerned about revealing their whereabouts, such fears had now been cast aside. The speed of the black eagle was astounding, leaving even Baomu momentarily stunned. Damn it, they must not be allowed to escape. Baomu snorted coldly, prompting the other ninjas to pursue. Haha, now you can do nothing to stop us. Mofing laughed heartily, looking down at Baomu and his companions. Suddenly, Watergate's expression shifted. Not good. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce gale surged from the distance. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sudden gust of wind released by the wind release technique struck the ink eagle directly. Bang! The black and white ink eagle shattered, and both Mo Fong and Watergate plummeted from the sky. Ah! 2 exclamations rang out as they fell into the forest below. Quick-witted, Mo Fong managed to embed a kunai into a large tree, halting his descent and landing safely. Brother Watergate. Mo Fong scanned his surroundings, but Watergate was nowhere to be seen. The two had been separated upon falling. Given the height of their drop, Watergate's prowess should have ensured his safety. Damn it, I was careless. I never anticipated that the enemy possessed a ninja with such a long range. Mo Fong chastised himself inwardly, but now was not the time for self-reproach. In mere moments, a figure appeared before him. Are you a ninja from Konoha? I didn't expect a mere child to dare infiltrate the land of grass. You certainly possess a measure of audacity. Mo Fong was taken aback and looked up to see a tall, middle-aged man adorned with the grass ninja headband. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. Jonin. Mo Fong made an instantaneous judgment. The oppressive aura was strikingly similar to that of Watergate. Just a child, hardly worth my interest. Once I capture you, I shall assist that fool Baomu. The boy he seeks seems to possess some strength. The grass ninja smirked disdainfully at Mo Fong. His name was Yatsu, one of the few Jonin from the grass ninja village, and indeed, he harbored a sense of pride. It was he who had just dispatched Mo Fong's ink eagle with his wind release technique. Child, will you surrender willingly? Or shall I break your limbs before capturing you? Capture me? It won't be that simple. Mo Fong propelled himself forward, swiftly creating distance between them. From their prior conversation, he surmised that Watergate must have confronted the 6 ninjas. Given Watergate's strength, it was likely he would not escape easily. Oh, still wish to struggle? Heh, I wonder how long you can last. Mo Feng's resistance seemed to pique Yatsu's interest, and he drew a kunai, licking it with a bloodthirsty demeanor. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. Breaking Cage Fierce Tiger. Without hesitation, Mo Feng sketched the ink tiger as he distanced himself. Years of practice had allowed him to summon the ink tiger in an increasingly shorter time. This time, it took no more than 3 seconds. The 3-meter-tall ink tiger, with its bared fangs and claws, lunged ferociously at Yatsu. Yatsu laughed coldly, and the kunai in his hand began to hum with a thin layer of wind-based chakra enveloping it. With a swift slash, the kunai met the oncoming tiger. In an instant, the ink tiger was cleaved in two as if it were made of paper, ink splattering everywhere. The ink tiger, defeated. Mo Feng furrowed his brow. Although he did not expect the ink tiger to triumph, he never anticipated its swift demise. Having learned the Super Beast Imitation technique, the ink tiger was Mo Feng's most frequently employed offensive maneuver. While its power was generally modest, it was not to be underestimated. Against an average chunin, a single ink tiger would suffice. The prowess of the individual before him was evidently beyond that of a mere genin. The strength of a ninja is enigmatic. Rank is not the sole criterion. Once the opponent's jutsu is peculiar, even a vast disparity in power may not prevent a successful strike. Take Haiden, for instance. It is certain that he could not defeat Nagato's pain in a fair fight. However, if he were to obtain a sample of blood, no matter how formidable Nagato might be, he could potentially meet his end. This illustrates the formidable nature of unconventional jutsu. Thus, one must never underestimate any ninja, regardless of their rank. Although monster-level genin are exceedingly rare, many ninjas fail to grasp this truth. After all, the likelihood of encountering a monstrous genin is not much higher than winning the lottery. Yatsu, armed with a kunai, regarded Mo Feng with a disdainful smirk. What of the ninjas from the great ninja village? A child who has not matured remains merely a child. Fine techniques, yet your weakness is apparent. After his mockery, Yatsu allowed his wind attribute kunai to hang limply. He seemed to suddenly lose urgency in dispatching Mo Feng. The latter remained silent. If he did not exert himself today, he feared he might truly perish here. His violet brush twirled incessantly, as if dancing at his fingertips. Yatsu made no attempt to intervene, merely observing with apparent interest in Mo Feng's ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation. Pack of wolves. 7 ink-black wolves erupted from the scroll, lunging toward Yatsu. Once again, he scoffed and shook his head, refraining from any action as the 7 ink wolves encircled him. The howls of the pack echoed, reverberating in the air. With a flourish of his hands, Mo Feng commanded the wolves to charge. Boring, Yatsu remarked, his left hand also gripping a kunai. The wind chakra swirling around his 2 kunai emitted a piercing sound. This grass ninja had mastered the wind attribute chakra. Ordinary attacks would be shredded before they could even approach. In an instant, Mo Feng made his assessment, and the next moment, his judgment was validated. With a swift motion, the 7 ink wolves met the same fate as the ink tiger before them. Ink splattered across the ground. Mo Feng formed hand seals. Ink release. Ink mist technique. The scattered ink transformed into a fog, enveloping Yatsu. Observing his surroundings, Yatsu muttered, somewhat intriguing, but still insufficient. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from Yatsu's mouth, generating a fierce wind that dispersed the ink mist. However, as the mist dissipated, a circular cannon aimed directly at his form became visible. Super Beast Imitation. Cannon. After 2 years of training, Mo Feng had perfected the Super Beast Imitation. The ominous black opening inspired a sense of dread. What is this? Yatsu thought, startled by the presence of the dark mouth, feeling an impending sense of danger. Fire. Mo Feng's right hand struck the rear of the cannon with force. An ink blended with chakra formed a black projectile. A beam of black light burst forth from the cannon's mouth. Moments later, a cannonball the size of a soccer ball shot out with a resounding boom. Its speed rivaled that of any wind release technique. Suyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the tremendous power of the black projectile. Cursed be it. It was only then that Suyuan realized his earlier negligence. Gripping his kunai once more, the wind chakra surged forth in an instant. With a swift motion of his left hand, the kunai was launched, striking the ebony projectile with a resounding clang. Yet, it did not halt the menace. The dark sphere merely slowed for a moment before sending the kunai hurtling away. Scion was not taken aback by this. His right hand wielded another wind-infused kunai, charging forward. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the projectile detonated. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the scene momentarily. Mafeng knelt, gasping for breath. He had infused a significant portion of his chakra into that ebony cannon attack, aiming for a decisive blow. The pack of wolves was intended to scatter ink around Scion, facilitating the execution of the ink mist technique. Each step Mafeng took was meticulously calculated to unleash such a formidable assault. Its power rivaled that of typical A-rank ninjutsu. Enduring such an attack would undoubtedly be painful. With a stroke of luck, it might even severely injure him, Mafeng muttered softly. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing Scion amidst the haze. His stooped form was marked by a right hand that hung limply, blood dripping onto the ground. His hand bore numerous wounds, remnants of ink fragments clinging to the injuries. Damn it, I will make you pay with your life. Scion roared. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by a mere chunin from the hidden leaf. Had he not reacted swiftly, the cost would have been far greater than a mere injured arm. Suyuan's figure flickered. What? Mafeng gasped, and by the time he realized, Scion had already appeared behind him. His left hand, a clenched iron fist, came crashing down. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Mafeng's right cheek. The sheer force made Mafeng feel as if his face was contorting, sending him flying. Before he could touch the ground, Scion charged once more. His furious left fist poised for another strike. Mafeng, recovering from his earlier shock, raised his arms defensively. Boom! Suyuan's left fist collided with Mafeng's arms, sending him crashing to the ground uncontrollably. In an instant, a small crater formed beneath him. Mafeng felt a sharp pain in his back, nearly incapacitating him. But the onslaught was far from over. In midair, Scion descended rapidly, his foot aimed directly at Mafeng's heart. Should it connect, it would mean certain death. Mafeng's expression shifted as he fought through the excruciating pain, channeling chakra to burst forth from the crater. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed, enlarging the pit. Coughing, Mafeng leaned against a nearby tree, his face pale. The speed and force of the attacks were on an entirely different level compared to him. This was still a result of the opponent's injured right arm. How formidable would he be in peak condition? Is this what it means to be a jonin? Though he had been following a formidable shinobi like Minato, Mofeng remained uncertain about the true strength of such elite warriors. Minato's swiftness was astonishing, his battles often elegant yet brief. Such a brutal aesthetic was something Mofeng had never witnessed from an adversary before. Continuing in this manner was untenable. An urgent anxiety gripped Mofeng, as the searing pain coursing through his body reminded him that if he did not devise a strategy soon, he might very well be sent packing after the next onslaught. Emerging slowly from the pit, Scion approached. As a dying leaf genin, I shall make you comprehend what true despair entails. Grass Shadow's explosive palm. His slightly injured right arm seemed to be recovering, and with both palms thrust forward, he aimed at Mofeng. Mofeng's right hand, wielding the purple brush, began to move, preparing to unleash the super beast imitation drawing. Too slow. Just as the brush descended, Sciuan's palm wind struck it away with force. What? Mofeng gasped, his expression one of terror. The purple brush flew away, embedding itself into a tree trunk, leaving half of its handle protruding. Sciuan sneered. I told you, you are too slow. Bang! The palm struck directly at Mofeng's chest. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent spiraling away. Blood surged from his chest. Splatter! In midair, Mofeng managed to twist his body, barely landing on his feet. Oh, I did not expect you would have the energy to control your descent at this moment, Sciuan remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise at Mofeng's resilience. However, Mofeng did not feel elated. Instead, his countenance was grim. After years of being a ninja, this was the most passive moment he had ever experienced. His opponent's speed laid bare Mofeng's shortcomings. His jutsu relied heavily on the purple brush and scrolls. Without these tools, his prowess diminished significantly. Mofeng was acutely aware of his weaknesses. Hence, for the past 2 years, he had diligently practiced water release and a novel technique utilizing his fingers as a brush. Though he had made progress in water release, he still fell short in the finger technique. Your ninjutsu relies on that brush-shaped tool, doesn't it? Once you lose that, your power will significantly wane. Truly a foolish form of ninjutsu, Sciuan taunted, leaving Mofeng feeling rather helpless. Indeed, In the early stages, ink release was considerably disadvantaged and overly restricted. In truth, ink release was more suited for collaborative combat, one person distracting while the ink user launched continuous attacks from the rear. Engaging in solo combat was certainly not advantageous. Yet, the current conditions did not allow for such collaboration. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, Feng struggled to rise. His back throbbed, his chest bore wounds, and his chakra was depleted by more than half. It was a dire situation. Feng chuckled at his own plight. To still be standing, perhaps I underestimated you. Let us see if, after I break your limbs, you will lie on the ground like a dog. Suyuan's laughter echoed with malice, as he seemed intent on releasing all the resentment from their earlier encounter. What to do? What options remained? Feng pondered, desperately searching for a new plan. Minato was still unaccounted for, and the state of the battle was unknown. Seeking help was utterly impossible. So, what remained as a viable strategy? Though the injuries upon his body were severe, they were not fatal. The blood ink clone need not be summoned for the time being. Otherwise, losing chakra would render him nothing more than prey, vulnerable and defenseless. Suddenly, a thought struck Feng as he gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, specifically, the blood that had previously dripped from Yatsuya. With blood as ink, the Cloud Resident's brush. Previously, due to his insufficient strength, Feng had seldom utilized the Cloud Resident's brush aside from the blood ink clone. However, now, with his power having reached the level of a chunin, he felt compelled to give it a try. This fleeting contemplation passed in an instant. Yatsuya remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in the mind of the young boy before him. He was only displeased by the brilliance emanating from Feng's eyes. It seems you have not yet succumbed to despair. Allow me to show you what true despair feels like. Yatsuya advanced once more. Feng slightly bent his legs, chakra surging explosively from his toes. Body flicker technique. In an instant, Feng's speed doubled, narrowly evading Yatsuya's attack. Yatsuya was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Feng's sudden acceleration. Body flicker technique. This mere genin has mastered such a ninjutsu? Yatsuya was astonished. Feng paid no heed to Yatsuya's surprise. Having already landed before the pool of blood, chakra coursed through him as the golden Cloud Resident's brush materialized in his right hand. To his astonishment, Yatsuya watched as the brush began to consume the bloodstain entirely. Yatsuya's expression grew serious. A brush that feeds on blood? This hardly seems like legitimate ninjutsu. What do you intend to do? Feng chose not to respond. Instead, the resplendent Cloud Resident's brush began to dance in his hand. First the head. Yatsuya distinctly observed how the leaf genin was painting his own likeness in midair using his own blood. Is this a forbidden technique? Yatsuya felt a surge of panic. Painting in midair. Feng felt an unprecedented sense of clarity in his actions, even as the previously ambiguous aspects of ink release became increasingly lucid. Initially, ink release relied heavily on brushes and scrolls, rendering it rather passive. Yet, the Cloud Resident's brush had discarded the scroll as a medium from the very beginning, allowing for painting in midair. As Feng wielded it, he found himself gaining a deeper understanding of using his fingers as brushes. Immersed in this revelation, his motions quickened. In merely 2 seconds, he had sketched the upper half of his form, the lifelike portrayal, leaving Yatsuya astounded. This cannot continue. Though unsure of what would transpire, unease surged within Yatsuya. Blood and the act of rendering one's own likeness. This was truly terrifying. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With hands forming seals, Yatsuya unleashed his chakra to the maximum. Boom. A massive whirlwind erupted from Yatsuya's mouth once more, howling towards Feng. Die. The whirlwind rushed forth, prompting Feng to halt his actions. The Cloud Resident's brush shattered quietly, re-entering Feng's body. The intermediate Cloud Resident's brush consumed an equivalent of half the chakra of the blood donor, creating a clone that embodied the full strength of the blood donor. With the holder excluded, a surge of information flooded into Feng's mind, and at that moment, the figure of Sigu suddenly opened its eyes. The whirlwind had arrived. Sigu swiftly retreated, pulling Feng along. Retreating further still, the speed reached its zenith, allowing them to evade the range of the whirlwind's assault. They were safe. Feng felt utterly drained as he was set aside by Sigu. My clone. Sigu gazed in astonishment at Sigu, experiencing an uncanny sense of reflection. That Konoha brat. What strange ninjutsu have you employed? Feng did not respond to Sigu's words. The blood ink clone had consumed most of Mo Feng's remaining chakra, leaving him in a precarious state. Without hesitation, he tossed a soldier pill into his mouth. As the medicinal properties activated, Mo Feng began to feel somewhat revitalized. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? Seeing Mo Feng silent, Sigu ceased waiting and launched his offensive. Mo Feng waved his hand, and Shui Mo Sigu charged forward, engaging in battle. For a moment, it seemed as if two shadow clones were locked in combat. The chakra Mo Feng had left was scant, and this blood ink clone had utilized less than half of the chakra required for the grass ninja, possessing only half the strength of the grass ninja at its peak. It was uncertain how long it could endure. The increase in chakra and strength allowed Mo Feng to gain control over the Yunju pen, entering the first stage of mastery. It was unnecessary for an ordinary blood user to possess an equal amount of chakra to create a blood ink clone. Merely half was sufficient. However, Sigu was a jonin, boasting a chakra reserve significantly greater than Mo Feng's. Sigu's chakra was nearly double that of Mo Feng's. Just moments ago, Mo Feng had infused nearly half of his remaining chakra into the blood ink clone. Therefore, this clone possessed approximately half the strength of Sigu at his zenith. Although Sigu had also expended considerable energy, he still retained 70 to 80% of his power. In comparison, the blood ink clone found it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, it could delay for a moment. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Identical ninjutsu. Identical figures. The scene resembled a mirror image. When the wind techniques collided, the velocity was astonishing. The short black hair danced wildly in the gale. Mo Feng observed the battle quietly. The soldier pill in his stomach replenished the chakra he had just expended. The strength of the blood ink clone had advanced to this extent. Mo Feng wondered if it would yield similar results against a bloodline limit. A question crept into Mo Feng's mind. Although Sigu was a jonin, he was merely an ordinary one. Strong as he was, he still fell within the realm of typical ninjas. Ultimately, this world was dominated by bloodline ninjas. If he could replicate the strength of bloodline users with sufficient materials, Mo Feng's power would significantly enhance. Unfortunately, the chakra of the blood ink clone would dissipate once exhausted. Even if left inactive, it could not last more than an hour. The capabilities of the Yunju pen were still insufficient. Mo Feng sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. What the hell is this ninjutsu? Sugu gazed at the blood ink manifestation before him, his face contorted with rage. To his dismay, all of his abilities had been replicated. No matter the technique he employed, the opponent could mirror it with equal precision. Although the potency of their attacks fell short of his, the disparity was negligible. This suffocating combat left Sugu deeply unsettled. He could not allow this situation to persist. If Baomu and the others resolved their own battles while he remained ensnared here, he would undoubtedly face their ridicule for years to come. His gaze shifted towards the figure of Mafeng, who leaned against a nearby tree. This enigmatic ninjutsu had been devised by the Konoha genin. Eliminating him was certain to free Sugu from this predicament. With this thought, Sugu made his decision. But first, he had to extricate himself from the clutches of the blood ink manifestation. Speed. That was the only solution. In the recent clash, Sugu had discerned that the overall strength of the blood ink manifestation was still inferior to his own. Resolute, Sugu advanced and delivered a powerful punch to the blood ink manifestation. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the manifestation to stagger back a step, while Sugu remained steadfast. A flicker of joy ignited within Sugu. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Without hesitation, he began to move swiftly, attempting to shake off the blood ink manifestation. It, too, responded by pursuing him relentlessly. Yet, as Sugu's speed intensified, the blood ink manifestation began to falter. A glimmer of determination sparked in Sugu's eyes. This was the moment. He rapidly formed seals with his hands. Wind release. Air bullet. A B-rank ninjutsu capable of bypassing obstacles to strike targets behind them. By the time the blood ink manifestation realized the impending threat, it was too late. The wind release shot forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at Mafeng, who widened his eyes in terror. To Mafeng's astonishment, Sugu still possessed the strength to launch an attack against him at this juncture. What to do? In a heartbeat, Mafeng contemplated his options. Ink release? No. Without the Zihai brush, he could not execute it. Water release? Impossible, as there was no water source. Utilizing a large amount of chakra was necessary. However, Mafeng only had a meager amount of chakra restored by the military rice pill. Even if he could perform water release, It would be insufficient to counter such an onslaught. Evade? Not feasible. The area was too expansive, and his current form could not move swiftly enough. Yunju brush? No. He lacked the chakra for another use. What other options remained? Moffing's gaze fell upon the slender ink bottle at his waist. It seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. With a deft flick of his right index finger, ink surged forth from the bottle. A manifestation of water-based chakra control. Water manipulation. His finger moved again. Moffing furrowed his brow, watching as the air bullet approached with alarming proximity. The ink began to trace intricate patterns in midair, flowing effortlessly. The experience gained from using the Yunju brush earlier proved invaluable at this moment. In an instant, Moffing felt a newfound essence infuse his creation, a resonance he had never experienced before. A moment of clarity washed over him. Finger down. The technique was complete. A dark shield materialized out of thin air, emanating a faint ink-like glow. Bang! The projectile struck the ink shield with tremendous force. The noise reverberated as if it had crashed against a metallic barrier. With a resounding crash, both entities dissipated into nothingness. The wind calmed. The shield vanished. Only a gentle breeze remained. What? How could this be possible? Suyo was taken aback, astonished that what seemed like a certain strike had missed entirely. Damn it! Suyo cursed under his breath, only to be met with an onslaught from blood ink at that very moment. A punch was thrown. It connected squarely with Suyo's cheek. Crack! Under the weight of the blow, Suyo was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree. The tree collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Suyo spat out a mouthful of blood. Another injury. Ink Blade exhaled in relief, gazing at his hands with joy. He then closed his eyes, absorbing the recent epiphany. Ink Bone Spirit. Success. Thus, Ink Blade's understanding of ink escape ascended to a second tier. Ink Bone. The blood within him seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming vibrant with life. The sensation was utterly exquisite. The military rations were fully digested, and the depleted chakra rapidly replenished. Inkblade felt as if he had entered a new realm. The pain that once plagued his body had diminished significantly. With a thought, he felt a deeper connection to the purple brush. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the purple brush, embedded in the tree trunk, hummed and flew back to Inkblade's grasp. Writing with his finger had become a reality, but the power still paled in comparison to that of the purple brush. The chakra expenditure was also doubled. Thus, this brush could not be lost. Nevertheless, successfully executing the ninjutsu filled Inkblade with exhilaration. It validated that he was on the right path. Bastard. Damn it, that Leaf Village Chunin, I will never forgive you. At that moment, Suyo, sprawled beneath the fallen tree, roared in fury. His grotesque visage had lost all semblance of humanity. Rage consumed his every emotion. Wind release. Pressure damage. All of his chakra converged into a final offensive. Suyo unleashed his most potent ninjutsu. The wind release coalesced into a high-pressure wind sphere, continually compressing within Suyo's mouth. At this moment, his mouth transformed into a cannon. The high-pressure wind sphere became a formidable artillery. The frenzied chakra output made this wind sphere appear even more terrifying than typical pressure damage. Suyo was now fighting with desperation. After being unable to defeat a mere Chunin for so long, Suyo felt as though his dignity had been trampled under Inkblade's foot. The humiliation, anger, and other emotions surged within him in an instant. With this move, Suyo intended to obliterate Inkblade. The astonishing power made even Inkblade, who had just forged his ink bone, glance askance. Though his chakra had somewhat recovered, it was still less than half. A single military ration could not restore all his chakra, and the power of this attack was undoubtedly fearsome. In a moment of intense thought, the Blood Ink avatar returned to Mo Feng's side. With a gentle extension of his right hand, he pressed lightly against the back of the Blood Ink avatar. Following that touch, the avatar merged back into Mo Feng's body, replenishing his remaining chakra to 3/4 of its capacity. A sudden sensation surged within Mo Feng, as if an unfamiliar essence had fused with him through the avatar. However, the urgency of the situation left him no time for contemplation. Grasping the purple brush firmly, he took a deep breath. The scroll soared forth, and with a flourish of his brush, the ink bones took shape. Mo Feng's speed and chakra flow accelerated dramatically. While using his fingers as a brush and the air as a scroll was straightforward, it consumed more chakra and diminished the power of his technique, rendering it unsuitable for the current predicament. That particular move required his utmost effort to counter. The surrounding wind technique had gathered completely. It was unleashed. Wind release. Compression. The compressed wind projectiles surged forth, uprooting trees in their path as if a typhoon had swept through. Mo Feng stood resolute, unflinching. As the elements of his painting came to fruition, ink release, great wall. A vast wall emerged from the scroll and descended before him, covered in moss and exuding an ancient aura. The wall was several meters thick and appeared immensely sturdy. Boom. The wind projectiles collided forcefully with the great wall. The winds intensified. The surrounding trees were utterly decimated, retreating in disarray. Even the massive stones trembled slightly in the aftermath. Behind the great wall, the weakened Mo Feng remained still, unwavering. Astonishingly, the ferocious wind projectiles inflicted not a scratch upon the wall. The remarkable defense was evident. As the fierce wind subsided, the great wall stood untouched, with not a single mote of moss disturbed. How could this be? Yatsu stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before him. His strongest technique had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. What manner of shinobi was this Leaf Village genin? Just a moment ago, he had been utterly overpowered. Yet now he exhibited such astounding defensive ninjutsu. What had transpired in that brief interlude? Mo Feng remained oblivious to Yatsu's thoughts. He merely caressed the heavy wall. A flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. In an instant, the mottled wall transformed back into ink, dissipating into the ether. With a soft sigh, Mo Feng said nothing. The emergence of that technique had been purely coincidental. In a moment of clarity, he felt that perhaps only it could safeguard him. Its appearance had also stirred memories from his past, yet those days had long since faded. Mo Feng had not anticipated the remarkable strength of the defense. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to Yatsu, who was not far off. Both their chakras were nearly depleted. It seemed that the previous technique had drained a substantial amount of Yatsu's chakra, leaving him now as nothing more than a spent force. Mo Feng spoke softly, his right hand gently gripping the purple brush. The battlefield has returned to a level playing field. Yatsu's expression darkened to an extreme, as he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Initially, he merely wished to effortlessly claim the head of Mokyufeng and then flaunt his victory before Baomo. However, now, even a win would likely subject him to ridicule. This insufferable brat. I never imagined you possessed such an array of peculiar techniques, forcing me into this predicament. Yet, the ultimate victory will still belong to me. Yatsu sneered coldly, not conceding defeat. To maintain such confidence at this juncture is indeed rare. Mokyufeng chuckled lightly, the threat posed by Yatsu diminishing rapidly in his eyes. He is merely a lowly shinobi. Do you think I would fear you? After employing so many techniques, I refuse to believe you still have ample chakra left. Yatsu growled through gritted teeth. Not much remains, but it is sufficient to eliminate you. His eyes glinted with intensity as he wielded the purple brush once more. Arrows continuously formed within the scroll. Each stroke manifested as an arrow. Yatsu's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Mokyufeng still possessed chakra. Ink release. Ink arrow barrage. Dozens of arrows soared from the scroll, shooting skyward like a swarm of dark clouds. Yet, this ominous cloud soon plummeted from the heavens, like a rain of arrows. No, Yatsu screamed in despair, attempting to evade, but with chakra depleted and injuries sustained. He could not move swiftly. In an instant, the arrow storm descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of inky arrows sliced through the air, embedding themselves into the ground. Yatsu remained motionless, his face frozen in terror. Countless arrows pierced his body. How could this be? Yatsu murmured softly. Before he could utter another word, silence enveloped him. The dark arrows transformed into streams of ink, flowing across the earth. In the next moment, the multitude of wounds erupted with blood. Blood gushed forth. The scene became eerily surreal. Gazing upon the lifeless Yatsu, Mokyufeng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His back was drenched in a mixture of blood and sweat. The perspiration seeped into his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. That was close. I nearly met my end here. Had it not been for my sudden comprehension of the ink-bone realm, I would have surely become Yatsu's fallen minion by now. Just as Mokyufeng began to relax, he heard rustling sounds emanating from the forest. Who goes there? Startled, Mokyufeng quickly rose to his feet. A yellow figure emerged from the woodland, landing before him. Upon seeing this, Mokyufeng's tense nerves finally eased. Mokyufeng, are you all right? The newcomer was none other than Minato. Seeing the injured Mokyufeng, Minato was taken aback. Mokyufeng smiled wryly and replied, Minato, your timing is impeccable. Had it not been for my good fortune, you would have had to retrieve my corpse. Mo Qifeng's disheveled appearance did indeed seem rather tragic, yet it appeared he was not in any mortal danger. Watergate chuckled. You cannot blame me. I had 6 ninjas at my disposal, a jonin and 2 chunin. It is quite commendable that we arrived here so swiftly. How do you feel? Mo Feng slowly rose to his feet and replied, I am not dead yet, and I have gained much, observing the joy on Mo Feng's face. Watergate felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from probing further. Our immediate priority is to leave this place, he thought. Mo Feng, is your injury severe? We must depart quickly. These grass ninjas have intercepted us, indicating our movements are completely exposed. They are merely the vanguard. If they do not return, reinforcements will soon arrive to hunt us down. At these words, the joy on Mo Feng's face gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. Watergate spoke the truth. Now is not the time to relax. We have already sent out the intelligence. Jiraiya-sensei will be waiting at the designated location. It will take approximately an hour to traverse the border from here. Mo Feng murmured, I fear that the road ahead is fraught with more grass ninjas. Given our current predicament, it may not bode well, particularly considering your injuries. Watergate gazed anxiously at Mo Feng's battered body. Such wounds would make it exceedingly difficult to cross the border. Mo Feng looked at his scarred physique and smiled. There is no need for concern. No need for concern? Watergate was taken aback, then suddenly realized something and said earnestly, Mo Feng, I will not abandon you. Mo Feng felt warmth in his heart, understanding that Watergate thought he intended to leave him behind. Brother Watergate, that is not my meaning. These injuries are inconsequential. As he spoke, he tossed a soldier's food pill into his mouth to replenish his chakra and formed hand seals. Blood ink clone. Release. A wisp of blood energy emanated from Mo Feng, dissipating like smoke. To Watergate's astonishment, the wounds on Mo Feng's body gradually began to heal, scabbing over completely. Seeing this, Mo Feng shook his head slightly, inwardly acknowledging, with insufficient chakra, even if I release the blood ink clone, I cannot fully heal. But this will suffice. At least it does not hinder our movement. Mo Feng, what is happening? Is this a medical ninjutsu? Watergate inquired, astonished. It is not precisely medical ninjutsu. It is a protective measure I established outside my body using ink release, effectively isolating me from attacks. Once this layer of protection is lifted, the wounds will recover somewhat. Mo Feng trusted Watergate, but did not wish to reveal all his secrets. Some matters are best kept known to fewer individuals. His explanation assuaged Watergate's curiosity without causing incredulity, so that is it. While this concept may seem simple, executing it must be quite challenging, Watergate remarked, gazing at Mo Feng in amazement, pondering when he had developed such a defensive technique. Indeed, this significantly increases our chances of escaping. Watergate exclaimed joyfully. Mo Feng's gaze, however, fell upon Watergate's arm, where a deep wound marred his skin. Mo Feng furrowed his brow and murmured, Brother Watergate, you are injured. It's nothing, merely a minor wound. Without a hint of concern, Minato casually raised his arm to indicate that he was unscathed. However, from the subtle shifts in his expression, Mo Feng discerned that his injury was indeed severe. It was likely that Minato had resorted to a perilous tactic in order to swiftly conclude the battle, trading his well-being for victory. With an injury sustained, his combat prowess would inevitably be compromised, making the task of breaching the border all the more daunting. Should Jiraiya create another disturbance, it might not unfold as smoothly as before. How could they ensure a safe departure? Minato, please do not overexert yourself. Tend to your wounds first, Mo Feng urged, producing medical supplies to bandage Minato's injury. Minato did not refuse. Brother Minato, I have devised a method that should facilitate our escape from the land of grass, significantly reducing the associated risks. What method? Minato inquired, curiosity piqued. The prospect of safely exiting the land of grass would undoubtedly be a boon. My ink ninjutsu has advanced to a considerable level, allowing me to employ a secret technique. Unlike conventional transformation techniques, this one can entirely replicate a person's aura and chakra. Upon hearing this, Minato was astonished. Such a ninjutsu existed? It was as if it had been crafted specifically for infiltration purposes. However, as my ink ninjutsu is not yet fully developed, its duration is limited to approximately 1 hour. We must be mindful of time. An hour? That should suffice. Minato murmured softly. Before we proceed, I hope you can keep this a secret, Brother Minato. A secret? Minato asked, puzzled. Mo Feng smiled wryly. I would prefer not to be assigned to a spy unit due to this technique. Minato's understanding dawned, and he chuckled. All right, no problem. Excellent. Now, let us put it to the test. Brother Minato, please wait a moment. Mo Feng approached the body of Yatsuya and made an incision. As Yatsuya had only recently passed, the blood had yet to congeal. Drawing upon the chakra released from the digested food pills within, Mo Feng retrieved a purple brush, a glimmer of gold illuminating its tip. The appearance of the Yunju brush was faintly discernible. Mo Feng was reluctant to reveal the existence of the Yunju brush. Absorbing the blood, Mo Feng meticulously sketched Yatsuya's likeness onto a scroll. The drawing was completed swiftly. Mo Feng then formed hand seals. Blood ink clone manifest. An identical Yatsuya emerged from the drawing and materialized before Minato. This time, Mo Feng did not prioritize combat strength. Thus, he allocated only a minimal amount of chakra to create the blood ink clone. Brother Minato, I will now envelop you with this clone. Please relax and do not resist. Minato nodded, anticipation evident in his demeanor. Mo Feng gently tapped with his right hand, and the blood ink clone melded into Minato's body. In an instant, Minato's visage transformed, astonishingly resembling Yatsuya. Remarkable, Minato exclaimed, producing a mirror from seemingly nowhere to gaze at his reflection, astonished. Identical. Unlike the illusory changes of a mere transformation technique, this blood ink clone's embodiment felt as though he had genuinely become that person. Even the most familiar of faces would fail to detect any flaw. This will suffice. Brother Sui, take me to the bodies of the other grass ninjas. I too need to disguise myself. All right, let's go. After the two finished dealing with Sui's body, they departed from the location. A few minutes later, Sui and Baomu left for the border, completely erasing all traces of the battle. I heard that the ninjas from Konoha infiltrated Grass City. I wonder how things are going? I'm not sure. However, Lord Baomu and Lord Sui have already set out to capture them. I hear they are just two youngsters. It shouldn't be a problem. With both Lord Baomu and Lord Sui on the mission, there should be no issues. What concerns me more is this. The leader seems to be contemplating something strange, agreeing to the Rock Ninja Village's actions against Konoha. If this continues, regardless of victory or defeat, our Grass Ninja Village will suffer. Sai, what can we do? Our village cannot defy the Rock Ninja Village. It's truly disheartening. These large villages only know how to bully us smaller nations. It's infuriating. Under the night sky, two Chunin were engaged in a discussion filled with dissatisfaction. This is the lament of being a small nation. What are you two talking about? Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted their conversation. The two were startled and quickly turned to see who it was. Upon recognition, they shivered. Lord Sui, Lord Baomu, keep a good watch at night. Do not chatter idly. War could erupt at any moment, so remain vigilant. Yes, Lord Sui, the Chunin replied hastily. All right, Baomu and I need to head to the Land of Fire on some missions. You must ensure that no one enters. Understood? Yes, Lord Sui. Sui nodded and departed together with Baomu. The two Chunin finally exhaled in relief. That scared me. Thankfully, Lord Sui had urgent matters. Otherwise, we would have faced a reprimand. Enough of that. Let's focus on keeping watch. With both Lord Sui and Lord Baomu dispatched, war may truly be upon us. After saying this, both displayed serious expressions. Outside the border, Jiraiya paced anxiously. I wonder how Minato and Mofing are faring. Why haven't they sent any word back? Could something have gone wrong? A sense of worry crept into Jiraiya's heart. No, I must go out and check. With that thought, Jiraiya prepared to leave the cave. Just then, two figures burst into the cave. Who goes there? Jiraiya shouted, his expression shifting upon seeing them. The familiar headbands and attire of grass ninjas indicated they had found this place. Teacher Jiraiya, it's us. The familiar voice quelled Jiraiya's rising hostility. Minato? Looking at the grass ninjas before him, Jiraiya was astonished. No, this aura and appearance. This is not Minato. Sui turned to Baomu and said, Mofing, we've found Teacher Jiraiya. This ninjutsu can be dispelled. With that, the bloodlust emanating from Minato dissipated, restoring him to his original form. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, filled with astonishment. This ninjutsu, Teacher Jiraiya. Now is not the time for explanations. We must leave this place quickly. Although they managed to deceive the grass ninja, it was uncertain when the truth would be uncovered. Jiraiya nodded and declared, let us depart. Without further exchange, the trio swiftly left. The anticipated battle did not ensue, and the retreat was surprisingly effortless. Along the way, Jiraiya learned from Minato about the mission's developments. It appeared that the rock ninja could no longer contain themselves, and Konoha's situation was unlikely to improve. With a sigh, Jiraiya felt a twinge of concern for Konoha's future, fearing it might devolve into a 1-versus-4 scenario. Tsunade had yet to recover, and it was uncertain whether she could withstand the pressure when the time came. Fortunately, he, along with Orochimaru and Shoma, could provide support. Jiraiya-sensei, should we remain at the border or return to Konoha? Moffing inquired. Our mission is complete. Let us retrieve Shinosuke and then return to Konoha. However, I fear we shall not remain there long before we are summoned back. Once war breaks out, my role as a battlefield commander will be indispensable. As for the return journey of Jiraiya's team, that remains uncertain. 3 days later, Jiraiya's team arrived back in Konoha, only to be met with shocking news. Konoha White Fang has committed suicide. Old man, what on earth happened? Shoma exclaimed. Wasn't he on a mission in Sunagakure? How could he take his own life? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the third Hokage, confusion etched on his face. Behind him, Moffing and the others shared his astonishment. The third Hokage's expression was as grim as the waters of a stormy sea, the smoke from his pipe curling upward in sorrowful spirals. Clearly, the third Hokage had also been suffering in recent days. It was unexpected to reach such a dire conclusion. The White Fang had succumbed to despair. Consequently, the third great ninja war would soon erupt in full force. Moffing sighed inwardly. The wheel of fate continued to turn relentlessly, and the White Fang could not escape his destiny. Moffing felt a twinge of fondness for the man he had only met briefly. It was tragic for a hero to meet such a pathetic end. Yet, that was the extent of his sentiment. Moffing had his own troubles to contend with. With the war looming, his current strength would hardly assure his survival through this impending calamity. Jiraiya, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a moment. The third Hokage said, his bloodshot eyes revealing the weight of his grief. At a loss for words, Jiraiya turned and departed with the others. The third Hokage gazed at the intelligence report before him, murmuring, Shoma, you remain as steadfast as ever. But is it truly necessary? A long sigh lingered in the air, its significance lost on all. In the Yukiju residence, Moffing sat cross-legged above a pool of ink. His chakra surged within him, and this recent breakthrough had brought him closer to the rank of Jonin. With the mastery of ink release, he found that his skills had greatly improved. The successful use of his fingers as a brush had alleviated many of his previous weaknesses. Slowly opening his eyes, Moffing mused, with the ink bone mastered. Perhaps I can attempt that technique. As the conversation unfolded, the purple brush was already firmly grasped in hand. The strokes danced fluidly across the surface. Within the scroll, a bare-chested Vajra had been meticulously completed. Ninjutsu, Super Divine Foe Painting. This Super Divine Foe Painting, classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, possesses formidable destructive power. With a low command, the Vajra soared from the scroll, landing before Mo-Fong. Mo-Fong furrowed his brow slightly, his right hand gently caressing it. Oddly, this sensation seemed inferior to that of the Super Beast Foe Painting. What could be amiss? The Super Divine Foe Painting is an advanced version of the Super Beast Foe Painting. Such a discrepancy should not occur. There were no apparent errors in the execution steps or methods. Where had the flaw arisen? Mo-Fong felt perplexed. Suddenly, he retrieved an aged scroll from his ninja tool pouch. It was indeed the final means of self-preservation left to him by Yunju Hualang. This scroll contained the Super Divine Foe Painting, inscribed with all of Yunju Hualang's chakra. Previously, he had intended to use it against the four corners, but unexpectedly, he had managed to break through, leaving him with this trump card. Would there be answers here? As he pondered, Mo-Fong unfurled the scroll. The same Vajra statue appeared, flawless in every detail. The flow of chakra remained unchanged. Yet, he could not unleash its intended power. Mo-Fong remained confused. Was it possible that his realm was insufficient? That should not be the case. According to the records of Yunju's secret techniques, the corresponding secret technique for the Inkbone realm was indeed the Super Divine Foe Painting. The 3 realms of ink escape correspond to different ink escape techniques. It is akin to the Sharingan, which is divided into the single tomo, double tomo, triple tomo, kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Some secret techniques seem to be inherited through blood. Once the realm is attained, they awaken naturally, much like the skills of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Thus, it was only natural for Mo-Fong to feel such bewilderment. He could utilize the Super Divine Foe Painting, yet its power should not be so meager. Even the first usage should not yield such results. Indeed, it was even weaker than the Super Beast foe painting, which was utterly inconceivable. After scrutinizing for quite some time without discerning any differences, Mo Feng could only reluctantly stow the scroll away, pondering over it later. Muttering to himself, Mo Feng departed from the Yunji residence. On an uninhabited hilltop, clad in ink-colored attire, Mo Feng silently appeared. With the purple brush drawn forth, he began to depict his own likeness upon the scroll. Ink escape. Ink clone technique. The ink clone emerged from the scroll, landing beside him. The ink clone technique, akin to the shadow clone technique, creates tangible duplicates. Mo Feng shed his outer garment, revealing a torso that had begun to take form. Handing the purple brush to the ink clone, Mo Feng instructed, "Commence." The ink clone, without further ado, accepted the brush and began to illustrate upon Mo Feng's back. Were a mere mortal to witness this, they might mistakenly believe Mo Feng was to be tattooed. In truth, such a notion was not entirely misplaced. However, the purpose of this tattoo was anything but simple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that under the ink clone's diligent strokes, a pair of lifelike wings gradually took shape upon Mo Feng's back. The ink clone was meticulous in its artistry, and the wings were exquisitely detailed. The pair of wings took a full 10 minutes to be completed. Once finished, the ink figure vanished from sight. Feeling the ink wings that had formed behind him, Ink Blade formed a seal with his hands. Ink escape. Ink wing technique. As he spoke, enormous ink wings unfurled from his back, stretching nearly 3 meters in length. With a mere thought, the wings flapped, stirring a tempest that lifted Ink Blade skyward, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. Elated, Ink Blade exclaimed, "Indeed, it works." Having reached the ink bone realm and learned to wield his fingers as brushes to paint upon the void, Ink Escape had gradually transcended the limitations of the scrolls. These ink wings could directly influence the human body, eliminating the need to sketch an ink eagle for flight. When applied in combat, they could yield astonishing results. Ink Blade had contemplated this idea for quite some time. Having read numerous novels in his past life, it was impossible for him not to entertain thoughts of flight. These ink wings were the culmination of his reflections. In Ink Blade's hands, the art of ink escape would reveal boundless potential. As long as he could envision it, he could gradually bring it to fruition with the brush in hand. Infinite imagination was, after all, the greatest weapon he possessed after mastering ink escape. Previously, his limited realm hindered many of his aspirations, rendering his combat style somewhat monotonous. But now, the situation had changed. With these thoughts, Ink Blade felt his heart swell with excitement. He decided to test his speed. With a flash of ink-colored brilliance, he soared through the sky, moving faster than an ink eagle. Flight is a dream shared by all humanity. It is this very dream that has given rise to countless myths. An hour later, Ink Blade finally calmed his exhilaration and descended slowly from the heavens. This newfound ability would surely enhance his survival rate on the battlefield. He murmured to himself and donned his attire once more. With water escape, ink escape, and now the ink wing technique, Ink Blade had acquired combat capabilities across land, water, and air. Regarding water escape, he had other plans as well. Currently, his mastery of water escape consisted mainly of C-rank ninjutsu, which lacked significant offensive power. As for higher-level water escape techniques, they were not readily accessible to him. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were not particularly skilled in water escape, and thus were unlikely to possess any advanced techniques. Even if they did, they might not share them with Ink Blade. Fortunately, the advancement of ink escape had reduced his reliance on water escape considerably. However, possessing a greater variety of ninjutsu techniques was always advantageous. Moreover, the restrictions imposed by ink escape regarding ink remained a concern. An excessive dependence on tools was never ideal, and the consumption of blood as ink through the cloud-dwelling brush was substantial. Consequently, Ink Blade's demand for water escape persisted. The most proficient in water escape were undoubtedly the Mist Village, yet accessing them to obtain advanced techniques was no easy feat among the Leaf Village. As far as he knew, only the second Hokage was exceptionally skilled in water escape. Renowned for his flying thunder god technique, he was hailed as the fastest ninja in the world. However, before the creation of the flying thunder god technique, he had already made a name for himself with his mastery of water escape. It is said he once held the title of water god, though the truth of this remains uncertain. The advanced water release techniques of the second Hokage are likely documented within the Book of Seals. Contemplating this, Mo Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Acquiring the Book of Seals is no simple task. One must obtain the consent of the Hokage to peruse it. This prerequisite hinges on the Hokage's esteem and military accomplishments. Orochimaru, renowned for his feats, was held in high regard by the third Hokage. Thus he had once perused the Book of Seals. Mo Feng speculated that during that opportunity, Orochimaru feigned an interest in learning the triple Rashomon, while secretly recording forbidden techniques, such as the impure world reincarnation. The fact that Minato had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique indicated that he had not yet accessed the Book of Seals. Surely, it was during these past few years that he had achieved remarkable military exploits to earn such an opportunity. If I too could establish notable accomplishments and gain access to the Book of Seals, that would become Mo Feng's next objective. Contemplating the formidable water release techniques of the second Hokage from the original work ignited a fervor within him. The failure of the super god pseudo painting only intensified his yearning for powerful offensive ninjutsu. The water release secrets contained within the Book of Seals evidently aligned with Mo Feng's developmental aspirations. Taking several deep breaths, Mo Feng alleviated his restless emotions and prepared to return to the village. He felt quite satisfied with today's gains. The remaining journey could be taken slowly. There was no need for haste, as such matters could not be rushed. As he made his way back, Mo Feng suddenly halted. Was someone there? His ears perked up as he sensed the presence of another not far off. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Passing through a small grove, he beheld a familiar, slender figure. Silver hair, a black mask, and a white short blade relentlessly striking the trunk of a large tree, leaving behind a series of deep gashes. Though he could not see the person's face, the palpable rage emanating from them was unmistakable. Is it him? What is he doing here? Kakashi had not been faring well in recent days. In fact, one could assert that these had been the most arduous days of his life. Just a few days prior, he was the illustrious son of the Konoha White Fang. Yet, overnight, a hero had transformed into a coward who abandoned his mission. Even more unfathomable was the fact that he had taken his own life. Kakashi had never envisioned such an occurrence befalling him. He could not comprehend why his usually resilient father would make such a choice. Why? Why choose cowardice? Why abandon the mission? Why escape through suicide? Each strike of the blade echoed with a cry of fury. His youthful voice reverberated through the forest. The haunting image of his father's lifeless body replayed incessantly in his mind. The sorrowful emotions spread like wildfire. The multitude of gashes spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. That small frame unleashed an astonishing strength. Tears streamed endlessly from his eyes. The seemingly cold and strong little boy also bore his own vulnerabilities. In the morning hall, Kakashi had remained silent for 2 days. Ultimately, he could no longer endure it. His presence here was to unreservedly express his emotions. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. No matter how mature one may be, it is impossible to completely conceal one's emotions. When Mafeng arrived, Kakashi had already lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. Observing Kakashi's emotional turmoil from a distance, Mafeng remained motionless. This prodigious youth was encountering the first pivotal moment of his life, the death of his father. However, this was not the conclusion of his tragedy, but merely the beginning. For this was a man destined to be haunted by tragedy throughout his existence. Mafeng felt a tinge of sympathy for his fate. A deep sigh startled Kakashi back to reality. Who? His bloodshot eyes immediately fixed on Mafeng, as he hastily wiped away his tears, unwilling to leave any impression of weakness on anyone. I apologize for the interruption. I was merely passing by, Mafeng said, revealing no intention to hide upon being noticed by Kakashi. You. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on Mafeng, memories flooded back of their previous encounter on the day of enrollment, when he had met this slightly older boy alongside his father. Back then, he had been with the son of the third Hokage, who had praised Mafeng. Mafeng was taken aback, surprised that Kakashi remembered him. I didn't expect you to recall me, he said with a smile. Kakashi remained silent, leaving Mafeng feeling somewhat awkward after being met with indifference. Kakashi stood there like a soulless puppet, and Mafeng couldn't help but lament the absence of the once vibrant Kakashi he had known. If not for his familiar features, Mafeng might have thought he had mistaken the person. Mafeng felt compelled to say something, yet words eluded him. Kakashi gazed at Mafeng, recalling Shumo's words from that fateful day. The path of a ninja is shrouded in mist. Ninjas often find themselves ensnared in confusion, unable to escape. Kakashi, if you ever find yourself lost in the fog, perhaps you could seek out Mafeng for a meaningful conversation. Shumo's voice echoed in his mind. though the man had departed this world forever. Mofing-senpai, why do you wish to become a ninja? Kakashi's sudden inquiry broke Mofing's contemplation of whether he should take his leave. Mofing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Kakashi to initiate conversation. Given what he knew of Kakashi, it seemed more likely that he would withdraw rather than engage. Had he misjudged the situation? After a brief moment of surprise, Mofing began to ponder Kakashi's question seriously. Why did he aspire to be a ninja? Kakashi had likely lost all hope of his own aspirations to become a ninja after Shumo's demise, thus prompting such a question. With this thought, Mofing sighed once more. To be a ninja? Perhaps it is simply the desire to seize control of one's own destiny. Kakashi's pupils widened slightly, revealing his confusion. Seize control of your destiny? Indeed. Life is fleeting, like grass that flourishes for but a season. If one cannot even grasp their own fate, and must rely on the mercy of others for their very existence, that is truly pitiful. Kakashi fell silent once more. If one day, when striving to protect what one holds dear, one finds oneself utterly powerless, what profound helplessness that must be. I have experienced it, and thus I am acutely aware of the discomfort that accompanies such a feeling. At this juncture, Phone could not help but recall his past life, where he felt similarly constrained. Kakashi remained silent, yet the complexity of emotions in his eyes was palpable. Kakashi, like you, I too have lost my father. I was merely 6 years old at the time. Hence, I comprehend your feelings at this moment. Kakashi's expression softened. A shared fate? The loss of a father in childhood? I have also heard tales of Senior Shoumao. Indeed, he miscalculated amidst the weighing of gains and losses. Kakashi's demeanor darkened. Was it truly the consensus that it was his father's fault? Yet, one could hardly blame him for choosing to abandon the mission to rescue a comrade, which led to failure and immense loss for the village. From any perspective, it seemed an erroneous decision. However, it is precisely because of comrades like Senior Shoumao that the profession of a ninja does not appear devoid of compassion. After all, humanity must harbor emotions. Should one become merely a tool driven by self-interest, what difference would there be between living and dying? Kakashi was taken aback. Perhaps to others, Senior Shoumao was perceived as a failure, a coward. Yet, in my eyes, he embodies the spirit of a great hero. Kakashi gazed at Phone, lost in thought. A comrade worthy of trust. Phone smiled, uncertain why he felt compelled to share these sentiments with Kakashi. The emotions simply flowed forth, unbidden. Thank you. The words emerged laboriously from Kakashi's lips, tinged with a bittersweet blend of sorrow and joy. Phone approached Kakashi, his tear-stained eyes evoking deep sympathy. In an impulsive moment, he reached out, gently ruffling Kakashi's silver hair, which felt somewhat unkempt and oily, perhaps having gone unwashed for several days. For a moment, Kakashi forgot to evade the gesture. Phone leaned closer to Kakashi's ear and whispered, Kakashi, those we have lost would never wish to see us in such anguish. Kakashi nodded slightly. After patting Kakashi's shoulder, Phone turned to leave. Kakashi, do not disappoint Senior Shoumao's expectations of you. Perhaps he is watching you from somewhere. As Feng's figure receded into the distance, Kakashi remained silent. After a long pause, he glanced at the white-toothed short blade in his hand, lost in contemplation. Encountering Kakashi had awakened a sense of alertness within Phone. This world of ninjas is still rife with peril, and his own strength is far from sufficient to seize control of his destiny. I shall survive. Phone clenched his fist and strode towards the village. In the 40 years of Konoha, the Third Shinobi World War was about to commence. The third Kazekage had gone missing, and Sunagakure blamed Konoha for it. The suicide of White Fang further emboldened Sunagakure, prompting them to take the initiative in declaring war. Iwagakure, witnessing Sunagakure's aggression, hesitated no longer and simultaneously launched their invasion. Kimogakure was also preparing their defensive lines, though they had yet to make any overt moves. Mist Hidden maintains a watchful stance, remaining still and silent. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage gazes at his 3 beloved disciples. Jiraiya, I entrust the situation in the Rock Village to you. Lead 3,000 shinobi to confront them. Yes, old man. Jiraiya responds. The third Hokage then turns his attention to Tsunade. Tsunade, you shall lead the Inoshikacho formation along with 2,000 shinobi to the Sand Village battlefield. Master, I wish to refuse, Tsunade protests, but the third Hokage raises a hand, saying, Tsunade, your hemophobia has yet to be resolved, and ideally, you should not be assigned a task. However, the situation is dire. If there is no skilled medical ninja at the sand battlefield, countless shinobi may perish from poison. Thus, even if you do not engage in battle, you must go to the sand battlefield to save lives. The strategic aspects will be handled by Kakashi. The Hyuga clan will also send their elite to accompany you. Very well, Tsunade concedes reluctantly, knowing the urgency of the moment. Yet, she is uncertain of her own capabilities. Upon her agreement, the third Hokage refrains from further comments. Orochimaru, there are significant movements from the Cloud Village. We do not know when they will strike. You shall lead 2,000 shinobi to guard against any potential attacks. Should the Cloud Village indeed commence war, I will dispatch an additional 1,000 shinobi to assist you. Yes, Sensei Sarutobi. At this moment, the number of shinobi in Konoha is approximately 12,000. With 8 to 9,000 dispatched, they are already in a precarious position. If Mist Hidden decides to act, it may lead to a full-scale mobilization. The Sand Village is the weakest, thus the smallest contingent is sent. Yet even the weakest Sand Village boasts around 10,000 shinobi, making this conflict formidable. Old man, Mist Hidden is currently quiet, but one cannot guarantee they will remain so. What is your plan? Jiraiya inquires. The third Hokage falls silent. Everyone present understands that if Shikamaru were still alive, this question would not arise. However, with Shikamaru's suicide, this vacant front line has become quite troublesome. After a long pause, the third Hokage exhales deeply. And the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya is taken aback, surprised by the third Hokage's mention of the Uchiha clan. It is not that the Uchiha lack strength, but rather their status is exceedingly sensitive. Since the second Hokage, there has been a trend of suppressing the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage has always been hesitant to allow the Uchiha to achieve great deeds, fearing it could lead to unnecessary complications, especially in the absence of the Senju clan. If the Uchiha were to command a front line and succeed, their merits would be great enough to rival the position of Hokage. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckles softly, yet shows no surprise. Now is not the time for such considerations. Any issues can be addressed after our victory, the third Hokage murmurs. The three share a silent understanding and refrain from further discussion. Umbu, relay the order. All Genin who meet the mission requirements shall be directly promoted to Chunin without the need for the Chunin exams. Chunin who fulfill their mission quotas may submit applications for Jounin, which I will personally approve. The third Hokage commands the Umbu present, and those gathered react without surprise. This is a tradition during wartime, particularly in its early stages, as it allows for a more effective allocation of personnel, selecting the most capable individuals and assigning them to appropriate roles. Even if assessments are required, they are conducted swiftly and simply, unlike the cumbersome Chunin exams of later generations. In the 7th training ground, Jiraiya presented 3 appointment letters to Mo Fong and his companions. Master Jiraiya, what is this? Watergate inquired, puzzled. Chunin appointment letters? Mo Fong stared at the task scroll in astonishment, bewildered. How did I suddenly become a Chunin? Is there no examination? Watergate's letter bore the title of Jonin, raising further questions. Strange, isn't there a Chunin exam? Shinjiro voiced the curiosity shared by the trio. Ordinarily, such examinations are essential. However, given the urgency of the situation, there is neither time nor energy for them. Mo Fong and Shinjiro's workload has already met the standards for Chunin, while Watergate's strength and experience have reached the threshold for Jonin, thus warranting an immediate promotion for all. Mo Fong furrowed his brow. The more this process is expedited, the more dire the circumstances may become. It seems that the death of White Fang has profoundly impacted Konoha. Watergate, with the current shortage of combat power. Upon your promotion to Jonin, you will need to lead your own team. Being a captain is different from before. You must exercise greater caution. Watergate nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Jiraiya then turned his attention to Mo Fong and Shinjiro. You are now Chunin, but your time as ninjas has been brief, and you lack experience. Therefore, you must engage in further training. Although it is difficult to admit, the battlefield is indeed the finest stage to showcase one's strength and achieve merit. However, the prerequisite for this is to preserve your lives. I will arrange a new small team for you. Once on the battlefield, you will need to rely on yourselves. Mo Fong and Shinjiro exchanged glances, signaling their comprehension. Tomorrow, you will join the army and head to the Awakens battlefield. I feel somewhat ashamed as your guiding teacher for not having much to impart to you. Before you depart, allow me to present you with a small gift. As Jiraiya spoke, he handed each of Mo Fong, Shinjiro, and Watergate a scroll. The contents of this scroll may prove beneficial to you. Well then, that is all I have to say. We shall meet at the gates of Konoha tomorrow." Jiraiya cast a deep glance at the three, seemingly reminiscing about his three disciples far away in the land of rain. He wondered how they were faring. This great war, alas, would inevitably extend its reach to the land of rain. At the Yunji residence, Imofeng slowly unfurled the scroll in his hands. His pupils constricted in shock. Water release. Water blade slash. An A-rank ninjutsu. Just as Imofeng was taken aback, a small note slipped from the scroll. Imofeng, your super beast imitation excels in long-range combat, yet suffers considerably in close quarters. I know you are adept at water release, but most techniques require geographical advantages and substantial chakra to be effective. This water blade slash, however, is different. As an A-rank ninjutsu, its difficulty lies in chakra manipulation and does not necessitate an abundance of chakra. Its power in close combat is formidable. Once mastered, your weaknesses in close quarters will be significantly mitigated. Water release. Water blade slash, a technique that utilizes water release chakra to create a turbulent flow of water, enveloping weapons such as shuriken to enhance their offensive capabilities. Once mastered, it can even produce long-range attacks akin to the thousand-bird spear. This ninjutsu was conceived by the second Hokage and is documented in the Book of Seals. Jiraiya's acquisition of it must have required considerable effort. Or perhaps he specifically sought it from the third Hokage for the sake of moffing. After all, Jiraiya is not particularly adept at water release and had no pressing need for such a technique. Though their time together was brief, Jiraiya undeniably held moffing in high regard. A sentiment that deeply moved moffing, particularly at this juncture, akin to receiving a timely gift in the midst of adversity. Not long ago, moffing had been troubled over how to attain powerful water release abilities, and now, unexpectedly, they had come to him. Jiraiya, as a mentor, was indeed far more considerate than Orochimaru. A month later, on the battlefield of Awagakure, moffing, "How much supply do you have left?" asked Shinzo, while tending to the wound on his right arm. 10 soldier pills and 2 vials of hemostatic medicine, moffing replied softly, leaning against a large rock. "You have more than I do. I'm down to just 3 soldier pills, and I've completely run out of medical supplies," Shinzo expressed with envy. "Given your extravagant use of ninjutsu these past few days, having this much left is commendable," moffing remarked with a hint of exasperation at Shinzo's combat style, which relied heavily on large-scale ninjutsu bombardments. For a month, moffing and Shinzo had not joined a new team, but had temporarily paired up to undertake missions. As a duo of Chunin, they were neither particularly strong nor weak on the battlefield. It was not that Jiraiya had failed to assign them. Rather, there were simply no suitable candidates available at the moment. Deploying large-scale ninjutsu is quite enjoyable, sweeping away a vast area, Shinzo exclaimed with excitement. "Excessive chakra consumption is perilous on the battlefield," moffing cautioned. "No worries, I know my limits," Shinzo replied confidently. Moffing then retrieved a small vial from his ninja tool pouch. "Here, take this." "Huh?" Shinzo looked puzzled. "Inside are 5 soldier pills. Use them for now. We won't reach the supply station for another 2 days. And at your rate of consumption, 3 soldier pills 1 last. What about you?" "I consume less. 3 will suffice." Upon hearing this, Shinzo grinned widely, taking the vial from moffing and placing it in his own pouch. "All right then, I want to be polite. Enough of that. We should focus on our next course of action." 3 days prior, moffing and Shinzo had received a mission to eliminate 3 opposing intelligence teams. After 3 days of effort, they had already dealt with 2, leaving only the last one. "That depends on you. Haven't you located the last intelligence team yet?" Just as moffing was about to respond, a shadow darted toward them from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Mo Crow. Moffing's eyes lit up as he whispered, "They've finally returned." As the scroll unfurled, the inked crow descended upon it, swiftly transforming into a map. "Have you located them?" "Yes, they are approximately 3 kilometers from here. There are 3 individuals on the opposing side, and based on the intensity of their chakra, they are likely 3 mid-level ninjas. However, other possibilities cannot be dismissed. The strength of chakra can provide a rough estimation of a ninja's prowess, yet it is not the sole criterion. This is a truth that Imofeng comprehends well. 3 mid-level ninjas? They are slightly stronger than the previous 2 teams. But that is of no concern. I am confident in my ability to defeat them," Nusho declared with palpable excitement. "Exercise caution. I intend to employ an ink clone to probe the situation. Once we ascertain our chances of victory, we shall proceed." "Very well. I will heed your advice. For now, let us rest and replenish our chakra. As Mo Feng spoke, the ink clone was already completed. Silently releasing the ink clone, Mo Feng and Nusho resumed their state of rest. The task set to last 3 days had left Mo Feng feeling quite fatigued. He had never engaged in such an intensive series of missions before. In contrast, Nusho appeared vibrant and full of energy. Ah, Sho, you seem quite exhilarated. Naturally, this is my first genuine A-rank mission, and it is on the verge of completion. The previous one felt like mere errand running. I accomplished nothing of substance. At this point, Nusho clearly harbored some grievances about the last mission. The intelligence had been gathered by Mo Feng and Minato, while he merely mingled with Jiraiya for experience, feeling devoid of any sense of achievement. You truly possess the innate qualities of a ninja, Mo Feng remarked with a smile. To relish the experience of being a ninja is indeed a trait of one suited for the path. Indeed. I have already made plans. Once the war concludes, I shall join the Umbu. There, A-rank and even S-rank missions abound daily. It is undoubtedly far more exhilarating than the life of an ordinary ninja. Umbu? Mo Feng paused, surprised by Nusho's aspirations. Yes, you must be aware. It is the Special Operations Unit for Assassination Tactics. I visited once. That is where a ninja ought to grow. Witnessing Nusho's yearning for the Umbu, Mo Feng found himself somewhat astonished. How curious that such a carefree character would aspire to the Umbu. Nevertheless, given Nusho's keen observational skills and intellect, entering the Umbu would not pose a significant challenge. It is a personal choice, and Mo Feng refrained from further commentary. Half an hour later, Mo Feng received word from the ink clone. The ink clone had been destroyed, he murmured. Destroyed? What is the enemy's strength? It cannot be conclusively determined. However, the individual who attacked the ink clone is likely of mid-level strength, but possesses exceedingly keen perception. The clone barely approached before being detected. So formidable. Suddenly, Mo Feng's expression shifted. This is troubling. Given that person's acute perception, they may very well discover the traces left by the ink clone and ascertain our location. We must vacate this area swiftly. Otherwise, if we are discovered, we shall find ourselves at a significant disadvantage. Mo Feng urged Nusho to depart. Wait a moment, Mo Feng, Nusho replied, remaining still. What is it? Even at a distance of 3 kilometers, no matter how fast they are, it will take them several minutes to arrive. In these fleeting moments, we can accomplish a multitude of tasks. With a smile, Shin Nosuk retrieved several explosive tags from his ninja pouch. 5 minutes later, 3 rock ninjas arrived. Having traced the path taken by a shadow clone, it seemed their target had already fled. The sensing ninja surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of their adversaries, and murmured, "They certainly moved swiftly. Let us see if they left any clues behind." All right. The 3 rock ninjas dispersed to search the area. What is this? The young rock ninja discovered a scroll lodged between the stones, his face lighting up with joy as he reached out to retrieve it. Careful, the leading rock ninja shouted. But it was too late. The connected wire triggered the explosive tag within the scroll. Boom. The scroll erupted in a violent explosion. The young ninja, caught off guard, was obliterated in an instant, leaving behind a mangled corpse, a ghastly sight. Damn it! The leading ninja glared at the lifeless body, his visage contorted with rage. Captain Chongyan, this is a trap, the sensing ninja, Lut, exclaimed in terror. I am aware, replied Chongyan, his countenance as grim as the depths of water, his gaze sweeping the vicinity. Only a few minutes have passed since you detected us. If this were a premeditated trap, there should be more than one. Yet, it appears there is only this one, indicating they were pressed for time and could only set up a single trap. Are you suggesting they haven't fled far? Indeed. They had to set traps while simultaneously escaping. They cannot have gone too far. Lut, you must investigate thoroughly. Yes, Captain Chongyan. Lut formed hand seals, amplifying his sensing abilities to the maximum. 30 seconds later, he opened his eyes. Chongyan had already attended to the young ninja's remains. What did you find? There. Over there. Excellent. Pursue. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the distant sounds of the explosion were clearly audible to Mofeng and Shin Nosuk. I told you. There would surely be novices in the team who would fall for the trap, Shin Nosuk declared triumphantly. In the chaos of battle, it's impossible for every ninja to be seasoned. Some are merely fodder. They may possess strength, but their lack of experience makes them vulnerable to even the simplest traps. Well, I must concede you were right this time. However, I bear some unfortunate news. What is it? They should be closing in on us quickly. So soon? Indeed, their sensing ninja is no slouch. At this distance, he still can't be cut off from sensing us. They are already heading this way. As he spoke, a black crow landed on Mofing's shoulder. Given this, we shall not flee. 2 against 2. I refuse to believe we cannot prevail. Shin Nosuke halted, adjusting his forehead protector. His fighting spirit ignited. Observing this, Mofing also paused. You remain as you've always been, and you share the same sentiment. Since we cannot escape, rather than exhaust ourselves in flight, we might as well take the initiative and seize the upper hand. Indeed, what is there to fear? They are merely 2 chunin. With unwavering confidence, Shinazuke had already claimed the lives of 3 chunin in recent days. Mofing remained silent, quietly unfurling a scroll. Rather than miss the opportunity, it was better to strike decisively. With the stroke of the purple brush, a tempest of ink was unleashed. In a fleeting moment, the scroll became adorned with a myriad of bizarre beasts. Suddenly, Mofing halted his movements and murmured, "They are coming." Shinazuke jolted with alertness and glanced over. Before them, 2 silhouettes drew near. "It's them. We found them," exclaimed Green Earth excitedly. However, Chongyan furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Do not underestimate them. They seem to be waiting for us, likely well prepared." Upon hearing this, Green Earth quickly regained his composure and replied, "Understood. The distance is closing." It turned out to be 2 young leaf ninjas, foolishly wandering into this perilous situation. With a sharp exclamation, Chongyan began to channel his chakra. Yet, the only response he received was Mofing's nonchalant proclamation. "Super Beast Imitation. 100 Beasts Day March." As the words fell, dozens of beasts erupted furiously from the scroll. Tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Venomous snakes and soaring birds. In an instant, it was as though a tidal wave of beasts had surged forth. The rock ninjas were taken aback, and even Shinazuke was left in shock. "Wow, Mofing, you're being too ruthless. Swiftly resolve this. This is not a place to linger," Mofing murmured. Summoning such a multitude of ink beasts consumed a considerable amount of his chakra. Chongyan and Green Earth exchanged alarmed glances, their previously rapid pace coming to an abrupt halt as they began to retreat frantically. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such an extravagant display. We cannot confront it head-on. The 2 quickly concluded that if they were ensnared by the onslaught of these dozens of beasts, they would be rendered utterly passive. Unfortunately, Mofing had already anticipated this and would not allow their escape. The swift birds maneuvered to encircle them, completely severing their retreat. "Damn it," Chongyan cursed under his breath. Compelled to halt. "Captain, what should we do?" Green Earth anxiously inquired. "Use Earth style for defense." Green Earth understood immediately, and both began weaving hand seals. Earth style? Earth barrier. Walls of earth rose simultaneously from the front and back, temporarily obstructing the tide of beasts. Yet, it was merely a temporary reprieve. I never expected these 2 youngsters to be so formidable. Their strength does not resemble that of mere genin. Could they be another prodigy? Chongyan mused inwardly. Although Mofing and Shinazuke had both advanced to chunin, neither donned the chunin vest. On one hand, the vest was unappealing, and on the other, they wished to conceal their true ranks. The sight of a chunin vest would prompt others to be on guard against chunin, diminishing the thrill of ambushing as a genin. Interestingly, both shared a remarkably unified perspective on this. Anyone they could take down would be a victory. However, it was not so simple. Mofing's hands moved, directing the ink beasts to shift direction and attack from the sides where the earth barrier was absent. Roar. The tigers' roars echoed. Awoo. The wolves howled incessantly. The expressions of Chongyan and Green Earth turned grim. This is bad. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air as Green Earth was bitten on the arm by an ink tiger. Chongyan swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style? Earth spike. Centered around 2 individuals, countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting towards the ink beasts. With a piercing sound, the formidable earth spikes penetrated several unsuspecting ink creatures, including the ink tiger that had bitten into the green soil. Zhongyan's expression softened slightly as he murmured, "Green soil, how are you?" His right arm was injured, and it seemed he could no longer form seals. The inability to form seals signified a significant reduction in strength, and under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. At that moment, the ink-colored flying birds launched another assault. Cursed be it. Such audacity. Zhongyan cursed under his breath, swiftly forming hand seals once more. Earth release. Rock fist technique. A massive stone fist took shape in an instant, crashing towards the flying birds. With a resounding smash, the birds shattered, transforming into a rain of ink. Yet, Zhongyan did not cease his onslaught. His hands continued to wave, the colossal stone fists relentlessly striking at the approaching ink beasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each tremendous sound, one ink beast after another was obliterated. Within a mere minute, the dozens of ink beasts that had once swarmed were entirely cleared. Mofug and Zinzasuk were taken aback. What astonishing attacking power! This man's mastery of earth release is remarkable, Zinzasuk murmured. Strong as he is, such ninjutsu consumes considerable energy. With another person injured, our odds still remain. That is good. It prevents you from claiming all the kills. That one belongs to me. As Zinzasuk declared this, he leaped forward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball charged towards them, filling Zhongyan and Green Soil with despair. Zhongyan had exhausted too much energy. The rock fist technique had vanished. Green Soil, with his injured right arm, could not utilize ninjutsu. At this moment, both had no possibility of evasion. Is this it? Little Green, I'm sorry. I cannot return for you. Zhongyan sighed internally and involuntarily closed his eyes. From the day he stepped onto the battlefield, he knew it would be difficult to leave alive. Yet, he never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of two younglings from Konoha. Why must this cursed war continue? Such thoughts flickered through Zhongyan's mind. The searing heat of the fireball drew ever closer. 1 second passed, then 2. Strangely, the fireball had yet to descend upon him. Zhongyan felt puzzled. It seemed warm liquid was dripping onto his face, accompanied by a metallic tang. In confusion, he opened his eyes, only to witness a shocking scene. Green Soil. Zhongyan cried out, filled with sorrow. The massive fireball had vanished. Before him appeared a face twisted in agony. Blood still lingered at the corners of Green Soil's mouth. But his expression gradually settled into tranquility. He had used his own body to shield Zhongyan from the lethal fireball. His not-so-strong back bore no unscathed flesh. Severe burns. Captain, you mustn't die. There's still sister-in-law waiting for you. Green Soil managed a weak smile, his voice tinged with determination and hope. Green Soil, Zhongyan wailed, enveloping him in his arms. Tears cascaded down in that moment. From the instant they graduated, they had been comrades. A decade had passed, and their friendship spoke for itself. Through countless brushes with death, the two have traversed together. Yet this time, Zhongyan realized that Levishan could not endure. His grave injuries would soon claim his life. And the nearest rescue point lay 2 hours away. Zhongyan, we graduated from the Rangshao together, and you have always been a step ahead, first as a chunin, then as a captain, and then in marrying. I have always followed in your shadow. At last, it is my turn to lead the way. Levishan, you must not die. You fool. Who told you to save me? How can someone without a wife have the audacity to perish? Zhongyan shouted furiously. Yet this sturdy man could not wipe away the tears welling in his eyes. I apologize. I had hoped to find a wife, to have children, perhaps even arrange a betrothal between our offspring, but it seems that is no longer possible. Zhongyan, promise me you will live well, Levishan said with a smile. His gaze beginning to dim. Zhongyan sensed Levishan's body growing lighter, before it slumped entirely, devoid of strength. The faint breath at his nostrils ceased in an instant. Levishan. The heart-wrenching wail echoed through the forest as Zhongyan clutched Levishan tightly, as if trying to hold him back. Yet, it was futile. Mofeng silently observed the scene, a wave of sorrow swelling within him. In recent days, he had taken the lives of several ninjas, yet he had never felt this way before. This was the first time he witnessed a comrade die before his eyes, a poignant sight that evoked sorrow even for an enemy. The title of ninja, perhaps from the moment of its inception, was destined to be marked by tears. Initially, the attacking Shinjiro halted when he saw Levishan block the fire technique. This moment stirred him as well. These two individuals before him mirrored his own bond with Mofeng. Even enemies possess their own emotions. They are not villains. They are simply adversaries. This may be one of the most tragic aspects of war. What they seek to eliminate are not merely villains, but enemies of differing stances. In this battlefield, it is either your demise or theirs. There exists no third option. A feeling of guilt arose within Shinjiro, but he quickly dispelled it. He was Sarutobi Shinjiro, son of the third Hokage. He had long since learned to cope with such circumstances. Yet learning did not equate to being indifferent. You bastards. You two bastards. I want you dead. The cries resonated as if lamenting from the depths of hell. Zhongyan's aura shifted, his chakra boiling with intensity. Mofeng, startled, called out, Azu, fall back. But it was too late. In an instant, Zhongyan appeared before Shinjiro like a fleeting shadow. Shinjiro gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Chongyan seemed like a different person entirely. The speed was incomparable to before. With a powerful punch, Chongyan's fist struck Shinjiro's abdomen with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Ugh! With a sudden cough, Shin-Nosed spewed a mouthful of blood, splattering it against the ground. To this, Chongyan remained unfazed, coolly reciting, "Explosive release. Earthquake fist." No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant white light erupted from his fist. Boom! The sound reverberated as if his fist had detonated. Shin was sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. "Azu!" Moffing exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to catch Shin. The overwhelming power caused Moffing's arms to tremble, and they skidded several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. "Azu!" Moffing cried out urgently, only to see Shin's abdomen charred and looking utterly tragic. "It's fine. I'm not dead yet. This guy has somehow become unexpectedly strong." Shin managed to steady himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Moffing breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you really all right?" "I'm fine. In the end, I covered my lower abdomen with chakra. I'm hurt, but I'm not dead. Although my combat ability will likely diminish considerably." Shin offered a bitter smile, realizing he had unwittingly suffered a significant setback. "That's good," Moffing replied, though he felt otherwise. "That guy just used explosive release. I didn't expect him to awaken such a bloodline limit at this moment. This is troublesome." Shin's expression darkened as he spoke. Once awakened, a bloodline limit can exponentially increase one's strength. Moffing glanced at Chongyan, whose right fist remained poised as before, his cold eyes fixated on them. "You little brats from Konoha shall regret your earlier actions," Chongyan declared icily, his gaze flickering to the lifeless figure of Levishan lying nearby. "Levishan, how ironic that I awakened my bloodline limit only after your demise. Rest assured, once I dispose of these two brats, I will send you home." The boiling chakra within him surged with confidence. "They are merely two children from Konoha, easily extinguished." The tide had turned. The once favorable situation shifted dramatically the moment Chongyan activated his bloodline limit. The combination of his explosive strength severely injured Shin, while Moffing's earlier technique, the beastly daywalk, had drained a considerable amount of his chakra. In contrast, it seemed that Chongyan had not only awakened his bloodline limit, but had also significantly increased his chakra reserves. "No bloodline limit is simple," Moffing lamented. "The emergence of a bloodline limit can occur in two ways. One is direct awakening, where the chakra can be utilized upon refinement, such as Moffing's ink release or the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. The other requires an acquired awakening, like the Sharingan or ice release. Neither is superior to the other, but the latter drastically enhances a ninja's strength upon awakening, much like Chongyan before them. Uncle Orochimaru was right. One must not show mercy to enemies. Had we dealt the finishing blow earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament now." Shin finally steadied himself, filled with regret over his previous actions. This was not the time for such thoughts. The figure before them was indeed a significant threat. Shinji covered his mouth and coughed twice, chuckling softly. "Indeed. You have a point." Moffing furrowed his brow, realizing that Shinji's injuries were indeed severe. In such a weakened state, should he be struck again, he might well meet the first Hokage. "Allow me to take over," Moffing declared, stepping forward. Shinji paused, then laughed lightly. "You don't think I'm utterly helpless now, do you? Regardless of your condition, you are not fit for battle at present." "First, apply the ointment," Moffing replied, tossing a jar of medicinal salve from his ninja tool pouch to Shinji. Before Shinji could protest, Moffing interjected, "This is not the time for sentimentality. Any recovery, however slight, is beneficial." Acknowledging this, Shinji ceased his objections and promptly extracted the ointment to apply it to his wounds. "Humph, no need for that. Soon, you shall both become lifeless corpses. Prepare to meet your demise," Chongyan declared, no longer willing to wait. As his body began to adapt to the changes wrought by the explosive release of his bloodline limit. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a formidable force. Moffing's gaze sharpened, fully aware of the impending danger. As he unfurled a scroll, an eyeless ink tiger materialized within its confines. With a flick of his purple brush, he animated the creature. Super Beast Imitation. Breaking the cage, fierce tiger. A resounding roar echoed as the ink tiger burst forth from the scroll, lunging at the rapidly advancing Chongyan. Merely a parlor trick, Chongyan dismissed, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the tiger's head. Boom. Explosive release. Earthquake fist. The punch, unadorned yet imbued with tremendous explosive force, struck like a grenade detonating. In an instant, the ink tiger was reduced to a puddle of ink. Chongyan, undeterred, surged forward once more. Mafeng had anticipated this. He had never expected a solitary ink tiger to defeat the formidable Chongyan. The moment the tiger charged, Mafeng's brush was already in motion again. Upon witnessing the tiger's defeat, he ceased his actions. Ink release. Ink arrow assault. Dozens of ink arrows shot forth from the scroll, coalescing like dark clouds before Mafeng. Then, like a volley of arrows released in unison, they surged forward, their sharp tips emanating a chilling aura. This technique represented Mafeng's most expansive and potent single-target attack within his ink release arsenal. As Chongyan charged, he noticed the dense array of arrows hurtling towards him and knew he could not afford to hesitate. Earth release. Hardening technique. With hands forming seals. Earth chakra infused his skin. Clang, clang, clang. The ink arrows collided with Chongyan's hardened skin, producing sounds akin to metal striking metal. What? Mafeng exclaimed in shock. This rock ninja had managed to elevate his hardening technique to such an extent? It was even more impressive than the earlier earth release. Could it be that the awakening of his bloodline limit had significantly amplified the power of his earth chakra? Haha, you Leaf Village brat. Your attacks cannot possibly breach my defenses now. Chongyan laughed heartily, reveling in the effectiveness of his hardening technique against Mafeng's assault. There were no records in his clan, but it was clear that upon awakening the explosive release, the earth chakra within him had advanced to a new stage. With the hardening technique in place, the attacking power of the Leaf Village ninjas was insufficient to inflict any harm upon Chongyan, who savored his own triumph in silence. Yet, Mafeng's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Although he did not expect to defeat Chongyan with a single strike, he was astonished that he could not even breach the opponent's defenses. This was indeed an exaggeration. The terrifying aspect of the earth attribute lies in its capacity to significantly enhance one's physical defenses when cultivated to a certain level. Faced with such a formidable adversary, if one could not penetrate his defenses, the only fate awaiting them was death. Just as Mafeng pondered how to respond, Shino gently tapped his shoulder. Don't think I'm already dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Shino swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In an instant, Shino unleashed two distinct elemental ninjutsu simultaneously. The combination ninjutsu, a hallmark of the Third Hokage, began to radiate brilliance in Shino's hands. Combination ninjutsu. Great breakthrough fireball technique. The wind fueled the flames, causing the fireball to swell, its temperature becoming even more terrifying. Such a grand display of ninjutsu elicited a look of shock from Chongyan. Combination ninjutsu? How can a mere child wield such techniques? Impossible. A child employing peculiar ninjutsu, another child capable of combination techniques. Either way, both were of prodigious talent. Could it be that the Leaf Village harbors so many geniuses? Chongyan felt a surge of resentment. Why should the Leaf Village possess so many extraordinary talents? Amidst his complaints, the fireball surged forth once more. That damned fireball, you killed Green Earth. I will not let you escape. The hardening technique still enveloped him as Chongyan unleashed another punch. Explosion release. Earthquake fist. This strike was even more astonishing than his previous attacks. Boom. A tremendous gust of wind, laden with explosive force, struck the ground. Debris flew like a rain of stones. In that moment, the storm of stones dispersed the fireball, leaving only scattered flames that inflicted no damage upon Chongyan. Haha. Stop struggling. You have no chance left. Do you understand? This is despair. Haha. Chongyan laughed sinisterly, as if he had already envisioned the demise of the two. Such an attack could not breach his defenses? Shino murmured. Your combination ninjutsu, while formidable, is too expansive and has been countered, greatly diminishing its power. Damn it. Shino grimaced as he felt his injuries worsen, his body becoming unsteady. At this rate, Mafeng's heart raced. Observing Chongyan's rampaging demeanor, he quietly drew a kunai. The small kunai is a weapon most commonly wielded by ninjas. Compared to shuriken, which serve primarily as throwing weapons, the kunai's versatility is evidently broader, and its sharpness surpasses that of shuriken. Gripping the kunai, Mafeng's gaze sharpened. Mafeng, what do you intend to do? Shino asked, puzzled. Mafeng, skilled in ink ninjutsu, rarely employed the kunai to breach his defenses. With a kunai? Indeed. His earth escape technique has reached a considerable level. Just moments ago, my combined ninjutsu could not breach it. So how could a mere kunai possibly do so? One must attempt to know. At that moment, Shin Nosuke found himself at a loss for words. However, Chongyan burst into hearty laughter. You little leaf brat, how utterly endearing you are. Do you truly believe that this kunai could ever break through my defenses? Huh, what a grand jest. The sudden surge in his power had inflated Chongyan's ego, rendering him dismissive of the two. He yearned to instill despair in them. Only such vengeance would grant him satisfaction. Now behold, this kunai shall slice through your skin. Come, strike here. Chongyan taunted, beckoning to Mo Feng and gesturing towards his own neck. That insufferable wretch, how brazen he is. Anger surged within Shin Nosuke, prompting him to rise. Yet, the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Do not move. Mo Feng admonished Shin Nosuke before shifting his form and darting forward. Wait. Shin Nosuke, filled with urgency, realized it was too late to stop Mo Feng. In his estimation, that insignificant kunai could never penetrate Chongyan's defenses. Mo Feng had no advantage in close combat. The strategy should have been for him to engage Chongyan up close, while Mo Feng unleashed powerful ninjutsu from behind to breach his defenses. Shin Nosuke could not fathom why the typically composed Mo Feng had suddenly opted for such a reckless approach. Mo Feng had indeed contemplated this, but he understood that his water-style attack lacked the power to breach Chongyan's defenses. Thus, all he could do was attempt that technique. Having acquired the ninjutsu a month prior, Mo Feng practiced it whenever he had the chance. Though he had yet to master it completely, it had gained considerable potency. When it came to pinpoint attack power, it was undoubtedly superior to his current water-style techniques. Striking at a single point is far more effective than attacking the whole. His right hand gripped the kunai tightly, a delicate stream of water continuously emanating from his hand, coiling around the kunai and forming a cerulean layer. Upon closer inspection, the water appeared to be swirling, as if wind chakra were gathering, yet it was distinctly different, more urgent than typical wind chakra. Friction generates heat, but vigorous rotation, regardless of the substance, produces a cutting force, even from the gentlest of waters. At that moment, the finely entwined water enveloping the kunai transformed the ordinary kunai into a legendary blade, radiating a shimmering aquamarine glow. Chongyan, who had previously regarded Mo Feng with disdain, now found his pupils narrowing at the sight of that cerulean luminescence. Years of ninja instinct warned him that if he did not evade this strike, he would face dire consequences. Yet, his recent arrogance had brought Mo Feng far too close. A fierce glint flashed in Mo Feng's eyes as the ninjutsu he had long prepared erupted forth. Water style, water blade slash. At that moment, the kunai, now imbued with the flowing water, resembled a cerulean short blade, poised to cleave mercilessly towards Chongyan's neck. Chongyan felt as though the sound of swirling water flowed incessantly in his ears. Escaping entirely was no longer an option. In a moment of desperation, his years of ninja instincts compelled him to take a step back, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Upon witnessing this, Ma Feng lamented the missed opportunity. Yet the descending blade did not relent. With a whoosh, the kunai, propelled by the rushing water, slashed downward. It missed Chongyan's neck, but struck his body instead. The water blade grazed his heaving chest, first producing a clang of steel against steel, followed swiftly by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. Ma Feng felt a tremor in his right hand, which soon became significantly lighter. Defense breached. Blood spilled. In that instant, this A-grade water release ninjutsu revealed its formidable offensive prowess. Even the most ordinary kunai transformed into a sword capable of slicing through iron. Damn it! With his defense shattered, Chongyan was consumed by rage. He clasped his hands together and delivered a devastating blow. Ma Feng was perilously close. If struck, Chongyan's might could easily shatter several bones. Be careful, Ma Feng, Shinjisuke exclaimed, astonished by Ma Feng's breach of Chongyan's defense. However, before he could fully process the situation, the impending heavy strike filled him with dread. He understood all too well the terrifying impact of Chongyan's blow, far beyond what Ma Feng's slight frame could withstand. As the sound of the descending fist whooshed overhead, Ma Feng remained unfazed. Moyi, activate, he commanded, and suddenly, it seemed as if something was about to tear through the fabric of his back. With a rip, his shirt burst open. Dark wings of ink materialized, directly intercepting the heavy fist. What? Chongyan's pupils constricted in disbelief at the unexpected emergence of such a phenomenon. As the wings absorbed the impact, ink splattered everywhere. Though the mighty punch had been deflected, the wings were severely damaged and could no longer be utilized. Ma paid no mind to the wing's destruction. Instead, seizing the moment of Zhongyan's astonishment, he launched another kunai towards Zhongyan's neck. Before the sharp edge could even graze his skin, Zhongyan sensed the looming threat of death. In that instant, his instinct for survival kicked in, and he leaned back slightly. A shallow gash marred Zhongyan's neck, yet it did not claim his life. Ma silently regretted his lack of mastery over the water blade technique. Had he been more adept, he could have extended the blade's reach, turning the encounter into something far graver for Zhongyan. Cold sweat drenched Zhongyan's back. The specter of death had only just brushed past him. The young leaf ninja before him resembled a porcupine, every moment a potential peril brimming with new tricks to inflict harm. Once brimming with confidence, Zhongyan now felt a flicker of fear. Yet this emotion was fleeting. He clenched his fists once more and struck fiercely at Ma. Explosive release. Ground-shattering fist. Realizing his initial assault had failed, Ma refrained from further aggression. Though the wings could no longer soar, they remained under his control. With a gentle push, Ma glided away, evading Zhongyan's attack. With a resounding crash, the heavy fist struck the ground, sending dust soaring. Ma, are you all right? Zinzasuk hurriedly approached to assess Ma condition. Ma shook his head, retracting his tattered wings, and chuckled softly. It's nothing, merely another failure. This fellow's combat intuition is indeed sharp. However, the defense has been breached. Zhongyan glanced at the two blood streaks on his body, a surge of fury swelling within him. His once unshakable confidence in his defense had been shattered time and again by Ma. Water release? Or perhaps an exceptionally potent single-target water release. Ha, young lad. You truly are a prodigy. Konoha is indeed a village rich in talent. Zhongyan sneered coldly, jealousy flickering in his eyes. As a wielder of bloodline limits, he had only unlocked his explosive release at the age of 25, whereas this child, appearing merely 10 years old, had already displayed such mastery of his bloodline ability. Furthermore, aside from that dark-hued bloodline, the opponent's proficiency in water release was astonishing as well. The formidable force and impact of water release have always been remarkable, yet the compact form it took this time wielded such power. This was a first for Zhongyan. The application of this water release bore a resemblance to wind release. Yet it was even sharper, truly awe-inspiring. A ninja capable of developing such jutsu is indeed a talent of exceptional caliber. In the face of earth overcoming water, the water chakra had still managed to penetrate his hardened technique, showcasing its might. Ma, when did you acquire such mastery over water release? It was not just Zhongyan who was astounded. Zinzasuk was filled with questions as well. The scroll given by Jiraiya-sensei contained this very technique. Jiraiya uncle provided it? No wonder. I never anticipated Jiraiya uncle had his moments of brilliance. This technique truly suits you, Zinzasuk remarked with a smile. Ma nodded. This jutsu has indeed compensated for many of Ma shortcomings in close combat. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Jiraiya's insight is commendable. On the battlefield, confrontations often necessitate close combat, especially during skirmishes with small ninja teams. The scene had reached a stalemate. With the defense shattered, Zhongyan's hardening technique was rendered ineffective before Ma. Yet, the power of explosive release remained formidable. A single hit could gravely injure Ma. Previously, with the aid of his ink wings, Ma could withstand an attack, but now, with the wings damaged, they were unusable. It seemed he would need to reinforce the strength of the Bui. This thought briefly flickered through Ma.'s mind. He had never anticipated that the Bui, initially intended for flight, would be employed for defense. The outcome was promising, warranting further development of the Bui's capabilities. However, ordinary ink might not suffice for this purpose. New plans began to take shape in Ma.'s mind, but for now, he needed to defeat this explosive release ninja first. Young lad, I admit you have performed admirably. However, this is where it ends. You are merely at your last gasp now. One is gravely injured, and the other likely has little chakra left, correct? I am curious to see how long you can endure. Zhongyan sneered, his hands clasped together, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds. Even with his defense breached, the power of explosive release still provided him with considerable confidence. Phone, it seems we have been underestimated. Did they truly believe I couldn't withstand such a trivial injury? Xing laughed lightly, tightening the bandage around his wound that had just been treated. The medicine was beginning to take effect, and the pain was gradually diminishing. By constricting the wound, I can endure a little longer. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Not only does he possess a formidable shell, but his attack power is astonishing as well. However, now that the shell has been breached, our chances of victory have significantly increased. The awakened bloodline limit of Chong Yin undoubtedly reaches the level of a special jonin. Yet, that is the extent of it. How about you? Can you still hold on? Xing inquired. That question should be directed at you. I am uninjured, replied Mo Feng with a light chuckle, standing beside Xing. In that case, let us proceed with the V plan. Excellent. The confident smiles exchanged between the two left Chong Yin in a state of confusion. What is this V plan? What are these two youngsters up to? Suddenly, a sense of crisis permeated Chong Yin. This time, Xing made the first move. The serpent-like maneuver. Chong Yin felt dizzy watching. With shurikens gripped tightly in his hand, they flew forth in an instant, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Shadow clone technique of shurikens. Numerous shurikens soared into the air, transformed into countless shurikens with the flow of chakra, resembling a rain of shurikens. With existing wounds on his body, the effectiveness of the hardening technique significantly diminished. Faced with such an assault, Chong Yin did not dare underestimate it. Earth release. Earth barrier. The earth walls rose, blocking the nerve-wracking rain of shurikens. However, it also obscured his view ahead. Mo Feng's lips curled slightly as the purple brush in his hand came to a halt. Ink release. Ink serpent binding. 5 ink serpents slithered around the earth barrier, directly ensnaring Chong Yin, who remained unresponsive. The immense binding force rendered Chong Yin momentarily immobile. What? Chong Yin exclaimed in shock, straining to break free. Under his tremendous strength, the 5 ink serpents began to loosen. At that moment, Xing stood atop the earth barrier. In an instant, all chakra coalesced, and his hands formed seals anew. Water release. Mouth of evil. Lightning release. Earth walk. Water spewed forth from his mouth, and electricity surged from his palm. The two combined into one. Combined ninjutsu. Thunderous evil. A water column infused with the power of lightning cascaded from the earth barrier. Scatter. Chong Yin roared, and the ink serpents were instantly severed. Yet, there was no time to evade the thunderous water column. Explosive release. Earth Thunder Fist. The explosive technique was hastily executed, detonating the thunderous water column. Xing furrowed his brow as a dull pain throbbed in his abdomen. But it is not so simple. Chakra surged forth with all its might. His body felt drained. The power of thunderous evil intensified. The thunderous water column descended once more. No. Chong Yin screamed in despair as the explosive release subsided. His body was engulfed by the thunderous water column. Water enhances thunder, and thunder conquers earth. The residual effects of the hardening technique could not withstand such a magnitude of lightning release. Xing felt an emptiness within, having expended his chakra to the utmost, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Mo Feng's figure flickered and appeared beside Xing, supporting him firmly. In the ninja tool pouch, the food pill was firmly grasped and promptly inserted into Shin Nosuk's mouth. Once the pill settled in his stomach, a wave of coolness enveloped him, providing a measure of relief. How do you feel? Not bad, just a bit fatigued, he replied. Mo Feng, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, I told you before. When employing ninjutsu, you should exert 7 parts and reserve 3. Yet, you always go all out. Well, I was merely concerned that it wouldn't be powerful enough. Shin Nosuk chuckled awkwardly. Seeing this, Mo Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, the earthen barrier beneath their feet gradually descended and vanished. As the lightning water column dissipated, they beheld Chong Yin barely clinging to life. Due to elemental counteraction, Chong Yin's hardening technique had not provided any defense. Instead, it exacerbated his injuries. Damn those Konoha brats. I never anticipated you would wield lightning release, Chong Yin said, his gaze dimming, fully aware that victory was now beyond his grasp. This wounded child had managed to utilize wind, fire, lightning, and water releases in succession. Mastering 4 distinct elemental ninjutsu at such a young age was nothing short of monstrous, especially since these elements countered one another. I regret to inform you that this victory belongs to us, Mo Feng declared, standing before Chong Yin with a kunai raised. Unfazed, Chong Yin turned his attention to the nearby corpse of Lu Tuesday Lu Tu. It seems we shall journey together this time. After a lifetime of companionship, it feels somewhat remiss to let you depart alone. Such thoughts became Chong Yin's final reflections in this world. With a swift motion, the kunai fell, blood splattering forth. War is a perpetual cycle of death and salvation. Mo Fong and Shin Nosuk severed the heads of 2 rock ninjas, sealing them within a scroll. This was the simplest form of sealing technique, easily executed with a scroll at hand. These severed heads were tangible tokens of merit, especially Chong Yen-s, who, possessing the explosive release bloodline, was an excellent specimen for research. Observing the blood-soaked ground, Mo Fong retrieved a vial, collecting the spilled blood. "What are you doing with that blood, Mo Fong?" Shin Nosuk inquired, puzzled. "My ink release requires ink, which necessitates certain materials for its creation. This blood might unlock new types of materials." Upon receiving this explanation, Shin Nosuk paid it little mind. Mo Fong, having gathered a significant quantity of explosive release blood, wore a satisfied smile. As night fell, the injured Shin Nosuk fell asleep, first while Mo Fong kept watch. Their mission was accomplished. Now, they merely needed to return to the camp. However, the distance to the camp was considerable, and rather than journeying through the night in their weary and wounded state, they would rest for the night and set off in the morning. With Shin Nosuk asleep, Mo Fong leaned against a tree. A dark-hued owl emerged from the scroll, hanging upside down to survey the surroundings. During the night, there could be no more suitable sentinel than an owl. After releasing the dark owl, Mo Fong let out a long sigh of relief. At last, a chapter had drawn to a close. This task presented a formidable challenge for Mo Fong, as it did for Xing. 4 days of intense combat, 3 major battles, and encounters with 9 rock ninjas, including 5 Genin and 3 Chunin, alongside an unexpectedly formidable Chunin with a bloodline limit, whose strength rivaled that of a special Jonin. Such high-intensity confrontations, coupled with the necessity for unwavering vigilance, left Mo Fong utterly exhausted. In a moment of relaxation, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the condition within his body. Gradually, his chakra began to replenish, surpassing its original capacity. This was one of the benefits of battle. Each time chakra was depleted and subsequently regenerated, a slight surplus would remain. After an hour, Mo Fong opened his eyes while seated on the ground. His chakra had fully recovered, and his mental acuity was nearly restored. With a mutter, he rose, stretching his limbs as a series of satisfying cracks emanated from his joints, a wave of refreshment coursing through him. Although this mission had been somewhat taxing, the rewards were equally substantial. The 9 enemy lives claimed represented a considerable achievement, allowing for the exchange of lower-tier ninjutsu. This system of exchanging achievements for ninjutsu was instituted by Konoha during wartime to encourage ninjas to eliminate foes while simultaneously enhancing their own prowess. However, these achievements were insufficient for Mo Fong to acquire the jutsu he desired. To obtain the techniques inscribed in the Book of Sealing, he would likely need to quell a significant conflict. Nevertheless, Mo Fong was confident that before the war's conclusion, he would amass enough merits to exchange for ninjutsu. Among the myriad techniques within the Book of Sealing, he was particularly interested in water release and the art of spiritual transformation. Water release needed no elaboration, as Mo Fong was already well-versed in this field. The water release techniques of the second Hokage inscribed in the book were exceptionally remarkable. As for the art of spiritual transformation, it pertained to the conceptualization of the Cloud Residence pen, a notion still in its nascent stages and thus not worthy of further discussion. Techniques such as Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation held little intrigue for Mo Fong. He doubted his aptitude for these jutsu. Even if a method of cultivation were available, mastering them would likely prove difficult. Additionally, he did not possess the innate talent akin to Orochimaru to perfect Impure World Reincarnation, which remained imperfect in its current form. Furthermore, if he could cultivate the abilities of the Cloud Residence pen to their utmost potential, even Impure World Reincarnation would pale in comparison. The Flying Thunder God technique demanded a significant sense of spatial awareness, which Mo Fong acknowledged he lacked. Thus, he held no fascination for these formidable jutsu. Wasting energy on futile pursuits at this juncture was evidently unwise. Mo Fong summoned a shadow clone to meticulously redraw his ink wings. He then retrieved a vial of explosive release blood. This was the first time he had obtained the blood of a bloodline limit wielder, and he wondered if the effects would differ. Should he succeed in infusing it into the Cloud Residence pen, the thought alone ignited a spark of excitement within him. A golden radiance shimmered in his grasp as the ancient Cloud Residence pen materialized once more. The blood within the vial dripped languidly onto the Yunju pen, emitting a faint crimson glow. Once the pen had absorbed its fill, Moffing sealed the blood vial and returned it to his ninja tool pouch. The Unkyo pen radiated a subtle golden light as Moffing inhaled deeply. The pen, having consumed the blood of explosion release, felt notably heavier than usual. Moffing gripped the Unkyo pen tightly and swung it through the air. Yet this time, he did not depict the visage of heavy rock, but rather his own likeness. Moffing sensed that the chakra required for the blood ink manifestation of a bloodline user would likely far surpass ordinary demands, hence his choice of approach. The Unkyo pen, utilizing blood as ink, possessed the ability to replicate the powers of bloodline users, a technique known as blood ink manifestation. At the novice level, the pen could reproduce one blood ink manifestation using the entirety of a bloodline user's chakra. At the intermediate level, it required only half of the user's chakra for the same result. Beyond that, the holder of the Unkyo pen must exhaust their entire chakra to create a personal blood ink clone from their own blood. However, if the holder utilizes the bloodline user's essence to sketch their clone, the resulting blood ink manifestation would possess merely half the strength of the bloodline user, with chakra consumption reduced by half from the original requirement. This is the understanding Moffing has gleaned regarding the Unkyo pen's capabilities. In simpler terms, the chakra expended to create Moffing's own clone using explosion-release blood is a mere quarter of heavy rock's intrinsic chakra, while the clone's strength is only half that of heavy rock. Although chakra quantity does not directly equate to power, in the context of the Unkyo pen, it serves as a quantifiable measure of strength. Regardless of whether there exists a direct correlation between a bloodline user's capabilities and chakra quantity, insufficient chakra inevitably leads to diminished prowess. In other words, clones drawn from the same chakra quantity of a Chunin and a Jonin bloodline would exhibit varying strengths. Yet the chakra consumed by Moffing remains constant. The current application of the Unkyo pen is somewhat intricate, summarized through the following numerical analogy. Bloodline user chakra, 4 strength. For blood ink manifestation chakra consumption, 2 strength. For blood ink clone chakra consumption, 1 strength. 2 should the bloodline user be a wielder of a bloodline limit. The chakra expenditure is doubled. Moffing's wrist trembled incessantly. The Unkyo pen, now tainted with explosion-release blood, consuming chakra at an alarming rate. Indeed, the blood of a bloodline user demanded a greater chakra expenditure for utilization. Even employing the most economical blood ink clone was quite taxing. As he laid down the final stroke, Moffing's complexion turned pale, his chakra reserves once again depleted. The pen fell, and golden light intermingled with crimson radiance. As an identical Moffing materialized before him, at last, the task was accomplished. Moffing gazed at his clone, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. The Unkyo pen was retracted into his being, the clone seamlessly merging with Moffing. Within him surged an inexplicable force. Could this be the sensation of explosion release? Moffing mused, launching himself into the air and subsequently delivering a light punch to the ground. Explosion release. Groundquake fist. A gentle sound erupted, akin to the explosive power of heavy rock. Indeed, my hypothesis proved true. When the blood ink avatar fused within me, I momentarily possessed the abilities of a blood user. However, the potency was insufficient, though it could yield surprising victories. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Mo Feng's body as another blood ink avatar within him dissipated. The chakra, once entirely depleted, was replenished anew. Given Mo Feng's current condition, he could only accommodate one blood ink avatar within his body. The blood ink avatar created from the explosive blood followed the same principle. Upon entering Mo Feng's body, the original blood ink avatar would vanish, just as it did now. Mo Feng quietly attuned himself to the state of his body, quickly arriving at a conclusion. The avatar fashioned from explosive blood was considerably weaker than the original, and its ability to heal my injuries diminished upon its dissipation. Nevertheless, the temporary acquisition of explosive abilities made it worthwhile. With this conclusion in mind, Mo Feng returned to his original position. It was now confirmed that the avatars produced by the Unkyo pen possessed such remarkable capabilities. This was merely at an intermediate level. What if it were to advance further? Mo Feng's contemplation was not unfounded. Previously, when confronting the adversary in the Four Valleys, he had infused the blood ink avatar created from the opponent's blood into his own body. At that moment, he sensed a hint of wind affinity within his chakra. Due to the urgency of the situation, he did not dwell on it. It was only after the avatar faded that he recalled the experience. Now, having obtained explosive blood, Mo Feng was eager to conduct an experiment. To his astonishment, it truly worked. Thus, The extraordinary nature of the Yunju pin continued to astonish Mo Feng. He could now ascertain that his future potential was likely intricately linked to this Yunju pin. Even more perplexing was the question of whether such a powerful artifact was genuinely a mere heirloom of the Yunju clan. After all, it possessed the terrifying ability to temporarily seize bloodline powers. Mo Feng was further convinced that this matter must remain undisclosed to others. The mere possibility of wielding bloodline limits was astonishing in itself. To speak of more distant concerns, should individuals like Orochimaru or Danzo discover this ability, he might be treated as a mere test subject at any moment. Although he shared a subordinate relationship with Orochimaru for 2 years, Mo Feng did not believe that Orochimaru would show him mercy. He was a scientific madman, capable of anything. As for Danzo, he would stop at nothing in pursuit of power. Therefore, until he possessed the strength to protect himself, this secret must not be revealed, not even to those closest to him. This was precisely why he had chosen to avoid Shino during recent interactions. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, the fewer individuals privy to such information, the better. Previously, the Blood Ink Avatar incident had already informed Minato and Jiraiya, yet fortunately, the crucial aspect of temporarily inheriting blood user abilities remained undisclosed. They merely perceived it as a mere disguise technique, without further concern. In the future, when employing this skill against foes, one must never resort to overt methods, thought Mo Feng to himself. After experimenting with the remarkable utility of the explosive blood technique, he rose to return. Xiong was in a deep slumber, unaware of Mo Feng's departure. The owl perched upon the tree continued its vigilant watch, showing no signs of disturbance. Mo Feng exhaled in relief and leaned against the tree for a brief respite. The night passed without incident. At the Konoha camp, Jiraiya addressed the gathered teams, stating, according to reports from the 13 returning squads, 30 intelligence teams from Awakens have been dismantled by us. However, 7 of our teams remain unaccounted for. The blonde-haired Minato relayed the latest intelligence. Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he softly inquired, 7 teams? It has been 5 days. Their absence does not bode well. The Konoha ninjas, lying in wait for the IWA ninjas, could not all return unscathed. Among the 13 squads that did return, there were casualties. Jiraiya-sensei, Mo Feng, and Xiong have yet to return, reported one of the shinobi. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. Given their abilities, it was unfathomable that they would be delayed. It seems they undertook a mission to eliminate 3 intelligence teams. Nonsense. 5 days to take down 3 teams. Do they think themselves Jounin? How much energy does that require? Jiraiya's expression darkened. Such intense combat would be exceedingly taxing for 2 Chunin, particularly for those under 10 years of age. Even if they had succeeded initially, fatigue would surely lead to complications in their final encounter. Minato fell silent, agreeing that the two had overexerted themselves in taking on such a daunting task. War requires tenacity, but not in this manner. Minato, you must immediately take 2 Chunin and retrieve them, Jiraiya instructed in a hushed tone. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied. In the theater of war, such actions were generally inadvisable. Yet, both were Jiraiya's students, and Xiong, being the son of the third Hokage, warranted concern. After Minato departed the tent, Jiraiya sighed, reflecting on the recklessness of the 2 young ones, hoping no harm would befall them. Just as his thoughts concluded, Minato re-entered, his face alight with joy. What is it, Minato? Jiraiya inquired. Jiraiya-sensei, they have returned, Minato announced, as Mo Feng and Xiong stepped through the entrance. Seeing them unharmed brought a surge of relief to Jiraiya's heart. Yet it was quickly followed by ire. You 2 rascals, who permitted you to undertake the mission of eliminating 3 intelligence teams. That task is meant for Jounin. Xiong scratched his head, while Mo Feng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, Uncle Jiraiya, the mission didn't specify that only Jounin could take it. I mean, whether I kill 1 or 2, it's the same, right? How dare you say that? Jiraiya glared at Xiong, who could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from further comment. Xiong understood that while Jiraiya was generally easygoing, he maintained strict principles in the heat of battle. All right, as long as you are safe. Go and rest, Jiraiya concluded, noting the bandages wrapped around Xiong. He chose not to chastise them further. He understood. Uncle Jiraiya, here are the heads of the intelligence team that we have slain. Remember, we must divide the merits evenly between us. Zins has said, placing several sealed scrolls on the table. Understood. You 2 little rascals are fortunate to have returned alive. Off you go. All right then. The two departed, leaving Jiraiya to shake his head in resignation. Zinzhis remains too impetuous, Jiraiya remarked. Moffing is sufficiently composed, yet he compliments Zinzhis well. It is likely that Moffing orchestrated this plan, allowing them to return unscathed. Minato added with a smile. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Jiraiya unsealed the scrolls, revealing 9 heads on the table. 9. It seems they truly eliminated 3 members of the intelligence team, Jiraiya chuckled. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression shifted. What is it, Teacher Jiraiya? Jiraiya pointed to one of the heads, stating, the blood of this head appears somewhat different. Different? Yes, such vivid blood I have seen on another IWA ninja before. Jiraiya paused momentarily, then continued. That was a user of the explosion release bloodline. A user of the explosion release bloodline? Minato inquired, slightly surprised. Jiraiya regained his composure and chuckled softly. Indeed. It seems Moffing and Zinzhis encountered a bloodline user as well. They managed to return alive. I underestimated them. They have already proven themselves as competent ninjas. The war has persisted for several months. The combination of Moffing and Zinzhis has gradually established a presence in the war zone, earning them the implicit title of the Twin Stars. Of course, this is merely a localized moniker. In the current battlefield, who has the leisure to pay attention to 2 10-year-old children? As for titles, only elite jonin can truly bear such esteemed accolades. Their merits continue to rise, and their practical experience and strength are advancing rapidly. In the early stages of the war, after an initial confrontation, a stalemate began to emerge. However, this does not imply a relaxation of vigilance. Rather, a greater storm is brewing. Both sides are amassing strength, preparing to launch a significant campaign to shatter the opponent's defenses. Hey, Moffing, have you heard an intriguing piece of news? What is it? A genius has emerged from the village. A genius? Is that really noteworthy in Konoha? Moffing rolled his eyes, finding Zinzhis somewhat tedious. Konoha is hardly lacking in geniuses. Various bloodline clans occasionally unveil new talents. The day before yesterday, it was the Hyuga clan. Yesterday, it was the Uchiha clan, and tomorrow it might be the Sarutobi clan. Frankly, Konoha has an abundance of clans. It is quite normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to emerge each year. Without going far, Moffing, Zinzhis, Minato, aren't they all geniuses? This time it's different, exceptionally remarkable, Zinzhis exclaimed extravagantly. Exceptionally remarkable? How remarkable? Moffing replied nonchalantly while sketching. Let me tell you. This individual enrolled at the age of 5, and shortly thereafter graduated, and just a few days ago, he was promoted to chunin. He is only 6 years old. That is astounding. Upon hearing this, Moffing's brush paused momentarily. Is it him? Are you referring to Kakashi, the son of Tsukumo-senpai? Ah, so you already knew? How dull. Upon hearing the name Kakashi from Shino's lips, Emofong felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Has he already entered the battlefield? Emofong inquired. Indeed. I've heard he is on the Awakens battlefield. Recently, he has been fervently accepting missions, completing several B-rank tasks in just a few months. He has amassed sufficient experience to be promoted directly to a chunin. He is now the youngest chunin on the entire Awakens battlefield, possibly the youngest ninja altogether. As the brush strokes fell silent, Mofeng's artwork was complete. Hey, Mofeng, are you even listening to me? Shino could not help but interject, noticing Mofeng's apparent disregard. Yes, I heard you. Kakashi is indeed putting in a tremendous effort. It seems he is eager to prove his worth, Mizuri Feng replied, rising and dusting off his clothes. Shino paused, his voice turning somber. I suppose so. The impact of Tsukumo-senpai's situation must weigh heavily on him. I can understand Kakashi's feelings. His father was also a hero. If something similar were to happen to the third Hokage one day, I might find myself in Kakashi's shoes. As for his evaluation of Tsukumo, anyone with a modicum of insight would not blame such a compassionate ninja. Moreover, as per Shino's understanding, although the mission was not accomplished, the losses were not as exaggerated as rumored. If he cannot emerge from this shadow, his future achievements will likely fall short of Tsukumo-senpai's legacy, Emofeng murmured. That is true. However, this is something he must navigate on his own. There is little we can do to assist him, Shino shrugged. Indeed, we are currently preoccupied with our own affairs. Emofeng chuckled lightly as he rolled up the scroll. Emofeng, why don't you create a few more Super Beast pseudo-paintings? That way, you won't have to paint in the heat of battle, Shino teased. The ninja tool pouch is limited in size. If I fill it with scrolls, there won't be room for anything else, Emofeng replied. Oh right. Shino said with a silly grin. Mo Feng shook his head in exasperation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Mo Feng as someone covered his eyes. Guess who I am? A familiar voice, unmistakably feminine, chimed in. Kushina-ne? Mo Feng quickly guessed. The reason was simple. He knew very few girls. You guessed it so quickly? How boring. Kushina said, releasing her hands and puffing her cheeks in irritation. Haha. Kushina, I told you that Mo Feng would recognize you instantly. Minato chimed in from behind. Kushina-ne, what brings you here? Aren't you in the village? Mo Feng asked, astonished to see her. Yes, Kushina-ne, what brings you here? Shino echoed, equally perplexed. Without hesitation, Kushina pinched Shino's ear and remarked, What? You can come, but I cannot? Of course. Kushina-ne, please let go, it hurts. Shino quickly pleaded. Mo Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Such a warm scene had not been witnessed in quite some time. Due to the connection with Minato, they were well acquainted with Kushina. Such moments were quite common in the village. For reasons unknown to her, Kushina took great pleasure in teasing Shino. That is more like it. Kushina, with her hands planted firmly on her hips, appeared quite the commanding elder sister. In 3 days, we would engage in a grand battle against the rock shinobi. This confrontation was unlike any previous ones, its scale extraordinarily vast. Thus, the village had dispatched additional personnel to replace the injured. Kushina had come along with the reinforcements, as Minato explained. Now it makes sense, Shino realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. However, upon hearing this, Mafeng furrowed his brow. A grand battle? They even summoned Kushina? An ominous premonition began to spread within Mafeng's heart. If his suspicions were correct, the rock shinobi had likely dispatched a jinchūriki. Otherwise, Konoha would not have sent Kushina. So, was it the Four Tails, Son Goku, or the Five Tails, Muang? Regardless of which jinchūriki arrived, this battle would be exceedingly arduous. The combat of a jinchūriki could easily level a mountain. If those nearby were to be caught in the crossfire, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Mafeng, it seems you are quite displeased to see me, Kushina remarked, raising an eyebrow at Mafeng's unusual demeanor. Not at all. It's been a while since I last saw you, Sister Kushina. I'm quite happy. Mafeng quickly altered his expression, responding cheerfully. Watching you all fight valiantly on the battlefield makes my hands itch. This time, I must achieve great merit. Perhaps I could even be promoted to Jonin. At that point, I would be just a step away from the position of Hokage, Kushina said with eager anticipation. Minato gazed at Kushina with a fond expression, cautioning, You must prioritize your safety. This battle will not be simple. Yes, I hear you, Kushina replied. In a sudden turn of events, both Mafeng and Shino felt as though they had been fed a generous serving of dog food. Konoha, Hokage building. The third Hokage, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito sat together. Smoke spiraled from the third Hokage's lips, his expression grave. According to intelligence from the mist, an invasion would commence shortly. Alas, it has indeed come to this, Tsunade sighed, feeling a headache coming on. With current forces so stretched thin, the mist was also joining the fray. The ensuing troubles would likely be considerable. If only White Fang were still here, Mito murmured, casting a glance at Danzo. Danzo disregarded Mito's comment, stating, The front against the mist can be supported by the main forces of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. My route will also dispatch some shinobi. Both Mito and Tsunade were taken aback. They had not expected to hear such words from Danzo. The third Hokage softly remarked, It seems this is the only course of action left. Fugaku's experience is sufficient to lead the battlefield against the mist. The Hyuga clan should have no issues dealing with the mist. The Byakugan's abilities can counter the mist's most proficient techniques. However, the Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, which are precisely countered by the mist village, leading to their deployment on the battlefield in the land of water. Mito gaped and began to speak, but suddenly fell silent, gazing in astonishment at Danzo before shifting his attention to the third Hokage. They were not ignorant of this reasoning. Yet they still proposed this plan. Isn't this rather convenient? Danzo remarked coldly. Mito gaped and felt a chill run through him. Indeed, they were targeting the Uchiha clan. Danzo's expression remained impassive, while the third Hokage appeared to be grappling with his thoughts. However, for the sake of balance, this course of action was unavoidable. The elemental disadvantage would inevitably double the casualties among the Uchiha. By that time, even with sufficient merit, ascending to power would pose significant challenges for them. Let us proceed with this arrangement for now. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall adjust accordingly, the third Hokage said wearily. The three fell into silence, all acquiescing to the plan. In the land of earth, Jiraiya had performed admirably. The battlefield in the land of wind had reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had managed to stave off the Cloud Village's assault. However, this was not a sustainable situation. The third Hokage continued. What do you propose, Koharu? Given the current strength of Konoha, facing 4 enemies with just one team is exceedingly arduous. While we may endure in the short term, the prolonged engagement will lead to significant ninja attrition and logistical complications. Therefore, we must first repel one faction to free up our resources to deal with the other 3 villages. You intend to first drive back the Sand Village? Mito gate and quickly surmised the third Hokage's intent. Indeed, the Sand Village has significantly diminished in strength since losing their Kazekage. Even with Chiyo's support, they will struggle to prevail. A single decisive battle to instill fear and subsequently sign a peace treaty should suffice to pacify the Sand. Sarutobi, you are truly naive. The Sand aims not merely to be frightened, but to eradicate us entirely. They seek outright domination. Danzo interjected coldly. Danzo, even at this juncture, you are fixated on such thoughts. If we corner the Sand Village too severely, they might unleash their full might. And even if we can withstand their assault, the toll on our forces would be tremendous. How then shall we contend with the other 3 villages? The third Hokage retorted angrily. A mere Sand Village cannot deplete our strength significantly. Sarutobi, you lack confidence. Konoha is the strongest. Do you still believe Konoha is the same as in the era of our mentors? Danzo found himself momentarily speechless. The third Hokage continued. In 3 days, Jiraiya will orchestrate a grand battle aimed at temporarily repelling the rock ninja, thus gaining a stalemate. This will allow us to withdraw the majority of our forces from the land of earth to aid in the land of wind. The issue of supplies will then need to be addressed by you. Koharu, Mito, is that agreeable? Koharu and Mito gate and nodded in agreement, affirming, no problem. Good. The remainder shall rest upon Jiraiya and the others. With that, the third Hokage exhaled deeply. As long as this battle remained, the subsequent strategic endeavors could proceed. He had a foreboding sense that this war might endure for many years. On the battlefield in the land of earth, Jiraiya gazed at the distant mountains, which would serve as the site of the upcoming battle in 3 days. Not long ago, he had already sent a challenge to the third Tsuchikage. The weight of pressure is indeed substantial. This time, victory is the only option. Defeat would lead to significant complications. Jiraiya scratched his head, reflecting on the matter. The third Tsuchikage is no easy adversary. If caught in his dust release technique, one might find oneself reduced to mere ashes. A heavy burden loomed in Jiraiya's heart, as this was not an enemy he could currently contend with. Yet, apart from him, there existed no alternative on the battlefield. It is worth noting that the third Tsuchikage is now in his 50s, having mastered dust release to an extraordinary degree, far beyond Jiraiya's capacity to match. It appears he must resort to that newly acquired technique, albeit it tarnishes the illustrious image of Jiraiya. Alas, should Tsunade learn of this, she would likely hold me in even less esteem. Such vexation. However, there exists no other recourse. Clenching his fists, a surge of battle spirit ignited within him. This would be the first time he would employ this technique against an enemy. Its efficacy would be revealed in the battles to come. Master Jiraiya, you have yet to rest, came a voice from behind. Mo Feng had appeared unbeknownst to Jiraiya, who was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to notice. Oh, Mo Feng, why are you still awake at this hour? Jiraiya asked with a smile. Over the past few months, he had been exceedingly pleased with both Mo Feng and Shinjiro, particularly with Mo Feng. Jiraiya found himself contemplating whether to formally take Mo Feng as his disciple. I merely ventured out for a stroll, as we are to engage in a fierce battle against the rock shinobi in 3 days. I wonder if the master possesses confidence. Mo Feng expressed with concern. Jiraiya paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Mo Feng, you underestimate me. I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage. How could I possibly be outmatched by the third Tsuchikage? Fear not. In 3 days, I shall surely bring that old fellow to his knees. Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering confidence, Mo Feng felt a tinge of doubt. Is Jiraiya genuinely confident, or is he merely putting on a brave front? What? Do you harbor disbelief? Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. Of course not. Master Jiraiya is the strongest. Mo Feng replied with a grin. It seemed counterproductive to undermine Jiraiya's confidence at this juncture. Naturally, I shall unveil an unprecedentedly powerful ninjutsu that will undoubtedly vanquish the third Tsuchikage, securing victory for Konoha. Perhaps then, we may return to the village and enjoy a respite. Jiraiya proclaimed. An unprecedentedly powerful ninjutsu? Phone gasped, realizing that it must be sage technique. Has Jiraiya truly mastered sage arts? Indeed. Only sage technique could inspire such confidence in him. With this thought, Feng's faith in the impending battle swelled. The Wagakure Peak, located on the outskirts of the Land of Grass, is a desolate mountain devoid of human presence. Engaging in battle here would ensure that innocent lives remain unaffected. At the Konoha encampment, Feng, are you prepared? Shinjiro inquired. Feng nodded, fastening his ninja tool pouch. The materials are ready. Excellent. Let's set forth. Shinjiro beamed with excitement. Feng adjusted his forehead protector and followed closely behind Shinjiro. As the two emerged from the tent, they spotted Kushina and Minato not far away. You two are quite slow. You only just made your appearance, Kushina complained. Minato, Kushina, what brings you here? Feng inquired, perplexed. Although this was a grand battle, the formation of smaller teams still existed. Generally, teams comprised 3 or 4 members. Since the 4 of us are most familiar with each other, and I am a jonin qualified to lead, Jiraiya-sensei arranged for us to be together, Minato explained with a smile. I see. Just don't hold me back. I'm here to make my mark, Kushina declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Feng and Shino shared a chuckle, nodding in agreement, absolutely. They regarded Kushina as an elder sister and were accustomed to her spirited nature. That's more like it. Let us create some chaos and show the rock ninjas that we of Konoha are not to be trifled with. Kushina exclaimed with enthusiasm. Leaving behind the ninjas to guard the camp, Jiraiya led an impressive force of 2,000 ninjas towards Awagakure. There, the first battle of the Third Great Ninja War would commence, famously known as the Battle of Awagakure. At Awagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had already arrived with thousands of ninjas. Suspended in midair, he coldly regarded the approaching Konoha ninjas. So, the leader of Konoha is Jiraiya, that disciple of Sarutobi's? Sarutobi certainly knows how to teach his students. The legendary 3 ninjas, what a sight to behold, Inoki mused. Now at the age of 64, he was 16 years older than the third Hokage. Having served as Tsuchikage for decades, he felt proud of Awagakure's flourishing strength under his guidance. Yet, he bore a significant burden. The village had yet to produce a worthy successor. Despite the presence of many strong warriors, none were fit to assume the mantle of leadership. Thus, at 64, he found himself still fighting on the front lines. He envied the third Hokage's 3 disciples, who, at their youthful age, were already capable of standing on their own. If his own village had such talent, he would have retired long ago to enjoy a peaceful life. Envy aside, battle was inevitable. The Konoha army advanced in full force, led by a figure with white hair, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. As Jiraiya came to a halt, the ninjas behind him followed suit. Ah, it has been a long time, Lord Tsuchikage, Jiraiya greeted, his voice ringing with warmth as he gazed at Inoki in the sky. Inoki gradually descended, his diminutive stature radiating a palpable sense of urgency. Their eyes met, sparking a moment of intensity. Back in the Second War, you were merely a fledgling. I never anticipated you would grow to this extent in just a few short years, Inoki remarked with a hint of admiration. Ha ha ha, I shall take that as a compliment. Lord Tsuchikage, it seems your companions remain the same old faces, Jiraiya replied with a hearty laugh. Heh, that's sufficient. Come now. Let me see how much Konoha has developed over these past years. Inoki, disinterested in idle chatter, promptly declared the commencement of battle. Jiraiya's expression shifted, taken aback by the old man's directness. So be it. Jiraiya initiated the first assault, launching himself toward Inoki. Unfazed, Inoki effortlessly parried Jiraiya's attack. With their clash, the grand conflict officially unfolded. Charge! The rock ninja bellowed, surging forth towards the leaf ninjas. Sensing the impending clash, Minato raised his right hand and commanded, fire. Almost instantaneously, countless shurikens were hurled from the rear of the formation toward the rock ninja. The shurikens fell like a torrential rain. What? The rock ninja were taken aback, astonished that the leaf village would commence with such ferocity. The shurikens arced through the air, descending into the ranks of the rock shinobi. Cries of anguish filled the air. A blaze erupted as the shurikens detonated. This is bad. Those shurikens have explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. thousands of shurikens erupted, scattering destruction among the rock ninja. In the aftermath, the number of injured within the rock ranks surged dramatically. The Leaf Village, despite facing a numerically equal opposition, was capable of standing against 4 villages with the strength of a single one. Beyond their superior individual combat prowess, a significant factor was their wealth. The Land of Fire occupied the most fertile lands on the continent. Thus, the economic support provided by the Fire Daimyo to the Leaf Village each year was considerable. Just like the shurikens and explosive tags at present, this expenditure represented substantial resources. Yet the Leaf Ninjas remained unfazed. Were it the Sand Village, they would likely weep at such a loss. Wealth is indeed a pivotal element in determining the outcome of war. Earth Style, Earth Barrier. The Rock Ninja, regaining their composure, employed earth techniques to counter the relentless barrage of shurikens. In that instant, casualties were significantly reduced. Recognizing the futility of further assaults, Minato ordered the Leaf Ninjas to cease their throwing. The initial skirmish concluded with a resounding victory for the Leaf. Damn Leaf, relying on their wealth to run rampant. Inoki seethed from a distance, engaged in combat with Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, Lord Tsuchikage, my apologies. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Do not revel too soon. The war has only just begun. Explosives? We of the Rock Village possess them too. Inoki retorted with a fierce glint in his eyes. Jiraiya's heart tightened at the implication. Could the Rock Village have a secret weapon? On the battlefield, Moffing observed the relentless onslaught of the Rock Ninja, his heart racing. This was true warfare, starkly contrasting the minor skirmishes of recent months. Here, one could only survive through continuous slaughter. Sever the head of one enemy, and another awaited your blade. Remaining stationary meant certain death. Simple, yet brutal. Is this the essence of true war? Moffing pondered as his hands remained in motion. Ink style. Ink arrow barrage. Countless ink arrows erupted from the scroll, soaring toward the advancing rock ninja. Cries of despair echoed as numerous rock ninja fell victim to the assault. Quite impressive. Mo Fong, observed closely, praised Kushina from the side, swiftly forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of clones materialized in an instant, fiercely swinging their fists towards the rock ninjas. You scoundrels! Perish, you rock ninjas! Witnessing the sheer ferocity of Kushina, cold sweat trickled down Mo Feng's forehead. Thankfully, he hadn't provoked her earlier. Kushina, stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, appeared exuberantly spirited. The shadow clones, numbering over 100, exhibited remarkable aggression. Their punches and kicks created a veritable sea of crimson on the battlefield. Mo Feng felt a pang of envy. The volume of chakra she possessed was simply enviable. He too could utilize the ink clones, akin to shadow clones, but 5 was his limit, and it compromised his own combat efficacy. Yet, Kushina seemed wholly unaffected. The Uzumaki clan was indeed exceptional. Their chakra reserves resembled those of a small-tailed beast. Mo Feng silently scoffed, as the purple brush in his hand danced ceaselessly. Ink beasts erupted from the scrolls, lunging toward the rock ninjas on the battlefield. With the assistance of the rearguard forces, Konoha swiftly gained the upper hand. The seamless coordination among Konoha's ninjas significantly amplified their combat prowess. This synergy was one of the paramount reasons Konoha consistently mandated its teams to undertake missions. Prolonged training cultivated their cooperation, unleashing astonishing power. Although other ninja villages endeavored similarly, their effectiveness paled in comparison to Konoha's. The strategic allocation orchestrated by the Third Hokage was meticulously considered, a testament to the immense effort that words alone could scarcely convey. Konoha's prosperity following the demise of the Second Hokage and their triumph in the Second Shinobi War was undeniably a testament to the Third Hokage's invaluable contributions. The first ninja hero was far from a mere title. Amidst the battlefield, blood danced through the air. The rock ninjas outnumbered Konoha's forces 3-1, although initially stunned. They soon regained their composure. Explosive team, forward, barked the rock jonin, Yamaguchi, as dozens of rock ninjas surged ahead. Explosion release. Landmine fist. The battlefield erupted with a cacophony of explosions, carving a chasm into the ground. The destructive power was not in the least inferior to Konoha's earlier explosive tags. The only distinction lay in the distance. What astounding destructive force! Is this an entire squad of explosion release users? Exclaimed Shinji in astonishment. They had already found the heavy rock formidable. Little did they expect an abundance of explosion release practitioners. Mo Feng murmured. I had heard of a special unit within a Awakens known as the Explosive Team, but I never anticipated its existence. The advantage conferred by the explosive tags was now diminished. The fact that they had maintained an advantage was commendable. It appeared that Awakens was not entirely unprepared. This explosive team was likely just the beginning. Following the explosion, an eerie calm descended upon the battlefield. Konoha ninjas and rock ninjas alike retreated to a distance. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, engaged in combat with Inoki, sensed the gravity of the situation. The explosive squad, along with their bloodline limit, has managed to uncover such a multitude. Jiraiya, this is merely the beginning. I acknowledge that the quality of the Leaf Village ninjas is commendable, but what about 1 against 2? 1 against 3? I refuse to believe that every single one of your ninjas is a genius. Inoki remarked with a sneer. What do you intend to do? Jiraiya exclaimed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. You will know soon enough. That vile old man is indeed formidable. You have grown swiftly, yet you remain merely a youth. Your strategy and vision leave much to be desired. The battlefield is far from simplistic. As Inoki spoke, he gestured lightly, seemingly issuing some command. In the rear, an IWA ninja, perceiving Inoki's signal, understood instantly. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and promptly unsealed it. A colossal map materialized beside him, adorned with an intricate array of lines, resembling a topographical chart. In an instant, dozens of IWA ninjas converged upon it. They simultaneously bit their fingers, letting their blood stain their palms, and then formed hand seals. Earth release. Transformation. A tremendous surge of chakra infused the map, and a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The ground trembled incessantly, akin to an earthquake. What is happening? Mo Phone gasped, feeling the earth shake violently. Could it be an earthquake at this moment? No, there is a fluctuation of chakra. Is it the IWA ninja's earth release? Yet, the scale is astonishing. The Leaf ninjas were taken aback, involuntarily halting in their tracks. Soon, walls of earth began to rise continuously. In an instant, the previously rocky yet relatively flat battlefield was segmented into numerous small squares. Mo Phone was struck dumb with astonishment. His surroundings were now encircled by walls, forming a space of roughly 100 square meters. However, 3 IWA ninjas had inexplicably leapt in before him, gazing coldly at Mo Phone with smug smiles upon their lips. Transformation. This powerful earth release can alter the terrain according to the design on the map. The IWA ninjas have directly manipulated the battlefield's landscape. Within each square, there were 1 or 2 Leaf ninjas, while the IWA ninjas outnumbered them threefold. The battlefield was divided. They forcibly severed the coordination among the Leaf ninjas. What? They have audaciously altered the terrain. Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the scene before him, astonished that the third Hokage would resort to such extreme measures. Jiraiya, this is war. In warfare, anything is possible. 1 against 3, without the cooperation of allies. How long do you think your ninjas can endure? Inoki declared with a triumphant grin. Vile. Jiraiya's face reflected concern. In such circumstances, the losses could be catastrophic. Do not even think about rescuing anyone. You will have no opportunity. Your strength is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to mine. Ha ha ha. The Leaf ninjas will undoubtedly discover a way to break through. My sole purpose in remaining here is to defeat you. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh as a small toad unexpectedly leaped onto his shoulder. It was none other than the sage Fukasaku, who had long been summoned by Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, I never imagined you would finally embrace the use of sage techniques. Aren't you concerned about how it might affect your image? As the toad spoke, a transformation occurred on Jiraiya's face. His once handsome features began to morph towards that of a frog, with his eyes becoming distinctly amphibian. A crimson shadow gradually emerged around his eyes. A formidable aura emanated from Jiraiya, for the adversary he faced this time was significantly stronger than any he had encountered before. With both Orochimaru and Tsunade absent, he felt the weight of the challenge alone. Inoki gazed at Jiraiya in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Is this the sage technique of the first Hokage? Inoki had once witnessed the formidable prowess of Hashirama and Madara, and the terrifying visage of those encounters still haunted him. I may not possess the strength of the first Hokage, but there are indeed some similarities. Enough chatter, old man, prepare yourself. As Jiraiya declared, he charged towards Inoki. His speed and presence vastly enhanced from before. The 3 IWA Chunin, IWA Dai, IWA Ni, and IWA San, were encircling Moffing. Coincidentally, they were brothers. It appears our luck has run dry. Just a mere brat, Iwa Dai remarked with disappointment. Don't worry, big brother. Once we eliminate this little pest, we'll have time to hunt down others, Iwa and I suggested. Indeed, my second brother is correct. We can save considerable time and take down a few more of Konoha's weaklings, Iwa concurred. Then let us stop the idle chatter and move. The trio, having deemed Mofeng as mere prey, had already made up their minds. Mofeng, on the other hand, felt a sense of inevitability. It seemed he was underestimated. 3 Chunin were indeed worthy opponents. Internally, he resolved, his left hand tightening around a scroll. As the 3 Iwa Nin advanced toward him, he unfurled the scroll. Upon its surface, a magnificent ink dragon sprang to life, vividly detailed but curiously lacking eyes. The purple brush swiftly emerged, touching the dragon's eye sockets, as if breathing life into it. The finishing touch. Ink release. Ink dragon projectile technique. With a soft command, chakra surged into the scroll. A thunderous roar echoed as the ink dragon burst forth, its massive form stretching over 10 meters in length, its fearsome head detailed down to the last scale. What is this? Iwa-san, leading the charge, was taken aback, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. The short distance of a little over 100 meters offered no refuge from the imposing ink dragon. Their speeds collided, doubling the force of impact. The ink dragon opened its cavernous maw, seizing Iwa-san with a deadly bite. No. A cry of despair escaped him. He had no time to unleash any jutsu before the dragon severed his neck, blood spilling profusely. He hadn't even a moment to utter a final word. Iwa-san. Both Iwa Dai and Iwa-ni shouted in unison, their hearts swelling with grief and rage. You bastard. The 3 individuals had not anticipated that a mere child could so swiftly unleash such formidable and peculiar ninjutsu. As a result, Iwa-san met a tragic end. His demise most gruesome. This is the nature of ninja combat. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance may lead to the forfeiture of one's life. Such is the case even when strength is ostensibly equal or even superior. The anger of the two was disregarded by Mofeng with a single strike. The ink dragon did not dissipate. Mofeng, seizing the opportunity, wielded his hands once more, and the ink dragon surged forward. The dragon's tail swung with might, its target being the nearby Iwa Da and Iwa Air. Boom. The powerful tail struck with tremendous force. However, Iwa Da and Iwa Air, having reacted in time, displayed the prowess befitting a Chunin. With a leap, they evaded the dragon's assault. The tail crashed heavily against the rock wall, leaving a crack in its wake. The impact was formidable. Should they have been caught, it would surely have broken several ribs, Iwa Da thought with trepidation. Damn it. How can this child be so powerful? Iwa Air exclaimed. Mofeng remained oblivious to their thoughts. His sole intention was to claim their heads, adding another tally to his accomplishments. He moved his hands again, and the ink dragon turned, its bloodied maw lunging toward them. Not good. Both Iwa Da and Iwa Air were startled, quickly attempting to evade. Yet, the ink dragon pursued relentlessly. Damn, if this continues, we're doomed. Iwa Da and Iwa Air exchanged a glance, the unspoken bond of years of brotherhood igniting in that moment. Almost in unison, they formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth dragon projectile. Both palms struck the ground simultaneously, and 2 earthen dragons erupted from beneath. Their crimson eyes projected an imposing aura. Roar. 3 dragons clashed in a confined space. Go. The 2 earth dragons charged simultaneously at the formidable ink dragon. The ink dragon, undeterred, surged forward without a hint of slowing down. Roar. The clash of dragons resonated, and stone fragments and ink scattered in all directions. In but a single encounter, 1 earth dragon had its head shattered. Yet, the ink dragon was not unscathed. 2 of its horns transformed back into ink, vanishing without a trace. Taking advantage of this, the remaining earth dragon surged forward. Bang! As the 2 dragons collided, the ink dragon could no longer withstand the force. Within that space, it seemed as if ink rained down. In an instant, the ink dragon was rendered non-existent, and the earth dragon crumbled as well. Such a powerful ink dragon. I never imagined that our combined earth dragon projectile would be sufficient to subdue it, Iwa Air remarked. Indeed impressive. Wait, where is that child? Iwa Da exclaimed in alarm. Right here. A diminutive figure materialized behind them, grasping a pitch-black kunai, now adorned with a water-blue liquid. What? Both were taken aback, hastily turning around. But what awaited them was a terrifying intent to kill. Water release. Water blade slash. The water blue blade mercilessly sliced through their necks. Blood erupted at that moment, cascading through the air like a shower of resplendent blossoms. How could this be possible? Yanda gazed incredulously at the indifferent Moffing, pondering when he had appeared here. Yinner clutched his neck, feeling the vitality within him ebbing away, his heart gripped by profound terror. Nothing is more terrifying than witnessing one's own gradual demise. They yearned to escape, to survive. Yet, as the aquamarine blades severed their trachea, their fates were irrevocably sealed. While the Moloch distracted them, Moffing had silently approached, inscribing their death sentences. It was over. Moffing whispered, returning the bloodless kunai to his ninja tool pouch. He grasped the purple brush once more. A fierce tiger materialized upon the scroll. Moffing leapt away from this isolated space, heading toward another battlefield. What remained were merely 3 lifeless bodies. Yanda and Yinner stared wide-eyed, as if death had not yet claimed them. On the earthen wall, Moffing surveyed the scene, observing numerous Konoha ninjas embroiled in fierce combat, surrounded by overwhelming foes. Devoid of any allies, this predicament indeed bore a semblance of despair. It seemed imperative to render assistance swiftly, for even a slight reduction in casualties would be beneficial. Suddenly, Moffing's gaze sharpened as he recognized a familiar figure. The silver locks and petite frame stood out conspicuously on the battlefield. Kakashi, recently promoted to Chunin, was now contending with 3 Chunin opponents, evidently struggling. Without aid, he would likely not endure beyond 3 minutes. Without hesitation, Moffing activated his ink ninjutsu. An ink-colored tiger burst forth from the canvas, charging toward Kakashi. One ink tiger was sufficient to help extricate Kakashi from his predicament. He popped a military rations pill into his mouth, and his right hand wielded the purple brush in a flurry of motion. Moments later, countless ferocious beasts coalesced on the tiny scroll. Ink ninjutsu. 100 Beasts Day March. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, ink beasts soared out, entering the segmented battlefield. The chakra derived from the military rations pill surged into them. This should save quite a few lives. Muttering softly, Moffing's attention shifted elsewhere. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's expression betrayed a mix of gravity and urgency. Facing 3 opponents, especially 3 Chunin, represented a dire threat to Kakashi. Though he was indeed a Chunin, he was merely a 6-year-old one. In such a fragile body and with limited strength, the odds against equally ranked ninjas were not favorable, let alone against 3. In their recent skirmish, while Kakashi had not suffered losses, he recognized that dealing with 2 might still hold a glimmer of hope. But 3 was undoubtedly a death sentence, unless aid could arrive. Yet, given the current situation, nearly everyone was ensnared in similar peril, and even if someone could lend assistance, it was unlikely they would notice him. The white-toothed short blade in his hand shimmered faintly, lacking the brilliance it once held in Shuang Mao's grasp. I cannot perish here. I must redeem my father's tarnished name. Kakashi roared within himself. To one's astonishment, such a diminutive figure possessed the prowess of a Chunin. Indeed, Konoha was a source of envy. The IWNE expressed their sentiments, their intent to eliminate Kakashi intensifying in their hearts. A genius among enemies may evolve into a nightmare for them in the future. Such a being ought to be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Deliver him a fatal blow. The other 2 IWNE nodded in agreement. The trio advanced along the path, jointly assailing Kakashi, gripping his short blade with a slight tightening of his right hand. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon 2 of them. It was time to fight with all his might. With a low growl, the white-toothed dagger transformed into a blur, slicing through the air. Die! One of the IWNE bellowed, thrusting a kunai toward Kakashi. With a deft flick, the short blade deflected the attack, while his left hand seized the kunai of the other assailant. In an instant, Kakashi had stabilized the 2 attackers. Yet, they remained unperturbed, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. Die! At that moment, the last IWNE lunged at Kakashi from behind, the glinting kunai aimed at his neck. Kakashi's pupils constricted, sensing the chill behind him. He wished to evade, yet found himself immobile. The 2 IWNE had completely confined Kakashi's movements. Was this the end? A wave of despair washed over Kakashi, as if the sharp kunai would soon sever his throat. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. What was happening? Before Kakashi could ponder further, a resounding roar reached his ears, followed by a spray of blood that splattered across his face. The black tiger had emerged. What on earth was this? The 2 IWNE were taken aback, gazing at the black tiger behind Kakashi as if they had encountered a specter, retreating in haste. Kakashi turned to behold a towering black tiger, over 3 meters high, its jaws having severed the head of the IWNE. Was this the ninjutsu of Senior Moffing? Kakashi's gaze shifted to the earthen wall nearby, where he discerned a familiar figure gradually retreating. Having narrowly escaped calamity, Kakashi felt a weight lift from his heart. With the Black Tiger's assistance, this battle was no longer a deadlock. Not only Kakashi, but numerous Konoha ninjas, previously at a disadvantage, found new life and even opportunities for victory due to the intervention of various black beasts. Meanwhile, Moffing, after unleashing the daytime beast technique, found himself targeted by an IWNE. The Konoha ninja, I never expected you to triumph over 3 IWNEs so swiftly, truly remarkable. Before him stood a towering IWNE named Blond, his muscular arms rippling, showcasing formidable strength. Moffing's gaze sharpened, and he took a slight step back to create distance. This man's aura was that of a jonin. Noticing Moffing's silence, Blond continued unabated, stating, "It seems you have enough energy left to assist other Konoha ninjas. Are you seeking a swifter demise?" This war was inherently unfair, and Iwa's reliance on such strategies merely betrays their fear of us Konoha. How shameless. As Moffing spoke, he discreetly ingested a soldier pill. For the recent battle had drained much of his chakra, and any replenishment was welcome. Haha, war knows no shame. It is merely a strategy. Seeing your youth and such formidable strength, I must admit, I hesitate to take your life. Mo Fong, at a loss for words, wondered if this individual was a loquacious chatterbox, babbling so much amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, as he regained his strength, Mo Fong found himself willing to engage in a little banter. However, your hands are stained with far too much blood from our rock ninja. It is time for you to pay the price. How is your chakra recovery coming along? Mo Fong was taken aback, realizing this person had already discerned his condition, yet chose not to intervene. Was it confidence or arrogance? What do you intend to do? Mo Fong whispered. I intend to do nothing. To be honest, I have no fondness for war, nor do I particularly enjoy taking lives. Yet, as a ninja, some duties must be fulfilled. Still, if possible, I would prefer to fight fairly. Fairly? Hearing this rock ninja utter such a term, Mo Fong regarded him as if he were a fool. Is the battlefield a place to seek fairness? Did you not just claim there is no shame in war? Is this man suffering from a split personality? Your ninjutsu is extensive. Allowing you to continue would only exacerbate the losses to our village. Thus, I shall take your life. With that, Blond ceased his idle chatter and, without a moment's hesitation, began to weave hand signs. Earth style? Earth spear? Chakra surged as the ground around them birthed numerous earthen spears. Mo Fong gasped. Evading such a multitude of projectiles would prove quite challenging. Go. With a command, all the earth spears lunged toward Mo Fong. Observing this, he summoned chakra behind him, and in an instant, ebony wings unfurled. With a whoosh, Mo Fong soared into the sky. Is there truly a flight technique among ninjas? Blond marveled, yet his hands continued to weave signs. Earth style? Stone pillar rise. Suddenly, a stone pillar erupted from beneath Blond, propelling him swiftly into the air. In an instant, he caught up with Mo Feng's figure. Earth style? Rock pillar strike. The pillar divided into several smaller stone spikes, aimed directly at Mo Feng with astonishing speed, leaving him little time to react. Slicing through the air, Mo Feng's wings pierced a hole, causing him to lose his balance. This is bad. In a split second, he retracted his wings and plummeted straight down. A kunai appeared in his right hand, the azure blade re-emerging. Water style? Water blade slash. With a flurry of strikes, Mo Feng severed the attacking stone pillars one by one. Mid-air, the two clashed once more. The azure blade swung with great force. Blond, taken aback, swiftly evaded. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the stone pillar beneath Blond was cleaved in two by the water blade. Such incredible offensive power. Is this truly water style? Earth conquers water, yet this technique defies that principle, possessing a cutting force more formidable than even wind chakra. As debris scattered, both warriors landed simultaneously. The Konoha brat has quite a repertoire. Blond observed Mo Feng with a hint of admiration. Under such scrutiny, Mo Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable. Shouldn't the battlefield be saturated with murderous intent? What is wrong with this guy? Is he merely on an outing? You truly are quite leisurely. Mo Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm, as if the fierce battles on the battlefield are mere sparring sessions. Ha. That is because I am certain that victory will undoubtedly be mine. How arrogant, Imo Feng thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. This is not arrogance, it is confidence. You, a mere chunin, do you think you can overturn the heavens? A chunin must possess the awareness befitting their rank. Ultimately, it is the jonin who dominate the battlefield. Chunin and jinin are merely cannon fodder, do you understand? Lantu scoffed. I have never encountered such a conceited ninja before. Ha. That is simply because the individuals you have met are far too weak. So weak that they lack any qualification for confidence. When your life draws to a close, you should feel fortunate to meet someone like me who can offer you guidance. Boring. With the aid of military rations, the chakra within Imo Feng had nearly fully recovered. He had no intention of engaging in further trivial banter with this individual. Such grand battles were exceedingly rare. If he could slay a few more rock ninjas, it would be a significant achievement. More importantly, given the current dire situation, the objective was to break the deadlock. Imo Feng had some understanding of the earth release technique. Based on the present circumstances, it was evident that a multitude of rock ninjas must be simultaneously employing a transformation technique to create such an effect. As long as he could eliminate these rock ninjas, the battlefield would revert to its previous state. This would enable Konoha to mount a powerful counterattack, a feat far greater than simply slaying 1 or 2 rock ninjas. At this moment, Imo Feng had but one thought: to dispel this earth release. He was not alone in recognizing this fact. Imo Feng was certain that Minato must also have discerned the key to the situation. If Minato or anyone else were to unravel this predicament before him, his achievements would be rendered null. Thus, Imo Feng needed to act swiftly. Before him stood Lantu, a formidable obstacle he must overcome. However, being a jonin, he was not a foe to be easily dispatched. Nonetheless, the battle must continue. With scrolls flying, the purple brush danced swiftly once more. Imo Feng's speed was now on par with his hand signs. In less than 2 seconds, a beast of ink was conjured. Ink release. Breaking the cage, fierce tiger. The ink-colored tiger surged forth from the scroll, its fierce momentum far surpassing what it had been when he first learned the super beast imitation technique. Oh, this ninjutsu possesses some merit, Lantu remarked lightly. Appearing quite at ease, yet his hands began to move. Earth release. Earth wall. Just as the ink tiger was about to pounce upon Lantu, a stone wall abruptly rose. The tremendous backlash transformed the tiger back into scattered ink. Unfortunately, you still lack the means to breach my defenses. Lantu sneered as the wall descended. However, Imo Feng's next offensive maneuver was simultaneously unleashed. Ink release. Super equipment imitation. Heavy machine gun technique. An ink-colored heavy machine gun crashed to the ground before Imo Feng. In the next instant, his hand was already poised on the trigger. What is this? Lantu exclaimed, bewildered, as a wave of confusion surged within him. Tat tat tat. In the next moment, astonishing sparks erupted from the muzzle of the gun, flames licking forth incessantly. The ebony bullets shot forth like arrows. Blue Earth was taken aback and hastily evaded, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. The heavy machine gun unleashed 5 rounds per second, a velocity so formidable that it was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to evade, especially at such a short distance. Earth escape. Hardening technique. As the bullets sped toward him, evasion became increasingly improbable, prompting Blue Earth to swiftly employ his ninjutsu. Clang, clang, clang. The muzzle of the heavy machine gun erupted like a relentless torrent of fire, striking Blue Earth's form. In an instant, sparks flew, the impact reminiscent of strikes against a stone wall. Yet even a stone wall could be riddled with holes by such bullets. I am curious to see how long you can endure. Chakra continuously surged into the heavy machine gun, transforming into bullets the size of fingertips that incessantly spewed forth. Blue Earth's expression grew grave, a dull ache radiating from his chest. Those incessantly pounding ebony bullets were far from easy to withstand. Damn it! How could this brat possess such peculiar ninjutsu? Enduring the pain in his chest, Blue Earth resolved to cease being passive. He sprang towards Ink Edge, a shuriken in hand, striving to deflect the bullets. Earth escape. Earth Dragon bullet technique. The Earth Dragon burst forth once more, following closely behind Blue Earth. Die! Blue Earth shouted fiercely, disregarding the ferocious hail of bullets, as he struck out forcefully with his right hand holding the shuriken. Ink Edge narrowed his eyes, steadying the heavy machine gun with his left hand, while drawing a shuriken with his right. Water escape. Water blade slash. Clang. Blue Earth's shuriken was cleaved in two. Shock coursed through Blue Earth. He had not anticipated Ink Edge's reaction to be so swift and decisive. He sidestepped, the water-blue blade grazing his chest, leaving behind a shallow wound. Blue Earth landed aside, clutching his lightly injured chest, his face a mask of astonishment. Broken? This water escape could even penetrate my hardening technique? The sheer power of such an attack left Blue Earth astounded. While he had sensed its sharpness moments ago, he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. Truly astonishing. At that moment, the ebony machine gun unleashed all its remaining bullets, dissipating into ink. With Ink Edge's current strength, the heavy machine gun could only sustain its barrage for half a minute. Any longer, and the immense recoil would shatter the form of the ink-based weapon. Behind Blue Earth, the roaring Earth Dragon had caught up. Roar! With a furious bellow, the Earth Dragon opened its massive jaws. Ink Edge's gaze sharpened, and he did not attempt to evade. In truth, there was no time to evade now. The Earth Dragon was all but upon them. With Blue Earth positioned in the only direction he could retreat to, the only course of action was a head-on confrontation. Blue Earth's earlier offensive had precisely this aim in mind. Yet he had not foreseen that Ink Edge would breach his defenses. The water-blue radiance atop his shuriken intensified. Chakra surging wildly. Water escape. Water blade slash. With a fierce shout, Ink Edge swung vigorously at the Earth Dragon. Boom. Dust erupted. Fragments of stone flew. The position where Mo Feng stood was entirely submerged. Facing the onslaught of the Earth Dragon, a mere young Chunin was destined for demise. Lantu sneered, his irritation flaring at the sight of his own wounds. He had initially perceived his opponent as a mere mouse, not anticipating the ability to inflict harm upon him. As the dust settled, the smile on Lantu's face froze. From within the haze, a figure gradually emerged. The Earth Dragon roared forth, met by a small kunai. This was insufficient. Mo Feng's heart surged with indignation as water chakra continuously flowed into his blade. The infusion of chakra caused the azure blade to expand. The friction between the waters intensified, deepening the hue of the once aqua blade. In that fleeting moment, what Mo Feng wielded transformed from a kunai into a cerulean short sword. With a decisive strike, the short sword collided with the Earth Dragon. Debris erupted. With a single blow, the dragon's teeth were severed. Dust scattered, yet its massive form pressed onward. The standoff persisted. With determination, he gripped the blade with both hands. Exuding an unparalleled ferocity, the cerulean short sword emitted a fearsome sound of friction. Zzz. Mo Feng's eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. At that instant, the short sword became a divine weapon. The Earth Dragon's body was cleaved in half. Boom. The blade sliced through the dragon, scattering countless sparks. The dragon collapsed on either side of Mo Feng, reduced to rubble moments later. Mo Feng staggered slightly, feeling a sense of detachment. The tremendous impact caused blood to seep from the corners of his hands. This ninjutsu was indeed not meant to be met head-on. With a wry smile, he noted a slight tremor in his hands. The immense collision had temporarily robbed him of strength. As the dust cleared, Lantu gazed in astonishment at the small figure amidst the debris. This little brat had somehow survived. Though somewhat disheveled, he bore minimal injuries. Aside from the blood at his palms, he bore no other marks. Upon observing the scattered stones, Lantu was taken aback. Had he truly split the Earth Dragon in two? Lantu's expression morphed into a grimace, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. This young lad indeed possessed remarkable prowess, capable of withstanding such an assault. It seemed he had uncovered an extraordinary talent from Konoha. The earlier mockery had dissipated entirely. Lantu now regarded Mo Feng as a genuine adversary. The disparity in strength between Chunin and Jonin did not instill fear in Mo Feng. Rather, he consistently made astonishing decisions. His offensive power was formidable. The peculiar weapon he had wielded possessed a terrifying speed, and the azure water release exhibited tremendous attacking might. Coupled with the ever-evolving techniques of ink ninjutsu, this Jonin found himself at a distinct disadvantage. What a formidable opponent! Such genius posed a significant threat for the future. Konoha's young ninja, you possess a value that merits elimination, far exceeding my prior assessment of you. In a span of 2 or 3 years, you might surpass me. However, that opportunity has slipped away. Soon, you shall meet your demise before my very eyes. The previous strike was indeed difficult to withstand, wasn't it? I am eager to witness how much resilience you possess. Mo Feng could only manage a wry smile. Lantu was not mistaken. Although there remained a considerable amount of chakra within him, The pain in his hands rendered him momentarily weakened. Under such circumstances, grasping a pen to utilize ink ninjutsu would necessitate several minutes of rest to recuperate. Even employing ninjutsu would significantly diminish his speed of hand seals at this moment. Yet, it was evident that Lon-Tu would not grant Mo Feng this respite. With his hands forming seals, Lon-Tu unleashed his earth style once again. Earth style? Rock pillars. Sharp, stick-like rocks erupted from the ground before Lon-Tu, hurtling towards Mo Feng. Chakra surged beneath Mo Feng's feet. Body flicker technique. His speed dramatically increased, enabling him to evade the attack with ease. Being part of the same team as Minato, it was only natural that he had learned the body flicker technique, though not to the extent of Minato's extraordinary prowess. Nevertheless, the enhancement to his speed was substantial. Quite impressive, but I wonder how long you can continue to evade. With a wave of his hands, the pace of the rock projectiles quickened. Mo Feng was startled and hastily dodged, yet the space to evade grew increasingly confined. This could not continue. The speed of his opponent's control was escalating, and he would soon be struck by the rocks. At that point, he would be left utterly defenseless. Mo Feng contemplated desperately, seeking a solution. His hands were exceedingly fatigued, making the execution of ink ninjutsu and other techniques laborious. Clearly, it was impossible to stall for time in hopes of recovery, for before that could happen, he would perish at Lon-Tu's hands. All he could do was evade or retaliate. However, the means for counterattack. His right hand gently brushed against his ninja tool pouch. The contents within might be his sole leverage to subdue his opponent. It was time to resort to that technique. Otherwise, he would surely suffer grievous injuries under such relentless assault. Once gravely injured, survival on this battlefield would be utterly inconceivable, let alone achieving the merits necessary to exchange for the sealing technique scroll. With this thought, Mo Feng hesitated not for a moment. With a swift push off his toes, he propelled himself forward, his right hand retrieving a scroll from the ninja tool pouch. Observing this, Lon-Tu furrowed his brow, pondering whether Mo Feng still had a means to retaliate at this juncture. Chakra surged forth wildly, causing the speed and quantity of the rock projectiles to increase dramatically. Yet, Mo Feng remained unfazed, taking a deep breath. With a flick of his right hand, the scroll unfurled. Within it was depicted a formidable deity, eyes ablaze with fury. This scroll was none other than the last life-saving technique bestowed upon him by his father, Yunju. It encapsulated all his chakra in a single potent strike, the super divine pseudo-painting. This was the only attack he could muster at this moment. Chakra flowed from his right hand into the scroll, and in an instant, the deity illustrated within seemed to awaken. Its colossal form burst forth from the scroll, landing upon the battlefield. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, exuding an air of formidable authority, what manner of being is this? Lon-Tu was taken aback. From the inky silhouette, he sensed an imminent, lethal threat. The moment the divine figure emerged from the scroll, Mo Feng was momentarily stunned. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him entirely. What had previously been an enigma regarding the pseudo-divine painting now seemed to crystallize into clarity. So this is the essence of the pseudo-divine painting. Mo Feng felt a surge of joy, finally comprehending why his attempts at the pseudo-divine painting had consistently met with failure. The most crucial aspect had eluded him until now. Suppressing his elation, Mo Feng thrust his hands forward and commanded, pseudo-divine painting. The ink-colored deity extended its right palm, pushing forward. This seemingly mundane gesture, however, carried an overwhelming force. The approaching rock-stealing staff was effortlessly flattened beneath this hand, as if it were mere tofu. Yet this was not the culmination. The divine palm surged once more towards Lon-Tu, its speed relentless. No, Lon-Tu shrieked in despair, attempting to evade, but escape was futile. Boom. The divine hand pressed firmly against Lon-Tu's head, driving it into the stone wall. Blood and flesh erupted. Lon-Tu was slain. The deity dissipated, leaving behind a gruesome scene of bloodshed. Mo Feng stood in astonishment, witnessing the sheer might of the pseudo-divine painting. Is this truly the power of the pseudo-divine painting? It seems utterly preposterous. A strike that concentrated the full chakra of a high-ranking ninja indeed possessed a cataclysmic intensity. The severely wounded rock-hidden ninja, Lon-Tu, was extinguished so abruptly, evoking a sense of melancholic reflection. At that moment, the divine figure transformed into a stream of ink light, penetrating Mo Feng's being. Mo Feng was momentarily taken aback as a message materialized in his mind. Mo Feng, if you can perceive this message, it signifies that you have awakened the pseudo-divine painting and have also reached the realm of ink bones. Such an achievement, if nurtured, is sufficient to elevate you to a commendable high-ranking ninja. As long as you do not encounter a shadow-level opponent, you may secure a life of peace. The Unkyo clan boasts a history spanning centuries, yet it began to decline during my grandfather's generation. In a bid to sustain our lineage, we aligned ourselves with Konoha. Regrettably, fate has turned against us. Even with our alliance, we could not avert this downward spiral. The clan dwindled in numbers, and by our generation, we faced nearly total extinction. The bloodline limit of the Unkyo clan is easily inherited but challenging to fully realize. The average individual may attain the ink form, while the talented can achieve the ink bones. However, the realm of the ink deity remains extraordinarily elusive. Throughout our centuries-long history, only two have reached such heights. Yet neither acquired the legendary Unkyo brush that flows through our ancestral vein. Speaking of the Unkyo brush, alas, it is better left unmentioned. In the past, I inherited my father's will, aspiring to restore the family's former glory, only to later discover that such aspirations were mere illusions, as ethereal as a fleeting dream. The prosperity of a clan cannot hinge on a single individual, no matter how extraordinary they may be. To set such a goal in life is indeed laughable. Thus, I only wish for you to live joyfully. This is my final blessing upon you. In the future, you must rely on your own strength to survive. Do not come to heaven too soon, disturbing the world that your mother and I share. The thoughts in his mind flitted by, echoing the final words of Unkyo Hualang. Between the lines, one could sense a warmth. Even though Mo Feng was no longer the child he once was, he felt a comforting warmth in his heart. However, it was the half-spoken words of the Unkyo brush that piqued his interest. This might be the most valuable piece of information, yet it had been left unarticulated. Shaking his head in resignation, Mo Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly restoring the chakra within his body. The war was far from over. The chakra expended in the recent battle was minimal, and with the replenishment from the military rations, it took only a few minutes for Mo Feng to return to his former state. His hands, momentarily numbed by the Earth Dragon's shock, had also returned to normal. He had always been protective of his hands, not only out of a ninja's instinct, but also due to a painter's dedication. Having nearly restored himself, the next step was to obliterate this ninjutsu. Mo Feng thought to himself as his ink wings unfurled behind him. The damage sustained had been repaired. With a push from his toes, he soared into the air. The inky wings propelled him upwards, away from the current space. High above, he beheld the ongoing fierce battle within the enclosed surroundings. The ninjas of Konoha and IWA were engaged in a brutal clash, with life and death hanging in the balance. Gazing into the distance, he noticed a group of IWA ninjas employing earth release techniques, channeling vast amounts of chakra into the ground. These individuals were likely the ones responsible for the transformation of the terrain. Concealed among the rocks, Mo Feng counted them, 18 in total, 12 of whom were chunin, and 6 were jonin. It was evident that he could not face them alone. The danger was far too great. He could very well perish there. Mo Feng furrowed his brow. This task would not be easily accomplished. At that moment, a golden figure caught his attention. It was Minato. Minato was weaving through the rocks, moving towards the location of the IWA ninjas. Not far behind him was Kushina, following closely. Had they sensed the presence of those IWA ninjas as well? Mo Feng murmured to himself as he flew towards them. As Minato sensed someone approaching rapidly, he immediately became vigilant. Who is there? Minato halted and glanced back. Kushina, noticing his reaction, quickly stopped as well. Seeing no one behind them, they instinctively looked up to the sky. They spotted a dark figure swiftly approaching. The wary expressions on their faces transformed into smiles. Mo Feng retracted his ink wings and landed beside them. Wow, Mo Feng, when did you acquire such magnificent wings? You can fly by yourself now? I thought you always used the ink eagle before? Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bombarded him with questions, clearly fascinated by the ink wings. It's merely a new application of ink ninjutsu. Nothing particularly special, he replied. Turning to Minato, Brother Minato, judging by your direction, you must have also located that group of IWA ninjas manipulating the terrain, right? Minato nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed. Upon assisting Kushina in overcoming the besieging rock shinobi, she became attuned to their locations and we are now preparing to head there. Initially troubled by how to expedite our journey, encountering you has simplified matters. I just observed midair that there are at least 18 rock shinobi. Among them, 6 appear to be safeguarding the other 12, poised to thwart our advance. Those 6 are jonin, and confronting them directly would be unwise. Moafeng disclosed the intelligence he had just acquired. 6 jonin and 12 chunin. This poses a significant dilemma, Kushina expressed with concern. With only 3 of us. While Minato possesses the strength of a jonin, both Kushina and Moafeng are merely chunin. This combination will prove challenging against 6 jonin. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. We only need to contend with those 6 jonin. The remaining 12 chunin should remain immobilized. Otherwise their ninjutsu will be instantly nullified, Minato remarked with a smile. If that is the case, we might indeed have a chance, Kushina replied. However, with just the 3 of us, it still feels somewhat daunting. Minato can certainly hold off 2 jonin alone, but given Moafeng's current state, just engaging 1 jonin will be a formidable challenge. He lacks a second scroll for dispatching a jonin, while Kushina's prowess may allow her to fend off 2 jonin. Executing a kill would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, 1 jonin would remain unchallenged. What? Do you doubt my abilities? Kushina said with discontent. I certainly do not doubt your strength. Sister Kushina, you can indeed withstand 2 jonin, but as for me, even 1 jonin is quite a strain, let alone 2. This is indeed a predicament, ultimately. It comes down to Moafeng's inadequacy. Kushina seized the opportunity to jest. Moafeng rolled his eyes at her remark, unperturbed. I will endeavor to hold off 3 jonin in search of an opportunity for a breakthrough. The remaining 3 shall be entrusted to you, Minato stated solemnly. No, Minato, this is far too perilous. Kushina naturally disagreed. Kushina, we have no alternative at this juncture. If we do not swiftly defeat these rock shinobi, the village will suffer increasingly severe losses, a burden we cannot afford. However, as Minato and Kushina locked gazes, their eyes brimming with affection, Moafeng felt that were it not for the battlefield, he would turn away at this moment. Minato, even if you can hold off 3 jonin, without the ability to eliminate them, prolonging the conflict will ultimately work against us. We require more assistance, Moafeng insisted. Assistance, you say? Let us search nearby. There may still be ninjas from the village. As Kushina spoke, she closed her eyes. Kagura's Heart Eye, a unique sensing ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, capable of perceiving nearby chakra. Although not her forte, she could still harness a modicum of its power. The recent detection of the rock shinobi's position was also through this technique. Ah, there is a familiar chakra nearby, Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Who is it? It should be that rascal, Shinobu. Ah, Azu, Moafeng said with delight, quickly inquiring. Where? If Azu is present, our chances of success will increase significantly. In that direction. Less than a kilometer away. Beside him stood a rock ninja, who, based on chakra assessment, appeared to be a chunin. Very well, let us hasten to assist Shino. Then infiltrate the ranks of the rock ninjas, Watergate declared. Indeed, Kushina readily agreed, showing no dissent. However, Mokyufeng raised a hand in objection. What is it? Watergate inquired, puzzled. We only need to send someone to assist Azu. There's no need for everyone to go. Watergate, Kushina, you should continue towards the rock ninja squad. With my Mokuyi, I can move more swiftly. I shall bring Azu to you directly. But remember, we are not there yet, so do not rush into an attack. If all goes well, we should arrive simultaneously. Mokyufeng, are you certain you can manage? Kushina expressed her concern. Fear not. He is merely a chunin. Even if I do not intervene, Azu will only require a little more time to handle him, Mokyufeng reassured. Agreed, that settles it. Kushina, follow me. Without further hesitation, Watergate led Kushina away, unfurling Mokuyi. Mokyufeng set his course towards Shino's location. In the canyon formed by earth techniques, Shino was engaged in combat with a chunin. He had previously dispatched 3 chunin who had beset him. Now, a 4th adversary had emerged from the shadows. This opponent was formidable, presenting a worthy challenge. Yet Shino understood that there was no time for protracted combat. Observing his opponent, he mused internally. The rock ninja, eyeing the 3 fallen bodies nearby, felt a surge of caution. I had not anticipated that a leaf brat could be so capable as to slay 3 of our own. Alas, your fortune ends here. The rock ninja scoffed. Boring bravado. I've grown weary of such drivel. You will be the 4th, Shino retorted as he popped a soldier pill into his mouth. Arrogant fool. I could dispatch you with a single hand. The Chunin had yet to finish his taunt when a kunai pierced through his heart from behind. Blood gushed forth, and his heartbeat ceased in an instant. A young life extinguished. Shino was momentarily taken aback. Who was this, striking with such decisiveness? The rock ninja's bluster was abruptly interrupted. The wielder of the kunai flicked his wrist, casting the corpse aside, revealing his true identity. It was none other than Mokyufeng. Mokyufeng, you've stolen my kill. That one should have been mine. Upon recognizing Mokyufeng, Shino initially felt elated, but soon expressed his displeasure. Mokyufeng offered a resigned smile, bemused by Shino's fixation on the matter. It was merely a chunin. What is there to covet? How about we pursue a jonin instead? A jonin? Shino's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where can we find one? Let us go. Let us slay a couple for sport. Mokyufeng stumbled, speechless at Shino's flippant remark. As if jonins are as common as cabbages? Let us go? We'll talk on the way. Grasping Shino firmly, Mokyufeng unfurled Mokuyi once more, soaring into the sky. Shino, bewildered, suddenly found himself airborne. Wow, your ninjutsu really allows you to fly? Though Shino had seen Mokuyi before, he was witnessing Mokyufeng's aerial prowess for the first time. Previously, it had solely been utilized for defense. Nonsense. Do you think this ninjutsu was exclusively designed for such purposes? It is quite remarkable. Would you like me to draw one for you as well? Zenjutsu said with an air of flattery. To soar freely, the potential of this ninjutsu is simply immense. Yet, you cannot wield ink release. Having it drawn for you would be futile, as I would still need to control it, Moffing retorted. Is that so? Such a waste. Zenjutsu lamented. Enough of this chatter. Quickly restore your chakra. Brother Minato and sister Kushina are waiting for us. We are about to face a fierce battle. A fierce battle? What is the situation? Zenjutsu inquired, puzzled. Moffing promptly recounted the circumstances. 6 jonin? It appears we shall need to give it our all this time, Zenjutsu exclaimed. His excitement palpable, as if he was not preparing to confront 6 formidable jonin, but rather 6 oversized radishes. Moffing paid no mind. This was simply how Zenjutsu was, always brimming with confidence. Yet, he was aware of his limits and would not let things spiral out of control. Moffing's speed was remarkable, and with the freedom of flight above the transformed terrain, few rock shinobi noticed his presence in the sky. Otherwise, attempting to fly in such a manner would have been nearly impossible. The two descended, converging with the other 4. Brother Minato, how is the situation? Moffing inquired. They have yet to detect us. For now, there are no issues, Minato replied. That is reassuring, Moffing thought, feeling a sense of relief. As long as they remained undetected, their chances of success would significantly increase. What shall we do next? Should we charge in directly? Zenjutsu asked excitedly. Moffing cast Zenjutsu a look of affectionate exasperation before responding. The fact that the rock shinobi have not noticed us presents a splendid opportunity. Though these 6 are vigilant, their focus is directed forward. If we can catch them off guard and eliminate one, the battle will become significantly easier. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. My speed is unparalleled. If I make my move, I am confident I have a 70% chance of taking one down, Minato stated. 70%, you say? Moffing murmured. 70% is more than sufficient. Once I eliminate one, the remaining 5 will undoubtedly turn their attention to me. At that point, the 3 of you can break through, holding off 3 of them, while I deal with the remaining 2. Minato, being the strongest, naturally bore the heaviest responsibility. The 3 nodded in agreement. This battle plan, though straightforward, was indeed fitting for the current circumstances, as intricate strategies were unnecessary. It was a matter of overpowering the situation. Brother Minato, your stealth approach is somewhat perilous. They are likely to have stationed sensory ninjas. This is unavoidable. We must act with utmost speed to complete the ambush before they become aware of our presence. Minato replied quietly. Sensory ninjas constitute a minuscule segment within the ranks of shinobi. Though few in number, they wield significant importance. A proficient sensory ninja can avert countless casualties, as their primary utility lies in detecting traps. Moffing could not ascertain whether this locale housed any sensory ninjas capable of thwarting an ambush. After all, these rock ninjas can be deemed the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of this great war. Logically speaking, they would undoubtedly implement necessary protective measures. Even if this location is sufficiently concealed, such precautions are indispensable. The 6 elite jonin merely serve as the overt guardians. But what lies beneath the surface? It is quite probable that there are sensory ninjas on alert. Minato, too, contemplated this notion. However, Kushina's sensory abilities are limited, and she failed to detect any hidden adversaries. In other words, it could be that Kushina's sensory capabilities are insufficient, or perhaps there truly are none present. Mo Feng is more inclined to believe in the former hypothesis. Such a scenario entails substantial risk. Not only is Minato susceptible to a swift demise, but their safety is also precariously threatened. After all, this ambush is a choice where success is imperative, or they face annihilation. Danger coexists with opportunity. As Minato spoke of departing, Mo Feng seized his arm. What is it? Mo Feng. Minato inquired, puzzled. Brother Minato, I have a method that should enable you to infiltrate safely. Even sensory ninjas would be unable to detect you. Really? Minato exclaimed with delight. If such a method exists, his chances of success could soar to perfection. Wait a moment, Mo Feng said, his gaze sweeping around. Soon, he spotted a sand rat. The so-called sand rat is a creature dwelling in the adjacent desert. Without hesitation, Mo Feng captured it. Drawing a kunai, he pierced the sand rat's body, blood oozing forth. With his back turned to the three, Mo Feng silently grasped his cloud pen, tainted with the sand rat's blood, and began to sketch. In an instant, the sand rat's clone was completed. The three observers gazed at Mo Feng's silhouette, bewildered, unsure of his actions. What are you scheming, little rascal? Kushina asked, puzzled. Now is the time for Minato to charge into battle. If Mo Feng's idea is flawed, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Mo Feng turned around, holding the freshly drawn sand rat clone. What is this? Minato asked, perplexed. Brother Minato, do you remember how we escaped from the land of grass last time? Are you referring to that marvelous concealment technique? Minato responded joyfully. Exactly. How could I have forgotten this? Yet, can this ninjutsu also mimic animals? Mo Feng nodded and said, indeed. This sand rat is precisely what I just created. Shortly, it will envelop your body, completely masking your presence. However, you must use transformation jutsu to shrink to the size of a sand rat for it to be utterly flawless. Is that true? Can it really work? Shinjiro asked with curiosity, unaware of Mo Feng's ability. We'll find out by trying, Mo Feng replied. Minato did not refuse. With hands forming seals, he activated the transformation jutsu. With a resounding bang, a sand rat materialized before the three of them. Observing this, Mo Feng pointed, and the sand rat clone dashed to Minato, merging into one. Oh, it really works? Kushina activated her sensory abilities, yet could only perceive the sand rat as a mere sand rat, devoid of any ninja fluctuations. Incredible, Shinjiro exclaimed in astonishment. Both individuals had never witnessed the formidable power of the blood ink clone, thus they were utterly astonished. Such a ninjutsu was truly the epitome of perfect disguise. Even a shadow-level ninja, lacking proficiency in sensory perception, would find it challenging to discern the truth at a glance. Transforming into a sand rat, Minato expressed with delight, excellent. This will suffice. Be cautious. I shall proceed now. The moment there is any commotion over there, you may take action. Upon finishing his words, Minato sprinted towards the gathering of rock ninjas. The three remained vigilant, preparing themselves for the impending confrontation. Mokufeng had already unfurled a scroll, continuously sketching various creatures upon it. The 100 Beasts Day walk presented this particular inconvenience. Numerous beasts had to be illustrated in advance, for utilizing them on the fly was utterly impossible. Mokufeng, is your chakra still holding up? Shino inquired, concern evident in his voice. Among them, Mokufeng possessed the least amount of chakra, having just endured 2 fierce battles. His chakra reserves had significantly dwindled. No worries, I've consumed 2 military rations, and I'm nearly done digesting them. My chakra has mostly replenished. I can manage the upcoming battle. Mokufeng reassured. Kushina interjected, Mokufeng, young one, do not consume military rations indiscriminately. It can lead to underdevelopment. Mokufeng responded with a resigned smile, well, it's better than losing my life. Honestly, your chakra is simply too low. I, for one, never consume military rations, Kushina retorted disdainfully. Mokufeng could only roll his eyes. Sister, how can a member of the Uzumaki clan say such a thing? Just being an Uzumaki is one thing, but as a jinchūriki, surely no one in the entire ninja world possesses more chakra than you. If Kushina could fully control the 9 tails, it was likely that the total chakra of the entire Konoha would not surpass hers. Despite their banter, Mokufeng recognized the truth in her words. As of now, with water blade slash for close combat and ink release for ranged engagement, his battle mechanism was gradually maturing. However, the issue of chakra deficiency had also become apparent. The Yuki clan was not inherently blessed with an abundance of chakra. To possess more, one would likely need to rely on external forces aside from personal training. External forces. One thought flashed in Mo Qufeng's mind, and he made a mental note of it. Kushina's sensory perception remained fixated on Minato the moment he made his move. They would spring into action. Meanwhile, on the side of the rock ninjas, 6 elite ninjas were patrolling, wary of any surprise attacks. Mo Qufeng's assumption was accurate. Another sensory-type ninja was stationed nearby in vigilance. Oh, a sand rat approaches? Never mind. There are plenty around here. Let it be, the sensing rock ninja muttered to himself, redirecting his focus elsewhere. Little did he know, mere seconds later, that very sand rat would breach their elite defense circle. Bang! A small cloud of smoke erupted beside one of the elite ninjas. A sand rat transformed into a golden silhouette. A black kunai, infused with wind chakra, sliced toward the ninja's throat. The rock ninja, taken aback and unable to react in time, felt the kunai pierce through his windpipe. He stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would meet such a humiliating end. Enemy attack. A high-ranking ninja met an untimely demise, and in an instant, the other 5 elite ninjas sensed the disturbance. The sensory ninja's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. How could someone infiltrate right under their noses? Was it that mere sand mouse from moments ago? Yet, how could that be? It was undeniably an ordinary sand mouse, certainly not a transformation technique. There was no fluctuation of chakra whatsoever. Could it be that the hidden leaf had mastered a flawless transformation art devoid of any flaws? A chill ran down the sensory ninja's spine. If that were the case, his sensory abilities would be rendered utterly useless. A sharp shout escaped his lips, the last warning he could muster. However, this very utterance inadvertently revealed his location. In the sky above, a dark hawk soared, accompanied closely by a peculiar creature with wings. "Throw!" commanded Mo Feng, and simultaneously, Shin no Su and Kushina sprang into action. 15 shurikens, each wrapped in explosive tags, were hurled downward, a culmination of their entire arsenal. The cost of explosive tags was substantial. Even a chunin from the hidden leaf was allocated merely 10. After a battle, if one survived, they could return to the supply department to receive another 10. The 15 shurikens descended upon the rock ninjas, who were currently immobilized while executing earth-style techniques. The 5 rock ninjas initially intended to attack Minato, but this sudden assault forced them to divert their attention. As their gazes met, 2 elite ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth style? Earth sphere. A hemispherical stone wall enveloped the 12 chunin within. The shurikens struck the surface, unable to penetrate. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in succession, creating only a few small craters, leaving the chunin inside unscathed. The other 2 elite ninjas charged toward Minato, aiming to swiftly eliminate the intruder, while the remaining elite ninja turned their gaze towards Mo Feng and the others in the sky. Indeed, these elite ninjas possessed means to protect the rock ninjas. It seemed that without defeating them, approaching the rock ninjas would be impossible. Then what are we waiting for? "Let's go!" exclaimed Shin no Su, brimming with excitement. Mo Feng nodded in agreement. If Minato could successfully eliminate 1 elite ninja, their invasion plan would be deemed a success. The next phase would be a contest of strength. Minato could engage 2 elite ninjas, capable of evading them. With time, he might even defeat them. The remaining 3 elite ninjas, while unable to be killed, could be stalled. Thus, the pivotal factor in determining victory lay in which side would fall first. Mo Feng's gaze shifted to another location. If he was not mistaken, there was a sensory ninja present there. This was an uncertain variable that needed to be dealt with swiftly. "Azu, Sister Kushina, you 2 hold off those 3 elite ninjas for a moment. I will take out that sensory ninja to prevent him from alerting anyone," Mo Feng declared, his wings fluttering as he surged towards the sensory ninja. Shin no Su and Kushina did not attempt to impede him. The dark hawk descended directly, confronting the 3 elite ninjas. As the sensory ninja contemplated fleeing to seek assistance nearby, he was suddenly met with the descent of Mo Feng from the sky. This was disastrous. His position had just been revealed. Alarmed, the sensory ninja hurriedly prepared his defenses. Earth release. Earth barrier. A wall of earth rose up, embodying the defensive ninjutsu most adeptly wielded by the rock ninja. Time was of the essence. With each passing minute, the pressure on Shin no Su and Kushina intensified. Hence, Mo Feng did not hesitate or test the waters as he typically would. He unleashed his lethal technique without delay. Moe's speed surged to its zenith, resembling a streak of light. The black kunai in his hand was gripped tightly, and the water-blue blade once again coalesced. With previous uses having deepened his comprehension of the water blade slash, he now wielded it with a sense of mastery. The water-blue blade extended by a foot, cleaving towards the earth barrier. Upon a mere touch, the barrier crumbled as if it were made of paper, effortlessly sliced in half by the water blade slash. What? A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the sensory ninja, utterly unprepared for the ease with which his earth barrier was breached. Before his astonishment could dissipate, the water-blue blade had already made a swift pass across his neck. His massive head fell from his body, blood splattering forth. The sensory ninja could even see his own form. Unbeknownst to him, a vial had appeared in Mo Feng's hand, swiftly capturing the gushing blood before he turned and departed. Not wasting a single second, it was executed with such precision and decisiveness. This was undoubtedly a textbook example of a surprise kill. With the matter concluded, he donned his cloak and proceeded to another battle. 3 jonin. This bounty was indeed substantial. Shin Nosuke gazed at the 3 fallen figures, his fighting spirit surging ever higher. Kushina was equally thrilled. Eliminating them would serve as a testament to her abilities. Wouldn't that make the position of jonin within her grasp? She had long harbored envy watching Minato ascend to jonin. Alas, she had been tethered to the Hidden Leaf Village, deprived of opportunities to achieve glory. Now, fortune had favored her with a chance, and she would not hold back. To her astonishment, they had been discovered by the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf so swiftly, and even more surprising was that it was a group of mere youngsters. The rock jonin wore an expression of disbelief. They all understood that it was inevitable for the Hidden Leaf to discover their presence, yet they never anticipated it would occur so expeditiously. According to previous estimations, they would only be found out once the Hidden Leaf had suffered significant casualties. Yet, barely 10 minutes had elapsed since their engagement, and the movements of these individuals were alarmingly rapid. It must be mere luck that they stumbled upon us, though it was unfortunate that the blonde youth possessed considerable strength. The demise of Iwa Yan was indeed unjust, remarked another rock jonin. Let us not dwell on that. We must not waste time conversing with them. Let us swiftly eliminate them. After a brief moment of astonishment, the rock jonin quickly regained his composure. Earth release. Earth spear. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet technique. Earth release. Rock pillar technique. The 3 joined forces, and the ground erupted violently. Earth spears, earth dragons, and stone pillars surged forth, targeting Kushina and Shin Nosuke, who stood huddled together. Goodness, is it truly this exaggerated? Shin Nosuke exclaimed in shock, hastily evading. If struck, it would be no laughing matter. Upon witnessing this, Kushina was equally alarmed. Indeed, a jonin was not to be trifled with. With a few agile leaps, the 2 evaded the earth-based projectiles. Lightning release. Move. Shinosuke unleashed a lightning maneuver, neutralizing the earthen dragon. However, the remaining stone pillars curved menacingly towards him. This is bad, Shinosuke thought to himself, sensing the imminent danger, while Kushina, wishing to assist, found herself too far away. Ink release. Ink mist shield. A dark shield manifested instantaneously before Shinosuke, blocking the sudden attack. The figure of Makufu materialized behind them. Apologies for my tardiness. Another young ninja had arrived. 4 of them? Is there no one left in Konoha? Do not underestimate them. Having reached this point first indicates they are no ordinary ninjas. That blonde one just now was able to dispatch Iwa-san with a single blow. Upon hearing this, the other 2 jonin became instantly alert. In battle, even the slightest carelessness could lead to one's demise. Are you both unharmed? Makufu inquired softly. We're fine, thankfully. You arrived in time, or I would have been wounded again, Shinosuke replied with a smile. These 3 jonin are formidable. Their teamwork is impeccable. Suggesting they have been a squad for a long time, Makufu observed. Who cares? Let us eliminate these 3. Kushina shouted. Sister Kushina, please remain calm. It's not that simple. Makufu urged quickly. What a jonin. We have faced them before. Watch me. Shadow clone technique. With swift hand seals, Kushina summoned dozens of shadow clones enveloping them all. What? To release so many clones at once? They are certainly not ordinary ninjas, an Iwa ninja exclaimed. Everyone, be cautious. A triumphant smile graced Kushina's face as she waved her right hand and commanded, everyone, attack together. Take down these 3. All right. All the shadow clones responded in unison, surging forward. Makufu and Shinosuke exchanged glances, sharing a weary smile. Kushina's combat style was indeed quite reckless. Only someone like her, unperturbed by chakra consumption, would employ such extravagant techniques. A chance has arisen, ASU. The enemy's attention will momentarily be diverted towards Sister Kushina's clones. We should proceed stealthily from the side, Makufu whispered. Understood. The two concealed themselves amidst Kushina's throng, simultaneously utilizing transformation techniques. The three jonin remained oblivious as two identical figures emerged from the crowd. At this moment, they were engaged with Kushina's shadow clones. Despite their numbers, the chakra was not evenly distributed, significantly diminishing their strength. They lacked the true potency of Kushina herself. In just a few exchanges, they were easily shattered. These clones are merely superficial. They can be dealt with in a few strikes, the IW ninja remarked, feeling slightly relieved. Let us end this swiftly. The three jonin accelerated, and soon, the number of shadow clones dwindled to mere single digits. Damn it, how could they disperse them so quickly? Kushina fumed. Just then, a shadow clone engaged with one of the jonin suddenly formed hand seals. Water release. Evil mouth. Lightning release. Move. Two ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously. As torrents of water enveloped the three elite shinobi, followed swiftly by a powerful electric current that coursed through their bodies. What? The three elite shinobi were taken aback. Entirely unprepared for the revelation that this shadow clone possessed such a skill, feeling a tingling numbness surge within them. Struggling against the chakra, they managed to regain some semblance of composure. Meanwhile, the same figure brandished a kunai, striking fiercely at one of them. The rock ninja, having shaken off the numbing sensation from the lightning release, immediately drew a kunai to clash against it. However, in that instant, the kunai unexpectedly emitted a water-blue blade, severing the weapon he wielded. It then arced towards his neck. The rock ninja's pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated. Yet, the water-blue blade still grazed his wrist, causing blood to drip and stain the flowing water. But this was not the end. Transforming into Kushina, the new Shinosuke performed another set of hand seals. Earth release. Earthstone hand. Beneath the water, a stone hand grasped tightly onto the right foot of the three rock ninjas, rendering them immobile. Damn it. Earth release. Rising earth pillars. Columns of earth emerged from the depths, severing the stone hand, freeing the three rock ninjas from the water's grasp. These three youngsters possessed considerable skill. A moment's carelessness could lead to their downfall. Damn, we actually got injured. The three rock ninjas' lamentations were interrupted by a loud bang as Moffing reverted to his original form, unfurling a scroll that depicted the already drawn 100 beasts. Ink release. 100 beasts daytime assault. Chakra surged forth, unleashing the 100 beasts upon the trio. What on earth is this? The three were taken aback and hastily prepared their defenses. One's wrist had been severed, rendering him incapable of forming seals, leaving him to wield a kunai in defense. Focus on a single target. Moffing commanded in a low voice, and Shinosuke and Kushina understood his intent. Kushina formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Infused with formidable chakra, the wind now resembled a raging hurricane. The rock ninja, preoccupied with fending off the ink beasts, could not withstand the onslaught. Wind blast. Shinosuke was not idle either, forming hand seals. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A fire dragon erupted from Shinosuke's mouth, augmented by the wind's force, rendering it even more fearsome. In an instant, the fire dragon engulfed the three rock ninjas along with the ink beasts. We did it, Kushina exclaimed excitedly. Yet, Moffing furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, not yet. As the flames dissipated, a stone wall emerged, blocking all attacks. The wall descended, revealing the disheveled trio. Damn little brats. The rock ninja seethed. Truly, elite shinobi are formidable. Even this could not settle the score, Moffing thought to himself. The combined might of the three elite shinobi was far superior to that of the previous one. Not resolved yet. These three are remarkably resilient, Kushina remarked, displeased. Die, little brats. The rock ninja bellowed, their fury reaching a boiling point. Never had they imagined that three elite shinobi would be so thoroughly outmatched by a trio of Konoha youngsters. The rock ninja frantically formed seals, but suddenly, a figure materialized. And before the three could react, kunai had already sliced through their necks. A trail of blood emerged, and soon three individuals departed from this world with expressions of disbelief. The figure that materialized was none other than Minato. Minato! Kushina exclaimed with excitement. while Mikafeng and Shino stood in stunned silence. How swift, how powerful. In but an instant, he had vanquished 3 elite shinobi. Although those 3 shinobi were entirely focused on Mikafeng and his companions, the astonishing speed was truly remarkable. Mikafeng felt as if he had glimpsed the terrifying essence of the being known as the Yellow Flash. It must be noted that at this moment, Minato had not yet acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's complexion had turned pale, yet upon seeing Kushina, he managed to smile. A long gash marred his left hand, still oozing blood. Having just forcefully dispatched 2 elite shinobi, Minato had exchanged injury for victory. He then pushed the body flicker technique to its limits, resulting in a depletion of his internal energy. Seeing this, Kushina gasped in alarm and rushed forward. "Minato, you're injured?" Minato shook his head, forcing a faint smile. "It's nothing, just a minor wound." However, he staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. Mikafeng produced a soldier pill and placed it into Minato's mouth. He could see that Minato's chakra was nearly exhausted. All 6 elite shinobi had met their demise at Minato's hands, and Mikafeng's trio could only be considered support in this engagement. Yet, Minato's condition was far from favorable. The modified body flicker technique he had employed had pushed his body beyond its limits. With chakra depleted and his body severely fatigued, the injury on his left hand was considerable, making it difficult for him to move freely in the short term. His pallor was alarming. After consuming the soldier pill, Minato felt somewhat revitalized. "Minato, you've been reckless," Kushina admonished, tears welling in her eyes. Having known Minato for so long, it was the first time she had seen him in such a weakened state. Minato smiled gently and reassured her, "It's nothing, just a minor wound." With the death of the 6 elite shinobi, the stone wall that had shielded the 12 Chunin crumbled, revealing their bewildered faces. The battle was not yet over. Now was not the time for sorrow. Minato rose, gazing at the 12 Chunin, and tightened his grip on his kunai. The chakra bestowed by the soldier pill began to nourish his weary body. "Minato, leave the rest to us," Mikafeng whispered. "Indeed, you've handled the elite shinobi. Allow us to take care of these." Shino chimed in. "Then let us see who is faster," Minato chuckled softly. Without delay, Mikafeng unleashed his technique. Ink release. Ink bomb. An ink-colored projectile crashed into the ranks of the rock ninjas. Observing this, Shino added fuel to the fire. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire technique. Boom. The combined assault shattered the rock ninja formation. Those maintaining the transformation were left utterly bewildered. They could hardly fathom that their 6 elite shinobi had fallen so swiftly. In an instant, 8 out of the 12 Chunin collapsed, leaving only 4 remaining, who were now in disarray. With their transformation disrupted, the 4 quickly regained their footing. Damn it, these Konoha ninjas are surprisingly swift. This is bad. The transformation has been disrupted. The time is far too short. The 4 IWA ninjas were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Minato observed the 4 and prepared to engage, but Kushina swiftly intervened. "Minato, you need to rest. Leave these rascals to me." Without waiting for Minato's response, she unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique once more. Hundreds of her clones surrounded the 4 IWA ninjas, leaving them utterly bewildered. Under the terrified gazes of Mo Fong and his companions, the 4 IWA ninjas were beaten to the point of not recognizing their own parents. Mo Fong glanced at the weakened Minato and silently lamented, "I truly worry for Minato's future well-being." With the defeat of the last 4 Chunin, the surrounding stone walls began to dissipate. "The transformation has been shattered. Excellent. The stone walls are receding," Shinobu exclaimed with joy. This signified that the mission of the 4 had been accomplished. A faint smile graced Minato's lips. Although the process was simple, the outcome was indeed satisfactory. With the terrain compromised, Konoha could now initiate a counterattack. Mo Fong rejoiced. The tides of war began to shift in their favor. Just then, however, the expressions of Minato and Mo Fong abruptly changed. A powerful aura surged toward them from a distance, and moments later, it landed before them. "Who goes there?" Mo Fong called out, positioning himself protectively in front of his companions. The newcomer, clad in purple garb and wearing an IWA ninja vest, sported striking red hair tied in a ponytail, making him exceptionally conspicuous. "Oh, you've managed to take down so many. Konoha's ninjas are quite capable, aren't they?" The newcomer chuckled, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the corpses scattered around. "IWA ninja?" Mo Fong muttered under his breath. "Correct, but alas, there are no rewards for you. These individuals are truly worthless, defeated by mere 4 Konoha brats. The advantageous terrain we painstakingly established has been destroyed, the purple-clad IWA ninja scoffed. The 4 were perplexed. Was this person truly allied with the IWA ninjas? He seemed to harbor disdain for them. In that case, allow me, Lord Purple, to assist you in avenging yourselves. The purple-clad IWA ninja spoke nonchalantly, completely disregarding Mo Fong and the others. Who do you think you are? Take this. Shinobu, seething with anger, stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. With a cold laugh, Lord Purple raised his hand to meet the blow. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and Shinobu felt an overwhelming force strike him, his expression shifting. Boom! Shinobu was sent flying backward, landing on the ground and skidding several steps before regaining his footing. Are you all right, Shinobu? Mo Fong hurriedly supported him. I'm fine. This guy possesses immense strength, Shinobu replied, shaking his tingling right hand to ease the pain. Oh, your hand remains intact. You have some skill, Lord Purple remarked with a smirk. Minato's brow furrowed deeply as he mentally rifled through intelligence reports, and suddenly his expression grew even graver. You are the jinchūriki of the 4 tails from IWA Village, Lord Purple? As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had perused numerous documents that were exclusive to Jiraiya, including those detailing the jinchūriki dispatched to the IWA battlefield, specifically the very ninja standing before him. Old Purple was taken aback by the revelation and turned to look at Watergate. I never imagined you were aware of my existence. It seems your identity is quite remarkable. Claiming your head would undoubtedly prove to be of great value, he sneered. Watergate's expression darkened. It was indeed him. This was troublesome. The jinchūriki of the 4 tails possessed considerable talent, and at the age of 25, he was already capable of partially controlling the beast. His strength was beyond what the 4 of them could contend with. Furthermore, he was currently injured, in a dire state. Mo Fong was equally startled. Realizing that the individual before him was a jinchūriki, he knew that the 4 tails jinchūriki was among the most exceptional of their kind. Although he was young, his power was likely formidable. What should I do? Mo Feng's heart raced with anxiety. I warn you, do not harm Watergate. At that moment, Kushina stepped in front of Watergate, coldly regarding Old Purple. Kushina, do not act impulsively, Watergate exclaimed, quickly grabbing her. This time, I will protect you, Kushina declared earnestly. Watergate was momentarily taken aback. The young girl possessed a certain fierceness, but did she truly believe she could thwart him? How naive. Old Purple scoffed. You may certainly try. Ha ha. Seeking death. Lava release. Scorching river rock technique. Old Purple laughed heartily as he unleashed his attack, spewing forth several magma orbs toward Mo Dun and his companions. The searing temperature far surpassed that of fire release. Mo Xia shield. With a swift stroke of his brush, Mo Fong enveloped the 4 in a dark shield. Bang! The magma orbs collided violently against it. Mo Fong felt an unbearable heat relentlessly searing Mo Dun. The ink within the shield was even evaporating instantaneously. In the next moment, the Mo Dun shield shattered. Crack! Kushina's pupils constricted as she raised her arms in a futile attempt to block the terrifying magma orbs. At that instant, a golden figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of her. Watergate! Kushina gasped in horror. Watergate chuckled lightly. Fool, how could I hide behind you? Boom! The scorching magma orb struck fiercely against Watergate's back. A mouthful of blood splattered onto Kushina's face. The blood's searing heat coursed through her nerves. The youth, radiant like the sun, now wore an expression of utter stillness. With that single blow, he closed his eyes, teetering between life and death. Watergate's body fell gently into Kushina's embrace, his words seeming to echo as a final farewell. His heart continued to beat, fiercely. Kushina's pupils dilated in shock. It felt as though something had shattered within her mind. A surge of emotions, anger, sorrow, and hatred, began to swell within her. As the magma orbs dissipated, the scene unfolded before Mo Fong and Shin No Su, both left in stunned silence. Watergate! Mo Fong shouted, rushing forward. Shin No Su stood frozen, momentarily dumbfounded. It appears I have eliminated a mere child. How intriguing. There are indeed those willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their comrades. Old Purple scoffed, deeming Watergate's actions foolish. Yet, deep within, an inexplicable sensation surged forth. Does anyone truly wish to sacrifice their life for another? The answer is unequivocally negative. From the moment he became a jinchūriki, the fate of Orochimaru was destined to be one of isolation. Mo Kyufeng gazed at the bloodied Minato behind him, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. They were comrades, having shared 3 years of companionship and battle side by side. The bond they forged was not something to be taken lightly. Mo Qifeng had often pondered what his emotions would be upon losing his first comrade. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this individual would be Minato. It seems this is the first time you have confronted the death of a comrade. How fragile you truly are. This is the life of a ninja, constantly facing the demise of those around them. It is indeed tragic, isn't it? Allow me to bring an end to your sorrowful fates. Orochimaru sneered. You shall perish. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, imbued with a palpable hatred that sent shivers down the spine. Mo Qifeng stared in shock at Kushina, who stood mere inches away. Her once bright eyes had transformed into slitted pupils in an instant. A surge of crimson chakra enveloped her entire being. In the next moment, Kushina vanished from sight, her clenched fist striking Orochimaru's face with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru felt his facial muscles contort from the impact, leaving him no time to react. His body was sent flying, crashing against a massive stone, leaving an imprint of his form behind. A red chakra tail began to sway behind Kushina, malevolent and terrifying energy continuously emanating from her. A second tail rapidly sprouted, the chakra amount growing even more astonishing. Two Tails mode. Hatred is the most direct catalyst for a jinchūriki to unleash their power. Within Kushina, the suppressed nine tails revealed a hint of satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Embrace your hatred and eliminate your foes. Look at what he has done. Quickly, use my strength to end his life. Ha! The nine tails cackled wickedly. Releasing a torrent of red chakra, Kushina stood before him, enveloped in the crimson energy, her face devoid of emotion, as if numb to the world. The nine tails wore a satisfied grin. This immense hatred would undoubtedly consume Kushina's soul. At that moment, the nine tails could seize control of her body and resurrect himself. This is bad. Kushina has been pushed too far. The chakra is spiraling out of control, Nishinobu exclaimed anxiously. As the son of the third Hokage, Nishinobu was well aware of what lay within Kushina. Driven by that rage, Kushina could no longer contain the nine tails within her. Mo Qifeng's expression darkened. Under the current circumstances, Kushina's outburst was not necessarily a misfortune. At the very least, she could hold off Orochimaru. Otherwise, they would all perish. Mo Qifeng turned his gaze to Minato, who appeared pale and bore grievous wounds on his back. Fortunately, his life force had not fully extinguished. He could still be saved. Mo Qifeng felt a slight relief as he retrieved a purple ink brush, summoning an ink eagle that soared into the skies. Ah, assistant. You take Minato to find the medical ninja. I recall it is not far from here, Mo Feng said as he placed Minato atop the ink eagle. Shinjiro paused momentarily and inquired, what about you? Kushina's condition is precarious. I must remain to observe the situation, he insisted. If someone should stay, it ought to be me, Shinjiro persisted. Can you run faster than I can? We are deep within the rock ninja territory. Should they come, how will you escape? If I wish to leave, my chances are far greater than yours. Stop talking nonsense. Just get going. Mo Feng bellowed, grabbing Shinjiro and tossing him onto the ink eagle. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ink eagle soared into the sky. Mo Feng. Shinjiro exclaimed in surprise, yet he did not leap down. Minato required care. And now is not the time for sentimentality. The ink eagle ascended, heading toward the medical ninja division of Konoha. With full effort, the ink eagle's speed was sufficient to reach the medical department in 3 minutes. Watching Shinjiro and Minato depart, Mo Feng felt a slight relief within his heart. I hope it's not too late. Mo Feng turned his gaze toward the battlefield, where Kushina and the old purple ninja were already embroiled in combat. So, you two are a jinchūriki, the old purple ninja remarked, slowly rising and chuckling softly. Interesting. The tailed beast of Konoha is the nine tails, isn't it? It seems you were dispatched to this battlefield to contend with me. This is my first encounter with a jinchūriki. So let me see what the host of the nine tails is capable of. As he spoke, a vivid crimson chakra enveloped him, revealing two tails. In that instant, he radiated an aura reminiscent of Kushina's. Kushina, however, could no longer articulate her thoughts, her consciousness gradually slipping away. With a sudden movement, she launched another punch. The old purple ninja unleashed the chakra of four tails, significantly enhancing his power, and this time he did not get sent flying. With his right hand extended, the chakra expanded to an immense size. Boom! The old purple ninja firmly grasped Kushina's fist, scoffing, "We are both jinchūriki. Do you think I would fear you?" No sooner had he spoken than Kushina raised her leg and delivered a kick. Bang! The kick struck the old purple ninja squarely in the abdomen with tremendous force. He doubled over in pain, a mouthful of blood spewing forth uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, 3 tails had sprouted from behind Kushina. "Damn it!" The old purple ninja retorted defiantly, as a 3rd tail emerged from him as well. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Not far away, Mo Feng felt a powerful gust rush past him, causing him to stagger backward. What overwhelming force! Mo Feng swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the power of a tailed beast? It is utterly beyond the realm of human endurance. Beneath the force of this shockwave, even a jonin would need to exercise caution. In the next moment, the skin of both Kushina and the old purple ninja began to shed, exposing their blackened flesh. This is bad. They are about to enter their 4th tail. Kushina and the old purple ninja now resembled 2 miniature-tailed beasts, their 4 tails swaying vigorously. Were it not for Kushina's slightly smaller stature, Mo Feng would scarcely be able to distinguish between them. He never anticipated that the speed of tailed beast chakra could be so rapid. At this rate, who could possibly control Kushina? In the depths of his heart, Mo Feng felt a surge of urgency. Faced with the grave injuries of Minato, which could even lead to death, Kushina had completely lost her composure. At this moment, her mind was solely consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The jinchūriki, devoured by hatred. Provided the tailed beast an opportunity, it would not miss. With the chakra of the 4 tails enveloping her, the battle between Kushina and the old man was beyond Mo Feng's intervention, leaving him unable to approach even slightly. Mo Feng drew forth the ink brush and began to dance upon the scroll. In an instant, a suit of armor was formed. Ink release. Ink armor. The dark armor enveloped Mo Feng, obscuring his mask. The ink armor enhanced his defense by 300%. He could not afford to leave just yet. Not only for Kushina's safety, but also for the 4 tails jinchūriki. At just 16 years of age, Kushina could only handle the chakra of the 9 tails to a limited extent. Should she exceed her capacity, her body would surely collapse. Mo Feng could not allow such a calamity to occur. If it came to that, he would have to attempt the sealing technique within the ink release to see if it could alleviate Kushina's condition, though he held no certainty of success. At this moment, the 2 jinchūriki were locked in combat, leaving Mo Feng with no possibility of intervening. He could only bide his time for an opportunity. In the distance, Jiraiya in Sage mode was engaged in battle with Inoki. With the power of Sage techniques, Jiraiya had even gained the upper hand. Inoki's expression darkened as he observed Jiraiya. The current situation was entirely unforeseen. He had anticipated suppressing Jiraiya, perhaps even defeating him, but now the tables had turned completely. This boy, reputed to be the weakest among the Sannin, was nothing short of absurd. Inoki mused inwardly, filled with rage. This was clearly false intelligence. In truth, during their joint missions, Jiraiya had often sustained injuries, not due to weakness, but because he led the charge, frequently taking blows for Orochimaru and Tsunade. An additional key reason was that he had not utilized Sage techniques. Without the use of Sage arts, Jiraiya was indeed evenly matched with Orochimaru and Tsunade. However, once Sage techniques were employed, Jiraiya was no longer on the same level as them. The might of Sage arts was not to be underestimated. Jiraiya gazed upon the descending gorge and remarked with a smile, "Lord Tsuchikage, it appears your strategy has been unraveled by our ninja." Inoki's countenance grew even graver. How could it have unraveled so quickly? These incompetent fools. What on earth were they doing? Inoki silently fumed. Having believed that this technique would at least last half an hour, leading to devastating losses for Konoha and a victory easily within grasp. Yet now, not even 10 minutes had passed. Konoha's losses would surely not be significant. In such a scenario, the outcome remained uncertain. Just as Jiraiya reveled in his triumph, 2 surges of chakra erupted, interrupting the battle. It was the tailed beast. Jiraiya gasped in shock, turning his gaze toward the source of the tumultuous chakra. In Sage mode, his perception had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. There was no mistaking it. Kushina had unleashed the chakra of the 9 tails. Her adversary should be the 4 tails jinchūriki. How could they have crossed paths so swiftly? Where is Minato? With his senses heightened, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grim. Minato's chakra had inexplicably diminished to a frail state. Was Shinji delivering him to the medical department? Only Mufang remained by Kushina's side? In an instant, Jiraiya grasped the entirety of the situation. The earlier joy had been thoroughly overshadowed. It was evident that Minato and his companions had thwarted the IWA shinobi strategy, but at a significant cost. Minato was gravely injured and on the brink of death, while Kushina had lost her composure in a fit of rage. This could not continue. Kushina would spiral out of control. With that thought, Jiraiya resolved to depart and assist Kushina. Yet, Inoki would not permit him to fulfill that intention. Jiraiya, do not even think of leaving this place. Even if you have unraveled the Yuwa transformation, the Four Tails Jinchūriki still remains on the battlefield. That individual is a weapon of war. Your Konoha Jinchūriki has yet to fully mature. She cannot withstand the Four Tails, Inoki sneered. The earlier dissatisfaction dissipated in an instant, and the odds seemed to have shifted favorably once more. The battlefield is ever-changing. After all, get lost. You may attempt to try. The two faced off, plunging into combat once again. With the Yuwa transformation dissipated, the ninjas of Konoha regrouped. Their formation re-established, the situation appeared promising. However, the sight of the two colossal chakra aggregates nearby filled them with trepidation. Yet, they had no time to dwell on such matters. The enemy lay before them. They could only engage in battle. In the Jinchūriki battleground, within 100 meters, only Mufang remained, clad in dark armor. His armored mask adorned with red eyes equipped with telescopic vision, he observed the unfolding conflict. Kushina and Aji were evenly matched, given the current circumstances. A decisive victor would not emerge anytime soon. Aji's abilities were indeed more refined, but the power of the Nine Tails was extraordinarily formidable. To put it bluntly, the combined strength of the other eight-tailed beasts would scarcely rival the complete form of the Nine Tails. At this moment, what resided within Kushina was the full embodiment of the Nine Tails. Mufang's gaze drifted to a spot not far from where the two clashed. There lay a pool of blood, the very blood that Aji had spilled when Kushina struck him. The blood of a Jinchūriki likely mingled with the chakra of the tailed beast, if he could obtain it. With this thought, Mufang felt a surge of temptation. In the world of Hokage, the pinnacle of power was confined to a select few, would release, Sharingan, Byakugan, sage techniques, and tailed beasts. The first three were predominantly a matter of lineage, while the last two were attainable through effort. With the Yunjibi pen, Mufang's interest in the tailed beasts intensified. Watching Kushina and Aji battle further afield, Mufang cautiously approached the pool of blood. The crimson liquid exuded a potent energy. Without hesitation, he collected the blood of the Four Tails Jinchūriki into a small vial. The blood of a tailed beast. A bold idea began to take shape in Mufang's mind. However, the peril and difficulty associated with realizing this idea were far from trivial. Fortune favors the bold. Otherwise, in such a grand scale of battle, I would be utterly powerless to intervene. Observing the chakra that erupted from the Jinchūriki's hands, Mofang clenched his fists. The terrifying prowess of the Jinchūriki revealed to him just how monstrous the Akatsuki truly were. In their grasp, the Jinchūriki resembled mere toys. His own strength felt woefully inadequate. The sheer might of the Jinchūriki in their tailed beast form was sufficient to divide the battlefield into distinct territories. While the Jinchūriki may not surpass the Kage in strength, their chakra overwhelmingly dwarfed that of most Kage. Every move they executed carried immense residual force capable of gravely injuring or even killing ordinary shinobi. This is precisely why tailed beasts are deemed weapons of war. At this moment, Mofang, clad in his obsidian armor, found himself in closest proximity to the two Jinchūriki. Being so near allowed him to truly sense the dread they emanated. The humanoid-tailed beast with four tails was nothing short of terrifying. Even a Kage-level warrior would find themselves in dire straits here. The overwhelming aura they exuded threatened to overwhelm even his formidable armor. A flicker of contemplation shone in his crimson eyes. His obsidian armor, modeled after a popular film's iron armor from his past life, had not inherited all its capabilities. Mofang had concentrated all its chakra on defense, and the long-range vision afforded by his eyes was comparable to that of the Byakugan, albeit lacking its other abilities. Perhaps, in the future, he could acquire the blood of the Hyuga clan to remedy these shortcomings. At present, every move of the two combatants was under Mofang's scrutiny. Kushina appeared to hold the upper hand. Indeed, the power of the Nine Tails was incomparable to that of the Four Tails. It was no wonder that the first Hokage had allocated two-tailed beasts to each village, while retaining only the Nine Tails for his own. What seemed a disadvantage was, In truth, a testament to overwhelming strength, Imo Fong mused. The first Hokage was no fool. He understood the necessity of holding back. Yet, he wondered if this was the second Hokage's counsel, as the latter was renowned for his wisdom. Suddenly, Imo Feng's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Not good." In the distance, the old man with the four tails chakra mode propelled himself backward, creating distance. The power of the nine tails was indeed formidable, and in this state, he found it somewhat taxing. Was he left with no choice but to unleash his complete form? The old man contemplated, hesitating. With his strength, he could maintain consciousness in the four tails chakra mode, but releasing his full form would strip him of his rationality. He had yet to achieve perfect synchronization with the four tails, unless absolutely necessary. He was reluctant to resort to such measures. At that moment, Kushina opened her mouth wide. Crimson chakra and azure chakra coalescing like raindrops to form a chakra sphere the size of a basketball. Not good. This woman is actually using tailed beast bomb. The old man exclaimed in shock. As a jinchūriki, he was acutely aware of the tailed beast bomb's astonishing power. In the four tails chakra mode, obliterating a small hill was but a fleeting task. Damn it, I have no choice but to confront it. Without further hesitation, the old man also opened his mouth wide. Chakra gathering rapidly. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Both individuals unleashed the tailed beast ball, and it was no longer safe to linger here. Imo Fong thought to himself, spreading his wings behind him. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Kushina! Imo Fong exclaimed in surprise. Above in the azure sky, Missouri Ing soared down, carrying Watergate and Shino on its back. How did they arrive here? Imo Fong pondered in bewilderment. On Imo Ing, Shino gazed at the severely injured Watergate and said, "Brother Watergate, you have just escaped the clutches of death. It is too strenuous for you to come here now." Watergate's complexion remained pale, yet his bright blue eyes shone with intensity. A faint smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "I cannot allow Kushina to face danger alone. I promised her that I would protect her for a lifetime. But in your current state, I am aware of my condition," Watergate interjected. Shino wished to say more, but was interrupted by a startling sight. "Brother Watergate, look." Watergate turned to see Kushina unleashing the tailed beast ball. Such fearsome chakra. Shino exclaimed in awe. The colossal chakra sphere was swallowed whole, causing her body to swell momentarily before returning to its original form. With her mouth agape, she expelled the terrifying chakra ball with a forceful blast. Watergate furrowed his brow, murmuring, "It is a highly concentrated chakra, launched through her body, inflicting considerable harm upon herself." Upon hearing this, Watergate felt only a deep sense of concern for Kushina. At that moment, Imo Fong soared into the air and embraced the two of them. Imo Fong. Shino recognized the distinctive wings at once, though he had never seen the ebony armor before. Before Shino could greet him, Imo Fong enveloped them with his dark wings. In the next instant, the two-tailed beast balls collided. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The earth seemed to tremble twice. A fearsome shockwave rippled outward. Imo Ing was obliterated in an instant. Imo Fong and the others, encased in his wings, plummeted into the ground. An area of 100 meters was left in utter desolation. The power of the two-tailed beast balls was truly terrifying. As dust billowed, the battlefield fell into silence. Beneath the surface, Imo Feng's wings unfurled, now tattered and battered. Clearing away the debris revealed 3 heads. Wow, this is beyond absurd. Shino spat out the rubble in shock, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. "What are you doing here? It's far too dangerous." Blood trickled down Imo Feng's forehead, leaving a crimson mark on his face. Although he had shielded them both, he had sustained injuries from the debris. "I'm sorry, Imo Fong. I appreciate your goodwill, but I cannot abandon Kushina." Watergate's tone was filled with regret, yet he expressed no desire to change his decision. Imo Fong sighed and replied, "All right, I knew this would be the case. At this moment, you are indeed the only one capable of stopping Sister Kushina." "Imo Fong, what is the situation now?" Shino inquired, perplexed. "We all understand Sister Kushina's identity. Just now, Brother Watergate was gravely injured, leading Sister Kushina to lose control and descend into a frenzy. Only by having Minato call back Kushina as consciousness can her original form be restored. Otherwise, Kushina would be in grave danger, potentially even consumed by the 9 tails." "Is it that serious?" Shinsuke exclaimed in astonishment. Minato gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with concern. He understood that Moffing was indeed correct, which was precisely why he had rushed over. Minato, what do you intend to do? Morphing inquired. I must go to Kushina's side. However, given my current state, it may prove quite difficult. Morphing, assist me. I know you possess a solution. Morphing glanced at Minato and exhaled deeply. We can only give it a try. Minato, I will need a drop of your blood. Without hesitation, Minato drew a kunai across his palm, letting his blood drip down. Morphing was momentarily taken aback. The trust Minato placed in him moved him deeply. Then there is no reason for hesitation. Yunjibi pen, manifest. Blood stain. Paint in midair. Pen shatter. Return to form. Blood-colored armor. With a push of his right hand, the crimson armor surged into Minato's body, enveloping him in a mist of blood energy. The blood armor melded into Minato, and in an instant, he felt the miraculous absence of pain in his wounds, which had yet to fully heal. His body was now enveloped in a chakra shield, dispelling the feeling of exhaustion. In its place emerged a different kind of power. Though it did not match his previous strength, he could move freely once more. A faint crimson hue enveloped his form, lending him an eerie appearance. Minato, this blood armor can only be sustained for 3 minutes, so you must act swiftly, Morphing whispered, his complexion pale. Thank you, Morphing. Minato expressed his gratitude before vanishing into the haze. Wow. Morphing, what kind of technique is this? It looks incredible. Shinsuke gasped, realizing that his understanding of morphing was increasingly inadequate. Each time, morphing conjured some bizarre new technique. However, it was merely an application of ink release, with morphing's boundless imagination continuously bringing it to life, resulting in a rich variety of manifestations. Before Shinsuke could finish his astonishment, morphing staggered, nearly falling. Alarmed, Shinsuke rushed to support him, asking, "Are you all right?" Morphing shook his head and murmured, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I'll be all right after a moment's rest." The blood armor, bolstered by the power of the Yunjibi pen, created a clone of the blood wielder. Similar to the principle of the ink clone, it enhanced healing effects and defensive capabilities while diminishing chakra recovery. Most importantly, it did not cure the injuries outright, but temporarily suppressed them. Once the time limit was reached, the wounds would revert to their original state. After all, Minato was not the master of the Yunjibi pen and could not fully benefit from the exceptional healing properties of the blood ink clone. Of course, Morphing's own skill level was also a significant factor. This was an inspiration Morphing derived from the terrifying healing abilities of the blood ink clone. The wonders of the Yunjibi pen surpassed Morphing's imagination, as if it truly possessed a sense of boundless creativity. As long as the right method is found, the cloud-based pen can achieve remarkable feats in various aspects. Mo Phone gazed at the lingering dust and murmured, "Watergate, the rest is up to you. You must bring Kushina back." Amidst the debris, Old Purple lay among the shattered stones, his red chakra dissipating, his face etched with shock. How is this possible? How can this woman be so powerful? As he spoke, blood spewed from his mouth, staining the ground. The clash of tailed beast balls appeared evenly matched. Yet Old Purple's residual strength paled in comparison to Kushina's. In the final surge, he was caught in the aftermath of the tailed beast ball, injuring his lungs. Though not gravely wounded, he was far from unscathed. Terror gripped his features as he gazed at the blurred figure in the dust, his heart racing. He had initially believed that the differences among jinchūriki would be minimal. Now he understood. Even tailed beasts possess varying strengths. Was he left with no choice but to utilize his complete form? Old Purple pondered quietly. As the dust slowly settled, his pupils involuntarily contracted. A white skeletal frame extended from Kushina's red chakra, the fifth tail already sprouting. The terrifying aura had surged to an unprecedented intensity. Old Purple was rendered speechless by the shock. Left unchecked, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. No, I cannot perish here. At that moment, thoughts of fleeing crossed his mind. This nine-tails jinchūriki was too agitated. At this rate, she would be consumed by the tailed beast without him lifting a finger. The situation would only worsen for Konoha. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. Old Purple, an experienced jinchūriki, understood Kushina's predicament all too well. Just as he contemplated his escape, a figure appeared before Kushina. Wasn't that the boy I had just injured? To survive such severe wounds in return? Old Purple was astonished, ignoring Old Purple's shock. Watergate appeared before Kushina in an instant. Perhaps at this moment, she could no longer be called Kushina, but rather a humanoid-tailed beast. The eruption of the 5 tails, along with the formation of the white skeletal structure, was nearing completion. The next step would likely be the emergence of the Ninetales' flesh and fur, transforming into a living embodiment of the tailed beast. Watergate would not allow this to transpire. As Watergate landed in front of Kushina, she paused momentarily, her chakra that had been surging suddenly contracting, a fleeting moment of hesitation appearing. In her subconscious, Watergate was an entity she could not harm. Even now that she had completely lost her awareness, fighting solely on instinct. Watergate offered a gentle smile and softly spoke, "Kushina, what are you doing? Stop this and come home with me." In the depths of Kushina's vacant eyes, a flicker of emotion emerged, albeit faint. In her consciousness, Kushina, crouched in a corner, suddenly lifted her head. Is Watergate calling for me? Is that his voice? Amidst the sound, there lingered a sense of surprise and delight. Yet, the boundless darkness rendered her unable to break free. Kushina, cease these thoughts, unleash chaos, annihilate everything. Have you forgotten how despicable that person is? It was he who harmed your most cherished one, the jinchūriki of the Four Tails. The beguiling voice of the Nine Tails spread through the darkness, and Kushina found herself momentarily entranced, nodding in agreement. Yes, that wretched scoundrel. I shall avenge Minato by taking his life. Indeed, eradicate those who stand against you. The Nine Tails chuckled with satisfaction. Outside her body, the sixth tail writhed with restless energy. Minato watched, his heart tightening. The small sixth tails raised its hands abruptly, ready to charge at Old Purple. Upon witnessing this, Minato summoned an inexplicable strength and firmly grasped it. His hands pressed upon the shoulders of the small six tails, an intense heat radiating from them. Even with the protective crimson armor, Minato's hands were seared by the terrifying temperature. A pang of sorrow pierced Minato's heart as he pondered. If the outer temperature is so dreadful, what agony must lie within? Upon seeing Minato injured, the small six tails froze once more, tears streaming from its hollow eyes. In the darkness, Kushina beheld this scene and cried out, "No, do not harm Minato. Minato, I did not mean to. Please keep your distance. I can no longer control myself." Helplessly, Kushina collapsed to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. Minato smiled gently, as if he could hear Kushina's cries trapped within the small six tails. In the next moment, he embraced the small six tails tightly. The excruciating pain could not deter him in the slightest. "No matter what occurs, I shall remain by your side. Even in death, I shall gladly accompany you. Come back. Kushina, I love you." In the darkness, Kushina covered her eyes with her hands, allowing her tears to cascade down. Within her heart, a seedling named love began to flourish, transforming in an instant into a towering tree. Tears fell, creating ripples in the darkness. In an instant, the darkness dissipated, revealing the bound Nine Tails. "Damn it! Another failure! You fiend! I must escape this place." The Nine Tails roared in fury, thrashing in vain. Yet, the formidable chains of the seal rendered it immobile. Outside, Minato, holding Kushina, felt the searing heat gradually fade away. The white bones scattered in the wind. The crimson chakra cloak continuously shed, unveiling Kushina's visage. Her scorched skin appeared somewhat darkened. Fortunately, her clothing remained intact, sparing them further trouble. As the chakra diminished, joy surged within Minato. "Kushina." Hearing his voice, Kushina slowly opened her eyes, her senses gradually returning, though a sharp pain coursed through her body. However, upon seeing Minato before her, all else became inconsequential. "Minato, I am so relieved you are unharmed." Kushina gently extended her right hand, resting it against Minato's cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness. She could go to great lengths for Minato, and she could also restore him to his former self, simply because he was the one and only Minato in her heart. In a realm above and below, there exists a singular gateway to water. It is also the portal through which one steps into the depths of one's own heart beneath the moonlight. This gateway, gentle as the sun, beckons. "Foolish one, how could I possibly be troubled? Did I not promise you that I would never allow you to be alone in your solitude again?" The gateway tenderly tucks the crimson strands of Kushina's hair behind her ear, gently wiping away the traces of her tears. He feels a pang of compassion. "Watergate, promise me. No more foolish acts on my behalf." Watergate shook his head and smiled, saying, "For you, nothing could ever be deemed foolish." Upon hearing this, the affection in Kushina's eyes overflowed. In that moment, it seemed as though the world around them consisted solely of the two of them. This place no longer resembled a battlefield. It had transformed into a sanctuary of their love. Meanwhile, Old Purple observed the scene with astonishment. "Revived? She has regained consciousness?" How is this possible? How could she possess such power? No ninjutsu was employed, yet she has restored the will of the jinchūriki? Old Purple was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. This was not the jinchūriki she was familiar with. No, it shouldn't be like this. Old Purple screamed in fury, her chakra surging uncontrollably. The deeply enamored Watergate and Kushina were abruptly roused from their reverie. This place is not safe, they realized. With swift motions, two figures positioned themselves before them. Watergate. Sister Kushina, it seems this is not the moment for your romantic exchanges. We must leave immediately. The Four Tails Jinchūriki has not lost his combat capability. And we cannot contend with him now. Mo Feng spoke softly, his gaze firmly fixed on Old Purple. This guy truly is resilient. Such an exaggerated attack has not claimed his life, Xing commented with a hint of sarcasm. Upon their arrival, Kushina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Had they witnessed her earlier demeanor? It was utterly mortifying. Even with her usual fortitude, she felt a tinge of awkwardness. Yet, Watergate remained unfazed. Acknowledging Mo Feng and Xing's presence, he smiled. Indeed, we must hasten our departure. The counterattack from Konoha has commenced, and the situation is favorable. The victory is assured, and there is no need to linger any longer. Yes, let's withdraw quickly, Mo Feng urged, waving his right hand. The prepared ink eagle soared from a distance. Watergate embraced Kushina and leapt onto it first. At that moment, the effects of the blood-red armor dissipated, and Watergate felt an emptiness within. The original pain surged once more. Steeling himself, he endured the agony, unwilling to burden Kushina with worry. Mo Feng, we must go, Xing called out. Mo Feng shook his head, declaring, the Four Tails Jinchūriki is fixated on us. I will stay behind to cover your retreat. You must leave. You, Xing protested. But Mo Feng forcefully pushed him towards the ink eagle. Understanding the situation, the ink eagle swiftly carried Xing away. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Old Purple bellowed. Her fury ignited as she dared to snatch away under her very gaze. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique. A searing sphere of magma erupted from her mouth, aimed directly at the ink eagle in the sky. Should it strike, the ink eagle would be unable to withstand such an assault. Mo Feng had anticipated this. Ink brush technique. Ink release. Ink mist shield. The obsidian shield enveloped the area, intent on repelling the terrifying magma sphere. Yet, the formidable power of the attack far exceeded the protective capabilities of the ink-hued barrier. After a mere 2 seconds of stalemate, the shield shattered with a resounding crack, and the magma sphere surged forth once more. As it's up to you. Mo Feng understood that his ink-based evasion could not withstand the ferocious assault of the magma sphere, and thus he placed his hopes upon Shin no Jutsu. Initially poised to leap from the ink eagle, Shin no Jutsu halted his advance at that moment. Mo Feng, you fool. He realized that all of this was within Mo Feng's calculations. This guy always sought to play the hero. As he beheld the encroaching magma sphere, Shin no Jutsu exhaled a deep breath and swiftly formed hand seals. Chakra surged violently from within him. Water style, water barrier technique. A torrent of water gushed forth from his mouth, forming a substantial wall of liquid before him. In the next instant, the magma sphere collided violently against it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The searing heat continually evaporated the water within the barrier, and white steam ascended into the air. The thickness of the water barrier diminished steadily. What an astonishing temperature. Shin no Jutsu mused, yet he did not surrender. Chakra poured out of him relentlessly, infusing the water wall anew. The barrier thickened once more. Just then, Old Purple, noticing the situation, swiftly moved to pursue the ink eagle. Naturally, Mo Feng would not allow him to succeed. You shall not pass. Mo Feng brandished a kunai, its water blue blade slicing toward Old Purple. Startled, Old Purple retreated hastily. He was no novice. He acutely sensed the terrifying potential of that water blue blade. Damn it! Old Purple cursed under his breath, begrudgingly gazing skyward. The magma sphere ultimately breached the water barrier, yet the ink eagle had long since vanished from sight. Escape accomplished. Shin no Jutsu collapsed atop the ink eagle, exclaiming, that fireball was utterly outrageous. It exhausted me completely. With his chakra depleted, he truly felt the terrifying burden of being a jinchūriki. What now that Mo Feng hasn't come up? Kushina fretted. Minato furrowed his brow, observing the distant figure of Mo Feng, now merely a black dot below. He murmured, Mo Feng never undertakes actions without certainty. There must be a rationale behind his choices. Have faith. Shin no Jutsu retorted. That kid has an abundance of tricks. He'll surely be fine. But when we return, I will definitely give him a good thrashing. He drives me mad. Yet, despite his words, the worry lingered. Given their current state, even if they were to return, they could offer no assistance and might only hinder progress. You brat, do you seek death? Old Purple glared at Mo Fong, his murderous intent almost palpable. Mo Fong chuckled lightly and replied, There's no need to look at me like that. Although the tailed beast bomb collision left you uninjured, your internal condition is hardly favorable. You're correct, but do you truly believe that this will enable you to overcome me? Old Purple raised an eyebrow disdainfully, regarding Mo Fong with contempt. A mere chunin, what audacity grants you such courage? I am acutely aware of my own limitations. In my current state, I would undoubtedly fall short against you, even were you to be injured. Mo Fong shrugged nonchalantly and spoke with indifference. Oh, you possess quite a sense of self-awareness. It seems you have resolved to remain and meet your demise. I may have chosen to stay, but I harbor no desire to perish. In this world, I have no intention of departing so soon. Mo Fong replied with a smile. You appear to possess considerable confidence in your ability to escape this predicament. Perhaps, however, I am certain that you cannot detain me, especially in your current injured state. Is that so? It seems you have misconstrued my strength and underestimated the resilience of us jinchūriki. Lao Zi declared, his chakra surging forth and enveloping his form. Yet, no tail emerged. Observing this, Mo Fong remained unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. At least my assumptions have not proven erroneous. In your present condition, you can only draw upon the chakra of the tailed beast, and you are incapable of manifesting even its outer form, are you not? Lao Zi furrowed his brow, realizing he found this youth increasingly inscrutable. What grants him the confidence to remain so composed in my presence? Even with my diminished power, it remains the same. Lao Zi conceded that this boy possessed certain exceptional qualities, yet he was still unworthy of escaping from before him. You insolent brat, when I capture you, you shall realize just how foolish you truly are. Lao Zi exclaimed angrily. Mr. Lao Zi, there is no need for such haste. Observe the current state of the battlefield. Awagakure's strategy has faltered, and Konoha is mounting a counteroffensive. I need not look to know that the situation for Konoha is quite favorable. Your Tsuchikage is likely preoccupied with Jiraiya-sensei and unable to provide assistance. What benefit would it serve you to kill me? Mo Fong chuckled. Humph. The outcome bears no significance to me. I harbor not a shred of attachment to this village. Even if it were to be annihilated, I would remain indifferent. Mo Fong was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated the depth of animosity the Four-Tails jinchūriki harbored towards Awagakure. Clearly, the Awagakure had not treated its jinchūriki well. Given that, why do you toil for Awagakure? Mo Fong inquired, perplexed. Toil? They are hardly worth such a sacrifice. I am merely here to observe, to see if there are any opponents of interest. This wretched village, I shall escape from it one day. Lao Zi retorted with displeasure. Mo Fong sighed inwardly. Yet another jinchūriki contemplating defection from their village. The fate of jinchūriki is indeed lamentable. He could not help but muse. You wretched brat. Who asked you to pity me? Lao Zi fumed. No. Perhaps you have misinterpreted my words. I harbor no sympathy for your plight. A jinchūriki is free to choose their own path. And your choices are not inherently wrong. Lao Zi paused, gazing at Mo Fong in confusion. This young man appears to be somewhat extraordinary. It is the first time he has encountered someone willing to engage in earnest conversation with a jinchūriki. Previously, within the village, others had avoided him as though he were a plague. Even among companions, a teacher embodies a certain virtue. The individual before me, along with the two others from earlier, exhibit an earnest concern for the Nine-Tails jinchūriki, which piques my curiosity immensely. As a fellow jinchūriki, I, Lao Zi, have endured discrimination from the villagers throughout my life, nurturing a latent anger within me, which has widened the chasm between myself and the village. This tendency is not unique. It is a flaw inherent in every village. Yet, I find myself intrigued. Why do they hold such deep regard for the jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails? Young man, let me pose a question to you, I assert. My mind preoccupied not with victory or defeat, but with a deeper inquiry. Please, Mr. Lao Zi, do share, he replies. Why are you so concerned for that Nine-Tails jinchūriki? I sense that your feelings towards her are not merely utilitarian. They resonate with genuine friendship. My expression grows solemn as I grapple with this question. I am perplexed as to why anyone would invest such sincerity in a jinchūriki. With a light chuckle, Emofone responds, "It is quite simple. She is Kushina, our companion. Kushina, not merely the nine-tails fox. It's as straightforward as that." I am momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications of Emofeng's words, my understanding wavering. Observing my contemplation, Emofone refrains from interrupting or departing. To my surprise, our conversation extends longer than I anticipated. The passage of time works to my advantage, and he remains unhurried. "It seems she is quite fortunate," I remark unexpectedly. "Perhaps," he replies nonchalantly. "How infuriating," I exclaim. "Enough of this dialogue. I have no desire to continue this trivial banter. You have released my prey, and now you shall remain here." With both hands, I gather red chakra, forming a colossal pair of hands that I thrust toward Emofone. Tailed Beast's hand. Emofeng's eyes sharpen, and the chakra beneath his feet surges. In a series of deft movements, he evades all assaults with remarkable finesse. "Impressive," I mutter under my breath. The next phase shall not be so simple. Just as I prepare to launch another attack, Emofone reveals a faint smile. He brings his left hand's index and middle fingers together, proclaiming, "Ink release. Ink serpent binding." 5 serpentine figures of dark ink erupt from the ground, ensnaring my limbs with unyielding force. "What?" I exclaim, taken aback by this unexpected onslaught. The ink serpents were laid in ambush by Emofone prior to his arrival, augmented with water chakra to enhance their resilience. They are sufficiently robust to restrain the jinchūriki's body, cloaked in tailed beast chakra, for several critical seconds. "Do you think this can contain me?" I scoff, my chakra surging dramatically. The ink serpents vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, Emofeng's purple brush has touched down, completing the divine figure inscribed within the scroll. A peculiar brilliance fills his eyes. This technique, which he had initially deemed beyond his capability, now becomes accessible through the remnants of the scroll. Emofeng has come to understand precisely what he lacked in executing this move. It is a phenomenon known as faith. Without a belief in a deity, how could one conceive of the notion of a transcendent, divine illusion? Thus, this time, he captured the essence of the divinity he holds dear, the transcendent divine illusion. With a resounding command, a figure emerged from the scroll, clad in golden armor, crowned with a golden diadem, with a physique as sturdy as dark iron and feet adorned with cloud-like boots. It is proclaimed to be the embodiment of heaven. A striking monkey, draped in inky black, ascended into the air, wielding an ink staff. Its eyes sparkled with electric fervor, captivating the very soul. Emofeng, pale-faced, gazed at the soaring monkey, unable to suppress a spurt of blood that splattered onto the scroll. Little did he expect such a substantial drain on his chakra, leaving him utterly depleted. With a bitter smile, his gaze remained fixated on the ebony monkey, filled with an overwhelming anticipation. What is this entity? Old Z, recently liberated from the control of the ink serpent, stared in astonishment at the approaching black monkey. Grasping an ink staff with seemingly boundless strength, his eyes shone brightly, as if piercing through all worldly illusions. The staff was raised high and swung down with force. The simplicity of the act belied an inescapable sensation of impending doom. Old Z felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping him. At that moment, the chakra of the 4 tails surged violently, intensifying within his being. He raised his hands above his head, a colossal hand of red chakra forming as an additional shield, a heavy protection. In the next instant, the ink staff descended from the monkey's grip. An eerie stillness enveloped the space, as if time itself had paused. In that fleeting moment, a violent explosion erupted between the ink staff and the red chakra. Boom! The surrounding rocks shattered as if struck by a cataclysmic force, debris scattering in all directions. Emofeng hastily shielded his face with his hands, only to feel the sharp stones lacerating his skin. In an instant, he was marred with hundreds of minor wounds, blood gushing forth. Emofeng let out a muffled groan. His already exhausted body suffered further injury. The collision unleashed a terrifying residual force. The ink monkey vanished without a trace, as if retreating into obscurity after a single strike. As the dust settled, a crater formed where Old Z had stood. The once vibrant red chakra had diminished significantly. His hands trembled slightly, small wounds appearing on his surface. His pallor a ghastly shade. What manner of creature is this? How could it exude such formidable energy? The 4 tails within him seemed to tremble in fear. Old Z murmured softly to himself, only to turn and find Emofeng had long since vanished. In the distance, a black eagle soared away. Damn, he had been outmaneuvered. Old Z seethed in frustration, yet felt powerless. The recent attack had granted Mo Fong ample time to escape. Mo Fong lay upon the back of the ink eagle, his complexion ashen. In stark contrast, his body was riddled with wounds, the vivid crimson of his blood a shocking sight. He had not anticipated such a disparity from his expectations. With a resigned smile, he felt his consciousness begin to blur. The depletion of chakra and excessive blood loss have left Mo Fong in a dire state, one that could scarcely worsen. He harbors a hope to endure until he returns to the base. Struggling to keep his eyes open, his vision begins to blur. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiraiya and Inoki has reached its climax. Haha, Lord Suchikage, it seems this battle is lost on your end. Jiraiya laughs heartily. His sage mode's exceptional perception revealing the tide of war. Konoha has launched a significant counteroffensive, and the Awagakure forces now flee like frightened dogs. Even their trump card, the Four-Tails Jinchūriki, has exhausted its strength, unable to manifest its formidable combat prowess. This battle belongs to Konoha. Inoki hovers in the air, his expression grave. He never anticipated such a crushing defeat. You young pup. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills. In that case, I shall eliminate you and sever a limb from Konoha. As he speaks, Inoki extends his hands towards Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, this move appears quite formidable. Exercise caution, warns Sage Fukasaku, sensing a sudden surge of danger and feeling uneasy. Jiraiya's expression shifts. He recognizes the hand signs all too well. It is the very ninjutsu that brought Inoki fame, dust release, particle style. A transparent square barrier materializes between Inoki's palms, exuding a terrifying power. With a gentle push, he enlarges the barrier, sending it hurtling towards Jiraiya. In the next moment, Jiraiya finds himself ensnared within the square barrier. Vanish! Inoki commands sharply, and within the barrier, Jiraiya, with a look of horror, dissipates into nothingness. Humph, Konoha's youth. Do you now comprehend the renown of Awagakure? Inoki remarks, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though this battle has been lost, eliminating Jiraiya would sufficiently cripple Konoha. With a brief respite, Awagakure would rise anew. In due time, Konoha, weakened without Jiraiya, will struggle to withstand the might of the rock shinobi. You celebrate too soon, Lord Suchikage. What? Inoki exclaims in astonishment, turning to find Jiraiya has already leaped behind him, his right hand resting on his waist. Having long been aware of the Suchikage's reputation for dust release, how could he have been caught completely off guard? The earlier encounter was merely a shadow clone. To express my gratitude for the enlightening experience, allow me to present you with a gift. With a laugh reminiscent of a frog's visage, Jiraiya channels a surge of natural energy into his palm, unleashing a powerful attack. The force rivals that of Tsunade's monstrous strength. With a resounding crash, Inoki plummets to the ground like a kite severed from its string. As Jiraiya descends slowly, a sigh of relief escapes him. The sensation confirms he struck Inoki's physical form. Although this move may not claim Inoki's life, it should incapacitate him for a time. Even when he recovers, the lingering injury will surely remain. Jiraiya silently congratulates himself, thoroughly satisfied with his strike. Little Jiraiya, you have done well. However, your mastery of sage techniques still requires practice, as your grasp of them remains rather superficial, the sage of deep practice remarked. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, replying, Indeed. I too aspire to attain perfection in my training. This frog-like appearance certainly tarnishes my previously handsome image. Haha, deep practice, accustomed to Jiraiya's narcissism, offered a teasing remark before returning to Myaboka Mountain. The battle at Awagakure had concluded with the defeat of Inoki, and the Four-Tails Jinchūriki had suffered excessive exhaustion, leading to the retreat of the rock shinobi. In the Awagakure summit conflict, Konoha emerged triumphant. Standing atop a high peak, Jiraiya surveyed the entire battlefield. The battle had ended, and the victorious Konoha ninjas wore expressions of joy. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya raised his arm and proclaimed, We have won. After 40 years, Konoha celebrated its glorious victory over Awagakure, breaking a nearly 2-year stalemate. In the darkness, Mo Fong lay in a stupor. Suddenly, a ray of golden light pierced through the obscurity. It was a golden brush. The light enveloped Mo Feng's head, and after a prolonged moment, he slowly awakened. Where am I? Mo Fong glanced around, seeing nothing but an expanse of darkness. Aside from the area illuminated by the golden light, There was naught else in sight. Upon looking up, he quickly recognized the golden brush. It was none other than the Unkyo brush. Am I in my consciousness space? Mo Feng murmured, perplexed as to why he found himself there. With a flick of his right hand, the Unkyo brush descended from the air, resting gently in his palm. A surge of power emanated from the brush, causing Mo Feng to pause, feeling a significant increase in his chakra. It had doubled in quantity. Mo Feng was inexplicably delighted. Such a stroke of fortune? This level of chakra was approaching that of a jonin. Could this injury come with such a benefit? This power seemed to be a reward from the Unkyo brush. As Mo Feng regarded the brush, astonishment filled his heart. If he were to train on his own, it would take at least 2 years to reach such a level. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, chakra is measured in units known as Kakashi. We may refer to it as 1 Kakashi. 1 Kakashi denotes the conventional amount of chakra Kakashi could utilize after prolonged consumption due to his Sharingan. This is roughly equivalent to the chakra quantity possessed by Naruto upon his return from training. At 16, Naruto, the newly trained ninja, possessed around 100 Kakashi units of chakra. The later exploits of Naruto are best left unmentioned, as they are exceedingly impressive. Currently, Mo Feng's chakra was approximately 9 Kakashi units. The chakra of a jonin typically ranges from 10 to 20 Kakashi units, while that of a Kage exceeds 30. Of course, these figures are not fixed, they merely serve as a reference point. The growth of chakra filled Mo Feng with unexpected joy. Once more, an inscription emerged from the Unkyo brush. My descendant has grasped the essence of the super divine pseudo-painting. The realm of the god of ink is within reach. Yet your strength is insufficient and requires further cultivation. Remember, the art of ink is ever-changing. Do not allow the worldly affairs to confine your boundless imagination. On the day of transcendence, with the aid of the divine brush, one may depart from the mundane. Mo Feng felt as though an aged elder with flowing white hair was whispering in his ear. Who could he be? The ancestor of the Unkyo clan? Mo Feng's spirit surged, and he realized that the Unkyo brush in his hand was even more remarkable. Who was this ancestor of the Unkyo clan? Capable of conversing with him after so many years? Mo Feng understood that it was no mere illusion. In his imagination, only the sage of the 6 paths possessed such power. Could it be that the Unkyo ancestor was of a similar caliber? This notion was too outrageous. Mo Feng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. With the divine brush, one could depart from the mundane? Did this imply leaving this world entirely? Such thoughts surfaced in Mo Feng's mind, leaving him in disbelief. Yet, as he pondered further, he found no clarity. Perhaps it was best to focus on enhancing his strength first. Shaking his head, he abandoned his musings. The clues at hand were too scant. No amount of contemplation would yield any results. Darkness enveloped him once more, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt the world around him swaying. This sensation was akin to being on a stretcher. Mo Feng glanced around, spotting numerous leaf ninja. Above him, leaves rustled, while white-clad medical ninjas surrounded him. He was indeed lying on a stretcher. Mo Feng, you're awake? A familiar voice prompted a moment of surprise. Turning to look, he saw none other than Minato. His warm smile remained unchanged. Brother Minato? Minato was wrapped in bandages, with only his head visible, lying on the stretcher, giving him a rather comical appearance. Don't move around. Minato was about to rise when Kushina pressed him back down. Minato gave an awkward smile and said, Kushina, I just want to greet Mo Feng. Can't I do that while lying down? Your injuries are no less severe than Mo Feng's. Don't be reckless. Kushina shot him a glare, prompting Minato to sheepishly abandon the thought. Mo Feng smiled slightly at the scene. It was a relief that everyone was safe. Once Minato complied, Kushina turned to Mo Feng and said, Mo Feng, thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Her earnest demeanor and serious expression made Mo Feng feel somewhat overwhelmed. Sister Kushina, we are comrades. Today I saved you. Tomorrow you will save me. There is no need for thanks. Mo Feng replied with a smile. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? However, I shall remember this favor. Kushina said with a satisfied smile, her attitude toward Mo Feng growing more affectionate. Mo Feng looked around and asked, where are we headed? We won the battle at Awakens Peak. Awakens suffered significant losses, and even that Tsuchikage was injured at the hands of our teacher Jiraiya. So they have retreated for the time being. Jiraiya-sensei left a portion of the forces to guard, and is now leading a large group back to the village. We are on our way home now. We should arrive by tomorrow. You have been unconscious for 3 days, Minato explained. that Tsuchikage was injured? Wolfeng remained indifferent to his 3-day coma, but he was quite astonished by the injuries sustained by the Tsuchikage. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya had grown to such formidable strength. The dust release technique wielded by Anoki was notoriously difficult to counter. Yet Jiraiya managed to injure him despite not having mastered sage techniques fully. Indeed, sage techniques were fearsome. Jiraiya had exhibited a unique secret art that seemed to have only been employed by the First Hokage, which allowed him to decisively defeat the Tsuchikage. With the mastery of sage techniques, Jiraiya had transcended the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Presently, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the legendary Sannin, perhaps even the most powerful in Konoha. What of ASU? Wolfeng inquired, noticing that Shinsuke was absent from his side. Shinsuke's injuries were not severe. He was currently on a rotating patrol, switching shifts with teammates in the evening. That is reassuring. It appears we may return to the village for a period of rest. Wolfeng replied with a smile. We should have a month or 2 for recuperation. However, I suspect we will soon be dispatched to another battlefield, Minato murmured. Another battlefield? Yes. The situation at the Sand Village battlefield is dire. The recent battle at Awakens was orchestrated to withdraw forces from the Awakens front. It is likely that the reinforcements pulled from there will soon be deployed to the Sand Village. Wolfeng chuckled wryly. Although surprised, he found it easy to accept. He had anticipated such circumstances. With a limited number of ninjas in Konoha, the vacated forces would naturally be reassigned to another front. He resolved to enhance his strength further before heading to the Sand Village battlefield. The achievements from the Awakens battle should suffice to exchange for a high-level water release technique. With these thoughts igniting a fervor within him, Wolfeng settled cross-legged above the water surface at Yunju residence. His eyes closed. The once clear pool had now transformed into an inky abyss. After a considerable time, Wolfeng slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had nearly healed. And not only had his chakra increased, but his physical prowess had also improved significantly compared to a few months prior when he had gone to battle. The disparity was remarkable. Indeed, the battlefield was the finest stage for enhancing one's abilities. Wolfeng smiled with satisfaction as he gently lifted his right hand, catching the purple brush. With chakra enveloping it, a blade of pale blue water formed. Water release. Water blade slash. With his exceptional chakra control, Wolfeng had learned to apply the water blade slash using the purple brush, achieving results comparable to those with shuriken. This innovation spared him the hassle of retrieving shuriken once more. The material of the purple brush was extraordinary and remarkably resilient, alleviating concerns about it breaking. This convenience was indeed a significant advantage. As the chakra dissipated from the purple brush, it circled in his palm before settling precisely into the pin sheath at his waist. The explosive release blood and four-tailed beast blood he had acquired were unexpected gains. Aside from crafting blood clones, he was uncertain how effective they would be as offensive techniques. The explosive release blood clone remained within Wolfeng, awaiting its deployment. He could sense a surge of explosive release energy coursing through him, though it was fleeting. As long as one disperses the explosive blood clone, this formidable power will wane. Ever since the cloud-dwelling brush underwent an upgrade, the blood clone no longer dissipates autonomously, unless it is dispelled by Mo Feng himself. This has alleviated many of Mo Feng's troubles. The prowess of the cloud-dwelling brush has grown increasingly potent, and Mo Feng is filled with curiosity regarding its forthcoming evolution. However, prior to this evolution, Mo Feng can only explore alternative avenues to enhance his own strength. Recently, he has been experimenting with infusing explosive blood into a specially crafted ink of the ink escape technique, hoping to augment its destructive capacity. Although he has yet to achieve success, Missouri Feng remains confident that this path is viable. Fortunately, there is an ample supply of explosive blood, sufficient for extensive experimentation. As for the blood of the four tails, Mo Feng has preserved it meticulously, anticipating that it may serve a greater purpose in the future. He has nearly mastered the 3 foundational aspects of the ink escape technique: super artifact imitation, super beast imitation, and super deity imitation. The super deity imitation consumes an immense amount of chakra, thus Mo Feng intends to reserve it as a trump card, using it sparingly. He has also discerned its underlying principle. Only deities he truly believes in can be summoned through the super deity imitation. His previous failures stemmed from the fact that he lacked faith in the deities he attempted to depict, resulting in a failure to manifest their power. Speaking of the deities Mo Feng believes in, they can only be found in his past life, within the mythic realm he once envisioned. What youth has not yearned for such a fantastical world? Much like the earlier mention of the monkey, Mo Feng has nearly perfected the ink escape techniques. The remainder relies solely on his personal strength for further enhancement and development. He recalls that within the cloud-dwelling secret techniques, there remains one final move he has yet to master. Mo Feng murmurs, his mind drifting to the cloud-dwelling secret techniques he had previously studied. Super Artifact Imitation, accomplished. Super Beast Imitation, accomplished. Super Deity Imitation, accomplished. Sealing Technique, Tiger Watchful Bomb, yet to be cultivated. The sealing technique is indeed quite troublesome. It differs significantly from ordinary ninjutsu, as its practice poses considerable difficulty. Without innate talent, mastery is elusive. I recall that in the original tale, so I could only employ it in the later stages. The Tiger Watchful Bomb sealing technique is unlike typical sealing arts. It demands a powerful emotional eruption to execute. Without such an emotional surge, it is at best a B-rank sealing technique. However, with a significant emotional outburst, even shadow-level entities could be sealed. The notion of emotional eruption is an abstract concept that proves challenging to comprehend. Mo Feng scratches his head, a look of exasperation on his face. This sealing technique is the one he finds most perplexing. Hey, Mo Feng, what are you pondering? Just as Mo Feng is engulfed in his thoughts, a red figure vaults over the wall. Kushina, what brings you here? Mo Feng blinks, somewhat helpless at the sight of the uninvited Kushina. Despite having mentioned it several times, she still insists on this direct method of entry. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come over? Kushina replies with a mischievous expression. All right. From outside, Minato's resigned voice calls out, Kushina, I told you not to climb over the wall. Why did you do it anyway? It's fine at Mo Feng's home. I'll just let you in, she responds. As Kushina spoke, she dashed towards the entrance, while Mofeng's expression darkened. What does it mean that Mofeng's home is inconsequential? It matters greatly to me, doesn't it? What if I find myself in a predicament? However, reasoning with Kushina was futile. What are you doing at home, Mofeng? Asked Minato with a smile. I am contemplating matters regarding my training. I have nearly mastered the secret techniques of ink release. Yet, there remains one sealing technique of which I have no understanding. Mofeng did not conceal his thoughts and spoke candidly. Sealing techniques? Ask me. I excel at those, Kushina declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Mofeng paused momentarily. Of course, Kushina belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Beyond their abundant chakra, their prowess in sealing techniques is remarkable. Perhaps she could indeed assist him. Really? Of course. Don't you believe me? Kushina glared at Mofeng. I believe. Just call me master and I shall impart the theoretical knowledge of sealing techniques to you, ensuring you comprehend your clan's secret seals thoroughly. Mofeng felt somewhat helpless. Kushina remained unchanged, still eager to elevate her status. Minato chuckled wryly and remarked, All right, Kushina, enough of that. You can teach Mofeng about sealing techniques later. Mofeng, I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Mofeng inquired, sensing the gravity in Minato's tone. Regarding the previous battle at Awakens Peak, we have accumulated considerable achievements and can exchange them for some secret techniques from the sealing books. Teacher Jiraiya has provided us with a catalog and brief descriptions of these techniques. Take a look and see which ones you require. You can then visit the Hokage's office to exchange them with the third Hokage. As Minato spoke, he tossed a scroll to Mofeng. Mofeng's expression brightened as he unfurled the scroll, revealing a multitude of secret technique names meticulously inscribed within. These were precisely the techniques Mofeng could exchange for. The sealing books contained the wisdom of the second Hokage, including forbidden jutsu such as Edo Tensei, as well as advanced ninjutsu. The techniques before Mofeng were suited for his level. Brother Minato, did you select one as well? Mofeng suddenly asked. Yes, I chose the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato replied softly. Mofeng inwardly acknowledged this. Minato had indeed chosen the path of speed. It seemed that soon the name of the Golden Flash would resonate throughout the ninja world. Mofeng glanced at his own catalog, noting that it did not include the Flying Thunder God technique. Clearly, his accomplishments were insufficient to exchange for such a technique. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Mofeng's ambitions lay elsewhere. His true aspiration was to master the water release techniques of the second Mizukage, Tobirama Senju. The water blade technique he had previously learned was one of the second Hokage's signature water release techniques. It consumed little chakra, yet wielded considerable power. Its difficulty lay in the precise control of chakra, a direction well suited for Mofing, who currently had limited chakra. Moreover, the second Hokage possessed numerous such techniques. For instance, the very one Mofing had set his sights on now. One could say that Tobirama, the Hokage, could very well be renamed the Mizukichi. In the realm of ninjas, it is noted that the Hokage lacks proficiency in fire techniques, while the Wind Shadow is not adept in wind techniques. This underscores the current state of the ninja world. Perhaps they could take a cue from the Earth Shadow, Lightning Shadow, and Water Shadow next door? Engaging in their respective duties might be beneficial. The water release, Heavenly Cry. That's the one, Mo Fong remarked, pointing at the unassuming name inscribed upon the scroll. Water release, you say? It indeed suits you well, Minato chuckled. However, Kushina interjected with a hint of sarcasm. This seems rather less formidable compared to the Flying Thunder God technique chosen by Minato. The scroll's description read, like rain falling unexpectedly on a cloudless day, it launches a surprising water needle attack. In simpler terms, it involves utilizing water chakra to create water needles that are even finer than 1,000 needles for offensive purposes. The second Hokage had once unleashed these water needles upon Obito, signifying their formidable power. Of course, this was knowledge beyond Kushina's reach, yet Mo Fong was well aware. With a resigned smile, Mo Fong remarked, Minato's choice likely demands a significant amount of merit. I fear my own might be insufficient. This water release is quite suitable for me, requiring minimal chakra while still possessing considerable offensive capability. The water release, Heavenly Cry, could not only be launched from the mouth, but could also be unleashed wherever chakra was concentrated. Moreover, it did not necessitate hand seals. After all, when Tobirama employed this technique, he was immobilized, rendering hand seals impossible. This clearly indicates that hand seals are not a prerequisite for this technique. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly become a potent asset in Mo Fong's arsenal, enabling long-range attacks. Mo Fong, let us proceed to the Hokage's office to receive our secret techniques, Minato suggested. Mo Fong nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. At the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed the two with a warm smile, while Jiraiya stood nearby. Minato, Mo Fong, Jiraiya has informed me of your commendable performance in the Awakens Summit battle. You both did exceptionally well. Without your efforts, the victory of Konoha would have been uncertain. You altered the course of the battle, and for that, I am truly gratified. It is our duty, Minato replied humbly. Protecting our village is the responsibility of every ninja, Mo Fong added. The third Hokage regarded them with increased satisfaction. Both were outstanding disciples of Jiraiya, blessed with exceptional talent and commendable character. Such individuals, when nurtured, would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha in the future. Very well, I shall refrain from further platitudes. The secret techniques you requested are prepared. However, I require your solemn promise. Without my consent, you must not divulge these techniques to anyone else. Violation of this pledge will result in severe consequences. Do you understand? At this juncture, the third Hokage's demeanor turned serious, underscoring the gravity of his words. After all, these techniques were inscribed in the Forbidden Scrolls, treasures of Konoha. Any leak could spell significant loss for the village. Mo Fong and Minato nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. Observing their response, the third Hokage clapped his hands, and two umbu appeared instantaneously, each presenting a scroll to the two. Within these scrolls lie the secret techniques you seek. Train diligently, especially regarding Minato. Your Flying Thunder God technique was created by my mentor, the second Hokage, and is remarkably intricate. Even I have not mastered it. I hope this jutsu can once again shine brilliantly in your hands. The third Hokage cast a deep gaze upon Minato, filled with anticipation. Yet, he himself harbored doubts about Minato's ability to master the Flying Thunder God technique. This spatial ninjutsu is exceedingly challenging. Even the self-proclaimed prodigy, the third Hokage, found himself at a loss. In contrast, the water release technique chosen by Mofing, while equally difficult, had discernible paths to follow, thus offering a significantly higher success rate. I will strive to succeed, Lord Third, Minato declared fervently while holding the scroll. From Orochimaru, he had long desired to learn this secret art, and now it was finally within his grasp. Mofing observed Minato, knowing, unlike the third Hokage, that Minato would surely succeed and become a legend in his own right. All right, you both go forth and dedicate yourselves to your training. After perusing this scroll, be sure to destroy it. Yes, Lord Third. They both bowed and departed. leaving only the third Hokage and Jiraiya in the room. Jiraiya, you performed admirably this time. The stability of the Awakens battlefield can be maintained for several years. However, regrettably, in a few days, you must lead the ninja forces retreating from the Awakens battlefield back to the Sunagakure front. Jiraiya frowned and inquired, is Tsunade struggling greatly? The third Hokage sighed and replied, Tsunade's hemophobia remains unresolved. Although she can receive treatment through the slug, she is unable to engage in battle. The absence of elite combat power will inevitably lead to suppression. While we can temporarily hold our ground with the wisdom of the Naruto clan, it is not a sustainable strategy. Thus, I need you to thoroughly repel and incapacitate Sunagakure to the extent of igniting the Third Shinobi World War. At this point, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He was still the unparalleled hero of the ninja world. I understand. In 3 days, I shall lead the army to support Tsunade. Good. Also, both Minato and Mofang are talents worth nurturing. Jiraiya laughed heartily. They are my students. I need no prompting on that matter. I have heard that Mofang's performance was quite outstanding. Indeed, his progress with ink release has been rapid. He has even mastered the super divine pseudo-painting. I suspect that in a few years, he will surpass the Unkyo clan's painter. Truly a frightening talent, Jiraiya murmured. The Unkyo clan, once a formidable presence among all clans, the third Hokage reflected. This boy Mofang is indeed special. Perhaps being the last of his clan has allowed him to inherit all their talents. It has been a long time since the Unkyo clan has produced a prodigy of such caliber. Let us hope he grows to his full potential. Konoha needs more talents. Rest assured, I will protect him, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Moreover, we must consider the matter of Minato and Kushina. It appears Minato has become the most significant presence in Kushina's heart. Do you think they have a future together? Ha ha ha, old man. Let us not meddle in the affairs of the young. Let them navigate their own path. The matter concerning the Nine Tails cannot be taken lightly. Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned solemn as he spoke in a hushed tone. Rest assured, Minato is a man of trust. The conversation between the third Hokage and Jiraiya remained unknown to Mofang, who was currently engrossed in the study of a ninjutsu scroll, Water Release, Heaven's Weep. The Unkyo clan was not known for an abundance of chakra, yet Mofang possessed significantly more chakra than his peers. However, when compared to the Uzumaki and Senju clans, his chakra reserves were decidedly lacking. In the early chapters of the original work, the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki was known for his overwhelming chakra, famously referred to as the jinchūriki of the Eight Tails. Although he benefited from the Samahata, Kisame's own chakra was considerable, earning him the blade's recognition. This illustrates that an essential factor in becoming a master of water release is possessing a significant amount of chakra. Only with abundant chakra can one continuously employ powerful water techniques. Kisame could even transform a desert into a lake, showcasing the terrifying extent of his chakra reserves. Water release, unlike fire, lightning, earth, and wind releases, demands a terrifying expenditure in the absence of a natural water source. After all, conjuring vast quantities of water from thin air is no simple task, and water release often triumphs through sheer volume. The techniques Mofang had acquired, such as Water Blade Slash and the soon-to-be-learned Heaven's Weep, were exceptions within the realm of water release, lesser in quantity but greater in lethality. This was precisely why Mofang had chosen these two techniques. The Water Blade Slash was initially within his grasp, but he had not anticipated that Jiraiya would gift it to him beforehand, sparing him considerable trouble. With Heaven's Weep now in hand, Mofang felt that there was no immediate need for further water release techniques, at least until his chakra reached the level of a Kage. The technique of Heaven's Weep involves extracting water molecules from the air with chakra, swiftly combining and compressing them into fine needles, which are then propelled toward the enemy using chakra. The essence lies in speed and surprise. While this may sound straightforward, the reality of execution is another matter entirely. Merely extracting and condensing air's water molecules with chakra is an extremely challenging endeavor. Even with Mofang's current precision in chakra manipulation, it required immense effort to achieve even a semblance of success. To unleash it in an instant, he would likely need to attain a higher level of chakra control. It appears that mastering water chakra manipulation is necessary to fully grasp this ninjutsu. After practicing for an hour, Mofang quickly came to understand this truth and felt a tinge of regret. Fortunately, he was already well acquainted with water chakra cultivation. It was merely a matter of time. With diligent practice, He was confident he could master it within a month. Regrettably, such leisurely training time may not last long. Mo Feng had sequestered himself, diligently practicing the technique of Heaven's Weep within the confines of the Yangju residence. However, it was unfortunate that some individuals clearly disregarded the Do Not Disturb sign. Hey, Mo Feng, are you really just cooped up in here practicing ninjutsu all by yourself? How boring, Kushina exclaimed, perched against the wall, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Feng as he manipulated the water flow above the pool. Mo Feng rolled his eyes and remarked, Kushina, have you not noticed the sign outside stating no visitors? It seems you have overlooked it. I saw it, but I am not a mere visitor. I am your future master. Kushina proudly declared. My master is Jiraiya. I believe he might have some objections to your claim, Mo Feng responded. Isn't that just splendid? It elevates my status significantly. Kushina laughed heartily. Mo Feng, with a cunning glint in his eye, retorted, then you would be regarded as the master of Minato. He would never marry a woman of such high standing, you know. He is quite respectful of his teachers. Kushina's expression shifted as she shot Mo Feng a fierce glare. Humph, you are quite wicked. I intended to teach you sealing techniques today, but now I reconsider. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng's spirit surged. What splendid news. Please, Kushina, do not jest. I was merely teasing. Minato will undoubtedly choose you as his bride. Of course, that is a given. However, it is too late now. I am not in the mood. If you are willing to assist me with a certain task, I might consider teaching you tomorrow. Mo Feng crossed his arms, a hint of trepidation in his voice. What is it that you wish to do? I am not the person you imagine. Besides, Minato and I are like brothers. We cannot engage in frivolities. Kushina, her expression darkening, clenched her fists with a fierce glint in her eyes. Mo Feng, it seems you've become rather audacious lately. Seeing Kushina's anger, Mo Feng felt a sense of balance restored within him. It served her right for constantly intruding upon his home, disregarding his sign. All right, I shall cease jesting. Is it true that Minato has been secluding himself lately, and you find yourself yearning for him? Yet, you are too shy to seek him out directly, thus hoping to use me as a guise. Kushina gasped, how did you know? Your little thoughts are clearly written upon your face. A girl in love often exhibits such endearing pride, particularly someone as strong-willed as you. Mo Feng expressed with understanding. Is it that obvious? Kushina asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Quite evident, indeed. Now, let us proceed. I too wish to witness Minato's progress. After 2 days of training, Mo Feng felt a bit fatigued. A stroll to change the scenery would be refreshing. Although Minato's home was not as grand as Mo Feng's, it was still quite spacious. Over the years, Minato's savings had been sufficient to purchase a residence. At that moment, Minato was seated cross-legged in the courtyard. As Mo Feng and Kushina arrived at the entrance, Mo Feng was about to knock when Kushina boldly pushed the door open. The door is unlocked. Mo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Minato has a habit of leaving the door unlocked when he is home, Kushina explained. You seem to know him well. Have you visited frequently? Mo Feng teased. Not at all. Kushina's face turned crimson as she stepped inside, completely forgetting the purpose of summoning Mo Feng. Unbothered, Mo Feng followed her inside. Shortly after entering, he was taken aback by a stunning sight. There was Minato, seated in the courtyard, with a water-blue chakra sphere forming steadily in his right hand. Rasengan, Mo Feng thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It seemed that this was somewhat different from the Rasengan he had in mind. At this moment, Minato also noticed Kushina and Mufeng, quickly rising with a smile and saying, What brings you here? Why, can't I come see you? Kushina complained. You haven't sought me out for 36 hours, 56 minutes, and 48 seconds. Minato awkwardly chuckled and replied, I apologize. I've been engrossed in researching a new ninjutsu and lost track of time. Before Kushina could respond, Mufeng directly inquired, Minato, what was that jutsu you just performed? It is a new ninjutsu I am developing. Inspired by seeing Kushina's tailed beast bomb, I wanted to experiment with compressing chakra into a sphere without hand signs, creating a powerful attack. I plan to name it the Return Wheel Rasengan 2. Mufeng exclaimed, boom. Kushina then punched Minato on the head. You need to come up with a proper name. What nonsense is this? She said vehemently, clearly dissatisfied with Minato's choice. Such a name would be utterly embarrassing to utter. Minato rubbed the spot where he was hit, feeling somewhat wronged. Is it not permissible to name something? He said, looking quite pitiful. I think it's quite good, he insisted. Not at all good, right, Mufeng? Kushina shot a murderous glance at Mufeng, her expression demanding compliance. Mufing chuckled awkwardly and said, Minato, the name is too long. It could be shortened a bit. Is that so? Isn't a longer name more imposing? Minato questioned, his azure eyes filled with innocence and curiosity. I believe a shorter name carries more weight, Kushina insisted, staring intently at Minato. Cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he asked, Then what do you think it should be called? Kushina appeared quite satisfied with Minato's attitude. Let's just call it the Rasengan. It's much easier to remember, she suggested with a smile. I still think Return Will Rasengan 2 sounds better. You're right, Kushina. Let's call it the Rasengan. Observing the banter between the two, Mufing shook his head in resignation. At least the name Rasengan was finally settled. Seeing this scene, Mufing suddenly realized that prior to Naruto's birth, the reason Kushina agreed to name Naruto after the protagonist from Jiraiya's book might have been that Minato had already considered many ridiculous names. In comparison, the name Naruto was something Kushina could accept. With this thought, Mufing felt a sense of relief for Naruto. Had it been otherwise, the protagonist of the Hokage series might have been named Vortex Narikaze Lightwheel Black Wind. Naruto truly ought to express gratitude to Jiraiya for pinning tail of the gallant ninja. As the farce concluded, Mufing remarked, Minato, your ninjutsu appears to have limited power. Indeed, I have merely just released the chakra to form the sphere, and it lacks any significant power. It is strange, however, why is the tailed beast bomb so powerful? Minato pondered, recalling the moment he had witnessed the tailed beast bomb. Kushina also strained to remember. In the original story, it took Minato 3 years to develop the Rasengan. On one hand, the constraints of wartime left little opportunity for Minato to develop his ninjutsu. On the other hand, the challenge of creating something from nothing was formidable. Even with the tailed beast ball as a reference, the capacity to retain what one has seen is inherently limited. Perhaps we could experiment with rotation, Mo Feng suddenly suggested. Rotation? Minato pondered, as if electrified by the idea. Yes, precisely, just like a swirling vortex. His excitement surged. This could work. As he spoke, the chakra in his right palm began to coalesce once more. Unlike before, it did not scatter haphazardly, but instead began to rotate gradually, forming a sphere. More accurately, it resembled a miniature vortex. Have you succeeded? Kushina exclaimed joyfully. However, Minato frowned, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. He pressed the chakra vortex against the tree trunk, leaving behind mere traces of swirling patterns. The power is insufficient. Such damage is trivial, he lamented. Yet Mo Feng interjected, a regulated rotation creates gaps, preventing it from forming a true sphere. Perhaps we should try an erratic, rapid spin, essentially turbulence. Turbulence? Minato's eyes lit up, as if struck by enlightenment. Yes, it seems that the tailed beast ball was created in a similar fashion. He resumed the rotation of chakra in his right palm. This time, the chakra no longer manifested as a vortex, but instead converged from all directions to gradually form a sphere. Mo Feng marveled at the sight. As expected of Minato, his control over chakra is remarkably formidable. In an instant, he has completed the first stage of the Rasengan. Mo Feng was quite familiar with the Rasengan, a technique meticulously detailed in the original work. However, he had never attempted to practice it for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Rasengan necessitates exceptional chakra control, which Mo Feng had yet to possess. While he could replicate Naruto's method, the Shadow Clone Technique's Rasengan held little significance for him. Secondly, the Rasengan requires a substantial amount of chakra. In Mo Feng's previous state, he could barely manage 3 iterations. One should not presume that Naruto's seemingly effortless acquisition of the technique during his early days as a genin was truly that simple. He was, after all, an anomaly. Even Konoha, who mastered the Rasengan at the same rank, was a prodigy and already 13 at that time. However, just because Mo Feng had not practiced it did not imply he was unaware of the technique's intricacies. With Minato currently innovating, Mo Feng was more than willing to offer suggestions. He was also intrigued by the prospect that if Minato could master the Rasengan early, he might develop the next stage of the technique. Minato, now adept in both wind and lightning release, could potentially incorporate these attributes, making the outcome all the more thrilling. The stronger Minato became, the more advantageous it was for Mo Feng. At that moment, an incomplete Rasengan had materialized in Minato's hand. With palpable excitement, he hurled it against a nearby tree. Bang! A small hole appeared in the great tree, and in an instant, the spiral sphere vanished. Failed, Kushina murmured. intending to offer comfort to Minato. Yet, Minato responded with unusual excitement. No, it is a success. The prototype has taken shape. Oh, but its power seems rather insignificant. Kushina remarked, filled with doubt. Moafeng interjected. No, the power appears diminished because Minato did not utilize much chakra initially. However, the chaotic flow of chakra indeed amplifies its might significantly. Once a substantial chakra is infused and the turbulent state is maintained, the spiral sphere will be fully realized. Upon success, it will become a formless ninjutsu, and its power will be immense. A formless ninjutsu. Kushina gasped, fully aware of its value, particularly for Minato. His speed is extraordinary, allowing him to effortlessly appear behind enemies to end their lives with a kunai. Yet, the kunai possesses a flaw. If the opponent employs a technique like hardening, the kunai cannot pierce their skin. Using ninjutsu is futile, as the opponent would have already reacted. This is precisely why Minato is eager to develop formless ninjutsu. He experienced such a setback on the battlefield of Awagakure. Minato turned to Moafeng, his eyes filled with curiosity. What is it? Why do you look at me like that? Moafeng replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Moafeng, your earlier hints made me feel as though you knew precisely what ninjutsu I aim to develop and the subsequent steps as well. When the tailed beast bomb was launched, I was closer, allowing for a more detailed observation. Given that your technique is based on the tailed beast bomb, it's only natural that I discern its secrets. That does make sense, Minato conceded, realizing Moafeng was indeed the closest observer. With Moafeng's talent, it should not have been difficult for him to uncover these insights. Seeing Minato's understanding, Moafeng also sighed in relief. One must not underestimate the intellect of characters from the original work. I must be more cautious in the future. Moafeng thought to himself, wishing to avoid being scrutinized by figures like the Third Hokage or Danzo, or even Orochimaru. Otherwise, I might find myself subjected to a mental examination by the clan, which would be quite embarrassing. Hey, you are all here. No wonder I didn't see a soul at Moafeng's home. This saves me the trouble of searching for you individually. At that moment, Shinsuke entered through the door, his face lighting up upon seeing the trio. Azu, are you looking for us? Moafeng inquired, puzzled. Yes, I just received orders. Tomorrow, Uncle Jiraiya will lead the army to the battlefield of Kirigakure for support. We should be on the list for deployment as well. The three were taken aback, not expecting such a swift turn of events. Wait, that's not right. Kushina is excluded. Shinsuke proclaimed triumphantly. What? I'm not included? How can that be? Kushina exclaimed, displeased. Apparently, the jinchūriki from Sunagakure refused to participate and was imprisoned. Therefore, my father likely intends for you to remain here rather than go to the battlefield, Shinsuke stated earnestly. What nonsense. Am I to stay in the village again? Kushina huffed in indignation. Minato, however, let out a sigh of relief. In the aftermath of the last outburst from Kushina, Minato still felt a tinge of fear. Preventing Kushina from venturing out was undoubtedly the best choice. At the very least, it ensured her safety. No, I must speak with Lord Hokage, Kushina declared. Attempting to rush out, Minato swiftly grasped her arm. Kushina, do not go. Staying here in the village is the wisest decision. The battlefield is far too perilous. I refuse. Minato, I cannot bear to see you face danger alone. The two engaged in a heated debate. Moafeng rolled his eyes. Well, from the perspective of a single person, this is simply a display of affection. Moafeng then took Shinzai by the hand and exited Minato's home, leaving the space for the couple. Moafeng, I didn't fully enjoy myself at the Awagakure battlefield last time. This time, I shall make a name for myself. Shinzai proclaimed, clenching his fists with enthusiasm. Survival is paramount. We nearly faced collective demise last time, Moafeng reminded him. Yet we persevered. Moreover, during this period, our strength has surged dramatically. In fact, I've recently mastered a particularly formidable ninjutsu, Shinzai said with an air of mystery, piquing Moafeng's curiosity. Considering Shinzai's achievements, he likely had enough merit to exchange for a secret technique. However, it appeared that the Third Hokage had directly bestowed one upon him. Hence he did not participate in the collective distribution. It seems your confidence is quite robust, Moafeng remarked with a smile. Indeed. And I have a piece of news to share discreetly, Shinzai whispered. What news? You are being so secretive. My father informed me that our performance last time was commendable, so he has made an exception to promote us. Promote us? Moafeng exclaimed. Are we to be elevated to the rank of Jonin? Certainly not. It's far too soon for that. My father mentioned that while parts of our abilities are sufficient, Our overall strength and experience do not yet meet the Jonin standard. Thus, we will initially be designated as Special Jonin. Once our capabilities and experience improve, we will be promptly elevated to Jonin status. Special Jonin, you say? Moffing mused. The term referred to ninjas possessing unique talents in certain aspects, yet overall, they remain beneath the Jonin rank. In simpler terms, it was a title that lay between Chunin and Jonin. Once I return from the Sunagakure battlefield, I am certain to ascend to Jonin. At that point, we might just become the youngest Jonin in the history of Konoha. I've done my research, and currently, the record for the youngest Jonin is held by Uncle Orochimaru, who became a Jonin at 13. By the time we return from the Sunagakure battlefield, we will likely still be younger than 13, which presents a significant opportunity. You truly care about such trivial matters, Moffing quipped. How can you dismiss it as trivial? It is of utmost importance. It signifies that I am superior to Uncle Orochimaru. He might even take me on as his apprentice. Shinzai exclaimed excitedly. But we are currently under the tutelage of Master Jiraiya. Isn't it inappropriate to keep pining for Lord Orochimaru to take you in as a disciple? What is wrong with that? Uncle Jiraiya wouldn't mind. Besides, I believe Uncle Orochimaru would be a more suitable teacher for me, Shinzai replied nonchalantly. Moffing shrugged, indicating that he was content as long as Shinzai was happy. After all, he was the son of the third Hokage and had the right to be capricious. Having changed to Moffing, it is only natural that one would refrain from acting so recklessly. Setting that aside, I have heard that you recently acquired a water release secret technique. Is it impressive? Zinzasuk inquired eagerly. It appears quite formidable, yet I have yet to master it. Not mastered yet. Is it truly that challenging? Zinzasuk responded with astonishment. In his understanding, Moffing had always exhibited remarkable efficiency in learning ninjutsu. The previous water blade slash had not consumed much time at all. After all, it is a technique from the Book of Seals. It cannot be so effortlessly learned. That is true. However, you must hasten your practice. Once we arrive at the sand-hidden battlefield, we shall undoubtedly be preoccupied, leaving even less time to hone our ninjutsu skills. I am aware of that. The two conversed for a while, and soon the sky darkened. They then parted ways to return home. However, at his doorstep, Moffing was taken aback to see an unexpected figure. The striking silver hair was particularly conspicuous. Kakashi, what brings you here? Moffing asked in surprise, gazing at Kakashi standing at his entrance. Kakashi's eyes quietly regarded Moffing, and then he solemnly bowed. Thank you, Moffing-senpai, for saving me on the battlefield. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have become a lifeless corpse. Kakashi's voice was cold, yet the gratitude within his words was palpable to Moffing. Moffing chuckled softly and replied, We are all ninjas of Konoha, comrades. It was my duty to save you. Beneath the mask, Kakashi's expression shifted continually. Moffing-senpai, had you not rescued me at that moment, your chakra would have been more abundant, benefiting you in your subsequent mission. Why did you choose to save me instead of pursuing a more critical task? Moffing was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's inquiry. It was indeed a profound question. He took a few steps forward to stand before Kakashi, who instinctively stepped back. For, compared to an uncertain mission, the life of a comrade before him held greater value. My heart tells me that this was the right course of action. If I had not taken this path, I would have lived with regret. The heart, you say?